that try to make the Bible of no effect now, including heliocentrism. But back then we were duped into thinking, oh, this is just the objective science and this is just where the facts lead, when that wasn't the case at all.
See, but doesn't that sort of go to the fact that the core messages in Christianity, I would imagine, would be so much more important than whether these specific things happened or not?
Well, it depends on what the core of Christianity is. The core of it appears to be Jesus. Without him, Christianity becomes a crumbling edifice that doesn't stand for long.
The core message, isn't the core message to be a good man and to be a good steward of the world that we live in, to treat our fellow human beings as brothers and with love and respect, and treat ourselves with love and respect, and be healthy and happy and prosperous.
With the interpretation you have,
the thing is, there's a core. There's a core there that needs to empower our actions. We need to have the right spirit behind our actions, and that spirit appears to be the Holy Ghost. Without that, Jesus, we can do good for a while, but it won't be for long. And so we still need to go forward and be empowered by the right spirit, which would be the Spirit of God.
I guess I'd argue we are that.
And he who does not have the Father does not have the Son.
Well, I'd argue that we are from that spirit. That's essentially deep down our very souls of what we really are is that spirit of God. And you just have to realize that and start living with that in mind, and all sorts of great things will start happening. And you will stop sinning overnight.
Yeah, there's different ways to interpret all of it, and maybe we all have different ideas of what it is or isn't. But as far as yours, your interpretation or what you adhere to as far as the Bible's claims, Lemon, how old do you think the earth is?
Well, based off of the genealogies and the ages of the people in the Bible, added together, you get roughly 6,000 to 10,000 years.
Well, again, That's what I'm sort of getting at. Why does that matter? Why does that even matter?
Well,
I would just say that
to start any investigation, to start any sort of structure of epistemology of truth, to order everything, to ground everything. If the Creator is telling us in some ways how it actually is, that frees us up to think about other things. So we need to start with a truthful basis and a truthful foundation that would be offered by a revealing creator, a revelatory creator.
Would you say that even if it was 6,000 to 10,000 years, that would seem like, objectively, that would seem like, again, disproportionate to eternity? Like, that's a very short period of time if you think about like eternity, right?
Yeah.
The contrast isn't there. That's all I'm saying.
Without trying to throw a wrench into the engine either, what about all these old historical events like the Younger Dryas event, the floods from 10,000, 11 years ago, and whatnot?
Well, half the time they use questionable dating methods, and I can just see them saying whatever it is, it has to be outside of the range of the scriptures when they pick these dates out of their ass. But the Bible does offer with the flood a pretty interesting explanation for why we have an ice age or whatever in the first place. If you're talking about the Younger Dryas event with the ice age or something to that effect. Basically, what was that?
Oh, I was just agreeing and saying, yeah, okay, go on. Sorry.
Basically, they say that before the flood, we were in a fairly tropical, humid world. Where there were mostly small inland seas and most of it was land. But when the flood happened, all of this ash and soot and, water was thrown up into the air when the fountains of the Great Deep broke open catastrophically. And this would have led to a hazy atmosphere that would have blocked out the sun and left all of this moisture that's in the air trapped, cooling in the air and causing an ice stage from the leftover moisture from that tropical age, now blocked out by soot and keeping the sun from coming down and kind of cooling the atmosphere a little bit. There's a very interesting explanation potentially from a biblical perspective, but depending on how they age it, they could age it basically however they want. They pick those ages out of their ass with questionable radiometric dating. So the jury's still out even with that.
Yeah, I know what you mean exactly. Yeah, I do think they pulled some of those numbers out of basically nowhere. I totally agree with you. That is an interesting way to put it. Good response. Hey, now that I'm asking you about these old events, I watched this one video really quickly. I just want to ask your perspective on this. I watched this video yesterday from this weird message form that's like, you guys got to watch this old video from like 2014. And there's this, I think it's this Chinese excavation mountain climbing team that climbed into like these caves of Mount Ararat, where they believe that the Noah's Ark was located. Well, that's been known for decades, I think. The idea of the location anyway, and they had they took video of it, and they're like right up into the caves, and there's like this huge, crazy like wooden structure buried within the mountain. What do you think about that? I don't know if you've seen the video. I just saw it yesterday. Could send it or post it if I had to, but.
Looks like they found Noah's Ark to me, but I'm biased. I tend to believe anything that affirms the Bible. I think even Ron Wyatt was talking about finding Noah's Ark on Mount Ararat, and this huge boat-like structure you could see from the satellite imagery. And they found a grave that appears to commemorate the passing of Noah's wife, because it had 8 people, and I think it was 4 men, 4 women, or something like that. And one of them had her head down. One of the women had her head down like she had gone to sleep and died. And so they basically said this looks like the grave of Noah's wife, and it was like an 18-foot skeleton, huge. And it had like different artifacts in there, some jewels and stuff. And of course, the Smithsonian or somebody, they say that like the Smithsonian covers stuff like that up and comes and swoops up the bones, never to be seen again. But I think they said the government basically excavated the site, and they never heard about it ever again after that. But it looks like there's a concerted effort to cover some of this stuff up, get the stuff, sell it on the black market, never to be seen again, that sort of thing.
Cover it up, and then and it's so interesting what you say about the Smithsonian Institute, because I've heard about that happen with a lot of things, like if you believe in like Sasquatch or like dinosaurs is another thing I'd like to talk to you about really quick. But I mean, the Smithsonian Institute, and giant people, like larger people. For sure.
That's what happens in America. Now over there, this was like Iraq or over in the Middle East. So I think the local government there did that. But
I know what you mean.
Stuff you hear about from newspaper articles, like 15-foot skeleton found, 7-foot skeleton found, 10-foot skeleton found. In America, that stuff disappears, never to be seen again.
Totally. I didn't used to believe in that stuff, but like, the more I look into it, actually, it does actually seem like there's something there. Pretty interesting. Okay, thanks for responding to that Noah's Ark thing. I wasn't expecting you to say that.
No problem. I think there's another biblical scholar, I forget his name, Frank Turek, I forgot his name. But he talked about how there were tales of people, a little boy playing in the wreckage of Noah's Ark. And they said that it was in one piece, but then like during a snow slide, it fell down the mountain and broke into 2 pieces. And so it started to kind of decay and rot. But it looks like that was this, huge multi-tier timber structure that was on the mountain. Looked like a boat. They found the anchor stones, huge anchor stones. I think they were like 6 feet. And they found them like a couple miles away from the Ark. And the grave of Noah's wife, it looks like that was there. There's another stone commemorating the site, and it had 8 people on it. No, one of the anchor stones had like 8 X's on it or something to that effect. I'm probably mangling the story. I apologize, but it had 8 people written on it, and that's like the number of people that got off the ark with Noah, his 3 sons, and their wives. So it looks like the parallels are pretty striking between the Noah's account and this big, huge boat that appears to be on the mountain as well.
Fascinating. I did not know any of that. That's very cool. Yeah, I don't know if you care even see the footage that I saw earlier yesterday, but yeah, you could probably just search 2014 Noah's Ark footage or something, Chinese team mountain climbers, and I'm sure you'd find it. But yeah, I don't know. I just always thought it was a bit of a myth. And when I grew up as a kid, I remember watching like National Geographic, and they're like, they say that Noah's Ark is right there on Mount Ararat, and then like when I saw the mountain climbers actually go into these caves, and it actually seems like it's there. It's pretty crazy.
Hey, Lemon, give us your spiel about Magog.
I was just going to say really quickly, there's also some parallels in the genealogies that you can see. There's a book called, I think, The World After the Flood, or something like to that effect, Noah After the Flood or The World After the Flood. And it goes over the genealogies in Europe and in Asia that appear to point to something very ark-related with Noah and his sons. In the Indian pantheon, you have Vishnu as one of their gods, and Vishnu basically means Noah. Vish is an old word for man, and Nu is Noah. So man Noah is basically Vishnu. And they have their own flood account, which is similar. They survived the flood riding on some sort of structure like an ark or something, and it's very similar. Even in Europe, there were kings that would trace their genealogy back to Japheth. In some cases, they called him Shaph. Like there was some sort of transliteration that degenerated Japheth to Shaph, but we have the term Japheth. It was probably something else in that language that they used back then. But it looks like Shaph could be Japheth, and that does appear on certain genealogies, I think in Gaelic or Celtic or something like that. And you also see it in Greek mythology with Jupiter. Jupiter is like basically Joe Potter or Eo Potter, and Eo is short for Iapetus in this book, supposedly, which is another name for Japheth. Iapetus or Japheth or Japetus, or if you take the I and make it into a hard J. So Jupiter may just be Father Japheth in, an old language. And in, I think, an old Chinese genealogy, they have some of the Ark descendants in kind of like a Chinese dialect. They call Shem Lo Shem. And they have like little transliterations in their language for some of the people that got off the Ark in their culture. And so it's very interesting to see some of the parallels through all these different cultures. And even I think in Africa, the old word for Africa was, or Egypt was, what was it? Oh, Lord. It had Hamed, I think, Hamet. And the son that went south and founded Africa was Ham. So it's like the land of Ham, when you say Africa, like Hamet, or something like that. So it's pretty interesting.
What about Gog and Magog?
A lot of descendants from the Bible founded different cities and stuff like that. So it does look like the biblical account does give a lot of historical context potentially.
Do you look for? Are you constantly looking for new interpretations or new evidence of, things that were misinterpreted or reinterpreted in the Bible that may have like a deeper truth that you could possibly find? Or are you pretty much set on the interpretation that you have now and it's never changing?
Well, when looking at interpretation.
Oh, did he cut out, or is that me?
it helps to look at different interpretations and see how they line up with this interpretation or that interpretation. But I've pretty much settled on, the Bible being more or less literally true.
Well, I mean, when you say the Bible, which version of it are you talking about?
I'd probably go with KJV, but the general message of the Bible appears to have been preserved. The only difference is like language or style, but the general message appears to be the same as far as
Is
I
there
can
a,
tell. I'd
is
go
there a
with KJV.
certain version of King James version that's so significant? Because I hear that over and over, and I've heard people post different images of certain ones. Is there one that like stands out, or is it like you just said, like pretty much preserved either way?
As far as I can tell, the King James Bible is just, one version. Some people talk about Mandela effect sort of changes with a word here or a word there, but as far as I
Yeah.
can tell, the message appears to be the same with no significant change in doctrine. It's just like spelling and style was. As far as I've
Nothing,
heard the commentator say, but I guess
nothing
I'd go with
significant.
KJV.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I know. I'm due for a new Bible just because I have it in my book collection, if nothing else. And I was wondering if it's a specific year to buy or anything like that. But I guess it doesn't matter. Maybe. Okay.
So do you think like the conspiracy theories about the King James Bible being written by Francis Bacon and reinterpreted to have an edge that would give more control over mankind? Do you think that's just like a made up conspiracy, or do you think there's any truth to that whatsoever?
I guess it's a conspiracy too far for me. That's the possibility, but they might have just lied about it. I mean, the Catholic Church is trying to pass off inferior translations that are from the Alexandrian tradition. It appears, and the Alexandrian translational tradition came out of Alexandria, Egypt, which was a hotbed of Gnosticism and occultism. And so that may be a bit of a problem. Maybe they're just trying to take down the King James version because it's, the real deal or more closer to accurate. But who knows? They might be trying to do damage control on the more accurate translations as opposed to the more Gnostic, occultic Alexandrian translational text that, the Catholic Church currently appears to prefer with the RSV and the modern translation since the late 1800s.
Have you watched Ewar's videos at all?
No.
You haven't? Okay. You know what I'm talking about?
What's that?
Ewar Anand, he has this whole thing called The Lost History of Flat Earth and another one called What on Earth Happened. And in the last 3 parts that he just added, he goes into depth about the flood stories from all the different cultures and the Ark and, a lot of the interpretations of these things. And you might find it interesting. I could post it for you if you want.
Oh, thank you.
Can I ask you another question, Lyman? Seeing as this seems to be a Q&A of sorts.
What's that?
If you don't mind me asking. It's just that you mentioned, it was like an hour ago now, and you briefly mentioned, we were mentioning the DNA of things, and then you mentioned briefly the vaccines and everything. And you had brought up the graphene, and then you said in the chemtrails in the food. I don't hear you talk much about that. What's your opinion on the whole chemtrail thing? I guess specifically in relation to graphene, or food.
Well, Sister Carrie Burner says that they're giving us, nanotech in the food and the chemtrails and a bunch of different vectors, including vaccination. She talks about how they attacked her with a nanotech injection after going to the doctor's office for what was supposed to be, some routine dental work or something like that. She complained of this itching in her jaw area, and it just kept on bothering her. And she went to the doctor and said, "You're giving off all sorts of different signals. It's like you're basically an antenna." And so it looks like you've been attacked with some sort of nanotechnology. The lab report that Sister Carrie Burner shared said subject has been attacked with designer nanotechnology, and they tried to get her a bunch of times. Like she brought the car mat out of her car and did the little, see in the dark sort of neon lighting on it. And under black light, she could see where something had been sprayed in her car, some sort of nanotech aerosol or something.
Wait, like
And
while she was in the dentist office, or it came out of her somehow or something?
no, she went to the dentist office for a set of dental work, and she came out injected with something, essentially. Basically, she was getting attacked because years before, she had was trying to become a nun, a monkish nun who would just sequester herself and go in quiet contemplation with the Lord. That was what she wanted the rest of her life. But a pervy priest grabbed her tit, and she complained about it. And after that, she was enemy number one. They
Her
kept on
breast? Like he
her.
grabbed her breast?
Yeah, I'll put her account in the chat. But they were gunning for her ever since. And it said some journey where she discovered a rack of stuff with the Catholic Church and all this other stuff, and it was
so they're out to hate her now. How do you spell that last name? Sister Carrie with a K, I'm assuming? Or
Carrie Bernor. Yeah.
Bernor?
Keri. Kind of a weird way to spell Carrie, but Keri. And her last name is Bernor. Carrie, Keri. Bernor with a B, Burnor. Bernor.
Bunoi.
I put those 3 parts of UR's videos in the side chat for you if you want to check it out later.
Thanks. Okay. I'll look into those. Never heard of that before, and that's really interesting. Also disturbing on multiple levels. It's interesting. Everyone has some crazy information about this whole thing. Hey, when you piece it all together, it's even more disturbing than you think.
I'll see if I can put her video. YouTube is screwed with the algorithm again or taken down the site. So my YouTube search does not generate the same videos that it did a month or two ago. Let me see if I can find the video using other channels, but it's Sister Carrie Bernor.
And I just want to be clear, BERNO.
BU.
Before I forget, you were mentioning a couple free energy type things earlier. Bruce De Palma was one name. But what was the other one? Bruce somebody else.
James DeMayo. He does more
James
the
DeMayo.
Oregon energy side, but I don't know if he does anything beyond the ether side of things. But I think at the time they were asking for over Unity machines, and the only over Unity person I could refer to was Bruce De Palma. But James DeMayo does research into the Oregon ether side of things.
Did BioDual ever come back with retort to looking for the machine?
I think I left after that. I don't know.
Okay. One of the things that is mentioned in those videos that I mentioned that I just posted is the idea that mercury and gold are used in a device that was at the top of these steeples where there's an open area that seems like it's collecting etheric energy through the steeple, and that part of the evidence he presents with that is that there's this myth or story about a giant called Ophorus or Christophorus, and so have you heard of Ophorus before? You ever heard of the giant Ophorus that brings the child? So the whole idea is that he's bringing the child, Jesus or Christ, on his shoulders to cross this very torrid river, and when he carries Jesus across, he asks why he's so heavy, and he says, because I am the world, I am all that. You carry the weight of the world on your shoulders, and it's kind of a little bit. It seems like there's a good case to be made that it's a metaphoric because of the clothing that he wears and it being kind of representative of Mercury, and that the Christ is the gold, and that could be something that's been kind of omitted to hide this idea that Mercury with gold could work as some kind of free energy, or in some kind of way of collecting the etheric energy or something of the sort. But it's an interesting part of those videos.
I'll have to look into it, but I guess that kind of implies that Jesus, is not a historical figure. And it's hard to believe that, because
really.
most academics take Jesus seriously, at least as a historical figure, whether they believe his miraculous claims or not. And there are a couple historical artifacts that point to Jesus being at least somewhat historical. The Talmudic writings lambast Jesus pretty heavily, and say that he's burning in hell in excrement, and call his mother Mary a whore. And so that appears to make him somewhat historical, at least on that level. But in the
I don't
chat,
think that was the intention with this story, though. But just to say that, I don't think that was the intention so much as if it was try to explain the story. It could have just been a myth that was created to represent this technology that they ended up hiding, and maybe that's the reason the myth was either omitted from the Bible or was never a part of the Bible. But if you look up Ophrys and just Google the thing and look at the statues, and there's so many statues of this giant with a Jesus on his shoulder, or Christ on his shoulder, and the little device that he holds, this little gold kind of like palming this orb, this gold orb, and then there's stories about how that could be representative of this free energy type device that they used to have as well. It's just interesting, that's all. Since you were talking about free energy,
I put in the chat Sister Carrie Berner's testimony and video of her saying say no to the 5G nano chip implant.
Perfect. Thank you. Appreciate that.
No problem. Yeah, you got to get this red pill before YouTube scrubs it all. Every year around this time, new draconian measures come out to censor the internet even more, typically around the fall, around October.
Huh. I haven't noticed a pattern as opposed to just a complete onslaught. But I just stopped even trying to remember things. I just save everything now. If I find something that's significant, I'm just like, boom, save. I have video savers in my internet browser and everything. I just click, boom, got it. And then, yeah. Doesn't do good on hard drive space, but I mean, better than losing it at all. So.
Well, she goes through a 6-month detoxification protocol that supposedly freed her of nanotech. So it looks like there's hope even with these graphene, 5G implants or whatever. So it looks like there's hope.
Great. Wow. Yeah, I know. I was wondering about that too. I always thought in the future when a lot of people in the near future are like, oh no, I've made a huge mistake. Is there any hope for them? Is there something they could do? And yeah, I like information like this. Yeah, and I found it, by the way. I'm gonna save it right now and watch it later. So thank you.
No problem. I heard from another site, there's so much coming out about this. It's hard to know what's what with this stuff, what's real, what's not so real, but I just file it away for later. Some people say that it leaves your body after 6 months if, you wait. But, with these boosters coming every 6 months, I guess, the plan is to just keep us shot up with the stuff for as long as possible. But
yeah,
it helps
that makes
file away some of that stuff.
Oh, it's definitely good to file it away. And then, it makes you think, well, it's not that dangerous. It'll be away. It goes away in 6 months if you don't die. But then there's all this information I'm hearing about, well, hey, wait a second. Even if you don't want to get vaccinated, if you're around some of these people that are, you might not necessarily be safe. And so I've been hearing about this for months. And then, for example, I have my mother coming down to visit me for Christmas. Well, and me and other family. And I'm like, yeah. And she was a little upset to hear that I necessarily don't want to be around her if she plans on taking the booster shot. And I even went so far as to ask her. I was like, well, do you think you could at least wait until January? And she's like, no, I have a bunch of meetings coming up.
You're worried about shedding?
Yeah, exactly. I don't know. Yeah,
what have you
the
found out
tables
about
have.
that? What have you found out about shedding? What's the validation for it?
Well,
How's it work?
I'm not a scientist, but from what I understand, what happens is like there's weird proteins that come out of people. A lot of people call them the spike protein and all that. And I'm not a scientist. I'm not going to pretend to like have all the info or data, but I've heard enough to know that that I generally don't want to be somewhere around someone who's been vaccinated like hours or days or weeks before me. Maybe a few months later, I'd be more comfortable, but definitely not like the next day. Like, I'm not saying there's a huge risk, but I mean, I'm just hearing this information. It's kind of like when the whole COVID thing started, people didn't know, and they're just like, you know what, just get away from me. That was generally the
Well,
sentiment, and now
shedding
it's
was
kind of like
known
the
from
opposite of that. But
Well, shedding was known from even the before this jab. Basically, they said that people needed to get boosters because the vaccine would shed, and you would lose the vaccine would lose its effectiveness, or the antibodies would, taper off to the point where it's practically like you didn't take the injection at all, even with vaccines before this thing. And people said that you could shed and be infectious up to like a month after injection in some cases.
yeah,
There's literature out about shedding even with other vaccines, so
yeah,
this has already been a
absolutely.
known sort of phenomena.
Yeah, now it's being talked about, and now that you mentioned that, I forgot all about that. And yeah, I've, if I look back at my earlier folders from like October, November time ish, because I have a crazy COVID folder saving up of data. Yeah, there's FDA information about vaccine shedding too. They use a different term. They call it sloughing, I think.
So the idea is
Sloughing.
then you get sick, or is it just like you took the vaccine yourself, or what's the theory?
That's what we're afraid of. It's like you're basically getting vaccinated by being around someone who was vaccinated. Because, like, I don't know, man, I'm not a biologist, but that's what people are saying might be a
Right,
thing that's
I know.
going on. Yeah,
Crazy.
and yeah,
It's got us all running away from each other, right? For the
yeah,
same
basically,
exact reason.
yeah, and the same thing. They were so afraid of. First, they were afraid of the virus to begin with. Then they were afraid of the people who didn't want the vaccination. And now the people who did get vaccinated are afraid of the people who did take the vaccination. So it's crazy land over here, isn't it?
Yeah,
But
it's the most crazy Hegelian dialectic ever.
yeah, I couldn't have planned something more diabolical if I was planning to make everyone more.
Yep.
Well, that's exactly what I would have planned. Is it would just make everyone afraid of each other, and
Right.
then
No matter how close you are, I'm not spending this Christmas with my family. Not because I'm afraid of them, but
yeah,
you
I
know.
love you, mom, but get the hell. You're not coming into my home. I mean, you
Yeah,
took the medicine to keep yourself safe. Get away from me.
oh, and then now they still feel unsafe against people that aren't vaccinated. So it's supposed to protect you, but you're not protected. That makes no
Yeah,
sense.
and then they won't listen to the facts about the vaccinations or how number one how ineffective they are, number two how dangerous they can be.
It's not even a
Yeah.
vaccination. It's a
Oh,
genetic modification.
it's
It's
just
not even technically. They're not even claiming it is a vaccination, but they're calling it that. That's the
yeah, they
crazy
changed the
part.
definition. It's a genetic therapy. Yeah, exactly. It's crazy, man. It's insane. And one thing I'll never. I'm sure I'll eventually forget, but it was really. I won't forget the sound my mom made when we were having a phone call with her the other day. I was like, I'm not so sure I'm comfortable hanging out with you this Christmas when you come down if you're going to take that booster shot. She's just like, oh, and I was just like, well, this is fucking sad, but
Well, that's the other thing that they got you scared that if you don't take the booster, that whatever they gave you is going to cause more problems if you don't. Like that's another theory. That you have to keep to
yeah,
maintain your life, even possibly that if
just
you don't get the
repeat the
booster.
shots now at this point.
Yeah,
Yeah,
like
because
now you're on board with the protocol, and the protocol is keeping you alive.
which is
That's
crazy because that's the equivalent. No,
terrifying.
that's exactly what they're saying. It's terrifying. It's like you screw up your immune system. Now you're vulnerable to get anything if you don't keep taking these shots, which doesn't even make sense because these shots are experimental in the first place. That's why they never had the cure for the clue or the cold or the flu is because it's a constantly mutating
So
biological.
carefully planned. And they got
Yeah,
the
it's
kids taking it. And if you're a parent of a kid, you have to take it because your kid's going to school And so then you could be basically liable for threatening the lives of every child at your kid's school if you're not on board. It's so like it's the most diabolical thing ever, regardless if it's real.
It
The way it's
truly
being
is. I
used
know,
is
and it's getting so
objectively
bad.
diabolical.
I know, like it was bad at first when they tried to coerce everyone. Well, in the beginning, it was bad at first when they tried to scare everyone about it in the first place. Number two, and then they tried to coerce everyone to get the vaccine. Yeah, and then number three, it's like, well, I don't even know what number we're on anymore, but number horrific. Now they're like, Australia, Germany, Austria. Yeah, you're going to prison if you don't take it. Basically, eventually, if they don't get you tomorrow, they'll get you not too long from now. It's insane. It's happening, and that's the thing.
How many young athletes need to die? I mean, there's so many reports of these kids dying.
108, according from that last report that came out a few weeks ago. 108, most of them in FIFA, the soccer organization.
And they're admitting that, right? That's like an accepted number that from vaccination.
Completely proven dead from vaccination. Or I mean, if you're not completely idiotic, you know that it's a direct correlation. Yeah, and you have all these numbers like death in children has like doubled since it's. The data is all out there. It's insane. Anyone who just believes it just isn't looking at the information that's now out there. You have teams of scientists and lawyers suing the EU and the World Health Organization and the CDC. Like I read this one here. Like this will never hit the news, so it's not surprising that it's not making bigger news. But like I have it right here. There's a team of over 1,000 lawyers. Oh yeah, here it is. I pulled it up. Team of 1,000 lawyers and 10,000 medical experts. Well, the article is named "Team of 1,000 lawyers and 10,000 medical experts start Nuremberg true trial against world leaders against crime against humanity." So, and yeah, it goes on and on. Because I've heard lawyers talk about all this and stuff. This is straight up. These straight up are crimes against humanity. Like the whole stuff about people getting coerced from their employers to take the vaccine and everything. Like, it's all illegal, man. There's so many aspects to it. This one article that I just mentioned, if anyone wants to type that in, or I could send it if I had to, names 10 violations against the Nuremberg Code. So that's pretty crazy.
Post it.
Yeah. Oh, okay. I'll just post this one article. I don't understand it very well, but I will post it anyway. Live stream text, I think, right? I don't spend a whole lot of time. I think I just posted it, but I think I did it anyway. Yeah, there it is. So I don't know what's going to happen with that, but I mean, and there's other lawyers too. That one, he's a fucking powerhouse of a lawyer. What's his name? Robert Barnes. He's suing Pfizer and the FDA as of like last week too. It's crazy, and he's a genius. It's crazy. Shit's going down, I think. We'll see. Anyway.
It's almost like if they make everything about this, even the backlash is planned. It's in the plan, right? So, can you imagine what terror it would cause if those court cases actually did something? Not that it wouldn't be a good thing, but the people that realized that they were tricked or poisoned or whatever, that reaction.
The upheaval of like how many millions of people will be like, wait a second, you lied to us about this whole thing? Oh my god, dude, even worse than that. Do you remember that whole thing like a couple weeks ago where the FDA requested that their vaccine information be withheld for 56 years? Something like that? Yeah, exactly, yeah. And then one of the judges was like, F that, no, you're going to release the beginning right now. And then they did. And in that small snippet of information within the first month of the vaccines, before anyone even barely took it, already like over like 12,000 deaths, tens of thousands of adverse reactions, all within like the first month of data from right before no one was even really that scared of the whole pandemic. There were already over 1,000 people dead. And like
those
I said,
those are confirmed. Those are admitted to because the judge ordered the release of the
Yeah,
information.
exactly. Like, I mean, I don't
Where's
know.
that info?
Should I post that too? Yeah,
Yeah, post it.
because it's so freaking important. It was pretty big news a few days ago. It's all going down, man. Like, now is do or die time, in my opinion. Like, if you ever like, if the people on this planet were ever like wanting to like bring these people down for doing this, now would be the freaking time to do it, because we like have like damning info, and a lot of people should go to prison. And that's just not because I'm just like, throw them all in prison. It's like, no, for real, these people are like murdering a lot of people. Sorry, I got a little riled up when I talk about it.
No, it's crazy. You're right.
It's insane. Yeah, I'll post this next one right here within the minute or so. This was huge news a few days ago that just came out of pay attention.
All right. Good night, guys. I got to go, but good talk.
Good talk, man. Thanks for listening. Good talk to you.
Thanks for posting. You too.
Okay, I'm just going to post this and then I'm going to stop talking about it. And it's from InfoWars. Some people like that place, some people don't. But 1,223 deaths, over 42,000 adverse events. And this all happened, recorded from December of 2020 to February of 2021. So, like, an incredibly short amount of time. I'm going to post this right now. Yeah, don't take those vaccines, man, or let any of your family members get them. They'll kill people. They're killing people.
What's your source?
I'm posting right now.
Okay, cool.
By the way, my source is the FDA. Was forced to release their own numbers from an ordered by a judge. Yep. So you can find it at any website, but I mean, I'm going to just post it from InfoWars right now.
Yeah, because I mean, I haven't taken it myself. I mean, my country's pretty fucking nuts over it. It's fucking pissing me off. But anyway, I've chosen not to take it, not because I'm scared of what's in it, but because I don't think it actually offers me any fucking,
protection. It absolutely doesn't. It's proven not to.
It's been shown that it's not very effective at all.
Not at all. I know. Not even like it helps you. Like, it just straight up doesn't work.
Well, that's the one claim that they seem to make, is that if you have that jab that and you get COVID, that it won't be as bad, and the symptoms won't be as bad.
It's pathetic. They'll say anything.
It's a big claim, and there's not enough information to validate that. And
man, I've even heard worse. I've read articles from mainstream media where I have it somewhere in my files, but I'll probably never find it. But I remember there's people out there, and there's mainstream media like articles saying that, like, well, that person died, but it would have been worse had they not taken the vaccine. It's like,
that's what a lot of people believe. Yeah.
And
there may be some truth to that, but I doubt it. But yeah,
I don't really know where to go from there. I mean, at that point, I'll just give me the virus. If those are my two choices, I want the virus, and then I'll take a bunch of vitamins and hope for the best or something.
Well, apparently there are treatment solutions that are very effective, like ivermectin and a couple of other things, and they do an excellent job at stopping it in its tracks. So,
not even effective, dude. There's doctors who have a 100% success rate. Dr. Zelenka, I think, based out of New York, and there's others too.
Well, the research I saw about a month ago said that of the 1% of patients that have a hospitalization type reaction, that 9 out of 10 of those people recover quite well with no problems at all with the treatment of ivermectin.
Well, I think it's more 9 out of 10. That's like kind of saying 90%. I think it's over 90%. I think it's probably closer to 99, but yeah, like I don't have all the numbers, and yeah, there's also like a whole treatment protocol that you can go down to. It's like you take ivermectin and some kind of steroid and something, and you're good to go. People stopped talking about hydrochloroquine. Remember that? That's not as popular as it used to be anymore. That's supposedly very effective with like vitamin D and C. That's another thing they used to say way before all these treatments were being used by everyone. They just said, like, if you're jacked full of vitamin like B, C, and D, iron, and magnesium, and you're a healthy person, you have incredibly low chance of getting sick at all. Because like it's supposedly
the whole thing, like that's so weird to me about it is just the mandatory part of it, like trying to mandate people, force people to have to, have this procedure, when, like, whether you have that procedure or not, that doesn't make me any safer. You know what I mean?
Oh, I know exactly what you mean. Isn't that the whole idea?
Because of that,
supposed to be safe, right?
Because of that, there's no justification for mandating it. You know what I mean? Like if I work in a shop somewhere, right? If everyone else in that store, if half of them have had the procedure and half of them haven't, then they're all no one person is any more of a danger or a threat to me than any other person. So given that, there's just no justification for mandating it,
Absolutely. Same with the masks. Remember when everyone thought the masks were such a good idea? It's like, well, hey, man, don't give me problem for not putting my mask on. You wearing a mask, so you're safe, right? If that mask is so effective, why are you so afraid of me?
Yeah, it's this whole idea of like putting the responsibility of my health on other people's shoulders, on, saying other people out there in society are responsible for potentially being a danger to me
now
if they
you're
don't
a criminal.
have this procedure. But that's just completely unfounded. It's just no logic, no reason.
You shut up, you criminal. You're a criminal, and we need to lock you up and put you in a little box until you take the vaccine. You don't spread that kind of misinformation. Bad person.
It's really bothering me, man, because here in Australia, right, just listen for a sec. Here in Australia, December 17, they're bringing in these laws, right, that say that I, as somebody who hasn't had this procedure, am not allowed to go to the movies. I can't go to a restaurant. I can't go to a music festival. I can't go to what else?
Anything deemed non-essential.
I can't go to a pub and have a beer.
Yep. They did that in Canada, man.
Because I haven't had a medical procedure.
They did it up here in Canada in September. I can't have been anywhere. One time I went in a grocery store because the guy let me in September. And yep, same in Canada over here.
Well, I'm considering going on the 17th or 18th. I'm going to go to the pub and I'm going to get myself arrested for this particular charge, and then I'm going to go to court and I'm going to challenge it.
Don't do it, man.
And I don't see how they could possibly justify it.
I know what you're saying. Don't do it, man, because I might have to go to court for something. Man, they might make you, if they give you a charge and you have to appear at court, if you don't appear, then you can get a warrant for your arrest.
No, I'll appear. I'll appear and I'll fight it. I'll appear and I'll fight it and I'll argue my logic.
You have to have a PCR test to even get in the courtroom up here. And so if you ever even someone gives you a random charge, you'll either get arrested by not appearing, or you have to get a PCR test, which means some random idiot's going to stick a cotton swab right up into your brain, basically.
I don't need. What's the charge? I should be able to appear in court without having to go through any of that.
Well, not here in Canada, man, and you guys are doing way worse than we are.
Hey, Grams, what's the charge or the potential charge?
Yeah, I'm not sure. I guess violation of a public medical order.
No, I mean,
public health order, because that's what it's called. It's called a public health order.
I mean, I don't even know what the crime. I'm trying to see like what
I guess entering a premises without adequate proof of vaccination status. I don't know.
Are they doing the QR code thing? Are they at QR code level now?
Let me make it clear what I'm asking. I'm saying I wasn't here. I'm not sure what you were talking about. Like, what's the
in Australia here, on the 17th of December, from that date forward, people who have not had the vaccination will not be allowed to go to sporting events, pubs and clubs, even the movies,
restaurants
and so forth. Yeah, you won't be allowed in without proof of vaccination. And I was just saying, if I was to go to one of these venues and push it to the point where they had to bring the police and charge me with something, I wonder what would they charge me with, and how could they possibly defend their logic in a courtroom?
It wouldn't be. I don't think they'd be able to charge you. I think they would charge the establishment for letting you in.
No, because the establishment actually have to act as the police in this instance. They're required to see vaccination evidence from every single person they let into the building.
That's what I'm saying. They would charge them for that. So that's why they're basically obligating them to do it. And if they don't, then it's their responsibility.
No, it's worse than that.
If I refuse to leave, then they call the police. Then I'm trespassing? Is that what it would be?
Well, yeah, if they're not letting you on their premises or something, and like, hey, you can't come in here, then you're like, yeah, I'm coming in anyways. Then yeah, I guess they could charge you for trespass.
Oh, don't think for a second that they'll just come after the establishment, not the individual. Germany, France, I have videos saved on my computer. They're literally going around to each individual on each table, checking every single person's cell phone for the vaccination status.
Yeah, see, that's another thing. Is everyone mandatory have to have a smartphone now these days as well?
That's another. I know, it's insane, dude. And I remember, because this has been happening in Canada since the very beginning. It doesn't get very big news. They said, well, you could either download the app on your phone, and if you don't have a phone, you can go to any registry and have it printed off on a piece of paper. But now that means you have to have that piece of paper in your pocket. So does that remind you anything from World War II? Papers, please.
Your papers, please.
Papers, please. Man, it's no different than that. And in France, it's happening. And now they're gonna, in Austria, I don't know how close you guys are keeping up with all this. In Austria and in Germany, Australia is not far off, and same as Canada. I don't know how they're picking which countries to go after first, but they are. You have to get the vaccinations or you'll get fined. And if you don't pay the fines, you go to jail. And then, you know what all happens when you go to jail? Eventually, then they'll just vaccinate you in that. It's insane. So this obviously has nothing to do with health or anything like that. The point is they just want that needle inside of your body. That's all they care about. And if you run from it or like reject it in any way, they'll find you and then eventually arrest you. It's crazy, dude. It's happening. It's like look what's happening in Austria, and Germany right now, and what's been happening on Australia for like over a year now, right? You know, it's insane. And people are like, well, that's not going to happen to me, or that's not going to happen to my country or my state. Well, are you sure about that? It's fucking disturbing. I know. Yeah, man. And Rand, when I was talking to you, I didn't know you were Australian. I thought you were British. I didn't mean to make fun of the whole situation at all when I first heard you talk about it. It's highly disturbing.
No, you're fine. You're fine.
Cool. Yeah,
I'm imagining like the conversation, like the logical conversation back and forth with either the judge or even the police officer, right? Okay, officer, why is this vaccination mandatory? Oh, for the health and safety of the citizens. Okay, well, how does the vaccination, how does my being vaccinated make anyone else safer?
Because all they have to do is just say that's what the science proves.
No answer for that.
Oh yeah, because they don't know the science, they don't know the facts. Like, do you really think? Like, I'm not saying you, but like, just imagine a judge. Like, they don't spend their time on the internet.
They've admitted that you can still get the virus and you can still spread the virus.
Yep, 100%.
If you have this vaccine. So given that they've accepted that, then how can they possibly provide any logical reasoning behind mandating people be vaccinated?
That's it right there. That's the key right there. And it's the fact that they can't, but they'll do it anyways.
That logic is just so simple. I can't imagine a judge saying, "Look, you're wrong, mate." I imagine the judge saying, "I agree with you, mate."
You don't even have to be right, though, man. Who would have thought we'd be in this situation in the first place? That's the point. Is there is no logic.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, if I end up in court and can argue with a judge that's reasonable, then it might be an opportunity for him to set a precedent with my case and my argument, and that could go forward and change this mandating law bullshit.
See, I'm with you there. That sounds awesome, and you're right. That would provide.
That was my thought, anyway. Yeah.
Well, that's heroic. I like that, and I respect you for saying that. But maybe you should. I don't know. It's that mentality. Well, it's that mentality that's going to stop this.
Yeah.
Hey, man, if everyone just like keeps their head down and everything like that this whole time without enough people like you, we're totally screwed. It's going to be a global situation. You already have the European Union saying everyone must be vaccinated. Like, literally everyone. Oh my God, dude. This is like a nightmare scenario.
It's almost like people have completely got amnesia and completely forgotten about the whole reason we fought World War I and World War II.
Yeah.
It's because we didn't want this sort of fascism to fucking happen and come here. I mean, what the fuck is wrong with everyone?
You're right. It's like amnesia. They forgot, basically. Also, like, just bad education. Like, how many kids these days are properly educated about history in World War II? Like, if they are educated, they're poorly educated, Yeah, it's bad, man. Now would be the time to stop them, like, to stand up for our rights. Like, I hate to say that, but I mean, like, if we don't, I don't think we have 5 or 10 more years to put it off, because how we've all kind of been putting it off. That's kind of why we're all probably here right now, tonight or today. It's because, like, we know there's something wrong or there's something off, or I don't know why everyone's here, but that's why I'm here. but putting it off, like actually doing something. But in 5 or 10 years from now, I don't even think I'll have the opportunity to do something to stop it. I really don't. I could be wrong, but I also could be right, and that would be the worst thing ever. And man, yeah, just look what's happened in Australia this year, and like the whole world had no idea this could ever happen, right? So easily 2 years ago. In 1 or 2 months, it'll be 2 years. Nobody thought this could happen. Yes, it can. And now they have the fear in everyone. Look at everyone who took the vaccines. Those are all people who are very afraid.
Did you hear the most hypothetical? What is it? No, hypocritical thing I've ever heard in my life. Well, one of them was yesterday when I heard that the US were going to what was it? Boycott the Chinese Winter Olympic Games over humanitarian issues.
I heard
thought that the US, the United States, boycotting someone like China for human rights. I just thought that was absolutely hilarious. Is that not just the most hypocritical thing you've ever heard of?
Oh, absolutely. Well, like the human rights civilization of the United States, not to mention like all the supposed immigrants coming in and everything. Like, yeah. Well, I mean, also, like, there is a point to be proven there with the Chinese humanitarian rights with, like, the Christians and the Uyghurs there, not to mention, like, their little slave factories for Apple and everything like that. There is a humanitarian crisis in China, but the fact that they would choose now to bring it up.
But next to the US and their 30-year record of killing and displacing millions, literally millions of people over the last 20, 25, 30 years alone. China looks like a teddy bear compared to the US's record.
I might disagree with you there, but maybe I don't. I must admit, I'm not 100% sure on the numbers either way. But I mean, like, which projects are we talking about here? Because I mean, in China, those are just like literal like death camps. In the US, I don't know. They have cities like Chicago. You could call that a death camp, or the prison, or the prisons. And I don't know, man.
Let's leave their own countries out of it, right? Let's look at how they affect other countries around the world. Now, this is where the US streaks ahead in terms of murdering and destroying people and property in other countries around the world that are of no threat to them. Yeah,
I see what you're saying. Sorry, I wasn't really following you on that front. Yeah, absolutely. Like, but the humanitarian crisis in China, we want to boycott it and not participate because it's so awful. Yeah, I know, right?
Well, at the same time, the US is bombing people in 8, 9, 10 different countries at the same time.
Yeah, I can't even keep track of all the wars. Yeah, you're right. I know it's a freaking joke, man. It's despicable and it's disgusting, and it has to come to an end. And everyone knows that, but we didn't stop that when everyone knew it. It became pretty apparent a few years after 9/11 that the U.S. had wrongfully invaded the Middle East, right? And that was just a huge disaster that went on for years and killed untold millions of people. In Afghanistan alone, over 1 million people died from the U.S. invasion, and that started in 2003. And
South America, Africa.
Oh, it's disgusting. Hey, I last year I had like statisticians and everything when this whole like lockdown thing happened. So like, wait, what time was this last year? Earlier, so like almost like last summer, not even this summer, last summer. People were like, listen, we're gonna have like millions and millions of of people dying from just simple famine in Africa alone. And now and then the UN started talking about it and everything. That was all last year, like in 2020. Now we're entering 2022. So like, I don't know what the hell happened in 2021, but they're estimating like tens of millions, like 10, 20 plus millions dead in Africa and in certain parts of the Middle East simply from famine, all because of the COVID lockdown. Just that alone. So if that's not genocide, I don't know what is. Like history's always talked about like 6 million Jews killed in Germany during World War II, right? Everyone knows that number. And then like if you listen to like the death numbers from like Stalin or Pol Pot or Mao Zedong and everything, they're like in there's like the tens of millions, right? Well, it's like, well, that just happened and it's not even making the news. And then people are like, that's not, I've like my brother's like probably one of the smartest people I know. He's like, I've never heard you complain about world starvation before. Why do you care all of a sudden now? I'm like, oh my God, you don't understand how crazy and evil this is. And yeah, this is World War III, basically. Like we've already surpassed the death numbers. I don't know. I don't even know what to say anymore. It's just crazy. Thanks for talking to me about it, but I mean, we have to talk about it. Imagine if we didn't.
Well, the question is, why isn't the media talking about it? Why aren't?
Because they're complicit. They're basically in on the operation, to put it simply.
They should be having similar conversations to the ones we're having now, with panels of interesting, smart people and, discuss this sort of stuff. And because, Australia announced yesterday that they were going to boycott the Chinese Winter Games as well in a show of solidarity with the US. And it just made me deeply ashamed.
I also wonder, though, if there's something else going on there, because do you remember a few months ago, so I'm talking 2 or 3 months ago, there was this whole thing with China and their weaponry system and all their Navy ships and everything. And there was this thing that I never understood it, but like supposedly the United States and the UK and Australia were all coming together in a military blockade against China invading Taiwan. So, do you remember that? I don't know if you do or not, but I mean, it could be related.
I know what you're talking about. They were training soldiers in Taiwan as well. But this whole thing has another twist to it. Because last month, or the beginning of this month, there was this thing that someone said to Biden that the president of China is his old friend. And he was, they were going against it. No, he's not his old friend. They're not friends. And they were really adamant about it. And then the president of China, like a couple of days later in his speech, called Biden his old friend. So this whole boycott is purely political. It's just to make Biden look like he's not buddy-buddy with the president of China. Because remember those deals they made? The deals with Biden's son, and Biden made billions of dollars in China.
Yeah.
So what, they're betraying him, because they've been saying for a couple of years now that Biden was buddying up to the CCP. So now they're betraying
it's
him?
purely political. They want to get rid of that image because they know it's true.
What does that mean for Biden then? Like, bye-bye Biden? Goodbye Biden.
I think they're just playing games,
It's just theater. It's just fucking theater.
Just bullshit that we'll forget in 6 months.
Right, because now you're focused on this and not that Biden is good friends with the president of China.
Yeah, that's a good
Plus,
point,
it's more fear-mongering, because what if China starts a war? You have to be in constant fear. You need the government for protection. Don't forget that.
And why shouldn't he be friendly with the leader of one of the most, powerful and most important countries in the world going forward? I mean,
Trump did. Trump always said he had a good relationship with Vladimir Putin and Xi Jinping. Yeah, exactly. It's called diplomacy. The world seemed to have forgot about that concept.
We should have good relationships with everyone. I mean,
absolutely. He went to North Korea, for God's sake.
Exactly. He's the first fucking president who went there. It's amazing. But there's a huge difference between having good relations, like being able to have normal contact with another leader, and being good friends with them, which is what Biden was.
That's the power of media twist for you. They'll make people think that the president talking to a president of another country is like the beginning of a war. And that's not how it works. Like we just said, it's diplomacy. It's the opposite of war.
Exactly.
It's crazy. Yeah, it's going to be a long wait from now, but it'll be really interesting if Trump indeed does run and gets back in 2024. Hey, won't that be an exciting little roller coaster?
I'd be surprised if he didn't.
Me too. Well, yeah, he definitely has the votes and the support. I just mean, can you imagine like what that means? That if the system is not the system, let's just call it the negative system. If they're that unstable that they couldn't stop him from getting reelected.
Well, just simply think about it like this: like every person who voted Democrat, who voted for Biden, now every single promise that he made during the campaign, he has done a backflip on and not followed through with any of the promises that he made. Now, when the next election comes around, why would those people vote Democrat again? Unless they're just completely fucking ignorant, blind fools.
Well, that's what I'm wondering. They did vote Democrat in the first place. I don't know. You're right, though. And especially all the information that comes out. I think there's a little bit of mental illness, mass mental illness occurring. Because I can have a conversation with someone who's, let's just call him anti-Trump, for lack of a better word. And you could explain to them all the reasons why Trump is actually a much better president than Obama. And they don't want to hear it. Like, it doesn't even matter. It's leftism crazy. They're not interested in the facts. They have a belief system, which is usually driven by like mainstream media, and then they just go with it. But they're like, the crazy aspect of it is not that they're just confused or slightly deranged. It's their level of like compassion toward their belief system. That's what's dangerous and weird and scary about it. Especially when they're, like pragmatically incorrect. They're just wrong. Like, when someone says something really crazy to you and you just know it in your heart, you're like, that's wrong and crazy. That's how basically that whole political side of the party is. And no amount of like facts or information like convinces them otherwise. And that's what you're up against, is you're up against that mentality. It's not a normal political debate at that point. It's like now it's more psychological and far more bizarre.
Tribalism.
Yep, it's tribalistic. Yeah, tribalistic, and also cultish.
When you come up against an opponent that's like that, the best way to deal with them is to not deal with them at all.
I agree. But what happens when it's your family, and they're like, yeah, but I mean, like me personally, I have these discussions with my family about the vaccines. And so it's easy to just like not talk to someone on the street or on the internet, but like, well, if you believe that, whatever, that's your own opinion. But when it's your family or your, your friends or something, and you're like, hey man, you might really want to listen to me right now, and they don't want to hear it, it's like, wow, shit just got real,
Yeah, but
Crazy.
Maybe they don't want to hear it because for whatever reason, they don't respect your opinion, or they don't, you haven't provided them with sufficient, evidence to satisfy them. It might be your fault,
Maybe. I'm sure on some level it is my fault. Like, I should have been able to, at least, if nothing else, present my information better. So I guess I am at fault for that. But on the other end, on their side, like, I find they don't even want to look at it or straight up refuse. And, that makes me wonder what's going on
you
in
need
there.
to know then. Like, if that's it, then just leave it and don't bring the subject up with them, Especially if they're family, you're better off just getting along unless you want to just fucking cause a fight.
Yeah, and I don't want to cause a fight, but I mean, like, isn't that crazy? I know what you mean. Like, if they're family, you obviously don't want to create conflict and you want to get along because you love them and all that. But it's crazy because it has like a double opposite effect. So, like, number one, let's not cause a conflict because we're family and blah, blah, blah. So we want to get along. But number two, because you're family, I care so much about you. You have to listen to me when I'm trying to warn you about a danger that I think is.
Well, then what you've got to do then is on your own, you've got to work out by what standards are they going to be convinced of what you're trying to tell them, right? And then you've got to provide the evidence that they will believe, and then just let them come to the same conclusion that you're already at yourself. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Okay.
But if you're just, constantly just saying, oh, man, this is bad, and, I've heard this and I've heard that,
Yeah, I know. You're right.
Maybe you've done that so many times over the years that, they're like, oh, he's just talking his, conspiracy stuff again,
Yeah, yeah.
And they don't take it seriously,
Yeah. Like, yeah, here he goes again with his conspiracy stuff, and then
if you notice that's happening, then you got to sort of completely
up my game,
reassess your approach. Yeah.
Right. I see. You know what, man? You're completely right. I have to admit, like, I am like somewhat casual about the whole thing. Well, I wouldn't call it casual, but I mean, I am capable of taking myself to a new level of like information presentation, and maybe that's what it takes, right now.
Well, you've got to know your audience, right, and what they need to hear to reach the same conclusion that you have, And if you can't provide them with that, then understandably they're not going to hear you out.
Totally. Well, you're right about that, but like that's a huge pill to swallow for some of my family members. Like, for instance, some of them don't even believe there's like any kind of thing called that New World Order even exists. Like, they think that's crazy, that there's no organization of people trying to take over the world. Like, and so I'm not disrespecting anyone's belief system here, but I'm just saying, like, there obviously are groups of people out there who are basically to take over the world. They even
that
call
is an
themselves
extraordinary claim, right? So you
not
need
anymore.
what sort of supporting evidence do you can you provide to support that claim?
One. Yeah, Bush, September 11th, 1991, joint session of Congress, said he's completed his fifth objective. It will be a new world order. And then he went on to explain what this new world order would look like. What he didn't plan on was that because he raised taxes, there's going to be a tax party revolt and he was going to lose re-election. So he couldn't usher in his mass casualty event until 20 years later when his son took office. And then they finally did their new world order. They completed their 6th or 7th objectives.
But still, that doesn't prove a specific organization of people.
I know that's what people don't believe. They're like, show me proof, and then they go online, and then the first thing that comes up is a fact-checking website saying, no, there's no such thing as the New World Order. Have you noticed that little trend with fact-checking websites and like media websites? They'll say, like, literally, they'll say, no, comma, this isn't true, and no, that isn't true. So they'll say something like, no, there's no such thing as a New World Order. The term New World Order that's actually their phrase. They've been saying it for decades, and then I remember in like 2010 or whenever that financial scare was in 2009 or 10, they're like, we have a new economic New World Order, and it just keeps coming out now. And now, even with this COVID thing and everything, you have like Australian politicians. They're like, oh, this is the New World Order. Like they're talking about the mask and the vaccines and the passports and everything. Like it's been going on for decades now. It is the New World Order. That's what Build Back Better is. That's about the Great Reset. All that. It's use whatever phrase you want, but it's the New World Order and it's here. And that's what people
in that context, it's just like this is the new way of the world.
But it's their way. It's not our.
It's not our way.
You're right about that.
It's not referring to a specific group of people.
It is if you understand.
Hang on. Just let me finish my sentence. It's not referring to a specific group of people. It's referring to a new way of doing things in the world, a new way of operating in the world. That's what it's. That's the meaning, the context in which it's used, you know?
According to which speaker, though? And like, what is their context?
The context is that it's a new way of operating in the world, some new way of doing business or of managing relationships, or that's probably the best one, managing relationships.
But we're not talking about like boyfriend and girlfriend. We're mostly talking about individual citizens' relationships with our government.
No, I was referring to governments relating with each other.
Okay, well, that's part of it too, in my opinion. Yeah, and not to individuals or citizens' favor. Yeah, different countries coming together and basically losing their own autonomy. That's another part of the New World Order. That's exactly basically what the European Union and the United Nations already are.
My only point is that the New World Order is not an organization or a specific group of people who are planning, the future of the world.
Yeah, that's exactly what he said. I used to have the speech memorized, but he says that the United Nations will regulate the conduct of nations. That there will be a substitute of the rule of law for what these here I gotta find the text. If just the words he says.
You're talking about Bush Sr., right?
Yeah, Bush Sr. Yeah, like he breaks it down like there is no question he is talking about a one world government.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. And Henry Kissinger has been talking about it for like decades, and like Brzezinski, all you have to do is read the readings of the top globalists. They've been talking about it for decades. They write books about it and stuff. Like literally, you can go buy them on Amazon. It's crazy, and they are the authors, and they're the same people sitting there at the top of these like crazy organizations that meet once a year, like the Bilderberg Group and the Davos Group and the Trilateral Commission, and people are like, that's not real. Well, really? You can watch those videos even on YouTube, a lot of them still. They all get together and they laugh. And then they talk about depopulating the planet on Bill Gates, and that's one of his favorite little things to talk about. It's very real.
Get together and they discuss stuff, but depopulation of the world? Really?
Oh, 100%, dude. That is basically their main objective. I know, but that's where you lose most people. They're like, that's not real. When the reason, probably half of the reason they're getting away with the whole thing is because it's so insane that most people don't believe it's real. They actually hate it. It started out with eugenics back in like the 20s and the 30s or even earlier with like Margaret Sanger, and then went into the Nazis and then came back to the US. Like they are trying to kill like a large amount of the population on the whole planet. And if we want to talk about conspiracy and everything, that's the greatest conspiracy that most people don't believe in, is depopulation. And once you accept that fact, and then you can't get away from it, and you can't unsee it. And then you go to the grocery store and you want to buy something. You're like, whoa, that looks dangerous. And then you want to go to the hardware store. You're like, oh, no good there. And then you realize what's going on with fluoride in the water and chemtrails in the air. And then you realize there's this mass organization, this mass global project to kill you and your family. And that's what most people can't basically wrap their head around.
Even that sounds ridiculous to me.
Of course it does. It sounds insane. And that's why people talk about it. It sounds like it's like the craziest freaking thing you've ever heard, right? But what's even more insane than that is that it's actually happening. And we can prove it.
Well,
I know, dude. It's insane. You don't have to tell me. It's fucking crazy.
What's the point, though? Like, what's the motivation?
They're evil, psychopathic bastards that hate people. They hate humans, and they're probably satanic.
Okay, well, then you can write them off to.
Man, I'm not a biblical guy.
I know we were talking to that
Lemon guy. I know we were talking about the Bible and everything earlier with Lemon and everything, dude. But let's pretend they're not evil. They're psychopathic control freaks that have the will to just murder. That you don't even have to believe in God or Satan to believe that, man. All you have to do there is talk to any good cop or investigator who's dealt with people like that before. Those kind of people exist, man. They're called psychopaths, and they enjoy murdering people. And so you don't think there's a group of people, you don't think any kind of sociopath would work his way up in the political system to try to take over government and murder a bunch of people? Well, read up history, man. That's exactly what Hitler did. And a slew of other authoritarians did the exact same thing. It's just human nature, man. You're basically saying that someone like Hitler couldn't exist.
Hey, now, Ed, let me jump in here real quick. Okay, I think I understand both you guys' position, and I can kind of bridge a gap here. I think Rems is saying it's possible there's a conspiracy, but they haven't completed they haven't made a world government yet. And you're kind of saying, yeah, they did, they're just not overplaying their hand. And I'd say both things could be true. Because they could say that they're losing their grip. They had a stronger grip in the past, before the internet. Before social media, when people could like spread awareness and stuff. He just went, like just as brazen to just be like, yeah, the UN is now the new law of the land. And also they said, oh, wait a minute, I guess not, because there's countries who are not going to follow this rule of law. They thought people were just going to roll over. He thought he had won, but he didn't. He did a victory lap before he even, before the race started. And I guess that's where I think Rems is going. That there might be people out there with this agenda, but they haven't really put the framework down. It's kind of like a shell game. They want you to think they've won, but they haven't. Does that sound about right, Rems?
Yeah, I think that sounds sort of right. Yeah.
And I can get on board with that because you'll see these sort of uprisings, like militia groups over the summer, who are like, no, there's going to be no shelter in place. Whatever you think you're doing, and then like kind of the constitutional sheriffs. So you kind of see this sort of ebb and flow. if they push too hard and overplay their hand, then people are like, whoa, okay? They have to do that idea where they have to slowly turn up the heat. Like, where the boiling the frog analogy,
And that's exactly how they're going to get away with it. And look what's happened at the end, in the beginning of 2020 with the supposed virus outbreak. They slowly turned up the heat, and it worked. They got, I don't know the exact numbers, but in my province in Canada, supposedly 90% vaccinated. So that's 9 out of 10 people taken care of. We're right above the U.S., right above Montana and Idaho, two freedom-loving states. And I don't know what the numbers are everywhere, but I mean, they're high, man. Like, people, it worked. Whatever the hell they did, they got away with it. And for the rest that didn't, well, then you get the fucking boot. Because look at Australia right now. People are like running for their lives. They're getting locked up into like prison camps, and like people are escaping, and then they got arrested for escaping from that. Who knows? They'll probably go to jail or something. Like, how is this not happening? Like, I know what you're saying. I got your point. I'm just saying it's worse than it's what you're saying times 10, and that's what's actually happening, in my opinion.
See, I guess I would go on to say that if they've won, you wouldn't even be able to talk about it anymore.
Well,
it would be
it's gonna take time. Don't worry. It's coming. Sorry, I don't mean to sound facetious there. That was kind of facetious. I was just saying, man, you're right. It is going to take time. We're not quite there yet, but look where we were 2 years ago. Nobody would have ever believed this would have happened, and here we are. And so it can happen, and it just did. And what's going to happen in another 2 years,
Yeah, that's what I thought too when they said 2 weeks, shelter in place.
Exactly. Like, we'll flatten the curve in 15 days to flatten the curve.
Yeah, and people knew that was bullcrap, right? Because they can just open any history book and look at any.
Well, I was even open-minded to it because at that time we didn't know about all the little shenanigans and everything. So I was like, maybe there's a crazy virus, and I was like, maybe I don't want to leave the house for 2 weeks if it's going to be like this. But I mean, that was 2 weeks. Now we're talking 2 years, and there's no end in sight. So I mean, we got to at least talk about some kind of opening of freedoms in society, and we also should be talking about what's happened to our government. I think, like, if nothing else, even we can disagree, and everyone in the world should disagree if it's important, but we should at least talk about and disagree about basically the world shutting down and permanently changing. Like, I want to talk about that.
Well, apparently at the start, right, the fear was the hospitals being overrun with sick people, right? So instead of increasing our capacity to deal with a large number of sick people, we decided to take away people's freedoms and restrict movement. Okay, and then they promise that once we reach a certain vaccination targets, that we'll be able to have those freedoms back. But when that happens, the virus is going to spread. Everyone's eventually going to get this. It's not going to go away. Everybody's going to get it. It's going to spread throughout the world, and nobody's going to be able to stop it. So, vaccination's not going to change any of that. That's why it's going to be interesting what happens next, because they're going to have to give us our freedoms back. And when they do, there's a good chance that this virus, which is not going to go away, it's just like the flu, everybody's eventually going to get it. It's not going to go away. So a lot of people are going to get it. And we're just going to have to live with it.
This is the problem that I see. I completely agree with you, sir. But here's an example. The governments, they don't care what the truth is because they're all aware. How many countries are there? 200 and something? I can't even remember how many countries. Less than 300 countries, I think, in the world. Maybe 350. I can't remember the number. There's not that many freaking countries or governments, federal governments in the world, right? And there's a shitload of scientists in each of them, and we have the internet now. We all know the numbers, and we can all figure this out. Look at Gibraltar, the country of Gibraltar. 100% vaccinated, they say, or it's like 99.9. Incredible increase in COVID cases. So the vaccinations, similar thing happened in Israel. Incredible increase in COVID cases, regardless of their insanely powerful vaccination rates. At what point do we keep letting our government say, okay, we need more vaccinations, when we have proof that they don't really do dick all? You know, not to mention the masks. Like, I mean, it just didn't work. But they keep saying, oh, we got more cases, gotta keep the masks on, we need more, now we need booster shots. And if you look at all the vaccine information out there, there's thousands and thousands of doctors out there who are like, this is genocide, basically. Not only is it not effective, it's killing like an incredible amount of people. And you even have lawyers. I think I had to post that link. I don't know if anyone's been around for 2-3 hours ago, but I posted that link in the text. There's now a giant group of lawyers and scientists who are like suing these like massive global organizations because they're like, it's just 21st century genocide. So like, when do we say no, you know? Or are we still at the point where like, oh, maybe I won't get sick, and if I take the vaccine, maybe I'll be all right, or I'll get the booster.
I haven't seen any evidence that vaccines killing people.
Oh my god, dude! Well, I have a shitload of information that vaccines kill people, so I'm not. We don't have to argue about it right now, but man, you should just know, dude. Like, do you know about VAERS?
I'm just saying I haven't seen it. I mean, if it's out there, then cool. But I'm just saying I haven't seen it.
Okay. Well, I could easily show it to you, and you can text me if you want to talk about it privately or something. But in the U.S., they call it VAERS, V-A. It's called Vaccine Adverse Effects Reaction Database System, called VAERS, and it's predicted that only about approximately 1% of cases even get reported in there, and already they're up to 12,000 deaths. And that's just with VAERS. And there's other reporting systems as well that are also unreported. And do you remember, we were talking about this a couple hours ago. We were, the FDA through Pfizer wanted to, this made global news. They wanted like almost 60 or 70 years to stop, I think it was 56 years, to allow their vaccine data information to come out. Number one, which is incredibly suspect, like, and weird to even like think about why they would want to do that. And then the judge just ordered that would not be allowed, and then they immediately ordered the very beginning of their reports, which I've already texted in the text a couple hours ago, from December to I believe February of 2021. And there was already 12,000 deaths and over 40,000 adverse reactions, if I'm remembering correctly. And that's just a small snippet of data. So if you add it all up, man, there's been like, I don't know how many deaths, but many. Like, we're not talking about like thousands. We're talking in the hundreds of thousands, and adverse reactions probably in the millions. It's serious, dude. It's bad, and they're covering it up. It's bad. Even if I'm 10% right, that's worse than 9/11. So if I'm 1% right, it's about on the level of 9/11. It's horrible, dude. And this is admitted information. And that's just from the United States data. Dude, that's not even considering Australia or Europe or Canada or anywhere else. Dude, they've probably already killed like many millions of people. And that's not even taking into account the many of millions the UN predicted that have already died from food starvation alone from the lockdown last year. Like, this is straight up genocide, dude. Like, people always wonder in World War II, like in the history books when they were in high school, and it was like how'd they let it get so bad? It's like, well, you're looking at it right fucking now. That's how they got away with it. You just don't fucking know what's happening, and then they lie to you. And then before you know what the hell's going on, it's too late. Millions of people are dead. And you're still lucky to even be fucking talking about it. And you're not safe anywhere. And you're not safe in Canada, the U.S., or Mexico, or United States, or I mean, Australia, or Europe, or anywhere, man. The UK, you're not fucking safe. They're coming after everyone. They've proven that. They've made their point. Everyone I know knows someone who's taken the vaccine. Everyone I know, most of those people, everyone they know have taken the vaccine, and everyone I know has like several people that have either died or gotten like severely ill. It's crazy, dude. Like, yeah. Anyway, that's my point. Yeah, and they're coming for you next. Don't think they aren't, because look what's happening in Austria and Germany right now. Now they're fining people for not getting the vaccine, saying you're not allowed to leave your house or buy food. Next, it'll just be they're coming for you. Like, and if you're saying it's not going to ever reach that point, we're basically almost there already. Like, it's like they're one step away from that. Like, they're saying like you're going to take the vaccine or pay your fines or go to jail, then we'll vaccinate you. And if you don't have any money, well, then you're going to get vaccinated. Like, you're fucked. And they're throwing people in like concentration camps in Australia. Like, it's here, man, and it's global. That's the UN. You were saying there's no such thing as the New World Order. Well, hell yeah, there is, man. Why do you think you have these UN troops all over the place around the globe, and you have the United Nations saying we're going to vaccinate everyone. No choice, you're getting vaccinated. It's mandatory. How many countries are in the EU? There's like 20 or 30 now or something. I don't even know. Sorry if I cut you or anyone else off. I'm just really riled up about this, but I've made my point. And yeah. Is anyone still there?
Yep.
Cool. Yeah. So, or not so cool, kind of. Imagine what comes next. Like, aside from government lockdowns, if what they're saying about the vaccines, that basically means, I don't know about everyone's vaccine status here, and I don't need to ask, but I mean, if your whole family took the vaccine, according to some vaccine company whistleblowers, for lack of a better word, a lot of them are going to be dead in the next few years. So, New World Order or not, half your family might be dead. Like, I'm sorry, but you guys, I'm the youngest guy in my family. If one of my family members died, I'll be fucking furious. And all of them are vaccinated. It's a disturbing thought. And then think about all your friends, too. Like, literally, everyone I know has been vaccinated. I did a really shitty job at warning people. I tried. Been trying for years to warn people about shit like this. Didn't work. They're all vaccinated. I'm the freak in my family now. And if what they're saying is true, and by they, I mean people like Mike Yeadon, who is the former chief scientist at Pfizer, started going on podcasts and video shows and stuff. And he's all like, guys, well, I'm paraphrasing, but he's like, you got to listen to me. Don't take those fucking vaccines. You could, very good chance you'd be dead in 2 years if you did, or less. He basically said 10 years or less. Some people 6 months, 10 years tops. Basically, he said 2 to 3 years. You'll all be dead. Like,
as far as your question about what comes next, what I'm thinking is what we're starting to see in the last few weeks, which is more and more variants, right? Like there's this new Omicron variant. Interesting name, too, that they call it Omicron, whatever that refers to. But I've heard that there was another version that they've just found here in Queensland, in my state where I live in Australia, some new variant of the virus. So I think that's what's next, is that there'll be variants of the virus that are potentially more dangerous, less dangerous. I don't know, but that could be the next thing.
Oh, I think it's going to be a reoccurring thing. And good call there, man. This is Rams, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, good call. You're exactly right. And people like Michael Yeadon, like I was just talking about, for the ex-chief of Pfizer company, warned about that, and so did others like Sherry Tenpenny. These vaccine geniuses, they're scientific geniuses, basically. And they've spent decades in their field, and they know what they're talking about. They know a hell of a lot more than we do, at least. And they said that the vaccines would just cause more variants. First, it has something to do with the fact that the virus would go into your body, and then the vaccine would screw up with the virus somehow.
I've heard that too. And that would be my concern as well, is that the vaccine will actually cause the creation of a more deadly, more dangerous variant.
Yep. That was predicted from the very beginning when they talked about these. I remember listening to vaccine experts, and they're like, not only is the vaccine deadly, it's going to create a whole new slew of vaccines that you want to be worried about. And
so, like, looking back, it would have been better, right, if they just didn't lock anything down,
didn't anything,
make anyone wear any masks, let COVID just fly and spread throughout everyone, let everyone get it and recover from it, and then everybody has a natural immunity going forward.
Natural immunity has over 10 times the amount of more effectivity than any of these vaccines they've created. None of the vaccines did anything anyway, because it's a mutating virus, which is the reason why we've dealt with the flu and the cold virus our entire lives, and will probably always.
And they run out of efficacy after a certain amount of time. That's why they're talking about these booster shots.
Therefore, your booster shot, exactly. Yeah, and also, what was that first point you made? Sorry, it was about
the variants.
Oh, right, the variants. Right, yeah, those are always. You know what? I forgot my point, but yeah, I completely agree with you. I had some point to make about a country. Oh yeah, I remember now. There's countries like, I think it was Sweden, and there's a few others. None of them took the vaccines, and they had a higher recovery rate over COVID, if you even believe in COVID. And then there was also other countries, just to add, that went the ivermectin route, like India, I believe, and other countries that also had a way higher recovery rate. than the countries that took all the vaccines.
Well, ivermectin has been shown to be an excellent treatment for it. Very effective, and it's a mystery to me why it hasn't been discussed or talked about at all.
I'll tell you why. It's not a mystery
or mainstream. And now Pfizer has just created a new drug to help with treatment of COVID patients, and the drug they've created, it works exactly like ivermectin.
I know what you're talking about. It's molecularly.
Instead of 6 cents a pill, it's fucking God knows whatever they want to charge for it.
$6,000 a pill maybe might work.
Yeah,
better.
but it does exactly the same thing.
I've heard the same thing. So it's the oral pill version, right? And I've heard it's like almost the exact same molecularly. Yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about. Yeah, it's basically the same thing. It's crazy. Yeah, but that $2 horse paste stuff is the end of the world, you know. They even have a human version of ivermectin. They don't like to talk about that. So, like, remember when Alex Jones and Joe Rogan took ivermectin? They like to be like, oh, Alex Jones and Joe Rogan took ivermectin, these crazy bastards. Well, what they don't tell you is that they took actually what's a human version of ivermectin that was designed long ago to treat humans. That is incredibly effective, which is why it is so effective. It's because we have doctors curing almost 100% of their patients from COVID with it. It's crazy.
The guys that invented it won the Nobel Prize for it in 2015.
Right, I forgot about that. I forgot about that.
For its use for human beings.
Yeah, I know. I forgot about that. You're right.
I found out later on that it was useful as a dewormer for animals as well.
Mm-hmm. No, that's a truth. Yeah. That happened. Yeah, I forgot about that. It's crazy.
Yeah.
There were some funny memes from that where it shows people taking it and then like trotting around like horses and stuff.
Yeah. I'm sure you could make some great funny memes about that.
Like this one person did it, and then like the dressage horsing where they jump, you know?
Yeah.
You know what's a more sickening I found when right after the ivermectin thing went into the news, which happens to be right around the time Alex Jones took it, FDA released this article a couple days later entitled "You Are Not a Cow," and I thought that was disgusting. So it's like, well, here's this new movement of a possible medical procedure which has a high level of efficacy and success, and then the FDA rolls out with a disgusting headline in mainstream media saying, "You are not a cow." Like, that's so disgusting to me.
Well, yeah, but that aside, like doctors, like if I got sick from COVID, right, and I went to my doctor or went to the hospital, why wouldn't the doctors treating me, why wouldn't they give me ivermectin? Surely they must know that it is an extremely effective antiviral, and that it inhibits the spreading of the virus. So why aren't they treating people with it? Or do the doctors themselves not know about it? Or, I mean, what? Like, what's the deal?
Yeah, good fucking question, dude. $50,000 COVID death is the fucking deal, man. $10,000 a COVID positive test per hospital. That's what's really going on, man. Each hospital in the U.S. get $10,000, or a good amount of them. You get $10,000 if you have one positive COVID patient. That just means they give you one little stupid little saliva or nasal test or whatever, and boom, $10,000. Now, I don't know who's getting that money, but I'm sure it has something to do with those doctors, you know? And so imagine if that's $10,000 a hospital for one patient. Imagine you get 10 of them. Okay, you only need 100. Boom, you just made $1 million, you know? And now look at the COVID numbers. 100, that's nothing. So let's say you got 1,000 or 10,000. Well, you're a freaking millionaire now. And maybe
that sounds really conspiratorial, so like without some supporting evidence for that's hard to just believe.
Yeah, I know you're back on that. Yeah, well, I can back that up just like I had to before. I can do it again. It's even worse than that, dude.
Because, as you can imagine, it sounds crazy,
And like I'm going to say again, man, it's so fucking crazy. That's part of the reason they're getting away with it, because no one can believe how crazy it is. So, and I'm going to just tell you right now and back it up with evidence. So they would get 10,000, actually it's 11,000 per positive COVID case in a lot of hospitals in the US. Over 50,000 if they got incubated, because they basically knew that they were going to kill them. But even if I don't think they necessarily had to die to get paid that. So I'm talking about $11,000, and you can look this up yourself, and I'll provide. Oh man, please don't make me go back and look at it. I'm just telling you, I have it, and I know it's real. $11,000 to just have a positive COVID case submitted into your hospital, and approximately, it was like 49 or something like that, approximately $50,000 if that patient became intubated. Got so sick that they decided they wanted to intubate them. Basically, shove a plastic tube down their throat.
Yeah, aren't you referring to what the hospital is charging for the treatment?
Yeah.
Or are you saying that that's what the hospitals are getting from the government?
They're getting that. Yeah, this money is not being paid from the patient.
But they're private businesses, these hospitals. They're not.
Well, that's disturbing in its own
They're private companies, right? Like, and so the Medicare system would be.
Okay. I don't know how it works exactly, but this has come out. Like, these hospitals got a shitload of money if they claimed that they had COVID patients, and got an incredible amount of money if they got someone under their wing by intubating them and giving them the full course of treatment, so to speak. That's a real thing. I didn't come up with this on some conspiracy website. That happened. And I think that's done.
I mean, with all due respect, I need some supporting evidence for that,
Well, those files that I saved are on my backup hard drive, because I had to save room on my current laptop. But if you want, I'll just jump on the internet, and I probably could pull it up in 30 seconds. Shall I?
If you would like to, sure.
Well, I don't want to, but I also don't like people telling me that facts I know aren't real. But I don't need to be provided with backup. I don't need you to pat me on the back. I'm just saying that's what is. All I'm trying to do is warn people. But I don't need you to pat me on the back. But I also respect you in your own research. But
no, I just want to understand exactly what sort of thing you're talking about, because you've got private hospitals, and say they have a COVID patient come in and they treat them. Then what, do they send a bill then to the government?
Yeah, I'm not sure how it works. I think a lot of it is government money, but it's a good question.
Okay, well, if it's just to sort of help the health system take care of people, then I don't know. And the whole US health system
has a lot to do. Do you remember that conspiracy with Cuomo in the US? He's from, I think he was the governor of New York, and he's since resigned. And there's this huge controversy over him and old people dying in the COVID in 2021, supposedly from COVID, in hospitals. Or older people's homes, old people's homes, they call them. Do you remember that, or did you hear about that? It was a huge controversy.
I've vaguely heard something, about that.
Yeah.
Wasn't it some mismanagement of the treatment or something? I don't know.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so it's kind of in that like realm of scandal, but it was massive. I will find it for you. I'll stop talking if you want, and then I will find this. If anyone's listening, remind me how I could find this, because I know I have the article saved. I'm just wondering. My COVID folders are so large now. Sometimes I don't even know what to search for. It's crazy.
Yeah, I mean, like, I'm not like trying to doubt what you're saying. I'm just trying to get a little bit more specific information. Okay. Like, maybe what you're talking about is some sort of government program to help fund the costs of treating COVID patients. You know, and maybe that's what it is. Some sort of subsidy.
It's within that realm, yeah. Possible subsidy. I wish I could provide us more information, but yeah, it's within those realms. But I just remember
that makes sense. That makes some sort of sense, yeah.
Well, yeah,
because in the US, you guys don't have public health cover, so like, yeah, if you don't have Medicare or whatever it is that over there, then like you've got to buy your own healthcare, right? And if you get sick or go to the hospital or anything, it's really expensive, right?
Totally, yeah. And there's like crazy health insurance organizations where people are like covered by health insurance and stuff. And
yeah,
so
I can't believe how expensive healthcare is for you guys.
It's insane. I'm actually personally in Canada. I'm not in the US, but it's like
okay, yeah. Well, your system is very similar to mine, so you and me have got it good.
Yeah, we're closer to each other than in the US, actually, I think.
Yeah, Canada and Australia are very, very similar. Yeah,
I know. Because we're both under the crown, right?
That's right. Yeah.
Okay, hold on. I'm at this one. I'm at InfoWars right now, and I searched in hospitals, and it's going back to a year now, so I should be able to find that. What a couple of years. This is historical. I hope in the future humans will come back and be like, wow, that was incredible that happened. Now we're going back here. All the empty hospitals when they pretended they were full. That was a hoax. I remember watching these videos in the beginning of the so-called pandemic, and there would be like local news, so not even like federal or whatever your mainstream news is, like your local city news would be like, oh, our hospitals are inundated with COVID deaths. And then because I knew about this because people started a trend and then sent around the internet saying it's not real. And people would speed down to their local hospital and take videos and put them online. And then it would be like, prove that all the lineups were unreal, were not actually even real or happening. And then people started, and then once that sped out of control, people caught reporters hiring random people in the street, like giving them money to just drive around in circles around the hospital. It's unbelievable. Anyway, I can't find this video, dude, but it's
okay, dude.
The hospitals made a lot of money off of the sickness, and like the hospitals are obviously in cahoots with the drug agencies who you can't trust. Like the head of FDA is basically one of the heads of Pfizer, who owns a decent chunk of CNN. So it's like, what else do you need to know? You know what I mean? I can't find that stuff right now, but it's very real. I do have it saved. I'll pull it up one day in my archive of crazy COVID history.
It must be what we said earlier about the government subsidized program for all those people in the States that don't have healthcare insurance, but need treatment. You know, so they go to the hospital,
genuine.
they can get the treatment, and instead of getting a bill that's going to bankrupt them, they send the bill to the government.
I think it must have been something like that.
But only for treating COVID. If the person's sick with
so it makes
something
sense.
else, then
the more COVID patients you got, the more money that the hospital would get, and then it begs the question: well, who's getting that money? You know. And
well, yeah, the hospital, because the hospital's a business, and every person they treat, they charge them an incredible amount of money. And if that person doesn't have any insurance, then the hospital's not going to get any of that money because the person can't pay. And that's why the government stepped in to fill that gap.
Right. And I think, I'm really glad we're on the same page on that. So it's something along those lines. And I think all hospitals have some kind of insurance fluidity financially, because I think that's how they can pay for like serious car accidents and other emergencies, you know. Like if you get in a car accident, you obviously are not going to be like, well, here's my health card, you know what I mean? And so they have backup plans.
But you'll still get a bill, right, after the treatment.
Well, maybe right, finished. Yeah. Like I said, I don't live in the U.S. I don't know how it works down there, but it's weird. But man, that thing is very real. I wish I could freaking find that. I almost, I'm in the middle of having a conversation with you and wanting to find this shit.
I think we've gotten to the point anyway that it's just about subsidizing hospitals because they're.
I will stop looking, and they're subsidizing hospitals. But imagine this. What did we even start talking about that beforehand with or for? It was.
Well, people in the States, the Democrats, some, they've been trying to get, public health cover for years, right? But the politicians keep blocking it, keep stopping it from happening. I mean, I remember there was a bill that came up, right, that was a bill to do with drug pricing and like the forcing the pharmaceutical companies to sell the drugs at a fair price to I don't know, the different states or whatever. And this bill came up in Congress, and I think what's his name, Bernie Sanders, was one of the people that voted against it. So it's crazy. Like all these, most of the people in the country want public health cover, but none of the politicians want to give it to them.
You know what's so funny about that? Like you laughed a second ago. Bernie Sanders was supposedly the huge communist of the Democratic Party, and so you're like, well, let's take some free health care, which I think a lot of the reason why the Republicans fight it is because it is a little communistic. I don't know why he did that, but that is funny. I didn't know that also, but. He's a goner now. He's not even in the
popular too. Apparently, 70% or 75% of Republicans support public health care, and 85% of Democrats support public health care. So,
they just passed a bill down there just days ago, and 80% of the Senate Republicans signed or agreed to it. I don't know what the future of that bill is, but I mean, and it was about, I think it was healthcare, but I mean, man, that whole idea of Republicans versus Democrats, those days are over, man. It's what's it like down there in Australia? I don't know.
Well, you've got your public health system, right? So you got your public hospitals and your doctor. You can just go to the doctor, and if you're on government benefits, then you have a concession, so you see the doctor for free, and then your prescriptions, you pay $5 or $6 each to fill the prescription. And if you're working, then you have to pay a little bit more for the doctor consultation and for your scripts. But there's also private health cover, which you can choose to buy if you want to have that. But if you don't have private health care cover, then you have to pay a certain tax every year. But if you have private health care cover, then you don't have to pay that tax. But private health care here in Australia for a good plan is only $2,000 a year, maybe $2,000 to $5,000 a year, and that's for the best cover you can get.
That's a considerable amount, though, isn't it?
But if you use it for because it includes a lot of extras like massage and physical therapy, psychology and therapy treatments, all sorts of extras, they call them, that you can use up. So
I'm calling that bullshit. To me, it sounds like a bunch of shit I don't need.
Yeah, you don't actually need it because the public system is there and it's good enough. But if you want a sort of next level of comfort, and if you go to the hospital for a knee surgery or something, instead of being in a room with 8 other people, you'll have your own suite and all that sort of thing. That's the difference.
Just enhanced therapy or whatever you want to call that.
Yeah, it's just like first class in the in a plane, right?
Oh, I see. Yeah.
It's like first class.
I will say that I've never experienced it. I'd rather just take the lower class and keep my money. I want to fly second class.
Well, yeah. You'll pay a little bit in taxes every year, but it's worth it. It's a really good system. Well, it works well here anyway.
Cool. Well, the whole freaking thing. I want you to know that I used to date an Australian girl. I dated her for a few years, and I also like to pay attention about other countries in the world, and I know kind of what Australia is like, and Australia isn't what it's supposed to be like right now since COVID, correct?
What do you mean?
Well, what I mean is I'm seeing cops beating people on the beaches, coming into people's homes who are talking about anti-COVID rhetoric, protesters getting arrested, people being threatened with vaccinations or coerced, stuff like that.
Well, those are very COVID-specific stories.
Those are COVID-specific stories, but yeah, I guess the only way I'm kind of looking at these days, everything's kind of COVID-specific, politically at least, because that seems to be their main drive. You know what I mean? Political drive. It is here in Canada. It's huge in the States. It is in Europe. Yeah, it's obviously in Europe, man. I keep my ear close to the ground. I know Australia is in big trouble right now. There's people sending out SOS signals from Australia saying, we need help from anyone because we're in trouble from our government. It's pretty scary shit.
Yeah, well, I think people should deal with it what I'm going to do, right, is I'm going to get in contact with my local member of parliament, right, my local representatives. I'm going to go directly to them and sit down and discuss it with them, talk to them about it, and see where it goes from there. And I think if everyone who was concerned did that, then it could be it could be discussed by the politicians and on the media and in the media a little bit more.
Well, I have 2 points to make on that really quickly in response to that, and I agree with you. Number one, I think it's without using the word naive, I don't think it's going to do anything. Number two, the reason why is because, and now this is where like your awesomeness comes in, because I've never done that, and I should, and I might start. I need to start going to my local politicians and my provincial and maybe federal politicians and start making raising my voice.
Well, what you said just then about thinking that it's not going to make any difference, that's what they've got us all convinced of. And that's why people don't call their local member of parliament, send them a letter and tell them about the things that they disagree with, and that they want that representative to then go forward to the parliament and bring it up and argue it for you. You know,
you're absolutely right. And I guess I worded that wrong. I didn't mean I was afraid to, or that you'd be naive to even try it. I guess if I could rephrase my point, it would just be more that we're already in big trouble here, and that should have happened like a year ago. And now it's a lot more intense. But yeah, that doesn't mean we shouldn't go do it tomorrow. You're right. Yeah. And then now my ignorance comes into play now. I don't even... Oh, sorry, go on.
Yeah, I was just going to say, this is the system we have. This is the way it works, right? We vote these people to go and represent us, and we need to communicate to them and let them know when things are going on that we disagree with. And if they get inundated with phone calls and letters from people in their district where they're supposed to represent, then they're going to go to the next meeting of Parliament and they're going to bring it up. They're going to say to everyone else there that I'm getting letters and calls nonstop from my constituents asking me, why are we mandating this vaccination stuff and this mask stuff? This is wrong. Right.
I know. Well, you would think, but I mean, what about the corruption? I'm not saying you're wrong at all, because I have a point to make about that. I guess I'll make it right now, but my second question, which I'll wait for your answer for, is people already know that, and the government just plows through anyway. But like in Canada, this is my first point, and then I'm done, is that, you know, that popular philosopher or author, you can call him Jordan Peterson from Canada? Yes, he's pretty... Yeah, he's pretty well known for a variety of reasons. He came out in a video just like a week or two ago. He's like, I just got off the phone with one of the major Canadian policymakers, and he told me that we make all our policies based off what the people tell us. So meaning like, and he was talking about COVID. So it had nothing to do with any of the science behind COVID or anything like that. He's basically just... He said the politician guy told him, he's just like, whatever they pressure us to do, we'll do. And I'm just like, whoa. He was too. Yeah. Yeah, so that's exactly what you were kind of saying there, where you're like, well, hey, maybe you need to put your foot down and step foot in that court of law in your local government or whatever, right? Because according to Jordan Peterson, whoever his little friend is that he's talking about, was like, well, we're only listening to Canadian people. We're not even following science. Are you there, Rand?
Yeah. And I guess that's the power of public opinion, you know, like.
Totally. I think maybe I think it's time I put my foot down, you know? I hate that it got to this point, but I mean, like, do I actually have to go to my local government? No, like, I probably should have been doing this already, but I mean, really? Like,
yeah, and I think that's one of the things that, like, I've argued with a lot of people about this, and that's like, with the government, like in a democracy where the public votes for their leadership, the people to manage, everything in society. It's if those people aren't actively participating in politics, and by that I mean, contacting their local member, telling them what they think about anything and everything that's going on, then those representatives, then they can just do whatever they want. You know what I mean? Like if the people aren't participating in the politics, then the people that want to will, and they will get their way.
Yeah, and they will run amok.
Yeah, and that's what's happened. They've got so many people just like whatever that now they can just do whatever they want, and
that's such a key point. Hey man, I gotta tell you, dude, like I've actually never been so inspired to do this until this moment right now. You know Alex Jones, right?
Yeah.
I've been listening to the guy for years, and I really like the guy. I've been listening to like a lot of his information over the years. And he's like, go for your local government, at least attend the meetings, go do that, run for local government, blah blah blah. And I was like,
you got to participate. That's right.
Yeah, he's totally right about that. And I was always just like, you know what? I knew, I kind of felt like I was being a bit of a pussy, excuse my, whatever. But I was just like, I don't know, that's not for me, blah, blah, blah. But, it's kind of gotten to the point where I'm just like, well, nobody else around here is doing this. I'm just like, really? Do I have to be the one to at least say something? I guess so. And now I'm like, the more I talk to people, I feel more confident. And I realize how little people know. And I'm like, damn, if I got my best facts together with me, printed it all out in the paperwork and brought there in a big paper binder of facts, if I needed to even use it. And I could just be like, yo, listen to this. And then just busted out the facts and told them how they can't infringe on our rights anymore. Maybe that would work. Actually.
Yeah, if you can make a clear, successful argument to people, then if what you're saying makes sense and is logical and is a good argument, then hopefully they'll believe you, and you'll get support. People will, yeah.
Thanks for the encouragement. Well, it wouldn't even be that hard to get them to believe me because I'm only coming with facts. But I guess they still might not believe
that's the thing. That's why you always be very careful about what you claim, because as long as you can back any one of your claims with evidence straight away, clear and unambiguous evidence, then don't make the claim in the first place.
Yeah, I know.
If the support for a claim is ambiguous or based on interpreting something a certain way, then you're better off just not making the claim.
You're right about that. Yeah, and I think I did that a couple times tonight with COVID, but I knew damn sure I knew what I was talking about, but you're right. It was harder to back it up than it was to make the claim.
It's about making it so that other people or your audience doesn't have a reason to write you off. You know what I mean? Because if you give them a reason, if you give them a signal of some kind that makes them just be able to just write you off,
a signal of weakness, almost.
They'll stop listening to everything that you're saying.
Yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah. So it's almost a presentation that
triggers their alarm that, this guy's a conspiracy theorist. As soon as you've done that, they're not going to listen to anything else you say, or they're going to be anti whatever you say, no matter what. You know what I mean?
I do know exactly what you mean. Yeah. I agree. Yeah, you're right about that. Which just basically just says, which is, you gotta have your argument 100% solid You have your points on front. You have to be familiar with them, and if need be, you have your notes in front of you, and you just handle that situation. Yep, I completely agree.
Yeah,
That's
so
my
I'm
problem
interested to
with.
see what my local government person is going to say when I ask why is there this mandate of why am I restricted from going into a pub, for instance? Why
Yeah.
is that illegal?
Well, that's the main thing that pissed
and
me off, dude. I wasn't able to go into a pub anymore because I wasn't vaccinated, and I'm just
yeah,
like, what? And so I'm allowed in
yeah.
two places: the grocery store to buy food. Well, I guess three: the liquor store and then the hardware store. And I'm like, sweet. Well, what am I supposed to do with that? Go buy a bunch of shit and then go home? Like, yeah, I know you get me, man. You get me. You get everyone. We all get each other. It's crazy. So, I'm thinking about upping my ante, dude. Maybe we should go to a local government. Maybe it's time. I think it's fucking time, actually. Enough of this shit. This has been going on for 2 years now. 2
Well, I think
years.
about it sort of like, like you can't complain about something that you're not trying to
Exactly.
do
Yeah.
something
Well,
about,
I'd
you
be
know what I
bitching
mean?
and complaining if I didn't
Yeah,
even
like
do anything. You mean,
if
yeah.
if you're not participating in the system, then you can't criticize it, because
Yeah. You're right,
yeah,
man. You're right. I don't want to pretend like I've been like well, I guess I have been, but like, in a way, I kind of have been a participant, but I've been like a very intelligent participant. But I will say I've never been much of like a warrior. I think maybe I should become one.
yeah, well, yeah,
You in Australia, man. Yeah. If I was in Australia, I'd be more pressed to do that. We're not too far away. We're both under the crown, right?
yeah.
So
I was thinking about that the other day. Like, I can't believe that we still have this royal family. Like
unbelievable, hey? Ever since I learned about that, like 15 years ago or more, I was just like, how is this fucking possible? I was like, literally on my money. Like, I have a $20 bill and there's like the Queen of England on it. I'm like, really? Like, what? It's crazy.
yeah.
Even our coins.
There's just no one family of people that deserve to be treated like gods.
I'd be
mean,
embarrassed if my face was on a coin. Like, Jesus. I don't like it when someone even takes a photograph of me, let alone being printed on money. Like, it should be embarrassing. They should be ashamed of themselves. That says a lot to say, like, how arrogant they are about their opinion of their position in this world. You know, they're not even British or German. They're from like East Europe, from like what used to be known as Transylvania. It's crazy.
who cares where they're even from? I don't
I
even care.
know. I know. I totally agree. But the point is, they come off with these like British royalty people, and that's not even who they are. Like, the whole thing is a complete fraud. And in the U.S. and everything, they have like the Federal Reserve with all their fake money. It's all fake with the Rothschilds and the Rockefellers. It's all fake. The whole thing, it's just fucking fake. It's crazy. And now they hate humans and they want to take over the world. They want to own the entire global currency, eliminate 90% of the population, and they're just fucking crazy people. It's basically what's going on. It's insane. I don't know. It's just weird. It's weird and crazy is what it is. I'm gonna go, man. Unless you have some awesome points to make.
Yeah, I'm good.
What else is going on in Australia? Are you sure you don't have any other points to make, man? You guys are in a gnarly situation down there. Soon to hit Canada.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't really watch the news too much. I don't really watch it at all, actually.
Well, yeah, me neither. I haven't had TV in over 10 years, but I mean, I spent a lot of time on the internet. I'm imagining you might.
It just makes me too angry when I watch it, just because it's so fucking full of shit.
Well, me too. Oh man, but the worst is when I see videos of Australians up against the cops. That really pisses me off.
Oh yeah.
Damn, man, that's crazy. Because that's coming to Canada, man. It already makes me viciously angry. I can't imagine if that happened like down the street to me. Well, to be honest, then I'd be more afraid than anything. But I'm already angry.
Well, yeah, that's why I want to go and go to my politicians. Go to the people that are supposed to represent me, and get some answers. Get some answers from them, because sometimes I'll be chilling back watching some television, and the ads will come on, and there's these government ads that are running that are like, get vaxxed, so we can have our freedoms back,
Damn.
Come on, do your part,
Yeah, that sucks.
Do it for your grandmother and your Uncle Bob and your little niece, fucking what's her name?
Do you guys get those cell phone notifications from the government? Been like, COVID outbreak, letting you know in your area. Do you guys get those? I've had one of those.
Well, over here they've created this app that everywhere you go, you've got to fucking scan a barcode at the front door of the.
I know.
I
know that. Does everyone? Do you have that?
Your every move, and if you don't do it, apparently you can get fined.
What do you mean? Apparently, so you yourself decided to get it?
Well, if you go to, say, the grocery store, and you go in to buy some groceries, and you don't log in the app and scan the barcode when you enter, then you can be fined.
Let me ask you a question. How does that process work? So, are you allowed to enter the store and put products in the cart at least first?
No, at the front door when you enter the building, there's those QR codes.
Is it like basically a robot?
Code. No, there's a QR code on a poster at the front of the store, at the front door, and you scan that with your smartphone.
What happens if you don't scan it?
If you don't scan it, then apparently you can be fined.
Holy shit, dude.
Yeah.
Dude, I know this is part of the reason I'm talking to you about this, man. This is more serious than... Man, we can talk for hours. This is more serious than people understand. This is bad. Dude, and I know it's same in Canada. It's a little, I think the method is a little different, but you're not allowed in any restaurant or bar or club or get your hair cut or anything like that without it. I don't even know how it works because I'm refusing it.
Personally, I think what's going to happen is you're going to have a whole lot of businesses that just let people in that haven't, got any proof.
Why would you say that? What makes you think that? Because
the question is, are the police are they going to go around just doing random checks of every restaurant,
I think it's just
every pub, every bar, and just be checking, and then if they find that business or that pub has let, say, a couple of unvaccinated people in and let them drink there, what happens then? Do they fine the business? They probably will. They'll probably fine the business a huge fine
if
for
they
letting.
identify them in the first place. But yeah, but you know what's going to take? They're going to have to identify them first, like you said, and then you're right, and they won't be able to identify them all. But eventually, you know what? I think it's a fear-based thing. They raise the fine so high, a business will be like, well. If we catch you not checking every single person, $10,000 fine.
The business will do the police's job.
Exactly. Yep. I've read them online. I have these articles saved. They start out with a small fine, which is very high but somewhat reasonable, and then the second one is just stupid high. So you know, any business will probably just go along with it just out of fear, you know? And like individuals too, they're doing this with like Australia now and or Austria and Germany. Australians now have to be vaccinated or get fined for going out to do like other than just basic things like going to the grocery store and nothing else. And it starts small and then the next fine is huge. And part of me thinks that that's just, well, number one, that's a huge fear tactic. Number two, most people don't have that money, and so you can't pay the government fine, so you go to jail. You know.
Well, that's why I just thought of this. I just thought of imagine the story of a restaurant owner who allows some unvaccinated customers to come into their store.
Mm-hmm.
Now, for some reason, the police come and do a random check of every person in the restaurant to verify whether they're vaccinated or not. And they find that there's 2 customers that are unvaccinated.
Guys, hold on one second. Sorry to interrupt. First of all, good morning. Gio doesn't really want the V or the Mexican beer flu talk, really, because we're on YouTube. So I'm so sorry. We're not trying to like impede anyone's free speech or anything, but just this one certain topic. You really doesn't want
we can use code words.
We're not censored. It's just
we can use code words.
Use code words or something. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, you're just saying the V word over. I'm like, oh my god.
Oh,
yeah, please.
Yeah.
Wait. Okay. Does V word mean needle V or bug V?
Well, just use like jab for the you know the thing or I don't know, something else for the, like you got to use something because
we'll call it VAB. And
is it the V word or the C word? That's
all of it, like all of it.
Don't you see where this goes, man?
It's because it's YouTube. They're
okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So let's call it VAB and
we'll call it tomato soup. All right. So
which one? We have 2 things. Which one?
So
which one's mushroom soup?
Let me just finish my story.
We'll figure it out. Thanks.
You've got the 2 people in the restaurant that are drinking tomato soup, okay?
Yeah.
And the police come in and they say, well, hey, these 2 people are drinking tomato soup. And why? And they go to the owner, why did you let them into your restaurant to, when you know that they were, drinking tomato soup?
Right.
And the owner says, and say he gets fined or something, and then he decides to challenge that fine. He goes to court, okay, and he argues that, that this is completely illogical and there's no logical reason or reasoning behind these rules, these laws, and
right.
so the judge agrees, and a precedent is set, and or you turn it into, like a human interest story from the side of the business owner, and say that that the government wants to shut this local businessman's business down because he's allowed people who like tomato soup to come into his restaurant.
Well, exactly. That's the whole thing. But it's already happened. Like up here in Canada, there was like, this is old news now, 6 months ago maybe or something like that. Over in somewhere in Ontario, there was this business or restaurant owner. I think he sold meat mostly and stuff. I can't remember exactly what the restaurant was for. And he was like, "No, we're not doing this. Like, this is BS. And we're not going to do it." And so he continued to serve the customers, regardless of whether or not whether or not they would wear the moth. And then, so a lot of the customers wouldn't wear the moth, and yeah, because this is before the tomato soup, and then the police came and all the customers, the patriots, came and supported him, and there was like 30 or 40 cops that showed up and like 10 horses, like horse riding cops. The RCMP in Canada, it's kind of ridiculous. They came there and they arrested the shit out of him. It's to make a point more than anything. So that's way on the East Coast, just above New York a little bit to the west. So boom, way back over now on the West Coast. You're in Alberta in Canada now, second province on the west side, right next to British Columbia. The second biggest city in Alberta, Calgary. A pastor, so a church priest, basically, was not allowed by provincial rules to allow a certain amount of people to come into his building without wearing the moths, and or having the mushroom soup. And I don't know how they got wind of it, but his very small organization within his church got completely, for lack of better words, I'm sorry, I'm kind of tired right now, SWAT teamed by the police, basically, and they arrested him, and there's video of him getting arrested, and he got taken out, and you can watch it online, it's online, and they take him out of the church, and he's just like, "You guys are Nazis," and blah, 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 and then they haul him away. They eventually have to give him away, legally speaking, and I think they did it again, and then I think the third time, they pull his vehicle over when he's not even in church, on the highway, on like one of the main Calgaries of Calgary, which I've driven on many times. And they pull him over and they end up dragging him across the road into the cop car simply for holding a church session for people without using the mushroom soup rules, which is pretty crazy. And that happened in Western Canada. And then look at everything that's happening in Eastern Canada. So yeah, yep. There you go there. Pretty weird. His name is, I can't remember his name right now. I could pull it up, but you could find it easy enough. Actually, it happened to several pastors in Alberta at the same time, but this one wasn't particularly popularized on the internet. So, I can't remember his name right now, but you could find it. So if you praise the Lord, oh, sorry, what?
All right, I'm back.
Oh, hi.
I've got new internet speeds. I'm ready to go.
Awesome, cool. We've just been censored. We're only allowed to use words like mushroom and tomato soup, and things like that.
Call it needlecraft.
Okay. Now I think that's too. It's too disturbing. You can't use the N word.
But it's not a banned word.
That doesn't matter. We don't give a shit what you say. You'll do what. Okay. I think tomato soup, because it's red, could mean blood. I don't know. I don't want to play this game. Whatever.
Let's just be clever and avoid.
Well, it's nice, but I mean, I saw other people be like, oh, I talk about this on Discord, but I guess it's like on YouTube, it's streamed, but I don't give a shit about that either. But
No, what it is if you say this stuff, if you say the truth, you get censored and you get called crazy.
Yeah.
And then your channel gets shut down sometimes.
Huh. To all these channel owners who are afraid of this stuff, you know what I would say? I'd be a hell of a lot more worried about you owning that channel in the first place than one of your members saying a wrong word.
You've got to understand. We can't go on Facebook and threaten to kill people because that's the town square.
Nobody threatened anyone.
If you run around the town square threatening to kill people, eventually
but nobody ever did that.
Someone will turn up eventually and try and stop you.
Yeah, but nobody ever threatened anyone. We were having a very civil conversation.
But it's the same idea. If you say stuff that offends people.
Yeah, I know.
I'm all for truth, but we have to select which truth we speak about on which channels.
Okay, yeah, and I'm not here to make a big point either about it. But up in Canada, you remember we were talking about Jordan Peterson?
I'm saying, chill out. We can discuss whatever we want. Just avoid the hot words.
Absolutely. Okay, yeah, I'm not making a big deal out of it either. Yeah, I understand. Yeah.
I'm here to help. What shall we discuss? What can I help with?
How can I help you today, sir?
Yeah.
Awesome. Hey, man, can I pour a quick drink for myself and meet you within the minute, sir?
Please do.
Okay.
I could be your spiritual healer, your counselor, your psychologist, your Buddha, your Christ. I can be your God. I can answer questions.
I'm available for the same roles too.
We can help each other.
Yes, Don is a versatile individual.
I didn't. What do I need help with? Maybe I'll start. Alternative revenue streams. I need help with that, but that can be a bit boring. Maybe I'll think of something more interesting.
Very good time to buy some crypto right now if you've got a little bit of money to put aside.
Yeah.
While the market's down.
I've been cloud mining Shibcoin, but it's very low value. Losing interest, but every 24 hours I click the button and I get 24 Shibcoin. Maybe it will blow up to the moon.
Is it worth more than the electricity you're using?
Yeah, it's cloud mining, so someone else must be paying on some server somewhere in the world. I have no idea where or who.
But isn't your computer's processing power being used?
No, it's in the cloud, so my phone just clicks on to the website and retrieves.
I've got one of those websites where I go and I just click every hour or so and you get free coins and they equate to Bitcoin. And if I fill out surveys or if I watch videos on a certain website, I accrue points and I can cash them in and I can almost make $1 a day just by, watching some videos on the side while I'm doing other stuff.
Yeah, that's pretty good. Mine's literally nothing. It's been about 2 weeks and I think I've made 20 cents. And most of that is from one free other coin, nothing to do with the shibs.
Well, I'll tell you the one I'm in. I'm with it's Coin to Ply, like COINTIPLY, and I open that website up every morning when I turn the computer on, log in, go to the faucet and then click on the spin the wheel type thing. Number comes up, and you win a certain amount of points, and then I click on this other website that's linked to it. That all I have to do is just watch videos. So I've got it running right now on one of the other pages, and throughout the day, it'll accrue a certain amount of points depending on the number of ads that run. And at the end of the day, I'll just cash in those points, and it equates to about 60 or 70 US cents a day just by running that.
Like, how much processing speed does it slow your computer down?
Well, it's just running a shitty quality video stream.
Yeah, see, I couldn't do that on my main computer, and I'm making music or whatever. It would take some of the power.
Oh, okay.
But I guess
it's just like low bandwidth. It's
like
not
watching YouTube all day.
high-res videos or anything.
I guess if I got paid 60 cents for leaving YouTube playing all day long, maybe I'd do it too. Yeah.
Yeah, I've got a couple of monitors, so I just pop it over on another monitor and just keep the corner of my eye on it, because every couple of hours or every certain amount of time it'll stop and it'll go, "Are you still there?" And you've got to click on the box. And if you don't, obviously it's just not doing anything until you click it.
So I know nothing about it, but I agree. Now is the time to try and learn about crypto. If you can master it and make some free cash, then that's good.
Yeah, and the latest product in the crypto world is something called NFTs. I don't know much about them, but all I know is that it's the hottest, newest thing, and people are fucking making unbelievable amounts of money from getting into it right now. So do some research into it, look it up. NFTs, non-fungible tokens, I believe is what they are. And they're supposed to represent collectibles or art, something like that. They're
somehow
each one's unique.
It's like a GIF or digital art. It could be any art, but it works best with small digital art.
Right.
And then you buy it with Bitcoin, I guess. People then sell that Bitcoin to make real cash, and you own that bit of art. So if the meme blows up in the future, or if people want to come and look at that GIF, they have to go through you. And then you can trade them and stuff.
Yeah. Because a whole bunch of them have exploded over the last year or so, and there's a whole shitload more coming out every day now, I think.
It feels like it's already been saturated. But if you were unique enough with your art,
early days. So there's still opportunities. Yeah,
sure.
Yeah, I want to look into it a little bit further.
I think something really unique, even if it's digital art, is still worth value.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
You could get lucky, you know? Could get something really cheap now that just blows up. You never know. It's got to give yourself a chance at least. So
you just conceptualize something crazy like Pepe the Frog zooming on a Willy rocket, and you see it all in this GIF, and it zooms up Trump's bum, goes through his body, and you see loads of weird stuff, and then it comes out of his mouth and blasts around. Then someone could make that into the perfect GIF and sell it for 100 Bitcoin or £100 of Bitcoin.
I think the concept's already been done. You ever seen that South Park episode with that squirrel thing that does something as you just described?
I'm thinking something like that. That's the sort of thing I'm thinking. Brand new. Like, something that's only 10 seconds long and you just watch it, but it still blows your mind. So that's got to have value.
I like Trump. I'm okay with anal videos about him, making fun of him, but I mean, I like the guy. I really do.
I'm just trying to picture crazy meme meta meaning in an NFT, what it would be.
Oh, in an NFT for meaning like non-fungible funds or whatever that is. Yeah.
Token.
Digital art that you buy and save, keep.
I don't know if that's possible because I don't know if you can do that with any public footage.
No,
I don't know if you can do that.
Full animation, but it's got so many weird visuals that it blows your mind, and other people like say, "Have you seen this GIF yet?" And
I think right. I totally understand and go viral, yeah, and then you sell it. I think that ship has sailed. That NFT ship, I believe that sailed. Everyone knows now. It's basically like a crypto scam, right?
Yeah, that's what I was saying. I'm suspicious that it's saturated, and now anything digital is an NFT.
Yeah, the first people who thought of it, that was pretty clever. But I can't see that being a continual trend.
That's what I'm saying. It's got to be really unique and special.
It would have to be damn good. Yeah, exactly. Yeah,
it's got to be that good that you say to your mate, "Man, you've got to see this GIF."
Yeah, like a picture of Trump on the Lido Express next to Epstein with his hand over his shoulder.
Oh my god! Yeah, we could sell some of.
You could sell the shit out of that NFT.
We could make into NFTs. Yeah.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, so here you go. So hire one of these guys that have some of this illegal footage, divide it up into 100 pieces, and sell them each for $10,000. Boom. You know what? I didn't just say that.
Great idea.
I didn't just say that. I was just riffing, playing games.
We've got 6 pieces so far, but we can't quite tell who he's with. This sort of thing. We have to collect the pieces.
Have you guys seen that picture of what's that frickin' director's name? He's the guy who did Kill Bill. What's his name again?
Tarantino.
Yeah, Tarantino. Did you guys see that picture of him? He's licking some like person's foot, but you can only see his face in the foot. But it looks exactly like all the same airplane seating as like other pictures from the Lido Express. I mean, he was also in it. I know.
His producer was Weinstein, who almost fully fell, but managed to half still stand. And Tarantino did his best to detach himself. He gave up that. He said, "I'm not working with him again," and Hollywood has been very strange to me, and I do my best to stay separate. And he tried to.
All right.
He tried to, but.
Yeah, do you believe that's because he was afraid of being complicit in the project, or he actually legitimately thought it was disgusting?
Oh, maybe both. Maybe he was trying to de-implicate himself.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I wonder about that. Because like all that stuff about Trump now, how he's supposedly on one of those flights. You have to wonder, like, does everyone go on it when you're rich? Or
if you're at the highest level, I think you do. Even if you don't know what's on there, you might end up sitting on there.
I think that's kind of how it works. Like if I was in like a $1 billion person club and I was just surrounded by billionaires all day long, I think eventually you would run into those people who are,
with Trump, I tend to think he is another puppet and he has done bad stuff. But generally, when he was in his position, he was at least fighting against some of the same evil that we believe in.
Yeah. I don't know about that first part you made. I think you're right. You're right. We can't prove it right now, can we? But I like to believe he's on the good side of the world.
I try to, even if he's done bad stuff.
Mm-hmm.
I think in the Great War, War, he tried to make moves for us. A few.
Yeah, even if he did do bad stuff in the past, if he did good stuff in the future, that's still something to support in a way. I mean, like, if you can change the world to do good things, even if you have done bad, that doesn't mean we're not going to call you out later for your bad stuff. But I mean, we'll definitely take advantage of your ability to do good things right now. I mean, I wish the world.
People say Trump's related or linked to Tesla, and
yeah. Do you know about
QAnon.
that whole like time traveling thing and all that?
Kennedy's son. Maybe Trump was linked to Kennedy's son, and they're all in like a special group, trying to fight back or whatever.
I don't know. You ever heard about all that that book that came out from like the 1880s about like this time traveler called Trump? And it's crazy. I can't even remember it all right now, but like when I read it, it was like, you gotta be fucking kidding me. It's like some guy from the 1800s wrote this book about basically about Donald Trump and his son. Oh yeah, and their son is the exact same name. What's his name? What's Donald Trump's son's name? I can't remember. It's called Barron Trump. That's it. Yeah. As far as I remember, some guy wrote some book in the 1800s called with this one character called Barron Trump, who is like some time traveler, and then his dad became like a president. Like, you can't, dude, I'm serious. Like, you look it up, it's freaking crazy.
I've heard New Agers say that Trump is Saint Germain reincarnated. So like
maybe
a New Age angel into gold and riches.
But we have a book written in the 1800s about a time traveler called Trump, which is pretty insane. Like, and it's even crazier. I haven't read the actual book because it's probably pretty long, but I've read all like the scripts and parts that people have taken out of it. Dude, it's freaking crazy. Also, have you seen that clip from The Simpsons back in like, I think it was maybe 2004 or something like that, and Lisa is already the president, and she's wearing the exact same dress and necklace as Kamala Harris wore, and then they're like, now that we're having to overcome the policies of President Trump, and it's like 2004. It's like, why would how could they do that? It's so crazy.
Are you talking about Baron Trump's Marvelous Underground Journey?
Is that the title of the episode?
I think so. That's what I'm looking up now. Yeah.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know the name of the episode, but it's Lisa is the president of the United States, and there's a scene in that where she's like, now that we're having to deal with the President Trump, like, obviously Donald Trump. So it's not that crazy because like he had talked about running for presidency, but like years before he actually did run, because most people don't want to remember how successful of like a businessman he actually was.
Snopes says mostly true.
Oh, it's absolutely true. I've seen the clips. It's a Simpsons episode from like 2004 or 5, I think. Yeah, Lisa is the president, and she's talking about President Trump.
1800s, talking about time travel or Trump, mostly true.
Play it right now, like the video, so everyone can hear it. They also predicted 9/11, but 1 or 2 years before the event. They also predicted COVID as well.
Yeah, there was a screenshot from Captain America, right? The first movie, where they've got images and things on like Times Square.
Oh, Times Square, New York?
Yeah, where it shows like something about like a play with like a mask, something to do with like Phantom of the Opera. There was a Broadway called like The Mask or something like that.
Oh, no.
Was, like, a 2-for-1 Corona beer sale, and then there was.
Oh, really? That's interesting. I don't know about that one. That's crazy. Please like DM me that one or post it. The one I was talking about was there's this episode of The Simpsons several years before actual COVID was a thing. There was this business meeting of these media executives, and then they're all talking about how they can like control the public perception, and then someone's like, MSNBC, come over here. Or one woman was just like, but we create a virus and then make a needle vaccination to our medicine. And then they go and try it on one of the media executives, and he has like a seizure, and they're all like, perfect, this is great. I don't know if you've seen that, but that's also a thing. I should really collect these better than I do, but it's very real. Especially the Simpsons stuff, man. And I think there's a grand conspiracy behind the whole thing. If you don't believe that, man, dude, do you guys? Everyone knows the X-Files, right? Obviously, the X-Files was Scully and Mulder and all that. Dude, so that X-Files show ended, and there was an offshoot show. If you remember the X-Files, it was all the little hacker guys were part of the cast, the little nerdy hacker guys. So they made an offshoot of the X-Files show called The Lone Gunman. And a lot of people don't know this, but 6 months before 9/11, on that show called The Lone Gunman, there was a show about a commercial aircraft getting hijacked and crashing into one of the towers in the World Trade Center. And then a couple years later, the creator of the X-Files, Chris Carter, was like, and also the Lone Gunman, or he was part of it, was like, he contacted Alex Jones, and he was like, the CIA approached my company, my TV show, and told me to put in an episode where there was a hijacked airplane crashing into the World Trade Center. And that episode came out 6 months before 9/11. And if you go back and you watch that episode, that's exactly what happened. Go back and watch it if you've never seen it. It's incredible. This commercial airline gets hijacked and is about to crash into one of the World Trade Centers. And in the TV show, they steer it away just before it crashes. But, yeah, 6 months before.
They do this. I would like to confirm, I believe this. They pre-program the future, and they reflect the patterns of the past in media on purpose for some mystical, magical reason.
Are we talking about The Simpsons again?
Simpsons, X-Files, this book about the Trumps.
Oh, yeah, you're talking about the whole thing. Yeah, for real. Mm-hmm.
This is just how they work. They do this. The same with the Bible prophecy. They write it in, and then 2,000 years later, they play it out. What it does, it writes itself. Reality writes itself in that way.
That's so interesting. So I know a lot of people don't like Alex Jones, but he's talked about this for years, and I'd like your guys' ideas about this. He always says they use this thing called, like, white magic, like white versus black. So white magic or lesser magic is another term I've heard, where they use this form of, like, witchcraft, or it's kind of satanic or something like that, where they give their victim, like, some crazy warning, and if the victim can't figure out how to protect themselves or something, they get away with it or something like that.
Yeah. Well, yes, it's part of magic and white magic, I guess, because it's not like cursing someone. What you're doing is telling them about their future. So if they then don't avoid it, you feel comfortable with God and universe and Satan or whatever you believe in, that you've told them already. You've given them enough warning that you've lost your karma.
But how could that possibly be a pass, universally or whatever, if you're the one who caused it?
Because action, the individual action, this is what I believe, and this is what I think they believe, or I believe they believe, that the individual action is more of a cause than someone else's persuasion. As long as they've made you aware that you're being persuaded.
Do you think the reaction has more power than the actual action itself?
No. If I persuade you into hurting someone and you hurt them, you have then made more karma for yourself than I've made for myself because you did it.
Oh, so you pushed it onto someone else almost.
Yeah, and if I can then tell you all that time we were talking about that thing, that was me telling you you're going to hurt someone. So you knew all along.
Okay. So can I make a quick example? So like, I run an airline company called Boeing or whatever, and I'm like, and you work for a military in intelligence agency, and I throw forth all this information at you about a certain date. I'm like, you might want to do some certain testing on this date in particular. Happens to be in September. You're going to want to turn your planes going this way on that day in September. And all I know is that I'm a Boeing CEO and nothing more. Is it like that?
What they'll do, if say they get to the courtroom, yes, I agree. When they get to the courtroom in heaven or in hell, above earth, what's my point? Yeah, they'll just be able to say to you, you were alive over and over again for thousands of years, and you knew May till August was the season of sacrifice. You should have known by now, after thousands of years of watching it happen. On Earth, you should have known.
So you're taking
you should
a
have known
bigger.
that time of year was dangerous.
But that's not fair. I don't think that'll stand in universal law if such a thing exists.
They might be wrong. Yeah, they might be wrong, but that's what they think they believe.
I think it would be more short term like that. Kind of like they're like, you might die if you go to New York in September 11th,
Yeah,
and then you do. They're like, hey, we warned you. It would be more short term like that, I think. Not like if you're born on a certain month, you might die.
Didn't you read your email? So it could be that on the short term.
Yeah. Did you know that Larry
email,
Silverstein?
We showed you in code on this newspaper headline. It's your fault you didn't read it.
Where do you draw the line, though? Like, yeah, you could say that. Like, I could send you a letter one day saying I'm going to kill you, and then you didn't check your mailbox that one day. You weren't properly warned.
Yeah. Well, that's what I think their plan is, to properly warn us, but for us not to realize we've been warned.
Yeah, well, maybe, but that's it. But I think part of the reason is that they have to properly warn you.
We choose our own fate.
I'm sorry. What did you say?
They can then reduce their karma to zero. They've then happy that we've chosen our fate.
You're right. That's cool that you know what I'm talking about, because that's exactly what I'm talking about. But you know what, man? Like, I was 14 years old during 9/11. I didn't know about any of that shit. And when you look back at those Simpsons episodes, I must have been 12 years old when that came out. There's no way I would have figured that out or I'd known any better. So that, in my books, that doesn't really count as a warning. You know what I mean? No way. That's a fucking warning. That's just straight up murder and assault still at that point. You didn't warn me about fuck all.
Do you not feel, well, come on, me and you are at least agreeing we've been warned, and this is what they do. So now we know.
You know what? Now I feel warned because I'm in my 30s now, and if I'm trying to warn people about something that might be happening and will happen again or blah blah blah. Yeah, now I feel like I might be warned, but not when I was a kid, man. Like,
I think I agree with you. Maybe this is their trick. Somehow God's left, and that's how they get away with this trick, by reducing their own karma, by taking so long and making us dogmatic to so many.
I don't think God is just going to leave.
We choose our own fate.
God isn't just going to leave us here, man. I think if nothing else, if I was God, I would just sit there and watch. I wouldn't just abandon the whole project. It's too big. There's 8 billion of us here almost now. That's a huge project. Even if you do have a very crazy God mind, 8 billion. I'm sorry, but that's a lot of people.
A lot, isn't it?
We're not going to get abandoned here. It's more so that we could screw ourselves over.
How do the bad people get away with so many bad things then?
Free will. It's an old argument. We can talk about it for hours.
Why isn't God helping us wisen up?
This is what I think about the whole thing. it doesn't matter really, because in the end, it's like a video game. Do you really care when you get shot and killed in a video game? We've all played video games, right?
I know you could argue that me and you reasoning is God now telling us what to do, but it doesn't feel like it's him helping. It feels like we've had to come up with this ourselves because he's abandoned me. That's what it feels like.
Well, I mean, I think if you feel like you've been abandoned, maybe there wasn't a God in the first place. How about that?
Well, I feel divine, like I've been created and then left.
Me too. Yeah, and you're abandoned? No, man. Maybe you feel that way, and I don't really know what to say. I'm not like Lyman, and I'm not going to give you all these biblical verses, but I'm just saying, man, like, I felt a divine force in my own soul, if you want to call it that, since I was a kid, and now I've gotten older, and I've been through periods where I've, like, questioned my, my soul, like, even if it even exists, and I'm going to say, like, well, I don't have all the answers, but, I don't about the whole idea of like being punished by a god, or like if you don't believe in Jesus, you'll go to hell. I don't believe any of that stuff anymore. I'm just saying I'm at the point now where if you just go towards God force, which is just like the positive thing in your mind, just like everyone knows what it feels like, just do the right thing. And I think if you fight evil, let's pretend the whole thing is a big lie. At least you did the right thing. Right? Like,
I think we've got to push ourselves. We have to wake up the others, right?
yeah, I think that's true. Well, I think that's the beginning. Like, yes, that. Which it kind of is why I'm here right now. I feel like I've reached a state in my life. I'm not here to like spread God word, but I can't allow this evil to continue any longer without at least putting my foot down. I will stop this, or I mean, I'm going to try my best to stop this. I don't want to be guilty of not trying to stop this. And so,
I heard that the hidden word of Freemasonry and Western occultism is no.
I think the previous
to be able to say no.
Oh, I like what the last guy said. I think it's the last generation. We can't really blame them because they didn't have the internet and stuff, so it's not really like my parents. Like, not really their fault. They didn't expose this or do anything about it. I feel like now though we have the technology and the resources available to do something, and it's on us. And if we don't do something, like, I can't look at my mom right now and be like, "Why didn't you do anything?" Because like, she didn't have this shit necessary. But my kids could look at me. My kids could look at me and be like, "Yo, why didn't you do anything?" You know what I mean? Now I have no excuse.
Absolutely no excuse. Exactly. Dude, so I don't have any children of my own, but I have a sister, and she is a 6-year-old kid. She's a girl, and she's like a 6-year-old little girl, and I tried to warn my sister. It was like, I'll make this as quick as I can, but I was just like, for the love of God, I've been researching these vaccines and COVID for 2 years like a freak. For the love of God, I'm warning you. Please don't. Here's some information that I have, and please do the best thing. And it's just like, these people are gone. They're lost. So you gotta try. You're right. And I also think whoever spoke before that made that point about technology, and now we have the internet. Well, yeah, 100 years ago they didn't have the internet, so now we do, right? And so we're accountable, really, if you think about it.
I would try and say I agree with Jeremy, but I think the next generation should be more accountable, or maybe not. Maybe the brainwashing is going to get stronger. So maybe we're like the last resistance, where we've managed to wake up before they put us back to sleep in the next generation.
Maybe well, they weren't awake before either. They didn't have the internet. Remember that?
I mean, yeah, I agree with Jeremy on that, but I'm thinking, will it be easier for our kids or even harder? Are we just one stage in it, or are we the last hope, sort of thing? I like to think we are one of the last.
Sorry, was that a question to me?
Yeah, are we the?
No, we're not the last hope. We're not the last hope. No, but as time goes on, see, you already know. I feel like this is something we can't even. We're not going to beat these people, these elite people. We can't win this. They're too ingrained, but. We at least got to like try, right? You don't just lay down and die.
Oh, no, dude, that mentality is laying down and dying. If you believe that, we're all fucking dead.
But you still have hope, Jeremy, that we can start a chain reaction, maybe. Like we
At
start
least
it, then we
something.
teach our kids.
Jeremy,
They teach their
Jeremy,
kids.
I don't know who you are, but good to meet you. I'm telling you, man, that I'm glad at least you have like an element of reality. This is what we're dealing with. If we don't do something, we all are fucking dead. But at least you admit it, dude.
Well, I have a fighting spirit, but there's you got to know when you're like, if I was to go into the ring with Mike Tyson, I'm at least going to put my guard up and like throw a punch or something. But realistically, like I know that I'm not going to walk out of there with the W, you know?
Well, if we're going to talk about Lord of the Rings, look at Frodo there. He didn't stand a chance against those little dark horses. He put on his ring and they couldn't see him. Remember that part? He put on his little dark ring and they couldn't find him. Mm-hmm.
Dude, the dark horses could see him when he put the ring on.
No, it's the opposite. He became like invisible.
Not to the dark horses, yeah. The dark riders, whatever. The Raven.
Well, whatever you call them.
Yeah, the ring race. The ring race could see him as soon as he used anything.
Yeah, I think
they could see him, but it was like a dimensional thing, which is actually really crazy to think about. But like, like in the 3D realm, they couldn't see him, but even though they sensed they were near it, he was safe.
Bro, let's not go on a crazy tangent here. You know what I'm saying about stepping in the ring? These elites are like Mike Tyson, and we're like a normal average guy getting in the ring.
No, they're completely outnumbered. We're the fucking Mike Tyson here, man. There's like 10 of them and like a billion of us.
They're outnumbered for now, but these people control the food supply, the water supply, like literally everything.
Dude, but if we give up now, they're gonna win. There's still way more.
No one's giving up. No one's giving up.
Wow, hopefully, for the love of God.
I'm not saying give up. I'm saying we're going to fight our best fight, and we'll see what happens.
Wasn't that you that was saying though that like we're screwed?
Oh, you can't beat these people, yeah.
Ha, man, I think
there's
what you're talking about. I know what you're talking about. It's very intimidating. But
there's a very slim chance we walk away from this as the victors. I just want to,
that's what they want you to believe. They want you to believe that.
But no, even if you do walk away victorious, sometimes what they'll do is put a control in there.
I know,
you're picking
exactly.
them to win anyway.
It's called a what do you call that? Dead man's trigger. They're like, okay, well, it's a very psychopathic mindset, but it's like, if you defeat me somehow, I will.
My finger is going to slip off the trigger and kill us all. Yeah,
a nuclear bomb or something like that. Yeah, it's
No, here's a better example. So, like in Minneapolis, they wanted to disband the police force and replace it with a public service detachment or some public health and service, which was just a police force. So they make it seem like, oh, you won the debate, right? The Minneapolis Police Department is now disbanded. It was a racist organization under countless number of federal investigations. It's no longer a thing. It's still a thing. They just changed the name, and that's why people have to keep their eye on the ball on the prize.
Yeah, that's a good point. Just change the name.
Yeah, they just change the name, and that's it. Now it's no longer NASA. It's just called Space Force. It hasn't changed a thing. It's still defense spending.
Yeah, even though there was always the aeronautic space force and whatever else, that always existed. Or
there's a really good book I read from this guy called Sharp. He's a documentary about him too. He like how to do peaceful social resistance and movements, and what dictatorships have done in the past to fight. Like this book is basically banned. You can only get it on. It's a free book to download. It's like banned in a lot of different countries.
Hey man, I recognize your voice. I don't know you personally very well, but will you DM me or PM me, whatever that book?
Oh well, just you'll be able to find it in multiple different places. It's from dictatorship to democracy.
I'll never find it. See, I'm in a separate room from my computer.
Yeah, I'll
is
DM
the problem. I would appreciate that. Cool. And then we can also connect if the world collapses.
Yeah, I've been looking for that Winter Soldier meme thing too. I'm not sure why I saved that.
Cool thing. I recognize your voice from somewhere. By the way, have you changed your name recently?
Yeah, it's normally Crit.
Crit?
Yeah.
Oh, I don't know, man. I remember you from somewhere. I can tell from your voice. I don't know where from, but it's crazy. You flat Earth? Were you debating in flat Earth areas?
No, I guess so. Maybe you could call it debating conversation.
Or whatever, yeah, just being involved in, yeah. I recognize your voice, dude. And who's this other guy here? I'm sorry, guys. I'm not trying to like work the room or whatever. I'm just there's another guy here, another gentleman. Who is that?
That was Jeremy.
Jeremy. Cool. Okay. I'm ET. So yeah, that's cool.
Yeah, I remember talking to you before. Like, you don't see whose voice pops up.
You sound like that.
Sometimes
you sound
I do,
like
but
this dude from. Go ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm right now. Like my cell phone died by a battery several minutes ago, and so I'm just like up next to my outlet on my phone, plugging it in, and I'm not even looking at my phone, just trying to listen to people talk. So, you know what I mean? It happened.
There's a guy from Gems that he sounds like. I can't think of the dude's name. Not Pete Shea, but it began with Pete or a P. Party Poet. Yeah, you sound like Party Poet a little bit. I haven't heard Party Poet in a while though, so.
Yeah. A lot of people sound like other people. It's funny. Like
I know.
sometimes
Some
people
of
have
us.
very
Like
similar
I sound like
voices.
Kosho. I sound like Kosho a lot. They say.
Oh, you do kind of sound like Kosho. That's funny. Hold on, let me just check my phone. I gotta
All the
remove it from
Australian people sound the same.
and British people. Yeah, hold on a second. Yeah, it's funny.
No,
What's
those
your name
British
again?
people got. What's up?
What's your name?
My name's Jeremy.
Jeremy. Oh, I've heard about you.
Hell yeah, bro.
Jeremy,
That's
are
what's
you
up.
like the Jeremy?
Top 10. Yeah, bro. The Jeremy.
Can anyone else confirm this? Because I've heard about this Jeremy character over the years.
Yes, it's Jeremy.
Quickly lick his balls and move on.
Okay, nice to meet you, man. Yeah. I've really,
You too.
I just like, yeah, nice to meet you. So you're the like quintessential non-flat Earth Jeremy? Is that true? Or are you a flat Earth Jeremy?
No, I'm the flat Earth one.
Okay, yeah, the one. I wasn't sure. I don't even know if there is a flat Earth Jeremy, but I remember like Stacy B used to bring up, and you would come up all the time in conversations. I'd be like, Jeremy, and I'd be like, who the fuck is Jeremy? All that. Yeah. Okay. Good. Cool. Nice to meet you. Yeah.
You too.
I'm back on
I've talked to you
Friday.
before.
What?
I've talked to you before a couple times.
Oh, really?
Here and there.
Okay, sorry, I forgot. Yeah.
I was in 24/7 a little bit, and I've seen you. I think I saw you here before too.
Yeah.
Somewhere, maybe Gems. You ever go to Gems?
Of course. Yeah, I go to all the places now. Yeah, I hang out. I try to spread it out. Yeah. Trying to get back into flat Earth thing. I don't want to get too into flat Earth, but in the back of my mind, every day I wake up and I'm like, what the fuck? How come I can't solve these questions? I'm like, I have an easy. I'm like, oh yeah, of course it's this way, and then this other way will come into my mind and be like, what about this? And I'm like, damn, it's true.
I heard you guys talking about. Heard you guys talking about crypto earlier. If anyone wants to make good passive income, send me a DM. It costs money to invest in it, but you get great fucking interest rates. Like, I'm making like $80 a day, $70, $80 a day.
Is this Jeremy again?
Yes, it's still Jeremy.
I was actually interested in making passive income with crypto. That's funny you mentioned.
That's what I do. Yeah, that's what I do.
Send me a DM with a little hint, maybe.
Bro, I'll tell you right now. Download MetaMask for on your computer or something in the Chrome extension. It's a Chrome extension or a Brave browser extension, or you can get it on your phone. Just download MetaMask and send me a DM. Save your seed.
I have a MetaMask and I sent you a DM, but you didn't answer me. You fuckhead.
What? Did you really?
Yeah, I mean, you said in DMs that I should get the MetaMask, and I got it, and then
Oh, bro,
got
my
the
bad. I just opened you
extension
up.
thing.
Yeah,
it's
I
okay.
just opened you up, dude. My bad.
How many members are there right now? If you don't mind me asking, like approximately.
Members of what?
MetaMask.
Oh, bro, it's a wallet. There's probably millions.
Millions? Okay. It's huge.
It's just a wallet. It's a wallet.
Oh, it's just a wallet. Sorry. Yeah, I'm still getting into the whole thing. I've been for a year or two now, but I'm still trying to learn about the whole thing. Cool. Yeah, I know. I have internet friends whom I trust who are like, dude, you have to invest in this now, not next week. And they were right. Sometimes there was this one time, even with Bitcoin, he's like, dude, this just collapsed. Buy it now, and you will fucking trust me. And like a month later, he was right, and it like double. I couldn't believe it. And this was like back in the days when everyone was like in 2020 when like nobody knew what the hell was gonna happen. It's like, do it now, and I ignored him, and then I regret that. So you might be right. What do you think about alt currencies worth like less than a cent? Do you think those are worth buying into?
Yeah, those are my favorite ones. The ones that are worth like anywhere from like a half a penny to like 20 cents.
Yeah.
Those are the ones I get. Like I just had one bubble on me recently. I had Baby Swap. I was buying it all the way from when it was 5 cents, but it recently went to like $3.50 or something.
Oh,
But
damn. That's
one of my
then,
ones
right?
that's one of my ones that ticks passive income in. So the whole time that was happening, but like it's not like nothing. I wasn't getting any money from it. I was getting dollars a day from it the whole time.
Yeah, I got it. That's sweet. Good for you.
That's all I even care about really is getting those dollars every day. Like yesterday, I invested in some stuff, got about 3 extra passive dollars a day. Like every day, I try to get an extra dollar a day ticking in.
Well, and by dollar, you don't mean U.S. dollar. You mean
U.S. dollars, dude.
Oh no, I was actually I meant that in the other way. Like one U.S. dollar a day isn't really anything. I meant like a crypto dollar based on the currency.
$1 alone isn't nothing. But if you do that day after day, next thing you know, you're getting 20, 30, $50 a day ticking in, and it's
if it's all like getting put back in. Yeah, I see what you're saying.
Yeah, like today I'll try to today I make $51 a day passively, let's say. I'm going to try to make an investment to get an extra one. So tomorrow I'll be making $52 a day passively. And then the next day I'll do another dollar. You know what I'm saying?
I do know exactly what you're saying. And the sweet thing about that is even if you start really small, if you just use off of your small income, even if you lose the whole thing, well, you're right back where you were to begin with, right?
I'm super diversified though, so like you ain't gonna losing the whole thing ain't gonna happen.
Oh, sweet. Oh, so you split it up a few times. Nice.
Yeah, I'm in like 30 different things. Like anyone coming in, I would say like if you wanted to get in cheap, every $100 I would put to a different place. So
right,
I take $100, put it into Auto Shark, take another $100, put it into Guitar Swap, take another $100, put it into another plate. You know what I mean? Just chop
yeah,
up.
cool. Good for you, dude. So yeah, you're being smart about it and you're actually doing it. Good for you.
Yeah, and it's easy to start too. Like it's tedious at first because it's like $1 a day. That's really nothing, and it is. You ain't gonna do nothing with $1 a day, but then maybe every week you can get $1 a day. Now,
well, I think during that
3
process,
months later you're getting
you
$10.
You learn what's going on. I think is what's happening in that process, right? Like, yeah, fuck those dollars because I could skip that process and throw in $1,000. But I mean, if I didn't know what I was doing, I could lose that, right?
Yeah, I know what I'm doing at this point. Like I've been doing this for a while now, so
cool. Good for you, man. Keep it up and spread the truth too, man. Like, there's a lot of people like you who just want to know what's going on, You know Max Kaiser. He's big on Bitcoin. I remember earlier this year, he's like, I'm pretty sure Bitcoin's going to hit 100,000, possibly 200,000 this year. And here we are in December, and he was wrong. Oh, fuck.
Well,
Can you hear me?
Yeah, there was a recession too, right? Or food prices and everything's gone like out of control.
Yeah, that's true. The food or the supply chain situation. Yeah, it's true. The future, you can't fucking predict the future. Let's just admit it. Nobody knows what the hell is going to happen with any of the markets. Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, especially with government always messing around with things and trying to manipulate it.
Oh yeah, totally. You're right. Yeah, it's just screwing around with everything. Absolutely. I know they can't be trusted one little bit. They're the last people I'd trust. In fact, they're the ones manipulating it in the first place, as far as I'm concerned. Like the Federal Reserve and whatnot. Absolutely. A lot of people think the whole cryptocurrency thing started with the whole thing isn't as independent as people like to think it is. I don't know what to think about that, but yeah, I don't know. What do you guys think about that? Cryptocurrency maybe being like, we talk about conspiracy. How about cryptocurrency like a massive financial conspiracy? What do you guys think about that?
Definitely could be. Definitely could be. No question.
I wouldn't set it aside as a possibility. Yeah, I'm glad to hear that you agree. I know, because I hear talk about that on the internet. People are like, stay away from cryptocurrency, massive banking conspiracy. You don't want to have anything to do with it. Like digital ID, passport, cryptocurrency, blah, blah, blah. And it's like, well, it sounds crazy, but it's really actually, don't get it. Sorry. Yeah, it's not that crazy in my opinion. Sounds like something they would do. Every time I hear some kind of conspiratorial situation occur, where whether or not it's a claim or it's something that actually did happen, all I like to remind myself is I can just do it mentally. I don't actually do this, but I just mentally go back and rewatch all that famous footage from 9/11, and just to remind myself, these are the people we're dealing with. Like, yeah, I went years without watching the 9/11 footage, and then I for some reason something popped up in my feed or whatever, my internet group stuff, and I watched some of that 9/11 footage again, and it's like I forgot how crazy it is, and like it reminded me to my original thought, which I've had for years, which is like this is who we're dealing with, like these people, like they will do this. Like, can you imagine doing anything like that? Number one, you'd be terrified of going to prison if you got caught. But aside from that, just imagine doing it, period. You know? Doing that to someone. That's insane. Like, literally, like, that is the definition of insanity. Like, in complete psychopathy. Like, you'd be a complete freak for even planning that, let alone, like, actually doing it. And they did it. I think that's how they got away with it, is that they actually did do it, and it was so fucking insane nobody could believe. That's how the same thing with fucking COVID in my example, or I mean in my opinion. No one can believe they'd actually fucking do something that massive and so like deadly and weird and strange and just so psychopathic. Most people are like, no, there's no one out there doing that. When yes, there is, and in my opinion, that's how they got away with it in the first place.
Do you know what the Trail of Tears is?
Yeah, for the indigenous massacre.
Yeah, Cherokee. They basically marched them across America till they all died.
Yeah,
Very few survived.
I'm vaguely aware of it.
So when people are like, "Oh, the federal government would never do that," yeah, they do. They do that stuff all the time. They're still doing it to this day, right?
Oh hell yeah! Chemtrails.
Another thing too is like when I keep researching more, I had from this documentary called Red Tears. They said Nixon started burying depleted uranium on Native American reservations. And I was like, what? And they actually do this thing where they look at radiation levels. And it's true. And like thyroid cancer, super high in native populations.
Red tears, man.
Red
I'm sorry,
tears, yeah.
I can't. Can you? I don't necessarily asking you to like DM me because I know some people don't want to be connected to certain people.
No,
if
I
you
got
don't mind, could you like send me just like a one link just to remind me of that or
Yeah,
something?
I sent you the book for Gene Sharp, and then also that.
Oh, awesome! Thank you. By the way, nobody be paranoid because if you're already talking to someone, you're probably already whatever. So that's awesome. I didn't know about that. I did know about the Trail of Tears though. Yeah.
Yeah, this documentary, Red Tears, they go back to Nixon started basically a Native American. He invented a tribe, basically, just out of thin air. He said, "This is now the tribe that represents all Native Americans." And then
so it's like completely artificial.
Yeah, here I'll send you the documentary. It's really powerful.
Wow. Okay. Thanks.
Interesting stuff.
Sounds like it's going to be like an hour or two long, so it's like it's a big deal. It's a go
It's
into.
called Red Cry. Sorry, not Red Tears.
Okay.
Yeah, here I'll DM it to you.
That's even sadder. The Red Cry. Damn.
Yeah, it's called the under part is called Genocide in America.
Huh. Okay. Thank you. I appreciate that. It's on the list. It's all on the list. I will watch it. Might take me a couple days, but damn. What were you getting at, by the way, though? Just to like,
the government will never do that type of thing. Like the lie. It's too psychopathic. It's too crazy, right? That people can't square that the government would do these type of things.
Yep.
They do it every day. They're doing it right now, as we speak right now.
They are doing it right now. Absolutely. Like today in 2021, in December 8th, 2021, it's happening. Yes. Another thing is, the reason why I think, I think people think the government would never do this is like a double folded little misconception is because number one, I can't believe the government would do it because government is like your parents almost, right? When you're a kid, it's like, oh, the government wouldn't hurt me, even though a lot of parents hurt their kids, as sick as that is. But also, even like deeper than that, and the government is just humans also, right? Keep that in mind. So like what I think is really happening here is and this I'm sure has been going on for hundreds of years or the whole time with human existence, but like people have especially recent times, let's talk about recent times, humans have a hard time believing that someone would be that evil as to like actually intend to hurt them or let's say their children. Like because most normal people are like, well, I would never do that. And so, therefore, I would imagine most other people wouldn't also as well. But it's hard for the human mind to comprehend that, a healthy human mind, to comprehend that there's like other individuals out there that are not like them. They have a very twisted state of mentality, violently twisted, to the point of enjoyment. So they might get a large amount of enjoyment off of inflicting pain on someone, and that's an element, a concept that most normal, healthy, rational people can't really comprehend. Those people do exist, though. But I think part of the reason why they get away with this, and we were talking about the New World Order like 3 or 4 or 5 hours ago, and one guy was like, well, I want to see more evidence. It's where that mentality comes from is that people can't believe that someone could actually do something so horrible as that. And you look back at like in World War II and everything, and someone's like, how could that have happened? Or any other horrible moment in history. It's because normal people aren't like that, and they have a hard time, in my opinion, they have a really hard time accepting the fact that there's people out there running around like that with that mentality. And it's not even the fact that they exist, it's that they're running around trying to attack them and their children. I mean, like, the government is a perfect example. Like, you could sit there and say, "Oh, I'm safe here." But no, there's someone out there trying to attack you. That's what, like, the whole animal realm is about. That's why that a lot of animals have, like, this crazy, like, defense mechanism built into their psyche, is because throughout their own history, which has been passed through their DNA and everything, they know that there's, like, these crazy animals out there to kill them. But today, for some whatever reason, people are just like, I'm fine. No one's out there to hurt me. And they watch Sesame Street when they're kids, and then they grow up and they're like, there's no such thing as tyranny. And then they get fucking murdered by their government a decade or two later, you know?
You got a hot mic, man.
I try to go with baby steps for people who kind of don't or people who trust the government. I first ask them, do you trust the politicians? So I ask in common, in general, do you believe that politicians are honest? Do they lie? Do they lie to the citizens? And when this person, let's say sleeping person, answers, okay, yes, the individual politicians lie, then they are in a state of mind that, okay, they are able to think about that, okay, maybe many of those would lie. And that means government. And then I ask them, okay, could a large portion of politicians lie? Then they might answer maybe. And then I ask, does the government lie? Then they might answer maybe. So I'm going like a baby steps into the mind of these who are brainwashed people to trust the government. And sometimes it helps to people open their mind that, okay, just maybe government might lie to me.
And Water Bullet, you gotta ask them these questions while you're in the sauna with them. You gotta take them to the sauna, in the steam room.
No, he's going somewhere with this. I like this. Let him finish. In all due respect.
I'm done, yeah.
No, you were going somewhere. That's not the end. I've heard this kind of thing before. Keep going, man. I know what you're saying.
Yeah, but that's where I ended. I let them think themselves. I don't want to take it any more further. I can open the door, but I don't push them in.
That's okay. You know why? Because I think that has the backwards effect, right? I think sometimes you can, push them too far over the edge, and they might actually become turned off by what you're telling them.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
They will run even further away from me. They will like yell to me and your tinfoil hat and go away from me. I don't want to see you.
Tinfoil hat. Yeah, is that Kosho? You're the other one talking, correct?
Yeah, that's why I said you got to tell them in the steam room, because Water Bolo knows more than anybody that the steam room is where you can actually, get down and be real with somebody.
Yeah,
I agree.
That's the place where non-gay person or non-gay man are naked side by side and sometimes almost in the lap of each other, because sometimes the steam room is so small that we have to be like we have to have this skin contact, and it's very sweaty and it might be very gayish.
Yeah, right. But that's exactly where you need to be, because you get up right in someone's business when then they're in that situation, then they're going to really be listening to you, right? And they're going to really be considering what you're saying.
Yeah, but it's not gay if you don't touch tips.
No, even if you do.
There's one other thing that makes it gay, Crit. Right? You can't cup the butt. You can't you could slap it, but you got to say good game, and you can't cup your hand.
That's right. You can slap, but it's got to be a flat hand, no cupping, and you got to say good game at the end.
So wait, I have a question here. So do we wait for an hour until a vulnerable person comes in, and then the gay joke comes in with the slap in the end, the ass slap in the end? Is that how this works?
No, there's no gay. You don't do anything gay. There's nothing wrong with being gay, but you don't make it sexual in any way whatsoever. You make it about the topic,
Okay. Just trying to figure out the approach here.
But don't even have that on your mind is the idea, because if you have it on your mind, it's in the air, dude.
I didn't have it in my mind
I'm
until
saying,
that guy
as an
brought it
example.
up.
Water
I was
Bellow knows that when he's
totally
in there,
thinking
he's in there.
about.
He's not thinking about sex. He's not thinking about sex.
I was thinking about conspiracies and shit. I wasn't even thinking about sex. Okay.
But Water Bellow knows that if you're the guy in there, you're thinking about sex, and something happens, and you become aroused, everyone's gonna know it, and you're not gonna be welcome back.
All right. Yeah. Well, I don't even know what that is, so I'll never bring it up again.
You never been in a steam room before?
Okay, I posted an image of normal sauna or steam room in Finland. That's where I was yesterday. So that's some kind of what happens there. So it's in a live stream one text.
Right. No one's looking at your penis. No one's worried about the penis that's there in the frame.
Hey, serious question here. I got a question for you guys. What do you guys think? Everyone here. What do you guys think about cube satellites? CubeSats, as they're called.
I think they should be making rhombic dodecahedron sats. You know what I mean? Wouldn't that be more efficient?
Wait, what shape?
Rhombic dodecahedron.
I don't know what shape that is. Is that like a hexahedron or something?
I used to have this thing called a Bucky thing, and it's like this little magnet toy, and it has like 30 pieces on it, and it looks like a little. I'll show you a picture. It's pretty cool, though.
I'm not watching the pictures, so it's in vain. Don't bother.
Oh well,
I will review them later, but I can't look at them right now. So kind of.
Well, I'm gonna post it anyways, man.
Yeah. Okay, that's fine. Sorry. What? Just like really quickly, like what is it? Like vocally?
Do you know what a rhombus is?
A rhombus, I believe, is a five-sided shape where the bottom is bigger than the top.
Yeah, it's way off, dude.
No. Okay, I fucked it up.
You screwed the pooch, as we said. I'll show you.
Do you really want me to, how about, should I really start just looking at the things you're posting? Would that be easier?
I'll tell you when I post it, man. I'll tell you when I post it.
It's just that I didn't want to look in the first place, but if it's easier, I'll do it. Obviously, it would be, so. Okay. Rhombus is like an obtuse rectangle or something. That's what a rhombus is.
You're kind of at least going in a different, correct direction. But here we go.
Okay.
I have one of these bad boys. I used to love this thing, dude. I want to get a couple more. That's what it's called. Ball of wax. That's what it's called. I was trying to remember what it was called. Okay, here we go. This is a rhombic dodecahedron. Yeah. Actually,
so a rhombus is like a three-dimensional.
It might not even be a rhombic dodecahedron now I think about it. It's actually not a rhombic dodecahedron. I think it's a rhombic iso.
See, I knew that was bullshit.
It's a rhombic icosahedron is what I think it is.
I knew it. It was bullshit. I was telling you a real rhombus.
No, it's a rhombic. There's not a rhombic dodecahedron. It's a rhombic icosahedron, I think.
I think a rhombus can be two-dimensional, I believe. Pretty sure. Like imagine a square, but you stretched out the bottom. That would be a rhombus, I think.
Have you ever seen those videos that they are putting those cube satellites into the space? Have you ever seen those?
Yeah, I have.
Exactly. Yeah, but can you repeat that fucking question? I just asked the exact same question, basically. What did you ask, sir, about that?
Because I've seen a couple of those videos, and they are just it looks like just somebody's driving a car and throwing the waste out of his window.
You might have been watching the wrong channel, dude, because I've seen that video too, and I don't think it's in space.
I have a question to ask you guys. Okay, the CubeSat thing, right. And I was reading an article yesterday that was saying that they predict in the next year or two there'll be thousands of more of them put out into space, and so that's something that we have to look into, right? Like if we're gonna, keep our heads about us.
I'll keep my head for sure, dude.
It's just a fact, man. That CubeSat thing has been going on for years now. You know, those little black cubes and university students and everything are throwing satellites out in space, if you believe that. So let me just break this down, like the way I'm looking at it. If you look at like the Satelloon thing, of course, that is a real thing. I'm not saying it's not real. Totally is. But now my issue is I'm having a problem believing that we're throwing up thousands of Satelloons into space without anyone being like, yo, you know what up? This is weird. Like, I could get behind NASA cover-ups, but now we have like all these agencies and different government organizations from all sorts of countries throwing these CubeSats up, as they're known as. And I have a problem with that. And I was wondering if anyone has any response. And I'm legitimately asking that, by the way. I don't have an angle. I just want to know about the whole CubeSat thing, because they can't be balloons. I mean, if they are, that's okay. I can accept that if I have to, but I mean, that's going to be a crazy research project. So what's going on with CubeSats now? They can't be all little mini UFOs. That's what I thought satellites could have been in the first place. I was like, I don't think they're CubeSats, but they could be little mini UFOs. And by UFOs, I mean classified aircraft with strange technology, but thousands of them. And then now thousands and thousands of more coming every year. Bit of a stretch, but I mean, I'm open-minded, like maybe, but let's hear it. Like, what's going on? I'm not saying it one way or a fucking another. I just want to know, how the fuck are we sending up these satellites out there if satellites aren't real? That's what I want to know.
What do you think they're doing? Do you think they're not sending them out there?
I think they are sending them out there. I was wondering for a while there, man. Like, for real, man. I was like,
so you're a Glober now?
I am comfortable saying that I'm not sure what's out there. I'm okay with that. I'm not a Glober now, but I'm just saying I don't really agree with either side's opinions about any of this anymore. It's very frustrating for me, but I mean, I can handle it. I'm just saying, like, I spent like a month ago, I spent like 2 hours learning about how the International Space Station isn't real. And at the end of that video, I was like, you know what? I don't think it is real. But I mean, well, what the hell is floating up there? And so I don't fucking know.
It could be nothing. It could just be a figment of our imagination, right?
Could be a UFO. It could be whatever UFOs are. Like, well, not like there's a simple definition. They could be flying saucers for all we know. I'm not saying it one way or another, because I mean, Roswell crash was in the 40s, and so that's a good 80 years ago. So there's a good chance all satellites could be flying saucers, for lack of a better word. I don't believe that. But what I also don't believe is that we're sending out these satellites the way they say it. But I also don't believe that they're all floating around from balloons either. I'm dealing with cognitive dissonance is what I'm dealing with, to be honest. And if anyone can like meet me halfway or has anything to say about that would be cool. I'm just chilling here.
Well, Jeremy believes in satellites too.
Jeremy thinks they're satellites?
Yeah. He told me that the other day. He believes they send real satellites up there.
Maybe they are. But then you'd have to believe in a global Earth, right?
That's what I told him.
Mm-hmm.
And he said, "You're right."
That's why I brought up the whole, with a lack of a better term, flying saucer thing. And if anyone's listening to this, all of a sudden they just joined in. I mean, that might sound ridiculous, but it's actually not. I've been doing a lot of time thinking about this lately. There is a possibility that these things could just be UFOs and everything, but whatever that even means. But explain now and by the way, even if you did believe in the globe Earth model, flat Earth model, sorry, how do you explain all these satellites and the apps? Not only the satellites themselves, because I've been seeing them since I was a kid, the apps where you can download these apps now and they'll tell you when one's coming and it's right 100% of the time. So what's going on there?
Could you fake it? Have you played computer games lately?
I've played computer games before. Yeah.
So is it possible that you could fake those satellites or fake it?
Yes, absolutely.
That's what I think about. One thing about satellites is how we can see them at night. How is that possible? The sun is in the opposite side of the Earth. How we can see them at the night? They are not so far away. At least those who are rotating Earth. Only the stationary satellites are supposed to be, 40,000 kilometers from Earth, which are kind of stationary.
Yeah.
Those might be visible, but those are so far away that we cannot see them because of the distance. But how we can see satellites by night? That's impossible.
No, it's not.
On them?
Wait. Hold on. If you guys finish your point, and then I have a question to ask.
That was my point, was that we shouldn't see the satellites at night if we live in a ball, because the sun is in the opposite side of the Earth.
Okay. Let me think about that a second. That reminds me of the moon. I'm wondering sometimes what's the. I've often wondered how can we see the light from the moon shine in the daytime. And you know what, guys, I'm not telling you, I'm not anything. I'm not labeling myself as fucking anything. I noticed this though. When I was like 10 years old, I was swinging during playground in my school. I was like 10 years old, and I remember the sun, and it was light time. It was like 10 or 11 in the morning, and I could see the moon like in the sky. And I always thought it was weird. I was like, how could I have seen that? But the moon was a crescent.
It was nighttime, you said?
No, it was daytime. It was the morning, and we were all playing in the schoolyard.
That makes sense, yeah.
It does make.
What was the weird part?
The weird part is, even in adulthood, I've seen the sun in the sky. I mean, the sun and the moon in the sky at the same time. And I can't explain that. What the fuck's going on there?
The sun and the moon are in the sky at the same time most of the time.
No. So you're saying the other times, the sun is on one side and the moon's on the other? Okay, how about this? Why the fuck have I seen the sun on one side of the sky and the moon on the other side of the sky, and the moon has a crescent? What the fuck is going on there, dude? I've seen that before.
Because you didn't see that.
That's what you think. Dude, I've seen it before. I pointed it out to my family members, and they've been like, you're right, I don't know what the fuck that is. They're not, and they didn't say you're right, the Earth's flat. They just said, I don't know.
Well,
and I've seen it, man.
How far on the other side of the sky was it?
Within vision, without me having to look hard left or right, like in front of me. I've seen it. That's happened to me many times, dude. I swear to God, like, unless I'm crazy.
Just give me an angle degree. Like, where was the sun and where was the moon?
Like, let's pretend like a clock is directly in front of you. The sun might be at like 4 o'clock, and the moon might be at like 9. Like, oh no, let's make it even. Like, the sun on your right might be at 2 o'clock, and the moon might be at like 10 o'clock. Does that make sense? Sorry, that's kind of a horrible description.
That's perfectly possible.
Well, I've seen it multiple times, and it's weird.
Possible. Yeah, that's very likely to happen.
Anyway, yeah, I didn't mean to get into a big flat Earth here, but I mean, does anyone remember what we were talking about before? That whole moon thing? UFOs or something? Yeah, damn it, I can't remember.
We're allowed to talk about the flat Earth, man.
Yeah, I know, but we were talking about something before. Damn it, I forgot.
I thought you said satellites and space rockets or something. Space
right, the satellite thing. Thank you very much. The satellite thing, dude. So, what the fuck are these things, dude? Because to me now, I've thought about the whole thing back and forth, round world, flat world. I'm going back on round world. I have to be honest. It has nothing to do against God or anyone else's belief systems. And it's mostly, and I've heard a lot of the arguments. I was just listening to like these crazy videos last night, and like even yesterday, I was watching a Rob Skiba video, rest in peace, where he went to Chicago and proved that that imagery from the other side of the Great Lake wasn't a mirage, and that you could actually see it all the way there and back. So it's shit like that trips me out. But I don't know. In fact, I just don't know.
So you're back?
I'm not anything anymore. I was very interested. I came and I've arrived and I'm back and I'm a lot of things. I'm confused is what I am. I'll admit that I'm confused. And I have no problem admitting that. It's a very complicated situation. And I have no problem admitting that I'm confused. And I don't know.
Welcome back to the globe, man.
Did you yawn while you made your point?
I said, welcome back to the globe, man.
Oh, wow. Hey, man, I'm not back to the globe, man. You can't even answer like a shitload of questions I have that prove otherwise.
Well, you said a second ago, you said, I'm back to the globe, is what you said.
Sorry. I may have mumbled. I don't speak very clearly. But no, I said I watched like man, I'm not anything right now. I'm questionable on each side, and I'm actively researching each side too. And I got to straight up say I don't know. I don't know if that makes me really stupid. Well, I guess I'm an idiot, but
it doesn't make you stupid. It makes you a thinker. You're just thinking about things.
Okay, appreciate that. Thanks. Yeah. Like, what does happen why can you see Chicago from the other side of that giant lake? Like, why?
Refraction.
Light refraction? Okay. See, the reason why we'll never get to the bottom of any of this stuff is stuff like that. It's like only like light scientists, if there's even such a thing as a light scientist, would even be able to ever explain that to you if that was true or not. And when he or she gave you the explanation, you probably wouldn't even be able to understand it, and then we just run around in circles.
One thing about observing over a lake is that there is temperature changes, there is moisture changes, all kind of things happening between the observer and an object.
Yep.
So whatever we observe, it's not measurement. It's nothing to do with science. It's just an observation, and we can make some conclusions from that observation, but those are inaccurate because we don't know the variables what are happening between the observer and the object. So otherwise, so if we see or do not see or see whatever we see, the curve or not curve, we don't know what's happening there.
But okay, when I heard about you when you said we don't know necessarily at what point, and I agree with you on that. But at what point do we draw the line or make a measurement at all and be like, okay, this is an official measurement? Like everyone can get a meter stick and be like, this is 1 meter, right? Where do we draw the line? Like, what do we do? We can't just estimate forever. I agree with you.
Yeah, my recommendation is what I have seen those observations is when we do observation over a frozen lake. So there is not so much moisture, there is not so much temperature changes, because the ocean in the summertime or whatever daytime when the water is in wet mode, the water might generate or the sunlight or whatever might generate different temperatures between and moistures and whatever, we don't know. But when we are on a frozen lake, it's very stable. It's very stable the temperature, and there is not so much changes between the observer. So I would recommend, if we would do anything like laser tests or any binocular or telescope test or whatever, it should be done. If we use a lake or ocean, it should be always done in a frozen water.
Well, even to add to that, if we want to talk about like making things accurate, it should be done in the frozen, and then a complete opposite in the heat of the summer, and then we can compare that data. That would be even better, in my opinion.
Yeah, that could be, but we cannot say that the whole, let's say lake, in the summertime, we cannot say the whole lake is in the same temperature and in the same moisture level, the air in there above the lake. So that's the
I understand, because you're talking about like the fluctuations between the air and the light and whatnot. Yeah, that's why I said if we did it in the summer, there would be a better data set of comparison. We could compare the two and work it out. Maybe.
Yeah, I would agree that those different environmental what it's called, but different environments situations should be observed and then compared, whether with something changed or whatever.
Yeah, that's awesome. And I just came up with that at the top of my head right now. The fact of just comparing the winter and the summer. Because what I was referring to was this video by that Rob Skiba guy, rest in peace. I think he went in the summer, or I mean the winter, for a very specific reason, because they postulate that it in the winter would be the most accurate time to have less visual distortion. So that's why I said do it in both seasons.
Yeah, I agree. So,
actually, most accurately, you would record it 365 times every day. Like, I'll go a whole year. That would be useful. Yeah. Good point, though, man. I agree with you. You're completely right. I agree.
The problem is that light will change its direction by multiple variables or affecting things like maybe heat, or it's not maybe, heat, the moisture, the temperature changes, and also maybe even magnetism. We are not sure. In a long distance, even the magnetism or electromagnetism could bend the light a little bit. I don't know. It might be.
No, that's a crazy point. I've never heard that, and I believe it's possible. Electromagnetism could affect a possible bending of light. It's a great thought. Yeah.
Yeah, especially I meant only in when we go tens of hundreds of kilometers, not in a short distance, of course.
Okay. Well, maybe hundreds of kilometers. It could still distort it slightly enough. Maybe. I don't know. I could be wrong.
I just watched a video, and actually that's provable that we should also do it in infrared or similar wavelengths, because there are two different things. The infrared will go farther or further away, more long distance, and another thing, it won't bend so much when it's coming from a medium to another. For example, if you see a prism and you see those images like in a Def Leppard in a cover of the album or whatever,
Sure.
and you see.
You mean Pink Floyd?
Oh, sorry, Pink Floyd. Yeah, Pink Floyd, The Wall or whatever.
Yeah.
And
Dark Side of the Moon.
I don't know the music anyway.
It's Pink Floyd, Dark Side of the Moon, but that's okay.
Okay, thanks. So, all right. So basically, when you see a prism and you see the light going there, the red and the infrared are which are bending the least. So those will not, or let's say, yeah, bending might be an incorrect word, but the red and the infrared will not bend so much when they go from a medium to another.
Interesting. Yeah,
So
certain colors react different ways, don't they? In the world.
That's why we have a so-called rainbow coming out from a prism when we put a light in there. So that's because the wavelength is bending the light different.
Very cool.
That's what the way they claim why we have red moon. Red moon eclipse.
Oh, so really? Because I thought that was because they said that there was just dust in the atmosphere.
No. It's a bending of the red light from the atmosphere. So because that's what they are claiming, I don't believe it, but that's what they claim. So the red light will bend the most in the atmosphere. So that's why the red light will actually be behind.
Oh, very cool. So you're saying I got the theory right, but I was just wrong about the theory was wrong in the first place. Is that right? Like, I heard their story, but the story was wrong. Is that true?
I'm not sure about one.
Well, okay. So it's not it's not bending the light, it's just bending the red light.
Yeah, it's bending the red light most because the red light.
Oh, cool.
I will put an image up there so you can see what I try to mean. That's what they claim why we have a red moon eclipses.
Interesting.
But I don't believe that, because we should have a green moon and yellow moon and even the blue moon, but we don't have those. We only have the red moon. So
that is true. I remember one time
the blue moon is not meant to be blue, man. It's not meant to be blue. It's called blue moon, but not because it's the color blue, man.
It's because it's rare.
But it's not a moon eclipse. It's a blue moon, but is it an eclipse?
Blue moon is just when a full moon happens twice in the same month.
Okay, but I'm not sure if there is a blue moon eclipse, or is there? I'm not sure about that.
You know what's insane about moons? And I've only seen this once or twice in my life. One time in particular, I was driving on the highway with my parents when I was a kid, and the moon was just over the horizon in front of the road, right in front of us, and it was like freaking gigantic. Like, it looked like it was like gonna crash into the earth. It was really weird.
Yeah, that's the same reason we don't see the sun going further away when it sets, or because the atmosphere is magnifying it larger or bigger. So in the moon we see what the atmosphere is actually doing, because it's closer than the sun, I think. I'm not sure. But when the sun is setting, we see sun going smaller.
Mm-hmm.
But when we see moon setting, it will go bigger. How is that possible?
Weird. I know. And then, like you said, you don't know why. Like, I'm trying to figure it out too. Yeah, how is that possible? Like, Kosho, I heard your voice. How's that possible? How come I'm driving down the highway one day, down the city where I happen to live right now, and the moon is gigantic in the sky, and now when I look at it, it's like a nickel holding it up. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it should be like if you see let's say a Chevrolet and then Bugatti or whatever, two cars going in a highway, and they are same distance and same size cars going away from you, and the another some of the cars, one of the cars will disappear first, even though they are at the same distance from you. How is that possible? It has to be something magnifying the.
Can you say that one more time? I was sleeping from what you were saying mostly, but.
Kosho, awake. I thought you are awake. I mean,
no, I was awake. I was awake a little bit, but then I was like, I just woke myself up.
Kosho, drop down the bottle of whiskey for a minute and listen to the question.
Drop down the bottle of whiskey. I'm asking him to repeat the question, dude.
Okay.
We have.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I was just being stupid. Whatever.
Anyway, two objects going down into the horizon, and one is getting bigger and one is going smaller. I mean, the moon is getting bigger, like E.T. said, and the sun is going smaller. What's happening in there?
Easy. The moon is getting bigger.
Is the atmosphere like an selective? I don't want to magnify the sun. I don't like the sun. I don't want to magnify her, but I will magnify the moon.
Well, yeah. Well, I've never seen the sun. Well, just really quick. I've never seen the sun get magnified like that. The sun seems to be very repetitive, like repeating same size. Sorry, I've been up to things. And then the moon though is the one that keeps changing, like I just described earlier, how like I've seen the moon and the sun in the same sky. And then one time when I was a kid, there was one memory specifically, the moon was right in front of the highway which we were driving into, like I'm driving towards the moon, and it was right in front of the road pretty much, and it was gigantic, like 10 times the size of the normal moon, and it was red. So there is a name for that, and maybe it's normal, but it's weird. And I have seen it.
All I can say is just try to measure it.
Okay. I think there's a name for it. I'm going to figure it out. But then you'd have to believe about the whole global spherical moon Earth based system for it to make sense, right? You would.
Yeah, I mean, if that's what you think, yeah. Well, no, I mean, I've heard this claim before, and I measured it, and it's not true. So you can believe me, or you can go outside and measure it later. It's a very easy thing to measure. It won't take you very long. But it does. It's called the moon illusion, and it happens because the object is closer to the horizon, and so it's going to be next to other things. It looks bigger in comparison. Whereas when it's high in the sky, it looks small. But you can see this for yourself by just taking your thumb and sticking it out in front of you, and making it cover up the complete moon or sun, and put it the same distance in front of you later in the day when it's on the horizon, and see that it takes up the same amount of size.
Yeah, if you don't mind me asking, is this similar to like these videos that I've seen where people just push objects away on a dinner table, away from the camera? Is it that same kind of idea?
I do mind you asking, actually.
Oh, okay. Well, what do you think about that?
Usually when someone's pushing their food away, it's because they don't want it, and they are disrespecting the refusal.
No, but seriously, like, you have that, I think it's called the law of perspective. You push something away, and it has that effect of becoming smaller, and that's only because it's going away from your eyes.
This is true. It's a point.
The point is that we've lost point here. Nobody's explained how when I was like 10 years old, I felt like a giant.
Be two different sizes. I'm saying go outside today. I've told you how to measure it. Then measure it to see if they actually appear to be two different sizes. Okay.
What two things am I measuring?
Use your thumb.
Okay, and then what am I measuring?
How far away your thumb needs to be from your eye for it to completely cover the moon.
Why am I doing that?
Because you're going to do it when the moon is high in the sky, and you're going to do it when the moon is close to the horizon. And you're going to notice that your thumb is just as far away from you in both cases, so telling you that the moon is the same size angularly in both those cases.
Oh, so is the point is that at the beginning of the experiment and the end of the experiment, the moon will maintain the same width?
That's right.
Okay. Well, okay. I'm not saying you're wrong about that. Explain to me when I was 10 years old and I was driving down the highway and the moon took up like a giant amount of the sky. Can you explain that to me? It literally was huge. Like it took up the whole windshield of the front of the car that my parents were driving, almost. It was huge. And I've heard other people have the same experiences. What's going on there? Like I just might not understand something about space and the moon, but I don't understand.
Yeah, I got some blow on my desk, man. I don't usually do blow, but I'm falling asleep, man. I think I might take a line.
You doing blow right now?
Well, I don't really want to, but you guys are making me fall asleep.
Making you fall asleep, man. How about you take another blow and figure out how this is happening to people? Because I'm not the only one who's done this.
I told you how people. It's called the moon illusion, and it's a common thing. It's not. You're not the only one. You're right. It's very common, but you can get out of this way of thinking, this wrong way of thinking, by just simply measuring it.
Dude, I'm not gonna stick my thumb out tonight and be like, oh yeah, that is the width of the moon. I have a very clear memory, and so does my family. If I have to call them and ask them, they could confirm that we were driving down the highway and the moon was like, you'd have to put your arms out to express the width of it. Like,
find out for yourself by doing it tonight.
Ha! I'm not gonna do that, dude. I know what the moon looks like. Good one though. That's funny. Hey, Coach O, you take care of yourself. You don't. Okay, you take care of yourself.
I'm gonna go masturbate.
No, that's not what I said. I just said you just be careful with all those weird things that you deal with. You just take care of yourself.
You want to know the truth, dude? One of my passengers gave me this bag of blow. I don't do blow, so I haven't touched it.
Just say it, Ben. Just be careful and take care of yourself is all. Hey man, you're a truther, and like I am. You're a truther. We
had a stranger solicit you for a blowjob?
Dude, we don't have to agree on everything, but you're a truther just like me, and that's why we're all here. We're all pretty much truthers, probably, and we care about you, and we don't want you putting yourself in any danger, and so just like do the right thing, man, and you're cool. You're fine.
The reason I'm asking you that is because when you drive for Uber or Lyft, people will solicit you for a blowjob. They'll even offer to give you things.
Well, I wouldn't quit your day job to become a comedian, but I do think you have value in your life, and I think that there's a lot of potential there for you. I can tell by your voice, we're almost the same age. I don't know what you are. I'm in my 30s, but you sound like you're also in your 30s, and
I'm in my 50s, dude.
You're in your 50s?
Yeah.
Oh, you sound very young for your age. Well, I mean, still, even 50s isn't that old in comparison to some people. So
I know.
Yeah, man. There you go. So just take her easy there on the crazies, and then.
First of all, I wasn't joking though. What I just said.
I know you're not joking. Why do you think I'm telling this to
I
you?
said don't quit my day job. I'm not joking though.
I said don't quit your day job because you're probably not the most hilarious comedian that
I'm not trying to
anyone.
be a comedian though, fool.
Fool. All
That's
right.
just how I talk, man.
Well, just know that there's people out there for you. Okay, you don't have to be. You don't have to be.
I was
You.
just telling you, dude. Listen, man. This
I'm
conversation's
cool.
over.
Okay.
Do you see the picture I posted?
Give me a second. I have to pull away my phone every time someone asks that. Okay, I'll look at it. Hold on.
Hold on, this doesn't look right. Hold on.
Can you make me DMT, Kosher?
Make you DMT? What do you mean? I can.
You like to do science, don't you? Get your hands
I can
involved
get you
in
at
stuff.
real DMT. I don't know about making it. I don't know if I would trust me making it, but I can.
Yeah, man. There was no picture there, so I don't.
There is a picture there, dude.
I just looked. There's not.
Well, you didn't look. You looked too
I
fast.
literally do want it.
Okay, I'll give you another chance. I'll take another look.
Because I can't be bothered to look up how to make it and then go and get all the ingredients and then make
Is that stupid president one?
Well, you know, in Canada, in Canada, it's actually legal. You can get this. You can get DMT in Canada. I'll show
Oh
you.
my god!
Dude.
Will you get some and send it?
I don't live in Canada though, man. You have to ask a Canadian. Let me find it. He said you. I think you probably get it on the. I mean, I can get you DMT, but it's not going to be legal.
You can probably buy any drug you want online these days if you know what you're doing. You can buy LSD, mushrooms, anything
Just think, if
probably.
you get me some and I really enjoy it, I'll forever be in your debt because you'll have helped
Dude,
enlighten
don't
me.
get psyched about it, dude. Man, drugs are bad news. They don't enhance you. Maybe in the very beginning, you might be like, whoa, I never thought about things like this before. But usually, like, in my perspective, like, a large amount of the people who, like, push drugs on other people who aren't familiar with drugs, they're just, I don't understand their motive. They're probably just trying to make up for something, but they're trying to push something onto you that isn't going to be good for you. Maybe one day you'll go to a crazy music festival and do an experimental drug and you'll be like, whoa, that was mind blowing. But a lot of these people, man, are like, they do drugs like 20, 30 times and they're just like, they need it almost. And they're trying to bring you into their weird little world. Never take drugs from anyone pushing it on you. If someone tries to push drugs on you and you say no and they push it a little further, then you definitely fucking just run away from them or punt or just get the fuck out of that situation. Like one time someone's like, want something? Want some of this? And you're like, no, I'm good. And then if they're like, are you sure? That's when you gotta get the fuck out of there, dude.
Kind of silly, dude.
Don't do drugs. And if you do, you should already know how to get them. Don't fucking trust anyone trying to push them on you.
He says after drinking government alcohol.
Okay, well, check this out, dude. Hold on.
Oh, now we're on like posting on the fucking text chat. Great. I'm only here to chat in real life. I don't give a shit about text chats.
How do you get that from that?
Have you seen this channel, Don?
No.
This guy, he has like a bunch of shows where he tries DMT on live and he shows other people trying it live and he he goes over that first one I posted. I think he's talked about it in several videos about like where you get the live shit from, I mean the legal shit from, but I'm not sure.
Yeah, see, man, that's fucked up shit. And then those are the kind of videos where like kids end up watching, like teenagers generally, and they're like, "Whoa, that looks like cool or it's fun," and then they end up finding some from some sketchy ass drug dealer in their fucking school, and then they get all fucked up in their head. And
showing you, first of all, he's showing you what happens when you do it, and he's showing you how to do it safely, and he's telling you where to get it legally.
dude, that's the whole thing. You don't fucking take drugs safely. I'll tell you how to take drugs safely right now. It's fucking stay away from drugs, dude. You'll be perfectly happy just having a few drinks with your adult friends who also drink alcohol.
Yeah, then you'll go.
And some of them might smoke a little bit of weed or vape weed, and you're good, bro. You're good. That's it. You don't need to be fucking smoking all this crazy shit.
You want to do
we have
DMT?
these fucking these little gnome creatures running around everything. Oh yeah, that's normal. Oh yeah, I want to smoke something, and then there's gnome creatures running around
In
everywhere.
that plant for a reason. It's to remind us of the past.
All right. Wow.
In the future, I guess, but
The best DMT I've got was from this dude. He had it like in one of those e-cigs sort of things, and he let me hit it a few times. But like every time it got ruined. Somebody fucked up my trip every time.
Of course, the whole trip was fucked.
You want to do it in an isolated place. That's why.
Same with mushrooms and all that. Yeah, man, don't fuck with that shit. People, if you've never done it before, don't fuck with it. Just leave it alone. You don't need it. Just have a beer and smoke a joint and you'll be fine.
But this guy, I mean, I remember watching this guy's channel before. He goes over the shit in a pretty educational way, teaching you different drugs. I mean, he definitely advocates it, but
oh right, yeah, I'm gonna trust this crazy drug person to educate me about.
That's what I want.
Sounds like a great idea.
I want that shit you put in a pipe, and then after 3 blasts, the universe is just replaced with something else from inside the plant.
Yeah, you
can
can how about this? You can take one.
Don't
in the e-cig thing, like you just hit it one time, but I tried to hit like multiple times before I tripped out.
Yeah, good luck with that, dude. You should quit doing that kind of shit, dude. For anyone listening, and including you, Coach, like quit fucking getting high at all, and then take one really.
Everyone.
Okay, get as high as you fucking want. All I'm just saying is don't smoke weed for a while, and then take one big hit of weed, and you'll be like, whoa, that's intense, and you'll be good. You don't need to be smoking PCP or DMT or any of that weird ass shit.
I'm gonna sit here and listen, get my medical advice from an alien.
But what if I told you, just get on with the glow, ET. You don't need to smoke flat Earth or any of these silly conspiracies.
Well, we can talk about the globe. Yeah, but you know what? That's why I'm clear-headed here. I don't need to be like, whoa, you know, on DMT or some crazy ass shit. Like I'm telling you, man, that shit.
DMT, you realized Earth was a globe, just like that in 30 minutes.
Have y'all seen the metaverse and the omniverse and all that kind of stuff? It's like
what would you do, ET, if you smoked DMT and you woke up 20 minutes later and you thought Earth was a globe again?
He said earlier that Earth was a globe again. He said everything's a globe.
I didn't say that. I just said, hey, man, maybe I have smoked DMT and maybe I have considered a globe and a flat Earth. So like,
looking at the evidence lately, you're starting to think, yeah, I'm a globe guy again.
Little guy? Did you say little guy?
You said globe guy. You said
globe guy. Yeah, you're right. Like half an hour ago or an hour ago, you're right. It's like I'm questioning the whole thing, and I'm damn right. And I'll say it right now, I am questioning the whole goddamn
thing. This is why you need more DMT to work it out.
No, you know what? I'm gonna drink more whiskey, and then we're gonna talk. We're gonna get to the fucking bottom of this thing. We're not gonna talk. We're gonna take.
If you drink whiskey and be honest, that could help, but you need to be honest with the whiskey.
Is your birthday in February?
I've taken a very small amount of whiskey tonight.
ET, phone home. Is your birthday in February?
No.
Exactly. I didn't think it was. So.
Okay. So.
Were you born? ET, hold on. ET, were you born in '89? Yes or no, ET?
Wait, what's the question?
Were you born in '89?
Oh, No.
Yeah, that's right. I didn't think so. Okay, narrowing it down. And here's the
Right,
problem,
five
ET.
in a row.
What happens when you get it right? Am I supposed to
No, I'm not
start
trying to get it
sending all
right,
my
ET.
information?
You're getting quieter and quieter, my man.
Okay. Keep asking. You won't get it.
I think you're going
The
into
whiskey's
sunken
pulling
place.
back under.
You're going into the sunken
whiskey's
place.
fucking making me deal with y'all. You crazy fucking irrational minds. You have to.
Listen, homeboy, Skillet. Listen, the reason I asked you guys about the Omniverse and the metaverse, or the metaverse, is because that's a new thing, dude. I got news for you, man. Couple things. One is,
Did you just say you're buying coins in the metaverse? Hold on, emergency.
I've been saying this for a while, dude. It's not an emergency, fucking.
Did you say you're buying land in the metaverse?
And I'm getting all caught up in it, dude. I'm not just buying land, dude. You forget I'm a content creator. You know how Jim Panda was making money? It wasn't by investing.
You're not a content creator, but I will say on the internet, on some random website, I hear some guy saying, "No, I mean, I'm saying this in your fucking benefit." But
hold
okay.
up, dude. I don't want you to say it in my benefit because you don't even know what I'm saying, my man.
Well, you were talking about crypto in the metaverse, so.
ET, phone home real quick, dude. Let me finish saying what I'm saying to Jeremy.
You phone home. You fucking phone home. Okay, go on. No.
Anyways,
sorry.
the way Jim Panda was making money, Jeremy, was by he had this whole pet program thing where they people would buy pets from him because in Second Life that was the thing to do. In this metaverse, omniverse bullshit, yeah, you can buy real estate, but the property, the clothes, the items, all this stuff is going to come from content creators. It's going to come from people who are creating the content and selling it for real money, because that's already happening in alt space. People are buying characters, all sorts of stuff. And that's what they're talking about with the Internet 3.0 is so much of it is going to be, instead of in a 2D interface, like a screen, most things, including professional, including chat rooms and games, everything is going to be in a virtual world where people can be immersed in it. And yeah, that's probably cryptocurrencies are probably going to be all the rage in that world, dude. Perhaps.
Hey guys, in addition, can you guys hear me right now? Okay, guys. In addition to that, that reminds me of something that happened like 20 years ago. I remember when I was like a little kid, like literally, I was like maybe less than 10 years old, and everyone's like, "The computers will be the future," and everyone's like, "That's stupid. Computers will be the future." Now look at us now. Computers are everything. Can you guys hear me?
I'm imagining myself on a virtual stage as a god with virtual artwork, like holograms around the room, freaking everyone out as they dance.
But dude, think about it, Don. Think about I've said this for 3 years, but the more it's becoming reality, the more it's true. But I've been saying, like, the same way we have chat, we have 3-dimensional interface in Discord. In a single conversation, some people could be chatting in the text chat, some people could be voice chat, some people can be in live video, and we could all be part of the same conversation. And the same thing's true with another dimension. People actually being immersed in it in a virtual 3D way, and it would change the entire interaction. Because, like you said, if we're having a party and we're chilling, yeah, you could be on stage and you could actually be DJing. Or if we're having like a discussion like we do in here or in Gems, yeah, we could have 50 people in one room and you can physically see somebody standing up to talk. You know what I mean? Like someone's talking and they're standing up to talk. You can see like they're either on a stage or on a rock or you standing up. It just changes the whole interaction.
The whole game. And not to mention that, if you're one of these trading types, imagine the first company that like picks off. Well, I don't know which company will help that like pick up. Microsoft or Metaverse or Facebook, whatever. You'd be damn sure you want to be like investing in that company like right beforehand. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but I don't think Facebook's going to have the edge. I Omniverse is going to have the edge. I think that the entire landscape of the internet is going to be transformed. And
maybe it's crazy to think about. It's sad to think about. That's fucked up because I'm perfectly cool with the way the internet is. I don't want it to change.
you're not gonna lose anything, man. There's gonna be a new avenue. Like I said, it's just
we'll
like
lose something. Imagine when everyone started making Twitter posts and shit like that.
Fine, yeah, it's just like in this room though. In this room, there could be people who don't want to join VC who can just be in the text chat, and they are.
That sucks.
The same way that there'll be.
And then I'm a lesser form for not joining VC all of a sudden because I don't want to put a giant weird camera in front of me or something like that. Yeah, I don't think people are going to go for it. There's going to be a big backlash. At first, they might get their way.
The people are already going for it. It's like this is like next year is going to be the year where VR is actually taking hold. Because like I bought a DK2 Oculus Rift 8 years ago, and I was developing stuff for it or whatever, but there really wasn't any market because nobody had an Oculus Rift, nobody had a virtual reality headset, and since then people have just been watching porn, you know, on their fucking Vivos or whatever it's called, but not really doing anything. But now they're making immersible worlds and shit. So
I don't understand this, Koshers. How do we drink once we're in there? And we want to take the drug. How do we take something? Do we have to take our helmet off?
I mean, you could do two things. You could either take a drug in real life, or you can, you know, there was a thing where there's actual mushrooms. I've seen it in Altverse. They have mushrooms, and they didn't show what happens when you take them. But if you're a coder, you can program drugs, dude. You can make it so like you take this drug and it alters your experience in whatever way.
Yeah, but what do you feel it in your body like?
Well, yeah, it's never the same. They'll never actually get that point.
It's not gonna do anything to you that your mind isn't doing to you. You know what I mean? 'Cause it's just.
I imagine that we have to crawl through the slums to get.
No,
then we
I
take
also
the
disagree.
drugs, and then we put the helmet on. That's how I imagine it starts.
Say it again, Don.
We crawl through the slums to get real life physical drugs. Then we take them. Then we put the helmet on. That's how it starts.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That was the other scenario. Is that you just take them and you do it at the same in the thing. But you can also
you take something.
There should be shit that you can only buy. Like you have to buy real mushrooms. So you have to have real mushrooms when you take these mushrooms in the game.
They'll never install it. Even if they could reproduce the feeling of mushrooms or LSD into the software, they'll never do that because the idea is for you to just be controlled and put it into a computer.
You'll get sent them in the mail, and then you have to take them at the same time.
They want you to believe that, but that's not realistic. That's never going to happen.
It's like those machine elves. You know how you have those machine elves, the DMT shit? It's like you actually fucking put them in the fucking virtual reality.
Yeah, I get the idea. I used to get weed put in through my little mailbox in my front doorway when I lived in an apartment in West Canada. But I mean, that's not going to be the situation here. What's going to happen is you're living in a fucked up little virtual reality, and they're going to tell you you're getting high, and then they're going to jack you with a bunch of chemicals. That's what's going to happen.
You order your stuff, you get it, and then you log in.
Log in? Oh, yeah. Well, have fun with that. Log in. More like log out.
To this, haven't you? So it's only one step more.
You know, there's cameras on the thing. Like, you can verify your hands and shit. Like I said, as a developer, you can start fucking getting creative and shit. Because I'm thinking, like, you could actually make it to where it would test to see that you're actually holding something. Like, if you're like, let's say you have to smoke a bowl. Let's say you're playing a game where you have to smoke a bowl every fucking round or whatever. And, it would actually verify you're smoking a bowl. Yeah. You know what I mean?
It could verify your
who's keeping control of verifying who you are? Next thing they know, they're like, oh, you're not allowed to smoke a bowl. Please insert your ID card beforehand.
People have been fucking on VR chat rooms and fucking Second Life chat rooms. They don't care what you do, man. It's not.
Okay.
They'll give you pseudo freedom in the metaverse to stop you thinking of real freedoms in the real verse. That's the point, and it's going to be fun.
You guys all realize. I know you guys are gonna every argument against my points, and you think it's funny, but I mean, you really, you do know that it's not gonna go down quite like you want it to, and it's gonna be a hell of a lot more authoritarian than you want it to be,
There's
right?
like Facebook. Like you can go to Facebook.com all day, every day if you want.
Oh, wicked!
Or you can go other places.
Oh, you know what? That's the one company that I did want to control. That I did want to have control of this whole thing. Facebook.
Dude,
Any other one would have been
understand
awful,
analogies.
but Facebook? Are you kidding me? Oh well, now I'm pretty excited.
I've been listening to Terence McKenna a lot recently, and he was talking about this 20 years ago.
Oh yeah, he was.
And
he was, man.
What was I thinking that he said? Some interesting stuff.
It's just like, dude, Jim Morrison back in the day was talking about in the future people were going to be making music with just like electronic, it was like computers, like they just have a button for.
Well, I had that idea like 20 years ago. I just didn't know how to do it.
He said in the future all music's going to be made that way.
It's not mind blowing.
No idea, he was right.
He sees it like a language, so you'll visually be able to show your language through VR.
Well, we were all at computers. That was in 20 years ago, 2021. That was September 2011. Obviously, we had computers back then. I had that idea when I was a kid back then. I had that idea too. It'd be like, that'd be sweet if I could make music on a computer. It's not a mind-blowing experience.
Yeah, dude. When
to
I was
think
a kid,
about that.
I had a PlayStation 1, and I had the idea of like a better PlayStation, like way better games, and then the PlayStation 2 came out.
Totally. Do you remember those games where you would dance on them? I can't remember what those are called right now, but you would dance and like make little dance games.
And I imagined a PlayStation 2, and then one came out.
That's an Ali G joke, right? But he's dead, Mr. Jerry.
You don't care.
But I didn't hear what people were saying.
Damn.
Looking at this Omniverse, Metaverse thing, because it's not. There's alt space also, but I think honestly, Omniverse is because I was seeing this girl who works at NVIDIA, and she's obsessed with this fucking Chinese dude. I don't know if he's Chinese or I think he might be Korean, but he's really pushed NVIDIA to like a whole nother level. Like they're not just about graphics cards, you know what I mean? Like they might be making the world's greatest AI supercomputer. They said.
And do you really think that's like a good idea?
It doesn't matter if it's a good idea or not, dude.
How does it not matter if it's a good idea? Imagine, I feel like you're a scientist in World War II, and they're like, hey, guess what, guys? I created a bomb that could destroy an entire city. Should I go through with this project? And the government's like, yes, that sounds like a good idea. You should do that. It's fucking stupid, dude.
I'm not the guy who makes the rules, okay? I'm not the guy who tells them what they can and can't do.
I know, but you're supporting it like you think it's a great idea, and that in itself is pretty stupid, to be honest.
I'm just telling you what's going to happen, dude. I mean,
hey, I'm not saying it's not going to happen either, but you're supporting it, and that's pretty fucking stupid.
Did Elon Musk just come out with a new Tesla phone?
Fuck Elon Musk, dude. You're the one supporting it. It doesn't matter what he does. You live your own life.
Are you okay, my man?
Live your own life, dude. Think your own thoughts. It doesn't matter what Microsoft or what fucking AI software is doing or Elon Musk. Do your own thing, dude.
We're trying to find the silver lining, ET. This is what we do sometimes.
What are you doing?
Finding the silver lining in the progress of sick humanity.
Right. Well, I hope AI actually does get smart enough to stop people like you. That might be good.
Yeah, if you can't beat him, join him. You know why? Because the alternative is to get beat.
You know what? You've already given up. That's the pathetic part.
No, the thing is, I don't have any intention to beat them. I don't.
Oh yeah. You haven't even given up. You didn't even.
Going, dude. This is
not only
changing.
Not only have you not given up, you didn't even think you had a chance to begin with. That's even worse.
Do you understand? When I went to school, I originally wanted to study physics, and the reason I chose to study computer science was because I saw how the world was going, and instead of trying to have the world form around me, I adapted to what the world was doing.
I understand. Those are my last few points that I made over the last 10 or 15 minutes. I understand that the whole world was predicting that. You're not like you didn't figure that out.
Yeah,
I'm just saying.
I just said that. Yeah, I'm one of the many people who recognized what was happening, and instead of trying to fight the inevitable, you become.
Well, you're not the next Elon Musk, dude. A lot of people fucking know this shit. I'm just saying. I'm just saying. Why would you go along with it at this point when there's like such a red flag that's been raised up about the whole thing? But and especially how dangerous the whole fucking thing is, especially in today's. Like, hey, man, you want to talk about like how brilliant the whole fucking AI thing is?
Trying to have a conversation.
Are you goddamn sure about this with the drones going over, bombing people without any in the Middle East, without any human verification? This has already happened. You have drones bombing and killing people in the Middle East with no human verified any of those killings. They're just so you have robots killing people now. It's already begun. That's happened like over a year ago
My
now
hero,
in
man.
the Middle East.
You're gonna go over there and stop that from happening?
Oh, you don't think that's gonna come here too,
all
man?
right.
Dude, it's gonna come here, and you're gonna be fucking next.
Oh my god.
Oh no! Oh yeah! Oh no! You'll be saved. They'll wait for you for a year or two later because they need you.
We're saying,
but then it'll be you.
On Metaverse might be fun. Some of us could make some money.
Oh, congratulations!
And you're saying,
but
you'll get drone strikes if you're not careful.
Even if you don't believe in hell, how do you look in the mirror in the morning?
Here's the other thing: is I've this is what I've been saying for a long time about Grand Theft Auto 6. Is Grand Theft Auto 5 has been making money from since they came out, and there's no need for them to come out with Grand Theft Auto 6.
Congratulations! You're already a crypto expert. You're talking about, and all of a sudden now you're fucking trying to.
There's no need for them to come up with Grand Theft Auto 6 just to make it another version of Grand Theft Auto 5. I think that they've been waiting for, VR for them to unleash like a new immersive world where people could, where people could do the same shit like they're doing in GTA 5, but in virtual reality, make it a whole new.
That is actually good point. Actually, I got to meet you halfway there. I've been wondering why they've been taking so long for it to do that, and maybe that's why.
Some of it's just the way it is, man. I mean, it's just
You might be right, dude, but you shouldn't, man. In my opinion, man, you can do what you want in your life, and that's fine, and we don't have to argue about it. And I'm sorry that I even brought up argumentative tones, but I just mean, man, you shouldn't follow this whole thing because, man, it's gonna lead to. It has a deadly end, and if you become part of it, you're participating in that project, and you shouldn't do that because hurting people is wrong, and you don't have to do that because you're probably a really good person. And you sound like you're very smart, and you probably already have enough money. You're not desperate for it. You're okay. And then just live your life without having to participate in the harm of in the projects of killing people. That's what I'm saying. Like maybe AI will take over, but you shouldn't be a part of it, dude. Like, come on. It's going to take over anyway, right? With or without you. Do you really want your name written down on all that? Probably not. Come on. Go write some music and play video games and take care of your family and all that stuff, and then that'll be good enough. Don't you think? Do you really have to like do all that and spend like in an attempt to get like another couple $1,000 or whatever the hell it is? I wouldn't do it if I was you, man. But that's your choice. I'm not doing it. I know that.
Yo, I'm back. Sorry about that. I just
unbelievable.
I was just looking at this system for.
I don't
all
believe
the betas
you.
out for this Omniverse stuff. I'm trying to see if I can start creating.
I don't believe that you didn't hear what I said.
Wait, what's up? What do you mean?
I just said I don't believe that you weren't hearing what I said.
What did you say? What do you mean?
Well, I think there was like 10 other people listening. I don't want to repeat
I
it, but
heard you. But
yeah.
my
But
defense for
he's
Koso
playing
is
this game where he didn't hear me,
he's
so I
not
will repeat it if I have to.
signing his name on let AI rule the world in the future. He's just saying we could create some items for the virtual world.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, but they'll come after you and your family and you individually if
That'd be
you sign
weird if they
on to
did
this.
that,
His
dude.
other argument is if we're creating elements and art for the virtual world, we won't get drone striked first. Other people will. That's
Oh, so it's
the other
just like
argument.
me. It's like me last mentality.
Ooh,
It's like,
virtual
okay, we're gonna kill us all, but don't kill me. Kill me last.
Survival. You heard of that?
That's not
No.
fucking survival, dude. Hey, that's not how a man survives. A man survives. You fucking stop that shit before it starts. That's
Well,
how
then
a
good
man
luck,
survives.
man. I'll be there rooting you on when I see you on the TV. I'll say, hey, I talked to that guy. I believe in him.
Oh, I'm sure you'll see me on TV with your little drone.
I mean, yeah, if you're gonna take on this,
footage.
whatever it is you're gonna take down, then you're definitely gonna be on TV.
Yeah.
But anyways,
TV drone footage, executing X, Y, and Z, bomb, execute, killed, moving on, deep, moving on. Oh, village number 2, X, Y, Z, protocol, executed. That's you, basically,
dude,
dude.
my man.
That's sad.
Hold up a second, ET. Have you? I saw this documentary one time about Second Life, and it was pretty cool. And one of the ladies in it, first of all, was making these clothes and these boots and these houses. She was getting hundreds of thousands of dollars. I forget in what time frame, but one of her, she actually had a lawsuit because somebody was copywriting or somebody was.
I saw a
stealing
teacher quit her
idea.
job once. A teacher quit her job once because she was making so much money in Second Life.
Yeah, sure, but this lady, she sued these people for copyright infringement for her thing, and it was the landmark case because it was like the first case where she was suing over like digital or copywritten items in like a digital universe basically, and she actually won hundreds of thousands of dollars from that too. But yeah, she was making hundreds of thousands of dollars just sitting at home and selling these boots and clothes and I think houses too.
So is that your dream? Like, would you like that? If that happened to you, would you be like, I'm okay with that? I'm rich as fuck. Like, would you be happy with that? I mean, like, I sit at home with my, like, I sit in my home, and I've never done anything like that, and like, I feel unfulfilled because I haven't reached my artistic goals. If I could make $1 million doing something like that, that would make me
You know what
happy.
my dream is? My dream is I have a quiver of infinite arrows, and there's a fire burning, a blue flame, and down the stream is a canoe, and there you are laying in the canoe with a blanket over you and hay all around you, and it's as if it were your funeral, but there you are. You're not dead. You're not dead yet, but it doesn't matter because I'm shooting arrows at you as you're going down the stream, and trying to catch your canoe off. Just waiting for that to happen. Yeah.
Just shooting arrows at my canoe.
Burning.
Listen, Kosho, how do we get Big Willie status? Making shit in these games. All right, I'm your manager and your representative and your whatever you need done, and I get 10%.
Whatever you say, dude. But Gem, I was actually.
Plus, I have all the ideas. We know your ideas are shit, and mine are dope as fuck.
So
you're gonna need me.
Game.
Actually, I'm getting 25%, and I'm not doing anything but being an idea man. How's that sound?
Whatever you say, dude. Yeah, Gem Panda. His thing he was doing. I was making that for him again outside of Second Life. He gave me all the plans for it, but he'd probably want to do the same thing in this metaverse. I mean, his idea is not bad, dude. I mean, I had this idea for like a Pokemon Go, except for it wasn't Pokemon Go; it was real animals, and you would catch them and shit and train them, and it'd be real animals that were local to your region.
That is brilliant.
If you had a
Actually,
pets thing like in this virtual world, there's so many people who, he like Jen was saying, like people fucking go out of their way to buy fucking fake food for these fake pets,
Dude, everyone steal that idea for themselves. That is brilliant. Train your own digital pets. That's fucking holy shit. That is genius. I don't know if it's genius, but
it wouldn't
that
be so. It wouldn't. Oh, I'm saying it doesn't die. It would be so. So Jem would run it. It's just that Jem's product. We know that's for him. That's his own product.
well, fuck Jem. Use it for yourself, dude. That is a fucking great idea. Everyone run away with that and like
It's not
execute
really
it.
Jem's idea. This is just what you do.
Perfect.
You charge money for virtual
Well,
things.
I've heard of Pokemon Go, but I mean, I've never heard of like you buy a digital pet and like a cat and you pet it and you feed it. Like I've never heard of that before. That's pretty fucking awesome.
They
I
had
think
them
a
shits
lot
on
of
the
people do
keychain.
that.
They had them shits on the
keychains.
keychains. Yeah, they had those little. I mean, you couldn't actually pet it. Well, I don't know.
Yeah, you're talking about the Kamichiwa things or whatever those are called. Fuck yeah. Tamagotchi, yeah. This is like Tamagotchi on PCP, like real life, like
I know,
big.
dude. Exactly, and not only that, but you can keep these pets, and then they are unique, and then also they grow when you feed them.
Holy shit!
And they
And then
fight, and they can fight each other.
Imagine, Kosha, if we
That's
made
fucked up.
20
To the death.
creatures that have never been seen before, virtual creatures, and we sold them to someone who wants to run a virtual zoo.
Kosho, in my in the things I posted in Jem's debate text chat box, guy took down like a fucking pit bull or something, dude, like a fully grown pit bull, bro. Heads are saying, "Oh, dogs would tear you apart, this and that." Like they're bugging, bro. And that guy C4 said he fucking took down a big ass dog before, just like the guy in the video did.
Have you seen this website before?
What website?
This person does not exist.
Dude, pit bulls aren't a fucking joke. I got kind of like played around with one beforehand, and like if that thing would have started attacking me, it would have been life or death.
Dude,
And I would have killed him.
A fully grown man with no weapons should be able to take a pit bull down.
Maybe
like it shouldn't even be. It's not even a fair fight for the pit bull.
Yeah, but
well, yeah, it shouldn't be. But the point is, it's going to be a fair fight because those things can be pretty fucking vicious. It's going to be
I know,
a
but
fight.
if you're like a fully grown, fit, healthy, somewhat strong man, like
Well, I don't go to the gym that often, so the pit bull's got a chance. But I'm saying I will kill it. But I'm just saying I almost got in a fight with the pit bull once. That's why I'm even talking about this. And it's weird you bring it up. I was stuck in a garage with a pit bull once last year, and it was a nice pit bull. But if that pit bull would have been turned not nice, that I don't know what would have happened. To be honest,
Imagine if we could set that up for you again in VR. You're double the size and double the strength, so now you can fight back.
No, I'm saying I'm double the size, yeah, and double the strength. But I mean, like I had the energy to fight, and so did the pit bull. I'm just saying, if someone was to watch, made a video of it, if it was a life and death scenario, it would have been pretty fucking crazy. I'll tell you that. I would have won, but it would have been fucking crazy.
Look at these pictures real quick, Jeremy. You see the pictures I posted from the website?
Yeah,
some of these pictures are creepy as fuck.
Why is those pictures creepy?
No, these ones aren't creepy, but I'll show you one that's creepy. These pictures, these are made by AI. These aren't even real people. Here's a creepy one though.
Yeah, they can do video too. Haven't you seen that commercial?
Yeah. I'm saying these people don't even exist.
Is that a dude or just a
that's
guy
when
or a
they
girl?
called up male and female in the same image.
They're fucked up sometimes. They fuck up and they do shit.
People do look like that though.
But see that? Look at the eyes, like on the.
I've seen items with different eyes like that.
No. Next to her face, like there's an eye next to her face.
Oh, what's that?
Hey, what's to stop some kind of financial corporation, just like probably banking related, taking over everyone's money, and they'll be like, "Hey, we have video footage of you walking in this bank."
How you doing, kiddo? Yeah.
Jeremy, you got a hot mic there.
Yo, are you buying land in the metaverse or what, Coach Bill?
Yes, dude. Yeah, of course. I'm getting, dude. My girlfriend, I just asked her last night if I can get an Oculus Rift for Christmas. She said she was gonna look into it.
Do you need an Oculus thing to interact with this metaverse?
You need virtual reality. I mean, you don't have to. You don't have to, but you're not going to be immersed in it. Like you're.
Does the Rift
you can
work
view it on
for
your
this metaverse?
Can I still conduct business
one.
without?
Yeah, exactly. You can still conduct business. You can still see shit from your computer screen and shit like that, but it's not going to be the same.
Yeah, whatever.
Guys, stop listening to this guy. He's trying to coerce you into joining this evil universe called whatever the fuck they want to call it. Don't fucking do it, okay?
Yes. First of all, Kosho's always trying to coerce someone into something. We know.
Well, okay, great. Oh, yeah, well, continue that mentality then, because that's kept you alive thus far.
You want to see?
Don't fucking listen to this guy, man. I know this shit. And Kosho, do you don't have a picture of me? Bring it on.
There's a picture of ET.
Oh yeah, show it to me. Are you gonna post it right now?
Oh, post my picture, Kosho.
Okay, I gotta find you.
This website needs to be banned.
You don't know shit about me, Kosho, and if you do, man, I'll call it fucking FBI or something like that. I know you're American, but anyway, we're not gonna get into a fight here like that. I'm just saying, man, leave these fucking people alone, man. You go do your own fucking thing. If you want to ruin your own life, go ahead and do it.
Kosho had it shaken, but the feds came and shook him out.
That's right.
Damn right.
And most of these people are Asian, but that's cool.
That's weird.
They literally just go over like every picture as their input. They have lots of pictures.
Post my picture. Post my picture.
I know. I had someone post my picture once and it didn't look anything like me, and then it went all over the internet. Like, look, we got a picture of ET, and I was just like, that's actually not me, but okay. And then everyone believed it. It was weird, but you never know. You can't trust fucking people, you know.
Tom Glover's doxed some random man as my dad that I've never seen before. So, poor man.
Don't trust people on the internet.
Yeah, years ago I was talking to this chick on Yahoo chat or something. Like this was in like the fucking, I don't know, 90s or early 2000s or something. I'm on Yahoo chat talking to this chick. She shows me her pic. I don't know. We stopped talking, but like 6 months or a year later, like I started talking to some other chick on Yahoo chat, and then she showed me the same. It was the same girl. Like she had like the same set of pictures.
That is fucked up.
So now I'm like, yo, is this the real girl, or was the other girl the real girl, or are neither of them the real girl?
That is.
I didn't even know. I just stopped talking to both of them. I was like, yo,
whoa, that is seriously messed up. Whoa, huh?
It's like, dude, that's like I was talking to this girl that is real because I've seen her, and she's fucking a babe, dude.
She's Jewish.
Yeah, she is Jewish. How did you know that? How'd you know that?
How'd you know that?
That's why you.
How dare you know that?
Yeah, she is Jewish though, but yeah, she's Russian, she's Jewish, and anyways, and then next thing I know, dude, she had like this main picture, but then somebody created an alt and didn't realize that like I knew who that person was, and they were acting like they were actually a chick. I'm like, dude, this is somebody using an alt account, dude. What the fuck?
Hey, my battery's about to die, but I just wanted to stop in. I just totally spammed the chat, or not spammed it, but I put a bunch of stuff about Craig Wright in the live stream. He's the guy that just won the court case. He owns the majority share of Bitcoin. He's the guy that's backing the BSV, Bitcoin Satoshi Vision. So I imagine that since he just was declared basically, whoever it is, Satoshi Nakamoto, he basically was declared Bitcoin King yesterday. So there's got to be some runoff from that. And he also was talking about N-Chain or something called N-Chain. Look up that on the internet. And he plans to like remake the internet through this data security protocol and stuff. So I'm just advising.
Holy shit.
jump on all that.
Hey, New Perspective, are you there?
Yeah.
I don't think I've ever talked to you, but I have a problem that I need you to solve for me. You sound like you're very knowledgeable.
Not really.
I need you to get me some Bitcoin, okay?
What the fuck you, dude?
Talk to Jeremy. Talk to Jeremy.
No, dude. Fuck
No,
Chris,
Lil.
man. I don't know what the fuck he's doing, dude. Being a fucking dickhead.
Oh, Leo. It's times like this where you make it all worth it, Leo.
Jeremy, was that a good troll?
Fucking idiot. The only thing that's a good troll because it's at my expense.
That was good.
Why? What was it? How was it at your expense, Kosho?
Because I'm trying to give him the fucking. Anyways, his brother's got 10
It's personal. It's personal, Kosho.
Yeah, it's
we
personal,
don't want to
okay.
hear personal
It's
laundry
personal.
in this channel.
You're the one bringing it up, fuckhead. But all right, man. What's going on, Chris?
Not much. How about you guys? How's the server doing? Looks like it's buzzing along.
Yeah, we were talking about metaverse and omniverse bullshit and some blockchain shit, I think.
Conspiracy verse and blockchain?
Yeah, you know about metaverse, right? And omniverse? And...
Well, Conspiracy Santa's here, so obviously
What's the omniverse?
See,
hold on,
Chris.
One universe? Omni means one, usually?
Yeah, but I'm guessing it's some kind of digital world, like Second Life or metaverse or something. I've just never heard of it. You buy land in it. How do we get money off it, bro?
Dude, Grenade Head was telling us about alt space the other day. Alt space is a thing that already exists, and you can get on alt space without even having VR. But he was saying that there's a Japanese dude who makes dresses for people in alt space, and he makes a killing. And he says there's all sorts of items. Yeah, there's a bunch of people who can make items. So really,
that's crazy.
That people want, they buy it, dude.
Can I ask you a question? Do you guys know Minecraft, right? Is it kind of like you don't have to explain to me what this whole new world is?
Yeah, it's like Minecraft.
Do you think Minecraft is like somehow like connected? Like you know how you can make your own little world?
Yeah, you have to get to the bedrock to understand how it's related, though.
What can you guys explain that again?
It's pretty simple. You just have to build your building out of bedrock, and then you'll tap into the gold mine.
Do you not get the concept, ET, of metaverse?
Oh, dude, I understand the
Virtual
concept. I'm
world.
just wondering how it's going to work in with like cryptocurrency and everything. Is what I'm trying to figure out.
Well, you're going to be there'll be like a cryptocurrency attached to the real estate and whatever else, and like so you the way these games work, probably like that. You have to like buy you have to get wax or whatever, and then you buy wax as a coin, and then that allows you to buy things within the game or whatever.
I'm on that network. What's that network called that uses the wax token?
I don't know. I was just hearing about it from other people. I don't own any wax, but
Veach had me. I got like $100 worth of wax or something. Veach had me buy it one night.
It's so complicated. I think that the normal person's going to have a really hard time. They can't even buy Bitcoin. Most people don't even know what to do. All these games and stuff, it's going to be so complicated. Buy this, and then you have to like exchange it for that, and then you can.
You know, I was poking fun at Kosho's expense earlier, but I can poke fun at my own expense. A couple years back, when Bitcoin was $3,000 a piece, I was going to buy 4 of them. Now I'm kicking my own self.
Mm-hmm.
But it made a lot of money.
I heard about it when it was only like 50 cents for $1.
Too bad you never heard about it when it was that price, because it started out at like $400.
No, it didn't. I was buying them at $100. I was buying them at $100.
Maybe it was like 15 or something. I can't remember. I looked it up.
Dude, they were pennies. I thought it started off as pennies. Somebody bought a pizza with 11 million of them, bro. They were worth pennies. You could have got thousands and thousands and tens and thousands of them for nothing.
Oh, what a ripoff! Bitcoin's down to 50,000.
I do this faucet, and back in the day, they let you do a free roll every hour, and they give you some Satoshi. That's like a fraction of a Bitcoin. Back in the day, they used to give you like 500,000 Satoshi as a reward every hour. You know what 500,000 Satoshi is worth now? Like hundreds of dollars.
You know what I think is ironic about cryptocurrency, Jeremy?
What, Lyle?
I think it's very ironic that the humongous players in the not the people with a lot of cryptocurrency, but like the huge players that are all about cryptocurrency, like say you. And I'm not saying you have this attitude, but there's a bunch of people like cryptocurrency because it's so anonymous, but yet there's governments of countries that control cryptocurrency and have their own cryptocurrency. I think that's very ironic, because the whole point of cryptocurrency is so that the government can't see what you're doing with your money.
Well, if you don't want them to, they can't. You can use it totally anonymously if you wanted to.
How are you going to get money from the government through through their cryptocurrency without them being able to control it and see where it's going?
They've been doing it since the beginning of.
It was honestly first made for total anonymity, like criminals would use it.
It was, the blockchain is what made it big, dude. I mean, the Silk Road's what made it big, dude.
Silk Road, yeah.
Well, maybe I have the same question. Like, how do you buy anything without them knowing at this point?
You use cryptocurrency. But that's what
I know you can buy things with Bitcoin or any currency, but I mean, you translate it and they have it all. Now, so I want to buy a couch or a Nintendo.
Yeah.
How the fuck do they not know about that?
How are they gonna know about it?
Well, because I buy it off Amazon or the brick.com.
Don't buy on Amazon, dude.
Well, what am I supposed to do? Buy it off some like weird ass down the street?
Dude, that's a Dave Web store, dude.
Kosho, you may have missed what I said. Like, there are countries out there that are
I don't recognize them as currency.
Their form of currency is cryptocurrency.
Nah, there's no country that's doing that, but
yeah, there is.
There's countries that accept it, but they're not making their currency cryptocurrency.
Yeah, there are.
What country?
I'll show you. Hold on.
Yeah, there's countries that are accepting it, but they're not.
Venezuela or Chile or some.
No, that's not real. That's not real quite yet. The point is, if you want to buy a couch, you still have to claim that on your taxes as an asset. So you buy a $5,000 couch with your wicked ass Bitcoin profits.
What the hell are you talking about, dude? First
that's
of all,
the way it works, dude. That's the legitimate way to take care of it.
I don't fucking give any money to the tax man that I don't have to. Okay.
Well, you should. Yeah, I'm not asking you to do something illegal. I'm just saying, like, I would be careful about that, not to try to.
I'm not even compelled to. Is what I'm saying.
Okay, I don't think you are. I'm just saying, like, I'm definitely not either. Like, I like to be. I like to be very careful with that stuff because
I pay all my taxes. They hit you with capital gains. I am not. That was not me speaking just now.
Yeah, I haven't even ever used cryptocurrency. I've lost all my.
The IRS is only as big as you make them, dude.
Okay? Dude, they're hiring like 1 million extra IRS agents because of crypto. You didn't hear about that?
You know what the IRS agents hire? They hire police because IRS agents can't do anything on their own, dude. There's IRS agents. Okay, they come after people who have obvious red flags. They don't have the.
What would be a red flag?
Let's see. You are a celebrity and you are not claiming any of your fucking any of your money. Or
what if you buy a house?
Or you have obvious, or you have obvious things like a house or this other kind of shit, and you're very
So where's the line where you make enough for them not to notice you, but you make enough for them to notice you?
No, you don't buy things in your name if you're not supposed to be having that money. If you're not claiming earnings, you don't buy huge shit like that in your name.
But you can't buy a house with Bitcoin. You can buy shit off PayPal and stuff with Bitcoin now. But how do you buy a house or a car? Because I'm pretty sure Ferrari.
About 4 years ago.
Ferrari doesn't accept Bitcoin.
About 4 years ago, hold on, guy. About 4 years ago, there was a place near me that started accepting Bitcoin for cars. This was a legit like dealership and shit. So,
and Tesla,
you can definitely buy a car.
Tesla's entire company can sells his cars for Bitcoin.
Okay, what if you can't buy houses? That thing about you can't buy houses with Bitcoin. If you find someone that likes Bitcoin and you have enough Bitcoin to buy their house, they will accept it.
Okay, you're right. You're right.
Somebody was
But this is the thing. If they catch you, with gaining assets without being, they call them assets. Obviously, you guys know more about them than I do, but at least in Canada, if you gain assets from cryptocurrency, they consider that, well, they're considered assets, and then you're supposed to report that. They figured out a weird little way to like change that legal language.
Not saying anything.
No, I don't. I think it's a bad idea. If it was me and I got fucking rich on Bitcoin, I'd be paying the shit out of my taxes. Is what I would do.
Dude, let Jeremy say his bullshit real quick, dude.
I pay all my taxes. They hit you with capital gains. Absolutely, it's good to pay all your taxes. However, if you wanted to do it, Kosho was talking about, and buy shit on the low and stay completely anonymous with it, and they would never know it's you. Yeah, you can do that too.
Hey, guess what they're not doing? They're not listening to YouTube. They're not listening to Discord. They're not doing anything that would actually catch most of the people. They're doing things that are obvious and catching the obvious people because that's how creative they are. Okay, they use things like the Bedford's Law. How retarded is that, dude? I use Bedford's Law to try and see if people are lying on their things as write-offs, and you also are living reasonably within your means, and you're not buying shit in your name. Shit. Then yeah, you're gonna be typically all right because you're under the radar. They don't look for people. They're not looking at people like that.
The point is, you want to stay completely out of radar from any. You don't want to be caught. Period is the point. So just in the way you do not ever get caught, you don't do anything wrong in the first place. And then so if they do fucking accuse you of something, you're like, well, good luck. Because man, you know what? If you get caught doing something that you thought you could get away with, man, you're gonna be in serious fucking trouble. I know one guy in the United States, man, who tried to buy his way around tax law. Dude, he tried to skirt way around the fucking tax. No, everyone should listen to this. He thought he could get away with a bunch of tax stuff. He didn't. He went to jail for like over 5 years. I know the man. I've known him for a while. And that can happen to you.
I would like to make a point, and I think
okay, Chris, make a point. You make a point after this. I'm just going to say, let's play a game called Let's Only Make Points. So let's only say things that we think other people are going to want to hear. Okay? It's a fun game. If you lose, you die. Okay, go ahead, Chris.
Here's what I read about capital gains tax and how it works associated with cryptocurrency. Okay, so you buy like a Bitcoin back when it was $5 or $20, whatever amount, and now it's worth $50,000. If you take out enough to go into the next tax bracket, that is when they actually charge you taxes. But if you just leave the money in the cryptocurrency, they're not going to charge you taxes. They only charge it when you take the money out.
It's called unrealized gains and realized gains, yes. And you will be paying almost 100% of capital. Not 100%, but 100% of the money you pull out is pretty much going to be pure gains. So
yeah, what I understand is, so say like you're making $20,000 a year and you're still in the whatever bracket that is.
You make the next bracket.
If you pulled out enough money to change your tax bracket, that's when they hit you with capital gains tax.
I completely agree with that. That's how it is up here in Canada. And by the way, I don't know what you mean by that. You pay 100% of your capital gains. When in what country is that existing?
I phrased it wrong. I meant to say if you bought Bitcoin when it was one Bitcoin when it was $5 and you cash out like $10,000 worth of it, that's all profit. That's 100% profit, pretty much. Like you can claim the $5, but whatever, it's like 99.99% profit.
Oh yeah, but that's if you made a shitload of money, though.
No matter what.
How it actually works is, if you're making $20,000 a year, you get charged 20% or whatever the tax rate is for that $20,000. And if you pull out money, capital gains money, they call it, and it goes above
highway robbery
on everything that you pull above your tax bracket, they charge 35%.
So that's fantastic. Okay, this whole the back and forth, twice, 3 times, tax brackets is too much, man. Okay, let's get back to the fucking.
That's how it works, Koshi. Just because you don't like it, that's
Here's
how
the
it
deal,
works.
dude.
Listen, how are we gonna bubble? Listen, how are we gonna bubble in the meta? Hold on, how are we gonna bubble in the metaverse, bro? That's all I want to hear about. Should I go buy some land right now?
Yes, dude. We make
I would say look into BSV, you guys. I mean, this kid, the guy that owns the most Bitcoin just won in court, and he's all about the BSV. And then I just posted another thing about gaming and how BSV is the platform you use for like gaming and all this. That's the
Who owns the most Bitcoin right now?
I've been trying to save this, man, for
Craig Wright.
Trying to save
Greg Wright?
Craig Wright.
Craig Wright. Okay.
Yeah, and watch that interview that I posted with him. He talks about how he came up with the name Satoshi Nakamoto and how he was into he sounds like a relatively cool guy. I mean, like he basically is like, this is the way it is. He doesn't trust the government. This is.
Is that actually who that guy was?
Satoshi Vision, Bitcoin Satoshi Vision is the reason it's called Satoshi Vision is that's the original vision this guy had for the way it should work without all the big, huge taxes and fees and shit. That's what he was all about. Now that he's been basically declared the majority holder of Bitcoin, there's going to be some hype about it. I mean, he can pretty much do what he wants at this point, right? That's the bubble right now, I think.
Do you think the government? That's fucking fascinating. Do you think the government is coming after him, or is he completely good to go, legally speaking?
Well, he could be part of the whole plan because it needs to be less fees for people. They're not going to get involved. It needs to be completely secure, and that's what BSV is all about. Is or at least the Nchain website that it's called Nchain, just the letter N chain, and it's all about data integrity and all that kind of stuff. So he sounds like, just watch the interview. I'm telling you, this could be like the rebirth of Bitcoin, honestly.
What's his name? Something Wright?
Craig Wright.
Craig Wright and Chain.
On Monday, he just won the lawsuit that proves that he's the creator of Bitcoin.
Whoa, that's fucking huge news, actually. I never surprised.
Yeah, it's big news, and there's got to be. You guys should help me research what the runoff from all that's going to be, because I mean,
Craig Wright and Chain, right? Craig. Chain.
Yeah, and Chain or BSV. BSV is Bitcoin Satoshi Vision. That could be totally fucking skyrocketing now.
Jesus Christ.
The video I posted said they think it's going to go up to 4,000. It's only at 140 right now.
I'm okay, sir. I just posted up my computer notepad right now, not because I'm trying to make money, because I'm not even involved in cryptocurrency. I'm more of a researcher type. What's that guy's name again? And then N-Chain.
Dude, I just look in the live stream. I posted 5 videos that are all about everything I just said.
Oh, okay, serious. Thanks.
Hey, Jeremy. Are you still there?
What's up?
There's this guy that had a lawsuit against Mark Zuckerberg for $11 million back before Bitcoin hit 20,000, and he turned that. And what he did with the $11 million he won is he bought Bitcoin with all $11 million.
That's fucking risky right there. Really, I would have kept $1 million or $2 million on the side just in case.
He bought 1.5 million Bitcoin at $120 a piece.
That's banging, yeah.
He's worth $1 billion now.
That's fucking fire right there, yeah. I was buying them at $100.
Did he sell or is he still holding?
I don't know.
At least by now, right? I gotta let me buy a little house and some cars, get some jewelry.
That's what you would do with $1 billion, bro?
Okay, guys.
I would take a couple million out and at least buy some stuff with it and get some realized gains, set up trust funds for the kids, all of that.
If you had $1 billion in cash in your bank account, there would be no way in a lifetime that you could spend that all.
Guys,
yeah.
Okay. I know this sounds kind of stupid compared to your guys' conversation right now. What's this guy's name again with N-Chain? I'm looking and I'm not seeing it. What's his name? Mike Wayne, something Wayne. Damn it.
Send what's his name a private message.
It's just I'm here in the chat. It's just I don't. It's
No,
not
that
here.
guy's not here anymore. That guy's not here. He left. Send him a new perspective.
I think that's you, isn't it?
His name's New Perspective.
Oh. Okay. So does anyone remember what he said?
I think it was Mark something. I have no idea.
Something Wayne, I thought. Okay.
No, it wasn't anything Wayne.
Thought it
I don't
was.
know. Maybe it
Damn
was. I don't know. I don't really remember. I'm not interested in that coin, really. I only
Damn
do
it. I
passive
feel like
income.
as if that guy just like popped in really quick to drop some truth bombs, is what I felt. But, huh. Okay.
His name was New Oh, was that you, Dicelo, that was saying it? Or was that
No,
New
I know
Perspective?
New Perspective, but that wasn't me. What coin was he talking about?
I don't know, but he was like dropping some truth bombs about Bitcoin even.
The guy just won a lawsuit. He is Satoshi Nakamoto, and he got like some wallet with 1 million Bitcoin in it or something. And he started a new coin called BSV or something, or BVS. I forget the initials of the coin, but
I remember he brought up something about N chain, like Nintendo N chain. So that might be that's a tip. I wish somebody would have written that down, and I tried to. I went to my computer, and then by the time I got there, he was gone, and nobody wrote anything down. Okay, but
we posted all kinds of stuff in chat about it.
well, I mean, I went to chat, and it's not there.
Are you in Livestream 1? Did he post it on Livestream 1?
Okay, I'm in Livestream 1. Yes.
That's the last thing.
BSV is about to go parabolic. We'll run 5%, 5,000% from here. This is 14 minutes after the hour.
Okay, 14 minutes. Thank you.
Yeah.
But that's 14 minutes after the hour. That can't be real because we're at 39 after the hour now, and this wasn't 20 minutes ago or whatever. This was like 5 minutes ago or 10 minutes ago.
Did you look at 14?
I guarantee it, dude. It was more recent.
Did you look
than
at
that.
the post at 14 after the hour? Because it is what we're talking about, dude. He was posting it before he came in and said that.
Okay,
Yeah,
sorry.
I mean,
Maybe I'm
got
in the
another
wrong
one.
page. Okay,
Bro,
I'm sorry.
He's got another
after the
one.
hour.
30 minutes after the hour, unlocking the potential of blockchain gaming, BSV stories. It's all about this BSV coin, so I don't see anything other than
I'm just confused about the room and whatever.
Yeah, you're in the wrong chat.
All right.
Livestream
Wow.
1 text.
Yeah, I tried. Okay, Livestream 1 text. Yeah, okay. Well, I'll stop asking. I guess I'll never figure it out. But
It's probably in those videos. If you just scroll up in Livestream text, if you scroll up in Livestream text 1, he posted like 5 different things. So,
about FB, is this what this whole BSV thing is about?
the guy New Perspective.
Yeah.
If you scroll up in chat, the guy New Perspective, all of his last posts have been about this BSV coin. So it's not going to be. It's pretty clear to.
I see him now.
If
Yeah,
you go to
you know what?
14 after the hour, there's 3 of them there.
You know what? I fucked that up. I'm really sorry. Thank you. I'll stop
all right,
asking
it's fine.
about it. Yeah, I found it now. Thank you. I was very interested. Thank you.
There you go. You got a lot of viewing material right there.
Okay, that's cool. Yeah. Well, plus everyone can learn from this stuff, right? So it's good for everyone to know. But,
I'm trying to learn about the metaverse and shit and how that fucking works because Snoop Dogg just bought a whole bunch of land there, and I feel like that's going to be the next. If there is going to be like this big virtual reality 3D Oculus world, it's going to happen in this metaverse thing. There's money attached. Now there's real money attached.
Snoop Dogg bought land in a VR universe?
Metaverse. Yeah, metaverse it's called. This is going to be the next big thing, right?
Fuck?
This is going to be the next big thing right here, especially if 3D virtual reality is going to be a thing.
I don't think so,
It's going to be a thing.
Here's
it's going to be a
man.
thing in this place, in this metaverse.
I think you're getting confused with blockchain backed real estate, because that's like right now that's the big thing is blockchain real estate, and I think there's a guy that just made a shit ton of money off it. He kind of goes over how to do it. But there's a lot of projects popping up. Like there's one on the Big Island in Hawaii by Christopher Green. There's quite a few digital blockchain real estates that you could get involved in right now and make a shit ton of cash if you know how to navigate yourself. Like literally buying physical land, not virtual land, physical land.
Yeah, that's what I would think would be like, you know, what matters. Like the metaverse, the actual physical land that people would have to be like walking on to get to different places in this, like, you know, metaverse or whatever, in this VR realm. Because in the end, if someone's like in a VR world and they're trying to come into my house, you know, that's not gonna fly.
Yeah, you guys are talking fantasy, bro.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I was new to this whole whatever that new perspective guy was talking about with Bitcoin and everything. This whole metaverse thing is not going to fly. It is fantasy, and it's like pretending like a video game is going to become your life. Like
Well,
I
they're
don't know
doing
what.
it. They're doing it with art. You know, they're doing it with. They're trying to do it with everything. Is they're selling you, you know, some bullshit. But I'm not saying that blockchain is bullshit. I'm just saying that you got to be careful with what you buy into. And
Totally. Yeah, I agree. Yeah. I would be
yeah.
very careful, especially if they're selling something like that. Like if some like guy's trying to sell me a crazy expensive car on the lot, I'm gonna be really skeptical about, you know, what I agree to. But
You
if
got to
someone's
be
like,
very.
this is a new form of reality, I'm like, okay, I'll see you tomorrow. You know what I mean?
You got to be like really careful, just in general, when it comes to investments within crypto, because pretty soon I think we're going to see like a 60% fallout and complete cease of existence of, like I said, 60% of all crypto after like the regulatory clarity that's been asked for comes about. And so be very careful on what your money tied up in, man. Like if it's not like a real practical utility that's transparent and there's any sort of like corruption going on, it's the hammer's going to come down on it, dude.
Eventually, I know, dude. I totally agree with you. But I mean, my what I wonder about sometimes is like, what is the most solid thing? Because for years, like throughout my whole adult life, people have been like, buy gold and silver. You know, I've heard that so many freaking times.
I
And that
mean,
was
it's always
before.
good to have a diverse portfolio, right? Like that's somebody who's honest with themselves, and reality is somebody that's diversified themselves to kind of hedge against any sort of market fallout, because it's always going to be a teeter totter. Like when one market or asset class kind of takes a dip, another one kind of comes up to kind of correct the balance. So having a large diversity in assets is always a good thing. But I'm talking strictly in regards to crypto as it
Yeah,
is
well,
right
me
now.
too. That's the why I brought up gold and silver, because that's kind of like old news now. And because that used to be the old version of, like, you know, alternative, keeping
Well,
your currency safe. It used to be for a lot of people
you
anyway.
want to have about 10% of your portfolio net worth in like hard precious metals. And I would say maybe even a little bit more, just because of the manipulation we've seen upon like silver, for example.
Yeah.
Like all other precious metals have increased over the last 100 years, except for silver. That's like the only one gone down. Like even lead's gone up in value. So
Yeah.
with that being said, silver is just kind of like waiting and to explode.
Well, they've said that for like a decade now. Silver was going to explode a long time ago, and it's always just
Well,
trailed behind
it's
gold the whole time.
market manipulation. You got J.P. Morgan, who's been like caught,
Oh yeah,
you
greatest
know,
company in the world. Yeah, but I mean, look at everything. Like nobody saw crypto coming. Well, some people did, but I mean, like That wasn't like publicly announced when I was being told about buying gold and silver, you know? Like, and people were telling me to buy gold and silver, people were buying Bitcoin secretly behind the scenes.
Well, most people aren't aware that there's actually more gold above ground than there is silver, which should instantly tell you that silver is heavily being manipulated. And if you really wanted to hold some precious metals, that's one that I would suggest. But outside of that, getting back to crypto,
you think silver? Wait, just to be clear, you said silver, right?
I'm about to buy some silver too. He's not the first person I heard say that. I'm about to get on some silver myself.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Okay. Go on though, man. Go on. Sorry to cut you off.
I was just saying, crypto in general, like you got to just be very precautionary in what you're putting dollars into, because like I said, you could wake up one day to go look at your statement or whatever and see that it's just not even there. And I think it's all waiting to happen. So just be very leery on what your main bags are, and just make sure you're holding something that's going to be, you know, that's been transparent from the get. Because even exchanges.
Let me ask you one quick question, because I know everyone has the same thing in mind. Everyone wants to like protect their funds, right? What do you think about like just the dollar in itself? I think that's one thing everyone is worrying about.
Get away.
Yeah,
Run
I've been stocking
fast
up.
as you can.
I've been stocking up on some stable coins myself, just in case. You know, USDC, BUSD.
Well, you got to be careful. You got to be careful with the stable coins, because like
I
this is what's
diversify
been,
those too. I know.
Well,
I diversify them.
Yeah, this is what's been propping up Bitcoin's parabolic increases. The market circulation increase of Tether is synonymous with the price increase of Bitcoin, and you can see this if you were to do an overlay. And there's a huge problem there, because that's what you call market manipulation. And Tether's been on the chopping block multiple times for situations like this, and it's like I said, it's only a matter of time before they're dragged into court and literally grabbed by their ankles and shook upside down, which is going to create a ripple effect throughout the entire market. And this is when you'll see Ethereum flip Bitcoin and things like this. So mark my words.
Ethereum can flip Bitcoin down to a lower amount.
I think Ethereum's heavily undervalued. I think Bitcoin's greatly overvalued. So I
and
think
when we're talking, okay, sorry, I'm really sorry. Tethered, so that's like a manipulation of currencies, right? Tethering and.
Well, Tether is a stable coin, and as the market cap increases, you see the increase of Bitcoin. And every time Bitcoin does a major run, Tether's doing a major market cap increase. So it's propping up the facade of Bitcoin's value, and it's all going to pop eventually and be found.
Huh. Thanks for explaining that to me. I'm still learning, but man, that's so interesting. Thanks.
Yeah, try not to follow the hype, man. Like you got to be very careful with like following these maximalists.
Not even in crypto. He's not even in crypto.
Huh?
ETs. He's not even in it.
Oh yeah, but there's a reason I'm in it. Well, yeah, I'm not like using my own money, but I mean, I have delved in like stocks and stuff before. I've dealt with ETH before, but yeah, I've stayed out of it, but I follow along with what's going on.
Yeah,
I do my best anyway. I'm not an expert, but yeah. No, I've dealt with like Ethereum and everything, but it's just I stopped dealing with it. But I'm very serious about like what's going on because I'm actually interested.
How do you deal with it? Like I don't understand.
Well, like I just said, like I've traded Ethereum before, back when it was like before before 1,000. But yeah, I'm just trying to understand it. Like that was a couple of years ago.
Most people get confused with like investing and holding versus trading. Like I feel like there's a lot of like misusage of this, like these terms often.
Yeah, and the information too, right? Like, am I right? Like, people are like, "Oh yeah, this is about to happen in the next week because of this," where you could have like a gigantic gain in funds had you just known what that even means. Whereas, yeah, I know, like on the opposite side, you have people who just like they'll throw in a few $1,000s there and just like sit on their ass for a few years, right? Whereas you're way more productive to just like more like a ninja, right? You just like, and you just like, yeah, whatever. I don't know. I think you can be way more. You can do way better acting like a ninja than you can like a dude eating Doritos on the couch. But whatever.
What if you bought stock in Lay's potato chips? You can make a killing.
Trying to stack chips like Pringles, bro. I'll tell you right now.
Oh shit! Oh my gosh! I just saw a car fire just now. There's a truck on fire. I was wondering why it smelled. Oh god! I hope that person didn't die. Standing near this highway, this truck's.
You just call 911.
It's one of those things where it's like I think somebody else hurt a kid.
You should call 911 immediately in case it's an emergency.
It's an
What if I'm
emergency.
gonna
It's an
miss out?
emergency. Help.
Oh my gosh! It exploded! It just holy fuck! It just exploded.
Help me. Help
You hear
me.
that?
I don't know what to do.
It exploded. Oh, fuck.
No, it didn't
You guys hear that?
explode. Nothing
Yeah, there's a
exploded.
pop. Yeah, it exploded. What the fuck?
Your theory exploded.
It was a white flash. Wow. Well, somebody's in there. That thing's dead.
So yeah, I've been like following this whole thing for years, and like I'm kind of coming to terms with myself after not investing like my savings into the whole thing. I'm like, if I just would have invested properly, I would have more money. And I'm like, you know what? I'm willing to put down some of my savings now, just in case.
You hear that?
Like a little money on the side, because there is no explosion.
Oh, listen. You're talking. You're talking nonsense.
You talk about it more, his head might explode.
His head might explode. Might explode in his pants.
You know what's funny? Max Kaiser, if you guys know that name, he said Bitcoin's going to hit 200,000 by the end of the year. He's wrong about that, wasn't he? He's one of the big Bitcoin guys too. He bought it when it was like less than $1. And I only know that because he's friends with Alex Jones. And he told Alex Jones to buy Bitcoin when it was less than $1. And he bought like a shitload of it. And now he's rich.
Oh man, I thought he got rich off Kaiser rolls.
Got rich off what, sorry?
Kaiser rolls.
I don't know what you mean by that, but he got rich off Bitcoin for sure. I think he was already rich because he knew what he was doing.
Yeah,
he tried to start his own cryptocurrency even before Bitcoin was a thing.
Oh, I thought he got rich off sandwich.
I'm not sure how he got rich, but the man is filthy rich, I think. And he's friends with Alex Jones.
He was bread maxing. Max Kaiser. The bread man.
Bread.
The bread man.
The bread man. Okay. Well, I don't know what kind of bread he was cooking up there, but he made a shitload of money off Bitcoin earlier before anyone else did, and he got rich. And he tried to warn other people. He's like,
Try to warn
find
people
a
or
reason
try
to
to
warn people.
or give advice?
This might sound like a stupid question, but if there was a weird version of Hollywood called Hollyfood,
Hollywood.
what would be the lead male actor in all the movies?
Maybe Adam Sandler.
Brad Pitt.
Brad Pitt. There you go. How about Tom Cruise? I don't know, man. How about the producer could be Albert Broccoli? How about that guy?
Guys, I don't know who's been along in this conversation all day long or all night long, but I want to say goodbye. Some of you have been here for a couple hours, and I want to say goodbye for now.
Okay.
Okay.
Have a good one, man.
You as well. What is anyone gonna? What's the answer to the question? Anyone know?
Well, somebody mentioned Brad Pitt, but I wanted to say that I'm actually more of a fan of his brother, Stu.
Damn. Stupid.
Yeah.
Is he a special type of stupid?
He's the most special.
He's the type of actor you really don't think about what he's doing on stage. You just try to figure out what a special type of stew he is.
Beef stew. Minestrone stew. Clam chowder.
I just saw the funniest username I've seen in ages yesterday. It was Quentin Tarantino. I somehow found that appropriate.
Wait, say that again. What was it called?
Quentin Tarantino.
What was the name again?
Quentin Tarantino. Yeah, it was a play on Tarantino.
I always thought Quentin Tarantino looks like Dr. Ramos. Maybe they're the same person.
You know who Dr. Oz looks like is Nathan Oakley.
Oh, yeah.
A little bit.
Or I think Tarantino looks more. Yeah. They both have like they have that face that just ends abruptly at their eyebrows. I mean, well, like I don't know. It's hard to explain. Full stop hard face. Now the fire trucks are here. Now they got all these fire trucks here. A lot of fire trucks. See, 3, 4 fire trucks.
Yeah, I just chopped some of my tether up. I did have too much in tether. Got some USDC and BUSD with it. I'm stocking up just in case. Feel like the shit I got is pretty safe. Like I don't fuck around with all that bullshit meme coin thing. They just sell off a bunch recently, probably 2-3 grand in the stable coins though.
Jeremy, what would you consider a stable coin? Or what's the definition of stable coin?
Like a coin that follows the dollar or the pound or the yen or something like that. I only do the US dollars. Like it'll fly the coin. Like one of the coins is worth $1. DAI does it. USDC does it. BUSD. TUSD. USDT. So it's essentially like having a dollar. Like if something bad happened with USDT, that shit would hurt crypto bad.
Okay. So I guess like it's all owned by like a couple of people. I guess.
I mean, USDT is owned by a couple people, and then I don't know who owns USDC or who owns BUSD. They're just backed by the dollar. I don't think there's anything crazy going on. But just to be
Bitcoin's
safe,
owned by like. I think the biggest owner of Bitcoin owns like 4% of Bitcoin.
maybe.
Like that. You can look it up.
XRP is one of those shady ones where like 50% of the coin is owned by like one guy or something, I think. I heard bad things
like
about XRP.
It's probably a Chinese dude. Chinaman.
It's not that hard to buy 50% of a coin. If you catch it when it's really low and you just buy 50% of it, like that's not like a difficult thing to do. Like I could do that with a coin right now if I wanted to.
It's like a game of Monopoly.
And then if that coin were to ever be something big, you know, I'd be filthy and it would look highly suspicious. But, you know, there might not be anything. It's bad having that much control of the coin in one person's hands is the thing. It doesn't matter who it is. Like if some guy owns 50% of a coin, he could burn that shit to the ground in an hour.
Yeah, you'll end up dead in a ditch.
I don't know if you're gonna die in a ditch, dude. What?
No, it's just gonna be a big bounty on it. On all your shit. A lot of money.
Yeah, I don't know. It has been scaring me. I've been stacking up my cash just in case something happens. Venus is going into a retrograde. I heard that's never good for finances. However, it is happening exactly on the solstice, so that it could be like a Uno reverse card with that. I'm not sure.
You said the planet Venus is moving?
Venus is going into a retrograde motion, yep, on the Christmas.
It's like accelerating. Yeah.
What?
Doesn't retrograde mean when it looks like the planet is like changing speeds?
Yeah, it looks like it's going in the opposite direction. Not the opposite direction. Yeah, changing speeds is a better way to phrase it.
I think Venus is considered like what, the third brightest thing in the sky. At least that's how it looks like to me. I see it. It gets pretty bright.
It's questionable on how we even see Venus during the day, or how do we even see Venus? Venus is in between us and the sun. So anyone that can see Venus is looking at the sun. You might be able to see it off to the side or something with some, maybe at a funny angle.
Sometimes you see it.
Yeah,
Huh?
if their model's true, Venus would be in between the Earth and the Sun.
Like,
But
how would you ever see Venus, right?
Yeah, and
How
this
would
is
you
the
see it
thing.
at night?
Yeah, you wouldn't be able to. You'd be looking the wrong direction. And this is a discussion I have with Professor Phil. And he was like, nope, you can see Venus you can only see Venus during the day. And I'm like, yeah, I agree with you, right? If the heliocentric's true, you could only see it at the day. So how come I can see it at night? He says, you can't. You can't see Venus at night. Then he links me an article with the headline that says, how to find Venus in the night sky. I'm like,
What
dude,
is it?
you just linked an
That's
article.
hilarious.
Yeah, I
That's
go.
hilarious.
It's like, what's up here?
Who did
You
that?
know?
Phil?
What is
Yo,
that?
Phil's the
Professor
one.
Phil, yeah.
Phil's the one that gave us the video of satellites falling into the clouds too. That guy cracks me up, man.
Professor Sexy Phil? What is that object in the sky? The really bright one. It's not Venus.
Your mic's all crackly or something. Say that again.
No, I'm driving right now.
I did one of his like impromptu physics lessons, and all it was just basically him asking me questions and then telling me I'm wrong, or I
Were you
didn't
wrong?
answer. Yeah,
Were you
either
wrong?
I was wrong or I didn't answer the question. And then
But
the
were you
class,
wrong though?
I have no idea. I mean, no matter what I said, it would be an answer. And he's like, no, wrong answers are not answers. I'm like, well, what are they then? You know,
Okay.
I'm like, when is the physics part going to start? He's like, right now, this is physics. This is me teaching you physics. I go, but just tell me answers aren't answers.
Down to I don't know, or let's talk about this other shiny thing.
Okay, what's the thing with the flurf? What is that?
Oh, it's a response to glob.
It's proof of glob. He didn't say glob as a person. He's talking about an object. So this is the problem
Talking about
here.
flurf,
This is
not
right
a
now.
person.
Yeah, I've got something for you. Right there, that for me is proof of glob. Because if glob, right, is an object, you wouldn't dehumanize people to objects. They just call them flurfs if glob.
No, I said flurf. I didn't say flurfs.
Well, I mean, that
I
would
said
be
when you
plural,
talk about
right?
the flurf, you just get dodge, duck, and dive.
Yeah, it's fine. He meant it as objective. What's up, Dress?
I'm all good.
Or no, possessive. What's the?
Yeah, verb would be an action, and then adverb would be a type, like what a description of that action. So when I say flat Earth, flat would be a description of the surface of Earth. And if you can't get past that part, that might be a you issue, not a me issue, or not a flurf issue. If I'm describing an object and I say this object is flat, and you don't understand the word flat or the object I'm talking about, I mean, there might be a reason why you don't understand the answers. You're starting off from a place of misunderstanding.
I just employed the noun flurf to describe your Earth.
Yeah, he's saying
Yeah, but it's just Earth.
FLEARTH.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, same thing. So at that point, you could say parf, pear-shaped Earth.
Exactly. Like glob. Globular Earth is what I'm guessing Jerry's
Well, the
talking
glob
about.
is because it's not a sphere. It used to be a sphere. It used to be a globe, and now it's not. It's a glob.
Not since 1735, bro.
So these are accurate descriptions of a model that has been presented by people who claim to know what they're talking about. These aren't slams. They're not insults. They're not microaggressions. They're facts. Globular describes the current state of the heliocentric model concerning the shape of Earth. Because they can't say globe anymore. They don't say sphere anymore. It's a paroid. which would be a glob.
No, Blade's spheroid, which is something that isn't a perfect sphere.
Which is a glob.
No, it's a sphere, but it's not quite a sphere. I'll just use sphere or globe. That's good enough for me. Unless you're being pedantic. If you want to be pedantic, then you can go down that route.
Yeah, and the best part, too, is if you look up the word glob, it can also something that's wet. A misshapen, wet object. Like a glob of whipped cream on top of your pie. And that's what they describe Earth as. It's a water-covered lava ball. That's globular. So these are like where words have meaning, and why it's important not to just start inventing words and then be like, I wonder where the misconception is. Because you've got your own jargon that you're using, and you're expecting people to speak into or from that jargon, but you really haven't articulated it yet.
I haven't got any expectations, Crit. I'm doing me, you do you, bro.
Yeah, that's the way it goes.
No, you're trying to do me at the moment, and I'm not appreciating that. It's a non-consensual view of doing me.
Your statement was that flat earthers or flurfs don't answer questions. I'm giving you feedback into how you can understand others better. Even more so, people that you've had problems with in the past that I could identify as. You can take it or not. It's just advice, dude. You can say no, thank you.
I appreciate your intent. I think that the only thing that I've seen change over this argument over the last sort of 7-8 years is at one point people were arguing their position, and now people are desperately avoiding trying to take a position if they are skeptical of the spherish shape of the Earth and its rotational values.
Do you have an example?
No, go ahead. If you want, I'm okay with being called out. If there's anything you can think of.
I'm not calling you out at all. I'm not addressing you, Crit. I'm just saying in general, that's how I've seen the argument change.
No, I'm just saying
before people, it was generally, you can go back to sort of Eric Dubé's 200 proofs, etc., which is really just a recapitulation of Rowbotham's sort of point of view. Where people were arguing for something. Now all I see in general is people arguing against something.
Well, it does get wearying after a while when you answer something and the retort back is, no, that's not how it works. You didn't just give me an answer. And then you get asked again.
What's a volume, Jerry?
What's that?
What's a volume, Jerry?
A volume of what?
What's space, Jerry?
Space of what?
Space when we talk about space in its colloquial sense, with the solar system and the Copernican kind of paradigm, what do we mean by space, Jerry?
What
does that model mean by space?
It means an area.
Why?
If there's literally nothing between two things, then those two things are touching.
But you said low density and low pressure. That's not the same as nothing. So you're contradicting yourself.
All right. Well, what they say is that there's a few hydrogen atoms per cubic meter in space. That's it.
And that's impossible because
if there's nothing in between those atoms, then those atoms are touching.
How do we have gas then, Jerry?
What's up?
No, wait a minute. He said if there's nothing between those atoms, then those atoms are touching.
Correct.
What do you even mean?
Okay, put your hands together. Are they touching?
No.
Okay. Does anything ever touch?
No.
Okay, great. Now go to court and say that and say, no, those aren't my fingerprints, prosecutor.
Yeah, that's not how things work.
Oh, that's not how things work. All right.
I'm actually interested. I'm actually interested, Jerry. I put my hands together. They're touching. Now what?
Okay. Is there anything between them?
Is there? Yes. On if we're talking about the molecular scale, yes. At some points.
So they're not touching.
No, they are touching.
So they're touching, but there's stuff between them.
Yeah, I've got ridges in my digits. Yeah, there's spaces where where they're not touching, but my hand is touching my other hand. But there are points in which they are not in contact.
Okay, so do things touch or do they not touch?
No, of course things touch. Yeah.
Okay, but you just said that there's stuff between.
Yeah. So what you're doing is trying to use an analogy for the molecular scale, but using a macro scale. So yes, on the macro scale, my hands are touching. On the molecular scale, there are points and spaces in between, perhaps the ridges of my fingers. If you put your hands together, the ridges that make up your digits, there is space between that. They are not in full contact. So it's
on the molecular scale. On the molecular scale, nothing's ever touching, right?
In all technicalities, but for this, for Jerry, I'm just making it simple.
Well, if you think that things could touch and not touch at the same time, that's it.
Well, here let's do it like this. Let's say the surface area of your hand makes up 100%. When you put your hands together, is 100% of the surface area of one hand making contact with 100% of the surface area of the other hand? Is it?
Nope.
On the molecular scale,
but it would be true. It would be true to say that your one hand is touching the other, right?
Yep.
Perfect.
Hold on.
So that's what we're talking about, is that you can say my hand is touching the other hand, but when we're talking about the surface area contact, it is less than 100%. So it's also true to say that there is space along your hand in which it's not making contact with the other one. That's also true to say.
Right,
but on the molecular scale, hold on, Jerry. But on the molecular scale, is any piece of your hand touching the other hand ever?
In all technicality, no.
Yeah, that's the problem here, and
no, it's not a problem. So Jerry, it's true to say that one hand is making contact with the other one. They are touching each other. They are pressed up against each other. But as you acknowledged, and I agree with, 100% of that surface area is not making contact with the other. So it's also true to say that there are areas in which contact is not being made.
But here's the deal. They say in space there is literally nothing between a few hydrogen atoms.
Yeah, sure. That's what the evidence shows. Sure.
Okay. So if there's nothing between, why aren't they touching?
Because there's space between. There's a distance. There's a length between. If we describe something that's 2 meters away from another thing, we're only talking about those two things, and we're given an arbitrary length between those. 2 meters is not a physical object. It's not like I say my table is 2 meters from my couch, therefore it's my physical object table touching a physical object 2 meters, touching my physical object table. No, there is a distance between those two objects.
A distance of what?
Whatever length that we measure.
A length of what?
That's it. A length. You can use whatever unit you'd like.
A length. So
he's asking, what are you measuring? What's
I know what he's asking. I know what he's asking.
Right.
It's like if we're in the atmosphere and you measure, like I said, from the table to the couch. Are we saying we're measuring 2 meters of air? I would not say that. Would you say that, Jerry?
I would say either air or ground or, you know.
Whatever word you'd like to use that represents the space between two things, right?
No, the actual things between those two things.
But that makes no difference. If I put my table and my couch submerged in water, and it's 2 meters apart, and then I do that in the air 2 meters apart, in what way is the 2 meters changed? It's the same distance in either medium, right?
It is a distance of something.
Well, regardless, it's still a acknowledged different distance. It's still 2 meters, despite in the water, it's more material. In what you're trying to convey, there's more material with the water in those 2 meters than there is in the air. But what has changed concerning the distance? Nothing.
But in space, they say there's nothing.
No, and that's fine. That's what I'm saying. 2 meters underwater is still 2 meters in the air. It's still 2 meters in space. Nothing changes.
No.
Nothing changes, and it's not medium dependent. 2 meters is 2 meters.
2 meters of what?
It doesn't matter. It literally doesn't
matter.
As I just showed you, if it's 2 meters underwater, or if it's 2 meters in the atmosphere, you're changing the amount of material that may take up that space, but that does nothing for the length. It's unimportant.
Jerry, are you making like an ether? Is this an ether argument or?
No,
No,
it's a rhetoric argument. Jerry thinks he has.
No,
is
I'm
this
saying
like you can't have nothing argument?
Right. He's saying that there's 2 meters of nothing between. How do you measure 2 meters of nothing? It's not 2 meters.
You're not listening. You're not listening to me though. 2 meters underwater is a lot more material in that distance than 2 meters in the air. In the air, there's a lot less material. What has that done to the length that you're describing? Absolutely nothing.
But in outer space, they say there's literally no material.
I know you can repeat that, but you need to listen to my words and you need to respond to them. 2 meters underwater, in that length, there's more material. In that same amount of space, there's more material. It's more dense. In the air, there's less material, despite the length still being 2 meters. Nothing has changed, despite
That's not
material
true.
makeup. Despite the material
The
makeup.
light in the ocean stops after 7 miles down. In the air, that does not occur. So obviously something is happening. It's just not noticeable.
Totally.
You can only note it if you get enough length and enough of a water column between you and the light. So obviously something is happening. Otherwise, 3 or 4, however many miles down, when it becomes the dark benthic zone, it would not be dark like it is in the air.
Lemon,
So
that
it's
has
just not
nothing to do with
noticeable.
anything. Can you please stop?
He says that the air isn't doing anything to the light and the water.
We were not talking about
that
light.
is belied by the fact that if you get
We're
a
not
thicker
talking
water
about
column,
light.
the light
Can you
stops.
stop?
So obviously something is happening in the water that is not happening in the
about light.
air.
We're not
Let's
talking about
reason
light.
together.
Lemon, for 2 seconds, shut the fuck up. We're not talking about light. This is a totally
Then
separate.
why are you mentioning it?
I didn't say anything about light.
You said that nothing is happening with the light in the air versus the water.
Here's the Lemon takeover without context and ruin the conversation. What we're talking about is just arbitrary length, Lemon. Nothing to do with light. We're not talking about refraction. We're not talking about light. We're not talking about bending, whatever. We're talking about an arbitrary length. Jerry has a problem with the explanation in space. If you take an arbitrary 2 meters, he's saying if there's nothing in that 2 meters, essentially a perfect vacuum, then he's trying to make the rhetoric argument of they're actually touching because there's nothing between them. And I'm saying that no matter what the medium is, if you measure 2 meters, it is 2 meters despite the medium's density. That 2 meters doesn't change. That's the argument. We're not talking about light.
I think we could explore this philosophy by asking a tangential but a similar question. Let's say we're having a meeting and I tell you, okay, I'll see you in 2 hours. Would any rational person ask the question, 2 hours of what?
No.
What are you measuring with 2 hours?
To see what was measured, yes. So if we're saying 2 meters of space, then there has to be something there to measure. Otherwise, if there's nothing there to measure, then there would be no intervening anything. It would be 2 meters of ether if you want to be a bit more technical, or 2 meters of something.
Well, he said time.
Yeah.
He said
we're going to do in the interim, otherwise we cannot meet. You need to tell me 2 meters of what?
Well, that's
or
my
2 hours of what?
That's my argument, is that there is no such thing as nothing. There is things between things.
Yep.
And that's it.
Yeah, a very few hydrogen atoms in certain cases.
With nothing between them. It makes zero sense.
But if you've got a gas isn't a liquid isn't a solid. We're talking about densities of molecules there. I put up the Pauli exclusion principle, which is where bio is coming from.
Where's he now, Pauli?
Dead, I think.
Yeah, that's
I rest my case.
1925. I mean, he would have to be like over 100 years old, even if that's like he's in his 30s or 40s.
Here's a question, Jerry. If we were to have a chamber, if we had a chamber and it was 2 feet long here in the atmosphere, whatever, who fucking cares? It's 2 feet long, and we start to degas it. When at what density would you say that they are touching, or would you say as you decrease pressure, the walls of that chamber on either end are coming closer together? Would you say that or assert it?
I'd say if there's nothing between the walls, then they're touching.
No, that's not what I'm asking. What I'm asking is, as you degas it and approach nothing, you're approaching a zero pressure. You're removing the material between those 2 walls inside this chamber. Are they approaching contact?
They should be, yeah.
Okay, so now we go from atmospheric pressure to, let's say, 1 torr, and then we measure from wall to wall. Would you expect that to be lower than 2 feet than when we started?
Yeah.
Really?
Why? That's ridiculous.
Wait, say that again.
All right, I'll try to paint it as clear as I can. We have a 2 foot long chamber.
Yeah.
You've seen my chamber. We can even use that as an example. Who fucking cares? It's 2 feet long here in the atmosphere, because that matters for some reason. 2 feet long. So now we close it up, and then we start to degas it. The pump's running, and we can see it using a gauge. It's lowering, goes from 14 psi to 0.1, whatever 1 torr is, like 0.1, whatever it is. As it's doing that, we have this 2 foot long stick on the outside of it from one edge to the other. Are you asserting that it would decrease that distance as we remove the medium inside?
Decrease the distance?
Yes, because your ultimate assertion seems to be, if we remove all of it, they must be touching, meaning there's no distance between them. So I'm asking you, from 2 feet to touching, as you're asserting, wouldn't we expect it to approach contact between that point?
Yeah.
Okay. So if I were to run my chamber and do this, we should see the length of that chamber decrease, right?
No, because they're being held whatever.
But your assertion is that there's 2 objects and even 2 faces of a wall of a chamber. It doesn't matter.
Mm-hmm.
2 ends of it. You're asserting at 2 feet atmospheric pressure with literally zero, a perfect vacuum. They're making contact. They can't instantaneously do that. There must be a progression.
Well, I said, there's something else going on inside of that chamber. Because how do you know that there's not that much air in there?
I'll use a gauge.
And what does that gauge do?
It's measuring the amount of stuff inside.
How does it do that?
by the force of the stuff inside. As you decrease the stuff inside, it's less forceful on the gauge.
But you can't see, right? Can't see what's going
I
on.
can see the gauge. I can see the gauge.
Yeah, you see the gauge, but you don't see what's going on inside of that chamber.
I can.
You can make it transparent.
I could see the gauge. Of course I can.
It's going to be transparent no matter what.
Yeah, that's fine. I can see the gauge. I'm measuring it actively while it's occurring.
Well, you see the gauge and you're assuming a cause, but you can't see what's going on with that air inside of there.
Is the cause of the gauge showing a lower value in question? No.
We don't see the cause.
No, I'm
see the
asking you.
gauge.
I'm asking you. The gauge's arm is lowering in a numeric value. Is that in question now? No.
Yes, it is. He's denying.
No.
Okay, so it's not in question. So the gauge lowering, the cause of that is not in question. I would agree with you. Sure. So
the observation
passing and that arm is going down, I do know what's happening on the inside of that chamber. Continue.
No. You see the gauge, and then you're inferring, oh well, there's just less stuff in there.
We just agreed that the gauge's arm lowering is not in question. So why are you questioning it? Is it because you understand the logical conclusion and you don't want us to get there? Because that's what I think it is.
I'm questioning the cause, not the effect.
No. We just said the cause to that arm going down is not in question. Yet you're trying to question it. So which one is it? Just be clear about what it is.
No, it is in question because all you see is the gauge. You don't see what's going on inside of that chamber because the air is invisible.
No, and that's fine. Is the gauge's arm lowering, is the cause to that in question?
Yeah, that's what we're talking about.
So
you can use colored gas.
It may not be that we're removing stuff from the inside that's causing that arm to lower. Is that what you're trying to assert now?
I'm not trying to assert it. I'm saying we don't know.
So you were perfectly fine not questioning it. We're removing stuff and the gauge lowers. You're perfectly fine with that question. As soon as I ask another question, now we're questioning it, but not questioning it because we don't know, yet we have all the evidence showing what it does when we do a certain thing, right?
Well, it's similar to refraction, right? You see effects and then you assume that the cause is bendy light.
Nope. It has nothing to do with refraction. We have a particular tool that's taking an active measurement at all times. And then we do a particular thing, and then that arm may increase or decrease. We have a direct cause and effect. If you want to propose another cause, by all means, just provide the evidence. Until then, we have 100% of the evidence.
Yeah, Jerry, you can use the gas that's in the text chat. That's colored enough, right? You can use that gas, and then you can see it disappearing out of the transparent container. So what's your argument now?
Yeah, it's just fake philosophy by Jerry, where he thinks he has a strong argument, a strong rhetoric argument, in which if you combine certain words together and you assert a doubt for whatever reason without evidence, that it's some type of existential New Age argument. Philosophy, Jerry.
I removed this doubt by showing the orange gas. We can use that gas, so there's no doubt about that anymore. What's your next argument, Jerry?
I'm not saying that I have an argument. I'm saying that there's no such thing as space. It's a bullcrap concept.
So you're completely stepping away from the example Biodual was talking about. All right, got it.
Well, that's not what they say is going on in quote-unquote space.
No, but I just solved your problem, Jerry. You had a problem with the gauge, with the cause of the gauge. So I told you can use this orange gas. So it's not in question anymore that the pressure is causing the gauge to go down. So now what do you have to say?
I said that you have an effect, and you assume that that's because there's less stuff inside of that chamber.
Right, and I showed you can use the orange gas, so that's not in question.
This is all to get away from the logic of what they say is going on in outer space. If they say that
what you're doing?
If they say that there's only 7 hydrogen atoms in between fucking Saturn and Jupiter, but they're separated by millions of miles, it's retarded.
What is?
Right. So can we stay on the topic? Because you said in the chamber.
That's what I would like to say.
Hold on, Gary. You said in the chamber when you lower the gas pressure, then the ends of the chambers should touch each other, and you don't know what's going on there. Yada yada yada. So we got rid of your doubt of the gauge going down because of less pressure by introducing the colored gas. So what's your next argument against that?
No, that's what you need to remove your doubt. So,
I don't have any doubts, Jerry. You had doubts. You questioned the gauge and the pressure. So I took that away by introducing the colored gas.
No, you added
I
that.
didn't.
You added
Yeah.
that. Yeah, that's not
I
taking
didn't-
away. That's adding. You added something.
No,
Yeah,
I
he
solved
added color.
I solved
He
a
added
fake
color
problem.
to the gas.
No, you
He added
added.
color to the gas, and now he's removing the gas,
Yeah,
and we can
if
see
you
the color
add
being removed.
color, you added something.
Holy
That's
shit!
adding.
There is
That's not taking away anything. That's
No,
adding.
Rick, listen closely. I
he's
solved a
mentioning-
fake problem. That's what I did.
No, you
what he's mentioning
added
is
a
from
problem.
the beginning of the experiment, you're going to add color to the gas, or perhaps we use a liquid, perhaps we use milk, and we have a particular pressure. As we remove the milk from the chamber, we can see the milk being removed, and now the pressure gauge goes down because there's less material in that volume. How fucking crazy do we want to get?
However, yeah,
What if,
whatever you want to do, you can do that.
Yep.
Be as crazy or as weird or as cringe as you want to be.
Is it cringe?
So-
is it cringe that you're moving because we're removing a material from a volume, and we
No,
have
I
to
said
get down
it's
to the level
cringe.
of we can see milk, therefore the pressure gauge is working as described. Do we have to do that?
This is what we have to do. When Jerry said, if you add color, you added something, and you're saying, no, you took that away.
No, Crit,
That's
Crit,
what you have to
you're not fucking understanding. Let's
Go
reiterate and
back.
start over for a second. If we
Yeah,
have
you
a
can start
gas
over
that
then.
we add color to, that will give us a particular volume of the chamber. As we remove that colored gas, we can both see the gauge lower and we can see the material being removed and expelled from the degassing pump. That's what we can see now because we've added that color. We go from
What if
all this colored gas is an X volume, we remove it and see it being removed, and the pressure gauge decreases. Do we understand now?
Yeah, I
You're
understand.
making my
that
argument
if you,
for me.
Yeah.
What
I was
if
getting to.
what if what's happening is you're not actually removing the gas, you're moving away the color from the gas. You're decoloring the gas and you're coloring the gas outside. There you go, Jerry. I just helped you.
No, you're making my argument for me because eventually
Yes,
that
I am.
chamber
Because
would
it could be something
collapse.
else. We don't know necessarily that we're moving the gas that's different in color. We might be decoloring the gas and coloring the gas outside. Right?
Would the chamber eventually collapse? Yes or no?
Irrelevant.
No, of course not.
That's what I thought.
If we're decoloring, then
That's
nothing
headshot right
collapses.
I rest
See,
my
even
case.
I can make better flat Earth arguments than you guys.
Honestly, it's so easy. It's so easy to question. You put the words together, Jerry. I question your existence. I think you're a bot on the internet. I'm only instilling doubt without evidence. That's not a. That's not a reasonable argument. It's not a reasonable position. My ability.
You have all the evidence you need.
My ability to put those words together and present doubt makes no case or credence to the validation of what I've said.
You have all the evidence you need to make that assertion. For you. You do you.
Oh, never mind. So we have Crit 2.0. Enjoy your day.
See, look at that. That's exactly what we're getting to. You can't stay on topic. You need to make it about people as soon as you get frustrated. This is how I know you're presenting bullshit. You're not fooling me. You're fooling you.
Great. Stop reading from your script. Nobody cares.
There's no script. That's bullshit.
There's
You just
there is
invented
no
again.
script.
Yeah, the server was nice. So I guess, some other flat earther will make another channel and then Crit will use this as a cave. So it's all good.
Yeah, and that's the best part is that I was kind of just minding my own business, just doing my thing, and the globalist meltdowns and spirals happened at such an alarming rate that they said, you know what? Crit's not the problem. If Crit was a problem, they just would have left him alone. So I was like, yeah, check this out. Look, I got documented spiraling, epic levels of spiraling every day.
Yo, I got news for you. There's nobody who's delusional enough to make a claim like Crit is not the problem, okay?
Oh, so that's exactly. So I'm a problem, you think?
Let's do a narcissism check. We're going to abruptly go back to the subject. Jerry,
You invoked it, not me.
At what point should we notice? At what
See,
point
why'd you have to
should
run
we
from
know?
your own
At
claim?
what point? We're
It's
doing a
your own claim,
narcissism
dude.
check, Crit. We're doing a narcissism check.
Yeah, it's your own claim. It's
continue.
like talking about Crit 2.0.
Jerry,
This
at
is
what
your
point
fault.
when we're removing the material in the chamber should we expect the length to decrease? So if it's 2 feet, at what pressure should we expect it to be 23 inches now?
That depends how strong your chamber is, because eventually it's going to collapse. Hence, nothing between things. That's it. Game over.
Right, but we're removing the material though. So you, according to your assertion, as we remove material, it should approach, as you said earlier. So I'm just asking, at what pressure should we expect the ends to start moving towards each other?
I don't know, but if you go all the way, there's nothing between them. That's my point.
You're not answering the question there.
Right.
That's my answer. I don't know what that
No,
would be.
he asked you
Depends on how strong
specifically. He asked you specifically at what moment in time will this event occur, and you didn't address that.
It depends how strong your chamber is. I don't know.
Well, I've gotten down to 20 Tor.
Good for you.
There's no change. There's no change in that length at all. Nothing. So I think what the evidence is showing is that the length that we've started with atmospheric pressure, that length doesn't change as we change the medium. And relatively speaking, there's an extremely less amount of stuff within that same volume, but that length.
And if you do that with a paper bag, it's going to happen much sooner. But guess what? The paper bag isn't as strong as your chamber.
Right, but that's not what we're talking about, is it?
Material.
We're talking about pressure differences.
Yeah, the original argument was 2 objects in free space. They're not touching each other. They're just objects in free space. And when we look at them, there is space in between them. There is a length. What we're trying to reproduce is your assertion. We're trying to either validate it or invalidate it. All the evidence so far shows that the length doesn't change when you remove the material. As you approach 0, the length remains constant. Do you have evidence otherwise?
Yeah, take everything out of there with a weak chamber, and your chamber will collapse because there's nothing in there. That's it.
I understand that's your assertion. Do you have evidence for that though?
Yeah, do it. Do it with a paper bag. Then do it with a.
And it's not the same length anymore now, is it?
It doesn't matter.
So are we going to confuse structural integrity with 2 free floating objects?
By the way, Jerry, how do you know that when you take a paper bag and let's say you suck the air out of it, how do you know you sucked the air out of it? You just brought the paper bag closer to itself, but how do you know that you took anything out?
Because the bag has collapsed, sir.
But you don't know that. You may be equating 2 things that have nothing to do with each other. Let's assert that there is the exact same amount of air. The bag just collapsed.
Right, you don't know what's going on inside of it. You just said it. We don't know what's going on inside
to verify.
I rest my case.
Nailed
no
it.
further questions, Your Honor.
You have no way to
Got 'em.
verify that you took anything out of the bag. If you try to install a pressure gauges don't do anything. If you try to move colored gas, well, we might be decoloring the gas.
Hey,
you don't know you took anything out of the bag.
African American gas.
gas of color.
That's okay. All right. $2021, man. Come on.
I'm finished. It's okay.
Well, Jeremy, whenever I know you're listening, I'm gonna let these guys finish playing, but I have a gift for you, dude. You're a friend of mine. I made for you a gift. As you know, all my gifts aren't really gifts, so so when you're ready.
What's up? Would they scare you off earlier, Kosho?
No one scared me off, dude. E.T. wouldn't
Scares you off.
shut
You went on
the
mute and
hell
deafen.
up.
You went on mute and deafen like you were, they ran you off.
No, yeah, that guy E.T. was just like fucking.
Where'd you go?
Going berserker. Anyways, Jeremy, make a prediction, sir. Make a prediction for Earth left to right, up to down. I'm gonna share my screen, sir. I got the blue marble, dude.
You realize this is not a science prediction, right? This is a science fiction prediction we're about to make.
It's not supposed to be anything, dude. It's just literally seeing if the Earth, different.
For the thing I wanted to do with the lights.
If the Earth looks different,
about the thing I wanted to do with the lights.
Spheroid.
Are you talking about the thing I wanted to do with the lights?
No, it has nothing to do with your fucking lights, dude. Your bullshit lights. Because, by the way, you were such a liar when you were talking to Ruhif, and Ruhif tried to give you a test that had to do with optics. You said, "Hey, that has optics. Not doing that." But your test with lights, it's totally fine. So you're just a bullshitter.
Yes, but with the optics you guys do, you're always looking head on at things. This eliminates that head on viewing. I mean, we are viewing something in front of us, obviously, but we're not trying to judge it by if it's curving by looking at it head on. You figure deal me?
I like the optics of the 49th anniversary of Blue Marble 2.0. Thermal nuclear meltdown of globalists that result in the returning of the crit. That's optics that I could get to, because that's especially that day, December 7th, a day that will live. Crit was suddenly and deliberately attacked by the tribe cult of atheism.
Narcissism check confirmed. So enjoy yourself. I'll be back later.
Yeah, you do you. See, look at it, trying to blame me again. Dude, I just got the intellectual firepower showing I'm not the problem. And there's still a lack of a self-awareness.
Don't scare him off. Don't scare him off, Crit.
Yeah, my bad. He was going to leave anyway. He just wanted to flounce before he did it. He said
there's people do like to play the blame game here a lot. Like, remember when Ranty flipped? He spent hours playing the blame game on Bev. I can't tell you how many times I heard him say, mention Bev, act like it was Bev's fault, and Bev, like, it was crazy. Yeah, people love the blame game here, I feel you.
Yeah, BioDuel said 20 minutes ago he was leaving. So he was just waiting for a chance to say, oh, Crit just talked, his fault. Like, he thinks he's cloaked. It's like, dude, people know you're going to leave and you're going to rejoin. You'll be back. That will be...
You think you're cloaked?
Yeah.
Nice. I forgot
you
that.
think you're cloaked. Like your sock accounts, Ed, they're not cloaked. You can't even run a sock account. You are not cloaked. There is no cloaking shield for you because you are that transparent that even if you try to be hidden, you'll just end up exposing yourself because of how goofy you act. And that's explainable on Flat Earth and debunked by a globe.
Yeah, debunked by the globe. That's right.
Yeah, because
the globe always debunks Flat Earth.
No, the globe would debunk you. What you are doing is debunked in the globe. You wouldn't need to be cloaked or try to be cloaked or play around with act like a little like these little games and stuff. You would have truth that you'd be able to speak, but you don't.
Like what game, Crit?
Like not understanding you do you. Not understanding your sock account that you post on is you posting on it, not me. That's you posting on your account.
But it's your high score.
No, your score. Your account, your score. I had nothing to do with you. Matter of fact, if you think that any time, matter, shape, or form that I'm doing anything with you, this is my words. No, I am not. There's nothing you are doing that I am part of. You do you and do it without me. And if you can't get that, you're playing games because it should be easy to understand. That should go almost without saying.
Well, then don't say.
You do you. Not me. And if you think you are, try again. You are not cloaked.
I'm not trying to be cloaked, dumbass.
Sure, okay, explain the sock. Into block. Sock, block, sock, block, sock, block. Why can't you just stay on one account? Or at least be transparent and be like, Ed's second account. Or something along those lines.
Block you. What are you talking about?
Okay, sure, try to be cloaked.
No, but you said block, and I didn't block anyone. So what do you mean?
On this account right now, you have me blocked.
No, I don't.
Yes, or you took me off then.
I would never block that level of entertainment.
Yeah, that's another thing too. Like, try to get me removed from servers. Oh, it's entertaining. That's your problem, not mine. If you think there's something entertaining and something of value here, you wouldn't freak out like you do.
From which server? Which server did I get you removed? Which one?
You're not cloaked. You can pretend like you are, but you're not.
Right. So which server did I get you removed from?
The way you claimed you did. This would have been your idea, where you said we.
I'm not sure what you're talking about.
Okay, go with that.
You're not making any sense.
Don't worry, I'll send it to the Flat Earthers later with the screenshot.
Great, you're like the king of projection, man.
Based on?
It's good to be the king.
Okay, what do you base that claim on?
Showcase.
I'm not saying I'm going to challenge it. Just give me something. What did you base that on? That's it. All you got to tell me is what you based it on.
Yo, Jeremy, whenever you're ready to look at my screen full, I'm going to show it to you.
So there's a king, there's a projection, and I'm the king of that. And this is based on.
You're talking
what?
to me?
Yeah,
I'm not going to play with you, dude. I'm sorry.
So it's just a blurt. Okay. Based on nothing. Based on nothing but a blurt. And you wonder why people understand that it's not Crit who's a problem. I'm not the one just blurting random claims about people and then running from them when challenged.
Yes, you are.
And when I woke up this morning, you know what I said to myself? I want to talk to Crit about Crit all day today, man. That's what I want to do.
And that's exactly what you did. The king of projection. The top claim of Kocho today. Crit is the king of projection. And then wonders when he's challenged on that claim. If you want to do that, that's okay. If you want to make a kingdom called the projection.
Yeah, Crit, you're getting boring. I'm going to put you down to 10%.
Yeah, you do you, Ed. You whatever you do, just do it.
What's that? I can barely hear you. You're 10%.
Because now you know why.
All right, what's up, Kocho?
I'm sharing my screen, homo. I should have called you homo, but I'm sharing my screen.
Hold on. Hold on. You all right?
Should have a bingo for every time Jeremy's supposed to be watching his kids, and it has to stop because one of them's getting horribly injured. Hopefully they're okay.
Okay, what's up, Goofy? Listen, how much land do you have in the metaverse?
That's what I want to talk to you about, man. What is up with that, man?
Answer.
Hold up, dude. What's up with that? How do you? There's a dude that spent 2.2 million, right? You got a bunch of land. You got to buy land in the metaverse. Is that what's up?
Yeah, man, you gotta have land. I'm thinking about buying land in the metaverse, bro.
All right, here's the
Obviously,
deal.
you know nothing about it.
Yeah, listen to me, dude. You're right. What you said before about the ideas, man.
About you not knowing anything about the metaverse.
No,
Yeah.
dude. No. About you being the ideas, man. You're also the crypto man. Remember I told you that you want to divest your money before Christmas. I was wrong. You want to focus your investments into the proper place. I think after Christmas is going to be the restructuring of what is valuable in the cryptocurrency blockchain universe. And I think that what's going to be driving that is going to be this metaverse and omniverse whole thing, dude. It's going to be a big deal. And I think that, like, imagine a casino in the metaverse, right? Where these cryptocurrencies are being traded.
That's what I'm talking about, bro. Yeah.
This is actually going to make or break cryptocurrencies, because unlike before, where it's like arbitrary which ones are, they're getting big and small. These are actually going to be. This is going to be the currency of this new land, dude. You know what I mean? This is the currencies that are actually useful, and there's going to be currencies.
What we got to do is we got to figure out how to make a place where we can put people to work and pay them, but we make money off it ultimately. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
Like we need to be the employers.
You mean like a sweatshop?
Yes, exactly.
All right, Jeremy. He's
exactly like a sweatshop.
Reliving his childhood, dude. He said he grew up in a sweatshop. Yeah, but no, dude. I had an idea for cryptocurrency, and I was just like brainstorming. I was like, how can I even make value with this? And then I came up with this way to do it. And then Scott asked me this question one day, and he said, "Hey, does anybody in here know about something deflation? I forget what it says. Something deflation or
deflationary tokens. Where the
exactly, yeah." And I was like, "Nah."
I used to own one of those coins. It was the name of the coin was always goes up or something. Always goes higher or something.
Yeah. Well, here's the thing.
Higher.
Here's the thing. I came up with that idea on my own whenever I was just brainstorming how to make value with it. And then Scott was talking about it. I was like, dude, that's exactly the crypto that I came up with. I haven't fleshed it out or anything because it's like I can't figure out how to. Once you deflate it enough, it's like how do you put more coins in there without making them lose value?
Yeah, it doesn't work, dude. They don't work.
Well, they don't. Well, there's. I think there would be a way to make it work. I just haven't gotten there yet. But initially, it does work because when people buy them, the value goes up. Not just because people are buying it, but it goes up because when you buy it, part of the coin also disappears. So instead of like Bitcoin, where they get new ones created every fucking 10 minutes or whatever, in this coin, when people buy them, the initial purchase from the value goes up because the pool has more money in it, but also there's twice as less coins available because an equal amount of that was just bought arbitrarily disappears. So it does create a huge value until that the shares run out. I guess you could just create an enormous amount of shares.
Coach, we're not going to live forever. You're rambling. Let's figure out how to make money inside the metaverse. This is going to be the next big thing, bro. The thing you're talking about, it's already been done. They did it. It don't work. It could be a nice side project, but we got focus, bro. Focus.
Okay, well, what can you do?
You got your Adderall?
Yeah, actually, I took a half Adderall this morning, but it didn't really work.
Listen, even if your girl can't focus, what I do, I just get Adderall all the time.
Yeah, it's very, very cute, dude.
Did you hear that one before? That's the second time
you said it before, yeah.
I know, I used that before. But it's a good one. I mean, come on.
Anyways, dude.
Adderall all the time. Adderall.
I get it, dude. But you're the dude in the fucking special group that no one's allowed to go into, okay? So it's up to you to kind of keep your ears open for this property, because I think we do need a property, dude. And
we can buy I can buy one right now.
Well, what kind of property can you buy, and for how
I don't
much?
know. That's what I'm saying. And we can, dude, look into this shit, bro.
I'm
Stop
looking
fucking.
into it, dude. I've been looking into it all morning with Jim. We were fucking over there talking about this shit. And
You guys are goofballs. You never get into nothing. You know, you don't make moves in the real
listen,
world. That's
dude,
why
we don't know what's up right now, man.
Jem does. Jem makes moves in the real world.
Yeah, no, but
He
he
does.
even said he doesn't know what's up. He says he's basing what he knows off of Second Life. But there's different there's different properties. I'm at a realtor website right now. There's different properties, but I don't know what kind works for what. So I'm trying to
What
learn.
are we gonna do? What do you even do in there?
Well, for instance, okay, so I think that you actually
Like if we want to make a
property.
zip line, if we want to have a zip line company where you can go zip lining, we're obviously not going to want that in the middle of the city.
Okay, dude. I don't think you can decide where they go exactly. I think first and foremost you got to decide what kind of property it is. Like there's something called Decentraland. There's something called the Sandbox. Sandbox sounds promising. It sounds like that's where you go to create.
Wait, this is all in the metaverse?
Yeah, this is real estate in the metaverse. So it says
but it's all one land. Okay, listen, first things for fucking last. Is there a limited or unlimited amount of land in this metaverse?
I think that the
is it like Earth?
No, it's bigger than Earth. They said there's more.
Well, that's fucking stupid.
No, but it's not just free land that they give away.
I know it's not free land.
Okay, so that 2.2 million. I have the article. I had to pay a fucking $1 to read this article, but this dude.
You bought? Oh my god, Kosho, you sick maniac!
I'm trying to read this shit, dude.
You could have listened to it on YouTube for free, probably.
I bought the fucking article, okay, and
that's how I get you.
Yeah, well, I just canceled it. I just it says $13 if I don't cancel it by January 8th. But anyways, yeah. So this dude bought 2.2 million. He says blah blah blah. A metaverse 3D online virtual world. Blah blah. Oh, let me see. Okay,
so how do you listen?
Yeah.
What is going on in there that would entice me to buy land? Is it just the value of the land goes up, or is something going on where I can make money like Jem was in Second Life off of renting it out, opening up a store?
Above, dude. Here's what he said. It says, let me read you what this guy bought. It says, yes, people are even buying virtual real estate for which we paid the equivalent of 2.6 million for the largest estate of land in Decentraland's Tony Fashion District, made up of 116 parcels of 52 square feet each. So I guess this is real property with real square, area of square foot area, whatever. And these parcels sound like the individual kind of properties,
like a lot. Like if you were to go to buy a house, it would this would be like your lot of land. They're probably all just squares or something.
Exactly.
Like instead of having all misshapen lots, they have every little piece of land, so that way you don't have to go do surveying or anything crazy.
Yeah, exactly, dude. And so I gotta figure out how many worlds there are. And
what do you mean worlds? I thought this was all one world.
Yeah, I mean it could all be one world for all I know. I don't know, but it's a lot of MMOs. They have multiple worlds that are all layered over each other, right? But this could all be.
We got to figure this out, bro. Listen, you got to get to the bottom of this. Start watching YouTube videos. Get all over this, bro.
I'm still doing that fucking celestial navigation shit, dude. I gotta do this.
Fuck that, dude. Let's get this. Let's get our money up. You want to drive Uber the rest of your life, or you want to be a metaverse millionaire?
First of all, dude, you sound like my girlfriend. It's not my career, dude. She's like, you need to pick a different career.
Listen, me and your girlfriend know two different pieces of information. Where are you right now?
I'm in my fucking house.
Your house or her house?
My apartment.
Oh, listen, you're only doing Uber for the checks. So
no, I'm not. I do it because I'm renting a car with Lyft. That's it.
But you're renting a car so you can get checks.
No,
it's always about the checks.
Car, so I
know you. Listen, I know you. It's always about the checks. That's not the point. The point is, forget the bullshit. Let's get some fucking loot up in this metaverse thing.
All right. Well, me and my brother really have a company, the LLC, the SEO to shit. I might get him involved in this.
You know what? You guys named it. You guys named your company LLC. It stands for Licking Little Cocks.
Fuck up, dude. The name of the company's not LLC. Fuckface.
Discord mods,
shit, dude. Anyways, man. No, my brother. We used to make games together. He's an artist, so he's a lot better Blender than I am, and I do like the back end shit.
Bro, your brother never hit me up, bro. He ain't trying to get this passive income up. You know what would have happened if your brother hit me up? He would have been in baby swap, and he would have made a fucking killing just now.
Thank God, dude. He did not fucking hit you up. Fucking ass. You gotta stop saying that shit, dude. Baby swap. Someone's gonna hear you say that. They're gonna call the cops.
That's just the name of the thing. I know it is. In hindsight, it was probably a bad name to name their thing, but
Good.
Listen, this is your homework. Figure out how the metaverse works exactly. The basics at least. And how are people making money in it? Are they renting land? Are they setting up things that people can go do? Like say for instance,
it's bigger than that, dude. That's a part of it, dude. But buy property, so you can manufacture shit, so you can have a place to sell shit, all that type of stuff, dude. It's like real property.
Should I just go buy some right now? Like, what's a good land to buy? How do you know where to
Well,
go?
that's what I'll look into. I'll give you find out some fucking information. This guy says he's got prime real estate, but he only bought that property so he could fucking sell it. It says Tony Fashion District. That's probably gonna be where people are selling clothes and shit like that. That's where a shitload of the money is. Like I said, people who model clothes and items and all.
Like, is it going to be like cars? You can drive around
yeah.
cars and shit.
Cars, houses,
bro,
everything,
boats.
dude. Any item that exists in reality. People building
boats and
robots
planes.
Yeah, man.
Get to the chopper.
That's what I'm
here's
saying.
What we do. Here's what we do. We got to start making helicopters.
I'm making hot air balloons
right away, bro.
I already have a bunch of hot air balloons in Blender.
I'm telling you, right? Stop with the fucking hot air balloons. Nobody that is not a mode of transportation that's anything near what people want to do.
So we can have the
you know what happens on hot air balloons?
What?
You know what happens?
Yeah, what's that?
You get somewhere slow as fuck. That's what happens.
You
don't even get there and you go in a fucking opposite direction.
We can have the.
I've just had the best idea. I'll tell you.
What's that, man?
So the Dawn Laser deviation experience that I planned for real life, we could do that in the metaverse as well.
Say it again.
Okay. Kosho's hot air balloon was a better idea.
My indoor dark canal with no refraction with lasers deviating into the hump of the water. We can have all that set up as a tourist.
I got an idea.
In the metaverse.
Is the metaverse flat or round?
We don't even know if
we could change it each day and mess with people's minds. It's going to be so great.
This is an age-old problem. Let's figure it out.
It's probably flat as fuck, dude. But
we're changing it, Rick, slightly each day. So when people come, they're going to get totally confused.
Dude, this dude who bet 2.2 million. This is what he said. He said, with downtown core, fashion district, museum district, club districts, where people attend virtual bars to listen to the top DJs in the world perform live. What are you fucking saying, dude?
Yeah.
How do I jump?
And you know what they're going to need
early on? How do I become the top DJ?
I mean, they probably hire you. You probably got to go fucking.
Yeah, you could probably start off small. It's probably like real life. You could start off small at some rinky-dink club, and people would go hear you there, and they'd be like, "Oh, this guy's good. You did a name for yourself." And then next thing you know, you're doing huge raves or whatever the fuck your techno music does.
I go from 4 people in their basements to.
If you lived here in Austin, dude, I can set you up big time, dude. Because there's an after hours club that like the only people that go there is like basically a group of DJs, and yeah, it's pretty cool.
Is that in real life?
Yeah, real life. Yeah, this after hours is like open all day, really. But everybody goes there after 2:00.
But they're gonna have when we phase into the metaverse. Maybe we're gonna have real clubs where people go, and then people put on the helmets all together in one room. But they're dancing in their own.
There's already
section.
places. There's already places like that right now where they'll go to clubs. It'll be like a huge fucking club, but everyone has headphones on. It's dead silent. All you can hear is like squeaky shoes from people dancing and shit.
People are going to stay home. That's part of how Mark Zuckerberg was talking about, like why this is going to be so easy to transition to is because the past 2 years he was saying people. It's kind of what if all this really was fucking planned, dude? Like the COVID and staying home and all that kind of shit. Because that's what he was saying. He was saying like the past 2 years, people are already working remotely, and it's just gonna. This is just
Zoom calls.
Continue that.
Zoom calls is like the beginning. Zoom calls with an avatar, and that's pretty.
So this is This is exactly why we need to start making money in this world, dude. So we are not the fucking dudes who, you know, are useless.
No, I
Because
get
basically, people are going to be useless because they're going to be at fucking home all day instead of out working.
it's like
Yeah, so get
just
on this.
just before Blade Runner, and we're aware that Blade Runner's gonna happen, so we're thinking of ways to make money. Yeah, I agree.
Yeah. I was telling Gary a second ago, dude. I was like, it's basically right now. I feel like I can smell the cookies. Like I can smell them being cooked in the oven. You know what I mean? It's like I can sense it, dude. This is right around the corner. This is gonna be. It's not. There's gonna be no return. There's a point of no return, dude, because that's what happens around Christmas time. Everyone's getting the same these things that not everybody had before. A couple people
I'm going
had.
to do all my metaverse research on TikTok right now. That's where it's at.
Yeah, do your shit on TikTok. I'm gonna do my shit in real life, and then rendezvous.
TikTok is real life.
That's what's crazy about this VR shit is that like we have these exchange like think about the normal exchanges we have in Discord. We talk in voice and we post shit in chat and we show shit videos, each other videos. Sometimes we live stream the shit that we're looking at. You know, all that kind of shit.
I want a
And
virtual room.
Yeah.
I want a virtual room with like 10 cases of red yarn and just giant walls.
Yeah.
So we can link all Pete Shay's shit up.
Yeah, exactly, dude. Actually, I was making one of those for you, but then I stopped because it was pointless. But yeah, dude, that's what I'm saying. You can do all that shit. You can fucking do actual experiments and shit like that. All that kind of shit, man.
Well, that was my thing when I was sitting down. I was thinking I could do this tourist experiment in the metaverse, but then I thought, oh yeah, no experiments are real in the metaverse because they could reprogram it overnight to have slightly different variables.
You'd want to, like, if you were doing them, I mean, at some point, there's going to be things that don't exist in there, and that it's going to take people to, like, you know, create shit and like create rules and shit like that.
Because the real globe will be a wasteland, and everyone will be in the metaverse. So you won't be able to measure real oceans. You won't be allowed because it'll be like a toxic dump. But you'll be able to measure meta oceans in the metaverse. So all
You gotta be careful.
Could carry on in there.
Careful, because if Facebook, we don't want Facebook to be the, you know, the monopoly. You know what I mean?
Pipe up Nvidia more.
Is it what?
We should stick to Nvidia. You're saying, not let.
Oh well, I mean, not even just those ones. There's other ones too. There's we just got to make sure it's a. I think it's going to be a multi. I think the idea. Okay, so think about Discord, for example. I was saying this about Xbox Live in Discord. Discord was originally made so people could be playing multiple games and be interacting with each other. You know what I mean? So I think what the idea is to have something that is cross-platform. You know, you can go in and out of these worlds and shit like that.
Like you get a menu screen. You're sitting at a couch, you get a menu screen, and then you can jump into a different corporation's world.
Mr. Guy.
There's different portals to different companies' worlds after you've paid for the menu screen.
It says metaverses are created to replicate what a physical city would look like and how it would operate. Think of this as a more elaborate version of the game Monopoly. Our vision is to transform the real estate we purchase into a one-stop shop for consumers, becoming the Fifth Avenue or Rodeo Drive of the metaverse. So that's why these guys spent $2.2 million. Is because they want the like, you know, the prime spot. Yeah, so like, you know, like all the people selling the best shit and all that kind of stuff.
I guess I'm still struggling to get my mind around it. A great fashion designer could create fashion, sell it in there for loads of money. But what's to stop someone just copying and pasting it and selling it?
Dude, that's the beauty of it. That, first of all, I told you in Second Life, that was actually the first. Like I said, that this is 10, 15 years, 10, 12 years. That was the first.
Doesn't it too?
No, but it was in the game. In the game, someone had done that to them, and they sued them in real life and won the case. And that was back then. And now you have shit like NFTs. NFTs don't mean shit in real life, but in a virtual universe, NFTs are they're real real ownership. You know
if
what I
they're
mean?
flashing in the sky above you, you can't ignore a big flashing NFT.
But NFTs are actual, like, people actually own them. You know what I mean? They're actual digital assets that people actually.
Yeah, but I'm thinking in the virtual space, they can like enlarge whatever they own in the sky if they've got the advertising space, can't they? And
Oh yeah, I
play
guess
this
so.
this NFT round and round in people's brains.
I mean, I guess, but they'd have to do the shit they own or whatever. But it says, okay, through blockchain technology, you can also build on metaverse land and create structures that people will visit and trends. I wonder what kind of fucking blockchain technology they're talking about. Oh, it says each land parcel is unique because it has a different location. Parcels near the very busy downtown are more valuable than the ones in the suburbs, and the high traffic areas are sought after to host events, post billboards, and create virtual storefronts. Oh shit! See right here, digital assets are also authenticated using blockchain technology, which allows for unique assets to grow in value and be resold. A very exciting advancement from previous attempts to popularize. Oh wow! See, dude, they're already talking about this shit. Yeah, so they have so the blockchain is what protects the authentic technology. That's crazy. Yeah, dude, I gotta get into this shit, dude, and find out what language to code this shit. My brother was actually working on trying to code a what language is that? The one for Ethereum. I forget what it's called.
But I just worry that the mechanics of the metaverse won't be in our control unless we're
I got like they're
science fiction hackers.
I got like an easy like $1,000 in Ethereum coin to that I got Shiba Inu and some other Ethereum coins that I could sell to buy some land. But like
you want to buy something. I mean, I don't even know. I had to look at the layout or something like that. But it's saying that there's prime real estate and there's I think
we can't buy some prime real estate. It's gonna be millions of dollars. We need to buy some shit that's in between in between two downtowns, so that way we can buy the land, put billboards up or something, and rent billboard space like that. I feel like that'd be a good source of income. People want to, we own the land next to a road or something. People are always driving down. We want to be able to put a billboard up and rent it out to people for $50 a month or something. I don't know how much to charge, but
I'm just thinking, in the future, in these movies, in Blade Runner, the normal people just suffer under the weight of the new tech system, and it's only like special sci-fi hippie hackers that manage to make it work for themselves. You know what I mean?
Hold on, dude.
We have to learn full new mechanics of how to.
Well, yeah.
Security is completely different in the virtual world, isn't it?
Yeah, but with the blockchain, I mean, this is how all paperwork and bureaucratic stuff was going to go anyways, was to the blockchain. But that's kind of cool that this does basing it. But okay, so this dude, I'm watching this video right now, says Morgan Stanley's top stock picks for the metaverse, which they deem is going to be an $8 trillion opportunity. Holy shit.
Yeah, we need to get a piece of that.
$8 trillion is a lot of money.
We just need a little piece of that. We don't need the whole pie. We need a little tiny sliver of that pie, like a little thin, super thin slice.
It's like this is like sneaking up, dude. Just like you bring it up, everyone's like, what? What are you talking about? And then it's like you look and like in the past couple of days, it's like big news. Like all this stuff is like news from like a couple of days ago. It's probably since Black Friday. I bet you Black Friday kind of.
It's because you're not looking up relevant things. You're looking up old bullshit Einstein shit, right? Get with the times.
I'm the one who fucking told you about this shit, dude. I think
you told me about the metaverse. I know, dude. I already own Metabots.
Hey guys.
Metabots.
Hey, remember that little Peruvian guy that found a pot of gold in New York City and stole it?
I don't know, bro. You interrupted me for this story. It better be good.
Who?
Like 4 years ago, there was like this a bucket of gold worth $1 million that a like a security truck, like a cash truck, had neglected as they were like going through their paperwork, and this Peruvian guy snuck up and just walked away with it. The pail weighed like 200 pounds, but he waddled away with it, and he eventually left the country. So could you go? Yeah, they caught him, and then like he basically just ran away.
What's the moral of this story, dude?
Well, in the metaverse, can you find like a pot of Bitcoin just lying around? Just take it.
Well, I think there's probably gonna be all sorts of shit like that, dude. But the thing is, it's gonna be a virtual world where you can create physics. You know, you can create items that have physics that other items don't have. You know what I mean? And so I think that's why it's
all kinds of glitches.
I gotta dive deep in this, man. I gotta dive head first.
Just figure out how to make money, dude. All you need to know is how do you make passive income off it. That's what we need to do,
dude. You gotta create content, dude. You gotta create merchandise that people are gonna buy. You gotta create like.
Do you need land for this?
What Jem's doing with the pets, dude? Pets is a great idea, dude. Pets is a fantastic.
Yeah,
idea.
A pet grooming shop.
A pet store, dude. Where people can buy different pets and you know all sorts of fucking pets, dude. And so that's why you need an artist, somebody who can make these CGI animals. Which my brother's a great artist.
Ideas. I have dope ass pet ideas, bro.
I'm sure you do.
We're gonna break the pterodactyls out, dude. Motherfuckers are gonna be walking around with pterodactyl pets, bro.
Dude, they're gonna kick us out of the game, man. You're the fucking dude who created the fucking pterodactyl?
Hell yeah, bro.
Shitting on my fucking car, dude.
We're gonna have a pet that's a bald eagle, but it has the head of a bear. Grizzly bear.
Why do you make a bald eagle with the head of a bear? It's not a bald eagle.
That's dope as fuck, bro. No, it's gonna be able to fly, but it has the head. Its head is a grizzly bear.
This is your fucking animal. He's like, I got fucking awesome animal ideas, man. Bald
Hell
eagle.
yeah,
bear.
bro. We're just scratching the surface right here. I mean, we come up with some dope ass pet ideas, bro.
Let me read some more of this show.
Basically want to be like an African warlord with like all his exotic animals. Like Joseph Kony.
I mean, we could sell. Yeah, we should do a pet store. Dude, do we need land for this, Kosho? Where do we need to get land for this to have a store?
I told you I'm on a real estate website, but I'm reading some stuff about this shit because so people are making like limited edition Birkin bags as NFTs. Imagine those pets. Imagine you make pets that are like Beanie Babies, basically. You know what I mean? Like,
no, we want real life pets.
I know they're real life pets, but I'm saying they fucking are like special edition fucking Beanie Babies.
Like, I want a pet where somebody like breaks in your house and your pet fucking kills them. Dead. Bro, somebody breaks in your house
and you gotta. One day he'll probably be rich when he's dead, but he's got a great idea here. So like, let's say in the metaverse, like fuck real estate, right? Let's focus on like bets and like wagers, right? So like boxing, dude. like animals fighting animals, like robots fighting robots, all that.
That's the kind of casino kind of shit, dude.
Yeah, get the first casino going. Because you're gonna get this old lady, right, that wants to just play slots all day.
Riggs is gonna be the Michael Vick of the metaverse.
I like Michael Vick, man.
My back on Gems.
No, but that's a good idea. That's a good idea, though, Riggs. Yes, I love it.
Yeah, I went back on Gems because there was some talk happening in the COVID area. I don't talk over there though. I wanted to troll Hannah for like a minute.
It's ideal when they have that they get like a second chat room going. That way, it's like, you know, people can talk nonsense with Johnny and Jeremy, and then, you know, other people can talk like serious shit in the other room.
Don't lock me up with Johnny.
You know, Johnny, Pete Shea, and Jeremy, Joby. You know,
I had them guys going yesterday.
The Brit bongers love talking about COVID. It's the most exciting thing to happen there since World War II.
It's not that. There's controversy around it. That's all.
So like I actually I'm gonna announce it right now. I'm starting the MFC, the Metaverse Fighting.
No, but dude, that's already in like Gem's Pets and also my animal idea. It already includes that. There wasn't betting on it though. That's
formally.
New, I think it was a good idea.
Listen, what kind of land do I got to get some passive income going here, Kojo?
Here's the balance you got to find, Jeremy. You got to do it soon before it gets hot. You know, right? So
where
next little bit, and you got to do it. You got to learn enough about it before you do it. Okay. So there's a balance.
This is your homework.
You're buying it. Okay. So that's what I'm doing. I'm reading this shit right now. You're hopefully reading some shit right now, and you know
I can't. I don't have my research.
We'll have an idea. You don't buy too quickly, and you don't wait too long. Okay, it's a balance.
Okay, I want you to learn all about it. I'm going to do my research on TikTok, and we'll regroup.
Dude, this is a guy on Pancake Swap. He doesn't know anything about balance.
I love Pancake Swap. Journal Pancake Swap.
It's like degenerate. It's like the scratch tickets of cryptocurrency.
Or you can buy Ethereum on Pancake Swap.
You got to find out what coins are good here, man. Because it seems like NFTs are a big deal, but whatever coins are being traded, that's what I'm telling you, Joe. I think at the end of this year, the end of this month, it's going to be the decider for the coins that are going to make it and the ones that are going to break it. You know, like a lot of them, a lot of the shit ones are probably not going to stick around. I think there'll be ones that have utility here. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I hear you. My shit has utility, so I'm not really that worried. I have been stacking up stable coins, but
Zuckerberg's gonna buy like 20 billion of some coin, and that coin's gonna go through the roof.
He's probably just gonna make one, dude. I think it might be time to put one together.
Zuckerberg's gonna buy that Sweet Baby Ray's coin.
See what fuckers they got in here. Houseaway, Pyro.
So what website you go to buy the real estate?
Well, I mean, there's a couple. There's a main one. It's just called Metaverse.properties, and these dudes seem like some pretty big dudes. Let's see about who we are.
Yeah, those are like the first Google search.
Yeah.
At the top.
But it's like they're a real estate firm, so that's why I'm looking to see like what else. Who else? This guy's name is Lorne Sugarman. Fucking Jew, dude.
Yeah, that's not a real name.
That's a real name, man. This guy right here, Andrew.
They made it real.
Lorne Sugarman is a real name. The real Jewish guy's name, but he's an investment banker.
They gave themselves these very cryptic names that it's very obvious that it's a Jew.
Michael Gord, Jason Cassidy, Andrew Kegel. Yeah, these guys are executives with capital markets, governance, and entrepreneurship. Okay, so he's the CEO of tokens.com, Neocoin. You know who that is, Jeremy? Do you know what tokens.com is?
No, but I do have Neo.
Yeah, Neocoin, one of the largest publicly listed crypto stakers in the world. He was co-founder of Hut 8 Mining, one of the largest publicly listed Bitcoin miners in the world. Fucking hell, dude. Dude, do you know what we need to do? We need to get Chris Lill. You see what Chris Lill did to me today, dude? When he came in here like that?
What did he do to you?
He's fucking around, dude. Because he knows that I'm trying to get help his brother get his Bitcoin back. His brother has 10 Bitcoin. Not even touching it. Doesn't know the password, fucking the screen name for that he used.
Why is he fucking with you though?
Because he knows that I want him to talk to his brother to see if
everybody wants that Bitcoin. They're not.
No. But I can help him. I can help him retrieve it. That's why I want to talk to him to see, what information he still has from back then, and you know, what computer and all. I mean, I just gotta ask him questions. I can. It's possibly still retrievable.
Yeah,
And
I understand.
he knows that he won't talk to him, but he keeps fucking acting like he's gonna ask somebody else to talk to him or whatever else. Anyway, so there's this website, but I'm looking to see what other real estate dudes there are.
Yeah, I don't know which website to go to.
There's also renting land.
That's what I'm talking about. Forget
Whoa.
renting land. I want to be the guy that is renting the land.
Yeah, no, so he's renting it to other people. Yeah, that's why
We're
that dude
trying to be
bought.
the landlord.
Why that dude bought so much property, dude.
Yeah, we need to be the landlords, bro. That's where the money's at.
So where you go? So I'm going buying in Decentraland.
And then if we're the landlords and we have some other thing we want to set up, we have the land to do it, and we won't have to rent. Top of that. Like we got buy land, rent it out, and be set up a billboard on the side too, and that would help create more income.
Okay, so it says Metaverse Worlds. It says there's 11 Decentraland, 2 Somnium, 4 Sandbox, and 0 Upland.
Well, is it a limited amount of space?
I don't know. I'm in that Metabots. Is there something called Metabots, Gosho? Because I already have Metabots coin, like a lot of it.
So, like one way to create stability in this space would be that it's like let's say like a digital coin that has a limited amount that grows as it's utilized. So it grows with the population.
Yeah, I think that's how they advertised it. I saw something that said that it was. Let me see.
Because if the coin is limited, it's going to increase value way too much at some point. You're going to have limited space. It can be like New York.
All cryptos you can divide up the coin.
Well, I'm just using an analogy. This has something different going on.
Wow. Oh shit! It says on Friday someone spent $450,000 for a plot of virtual land next to Snoop Dogg's mansion in the Snoopverse, a section of the Metaverse World Sandbox. The fuck?
Dude, if this is what people are going to be doing now, like literally life is going to be nothing but a meme. Like you're going to be talking to this guy next to you who's going to be acting like that guy in like Idiocracy. He's like, "Oh, my balls."
Yeah, right. Yeah.
And then
go away,
you're
I'm
gonna be like,
baiting.
"Hey, look, the Earth's flat." And he's gonna be like, "Go away, I'm baiting."
Yeah.
Gosho, do you see anything about Metabots? Because I own a bunch of that coin, and that's supposed to be happening in this Metaverse thing.
I looked it up, but
Wait, Jeremy, you like money?
Fuck yeah, bro.
I like money.
This is gonna be like Idiocracy, man.
It already is. Like if this is what we're putting all of our efforts into, it's over.
I got an Idiocracy moment for you. So NASA is canceling the lunar mission, right? They just canceled it 30 days ago. They just did a whole press release, space.com everywhere.
We'll buy the moon.
They don't have a spacesuit. It's like, dude, there's one on the wall at the Smithsonian. Go get it. Here's a ladder, right? Just walk up the ladder, take the spacesuit off the wall. Bingo. You got a spacesuit.
Okay, it says the sandbox isn't fully live yet. It launched its alpha test this week. No matter its tokens, so its token is sand is up 82%. What's that noise? Is that 82% this month? Hold on. So there's different tokens for different lands because sandbox is sand, and then Decentraland is mana.
What's the Metabots one? Is the Metabots coin land going to be any good or what?
I'm trying to see it. Hold on.
I got like 2 or 3 grand worth of that Metabots coin. I make like 30, 40, $50 a week off it, give or take.
Hold on, I'm about to find out.
Make loot off that Metabots coin right
Jeremy,
now.
what's
ends up being big.
your last name?
No.
Does it have a Stein at the end of it?
No, I'm not Jewish at all. That's Gosho's gig.
No, he's Italian, man. You could tell by all those billboard talks. The mafia invented billboard scams.
So, the Jewish part of my family came from Italy 500 years ago.
You're an Italian black Jew.
No, they're not Italian anymore.
It's groundbreaking.
It's like
with
Dan
Jamaican
Bungie.
roots.
They're not Italian anymore, dude.
Oh, they stopped being Italian?
He's not
Well, they
Italian.
moved from Italy.
They just stopped being Italian. You're like, yeah, you know what?
Yeah,
They
he
were
traded
never,
that
they
coin
were
in.
never Italian, dude. They moved from, they got kidnapped from Israel to Rome at the time. They were in Italy for about 1,500 years, and then they went from Italy to Poland about 500 years ago. Poland, to Austria, U.S.
And in all that time, did they mingle with any Romans?
Probably not. They had when the dude who brought him to Poland, he came across a community of rabbis. It was a whole town, just rabbis. That's why I remember you said like they kicked Jews out of a lot of places. That's one of the reasons why they got kicked out a lot, is because they were keeping it to themselves, and you know, they probably would have people. They probably would have people, you know, maybe that got brought into the culture or something like that, but most of the time they kept to themselves.
Yeah, Jeremy, he just paid 50 gold and respect his character, man. No worries.
That's right. Let me see.
He gets a little more XP from killing boars now.
With the sword of truth.
With the sword of truth. Oh wow.
That's what that was called, right? It was like some unlockable item.
I don't know. I just made it up, but
no, like
it
from
sounds about right.
No, that was from South Park. They were
okay. Oh yeah. That's right.
Yeah, they were playing like some MMO, but some
World of
camper,
Warcraft.
yeah, some griefer kept killing them, but they had to get the sword of truth that could only be delivered by thumb drive or something like.
I'm trying to find out what these tokens are. It says okay, so two of the big ones I keep hearing about are mana and sand. They're Ethereum metaverse tokens, so I think they're made in Ethereum.
Yeah, they're using Ethereum and they're doing NFTs. Like that's the crypto they're primary in, I think. This whole metaverse.
Let's see.
I mean, he announced that on the video though.
Yeah.
Whatever he did like a month ago.
So far, those two, mana and sand, are the only two I see so far. Let me see.
You don't see anything metabots?
I'm still looking.
So that's going to be the coins they use inside that part of the world. You use sand coin.
Yeah, for those specific worlds. What was it? It was Decentraland's mana and Sandbox's sand. But there's a couple other worlds, so let's see.
Yo, y'all keep talking about buying land. Meanwhile, Putin's about to take like Ukraine by force.
So like there's gonna be people making money at first, but the real money is understanding how the system works. You need to know how the scarcity works in that whole proposal. Like there's not only that, but you need not just the scarcity, but you need to know like, are there any fees? Like you need to know everything about it. You can't just be like, oh, I'm getting property. Like getting that property may lose you money. Like you don't know until you understand what the rules are.
Oh, definitely.
So it says this is Decentraland and Sandbox are the Ethereum-based virtual worlds. Players can purchase customized land plots in a shared world, such land plots are represented by NFT assets, can also be monetized to provide passive income back to holders. So that's why. So basically, those properties are, existing as NFTs. That's how they stay unique.
Yeah, but how does the okay? You're talking about items, but
No,
what about
the properties themselves
Okay.
are being represented by NFTs.
Okay, but how does it grow? Is there a limited
That's what
amount
I'm
of
saying.
space?
Yeah, no, that's what I showed originally was looking for.
What is the fee for transferring ownership? What are the fees?
I think it's just a trade. I don't know if there's a fee on top of that trade, but it just says that you just trade property or rent property.
Yeah.
It's in its alpha. It's in its alpha state right now. So.
Okay. Well, there has to be a growth plan because otherwise, you have to know. You just have to know. It's like the difference between a limited coin and a coin that keeps getting split and grows, or you know what I mean? Like, it's funny too, though, because they're using Ethereum, which, okay, on its face, the Ethereum coin itself doesn't have a limit, so its value is only based in its basically like how useful it is. Whether you can do the contracts that you want to do, that it's easy to use, that it's fast, that people aren't getting charged a lot for fees, that it's supported by a lot of people. So it's like a fiat currency, actually. It's just its value is only based in faith instead of actual scarcity. So I imagine they would have to have limited actual properties. Or actually, no, they could increase faith by having unlimited properties. That's something that they can't do in real life. They don't have unlimited properties, so they can increase faith in the metaverse, in Ethereum, giving legitimacy to the next fiat currency. And it's not necessarily like Bitcoin has scarcity, right? But Ethereum has practicality. It's more liquid.
It's pronounced scarcity.
Scarcity. Well, whatever. Potato.
Like the word scare and city, scarcity.
Yeah.
Scarcity. It's like.
I think I've said it like so many times by myself without hearing anyone else saying it that I just started to adopt my own. You know what I mean?
There you go.
Yeah. Hey, Biodual, if you're out there, I was wrong. It's scarcity, not scarcity. He was asking me last night, well, if you were wrong, would you admit it? Blah, blah, blah. I was like, dude, I already told you, like he just wouldn't accept my answer for some reason.
Biodual.
He wanted
weird technical fucking evangelist.
He maybe wanted attention. He wanted your attention mostly. That's probably the stick there.
I find it awkward, man. Like if I had a son and a wife and a fucking life, I would not be Biodual. Like that would not be how I'm spending my time.
Well, they probably tell him to go over on Discord and be with your Discord people.
That's
they
so
tell him,
sad, dude.
I know.
That's actually really sad, but it's possible.
He tries to interact with them. They're like, don't you have someone to talk to on Discord?
Okay, that was an inside joke, guys. I'm sorry. That's not funny for everybody.
So when you make an offer on Metaverse, what do you say in the letter? I don't get this.
Well, I do know a little bit about real estate for some reason. And you have to know the rules, otherwise you have no idea what you're getting yourself into. You could be getting yourself into a liability, even because when you're dealing with assets, you can be sued. Even if it's a digital asset now, they've created precedent for that. So, like, you have to treat it like you're actually selling or buying a real house, which there are many legalities that eventually will be pushed into the metaverse.
This thing is so sus, man.
Yeah, there's like those microtransaction games where they'll be like, hey, if you buy this weapon, it gives you plus X to something or another. But later on, they take that bonus away.
To take the buff away.
Yeah, and then people are like, well, I got ripped off. You know, when I bought this virtual item, it was supposed to perform.
Now, dude, Tinder's they got Tinderverse now. They got their own fucking
Tinderverse.
Yeah, they're probably gonna build their own like dating shit. That's crazy.
Oh god. Okay, we already have people getting raped in this virtual world.
Dude.
Hey, Kosho, are you gonna stop resisting in the metaverse?
Stop resisting? What do you mean?
Dude, even Ball Lives Matter. He fucking laughed there. That's awesome.
What do you mean? I understand.
Stop resisting. So there's going to
Resisting
be
arrest?
Derek Chauvin's in the metaverse.
Dark
Is that
Sheldon?
what you're
What's that?
Derek Chauvin.
I thought he was talking about Derek Chauvin. Police brutality. Is there police brutality? What he's talking about, man? Law and order. Lack of law and order.
We should start a fucking private security force.
Like, will there be executive government? And will they enforce law?
Do I look like a fucking Israeli to you? I don't know, this metaverse thing seems sus. I mean, I'd rather buy a beachfront property in Arizona.
It's not all going to be virtual reality. Some of it's going to be augmented reality.
I don't even know what is augmented reality. What the fuck is that like?
It's two things. It's like real life plus CGI at the same time.
Well, it's not really CG.
Made up physics.
It's like Pokemon Go is an example of augmented reality.
Yeah, perfect.
Like where it uses your real life environment. You're interacting with your real life environment as part of your game or whatever.
Oh, there's a hilarious Pokemon Go meme. Oh, what was that whole set?
Kosho, I swear to God, man, if it's the end of the world and you and I have to team up because we're both in Texas, you better not get me killed, or I'll kill you myself.
Yeah, well, we're far away enough that
8 hours ain't that far. I have resources in Austin, so
we got some in El Paso too.
Yeah, I have
resources
in El Paso too.
He has access to Alex Jones's command bunker.
Dude, Alex Jones lived 10 minutes from me.
All right.
Yeah.
Still trying to find where Elon Musk stays at. He's probably living in that fucking warehouse that's not even built yet.
Well, they see, this is what they do, right? They tell everybody that he lives on a couch.
Dude, he sold all his. He owned property before. He doesn't own any property anymore.
Well, he tells everybody he doesn't own property anymore.
But he used to own fucking what's his name? The fucking dude from Willy Wonka.
What?
Gene Wilder's house?
Yeah, Gene Wilder. Yeah, he used to own Gene Wilder's house, and he sold it on fucking Craigslist.
Awkward.
So that was the saddest. He said that was the hardest part, was selling the house. But he did all that, and he just like moved to Texas, and then breaking up with his new girlfriend, wife, lady, and who knows what the hell.
Yeah, he married. Yeah, he's with. He's like.
He has like 5 kids or some shit.
Yeah.
Just handing them out like candy.
He's got the money to have 1,000.
Only 1,000? Those are some spoiled kids.
Gonna have grandchildren, great grandchildren by now. Hold on. Got way too many tabs open now. We're back. I'm gonna forget to call my girlfriend again, and she's my key into this fucking metaverse, dude. She's the one who's buying me with my Oculus Rift.
So do you only date like spoiled rich girls?
She's not spoiled. She works hard, man. Probably working right now.
Well, you can work hard and still be spoiled.
Well, she's spoiled, but she spoils herself, I guess.
The milk's gone bad.
She's crazy though. She's like me, where even when I have a lot of money, I don't spend it on normal shit. I spend it on weird shit. She spends it on weird shit.
So who killed the chat here?
Organically
Everyone's
stopped.
researching metaverse right now. Not me.
I think it kind of just organically stopped, but with the full conclusion.
Are you talking about the whole crypto
Yeah.
virtual?
Yeah, they all want to buy
garb?
land, but they don't know the rules yet, so they're trying to figure it out.
Well,
Swamp land.
Cool thing
Well,
about that
digital
is
land.
when it's digital, you don't really have to deal with the implication of physics so much to where you can kind of limitlessly build upward, right?
What about like those IOs? Like, those are kind of like digital real estates, right?
You know what's going to be real funny is if they the entire platform is based on like this sphere, and when they start building and start watching the edges of buildings deviating apart, no matter how much they try to scale down or up everything, it's going to be so apparent and unparalleled that people are going to start questioning things. So it's almost like they're going to have to put it on a flat playing field.
Yeah, we already had this talking. It's pretty sure the metaverse is flat as fuck.
Oh, you guys already discussed that? That's funny.
If you're going to
It was the first thing I said.
If it was spherical in the size of Earth, your buildings would have to be huge in order to see that, like both in width and height.
Hey, Moyak, do shadows have refraction?
Your shadows have refraction. Light has refraction. Light makes shadows. So.
Light makes shadows.
Yes. You have to have light to have a shadow. So if the light moves around, the shadow will move.
A shadow is a lack of light,
yes. Right? I'm going to say, I guess yes.
I would say that it's possible, but not necessarily. Maybe.
If the light goes and bends downward and is no longer coming at the same angle, then your shadow will no longer fall in the same place. It's not even really a question, I think.
So what brought this question up is the Burj Khalifa being almost a kilometer tall, and it casts a shadow like 8 kilometers, I think. but it would be like it's like a massive sundial.
Well, a lot of it is depending on the angle of incidence and stuff, and if the greater of acuity, the greater the parabolic increase of the shadow.
I would think it would cast a shadow even longer than 8 kilometers. Let's think about that. And why wouldn't it? As soon as the sun gets almost parallel to the horizon, it's going to be casting a shadow almost to infinity. It'll just fade off into nothing.
Have you ever seen a shadow sandwiched or encompassed by light? Or is this possible in your mind?
A shadow encompassed by light. I don't know what that means.
So what is a shadow to you? A shadow, you said, was just the deprivation of light, right? The absence of light. It's the.
I don't think that you even question that, do you?
Well, that's what a shadow is, unless you can define it any differently.
Now, wouldn't it be cool if we could make like a light vacuum? Since since they're particles and all.
They got those.
You mean
I was trying to go somewhere with the shadows.
Would that be a
kind of
black
carrying
hole?
things off a different way. So, can you conceive a shadow encompassed by light, or is that impossible, Moyak?
A shadow encompassed by light. Well, all shadows are. I'm not sure, but you mean they're always encompassed by light. It's light on either side.
Okay. So we got to go back to what a shadow is now, right? So you think a shadow is a thing in itself, or is it a byproduct of something?
I'm not following, but it's a byproduct of light.
It's a byproduct of the absence of light. Would you say not?
No, it doesn't even have to be the absence of light. You can have a shadow on a bright day where you can still see the ground. So it's not an absence of light. It's just of the light in question.
So let's define a shadow, because I think we're having a disconnect here. What is a shadow, Moyak?
A shadow is a lack of a specific source of light.
A lack of specific source of light.
I think so.
Okay.
Meaning that I can still see the ground clearly in the shadow because there's other light coming from other directions. But that one source, that in this case, let's say the sun, is directly shadowed, but there's still ambient light lighting the ground behind it. So it's not a complete absence of light.
So are you talking about the parts of a shadow?
The parts of a shadow. Now, I've got a stick sticking out of the ground. It leaves a shadow, but I can still see the ground. I can still read words in that shadow. So it's not completely lacking light. It's just lacking some of the light.
So that would be called the penumbrum. Yes, there's parts of a shadow.
Yeah, but in the center there is no penumbrum. It still will be. It's still shadowed. It just has alternate sources of light. What reflects off the trees, what reflects off the ground near it, the grass. That's all, and the sky itself is illuminating things because of Rayleigh scattering.
So I don't understand why when I outlined a shadow as being a deprivation or the absence of light, that you kind of got hung up on that when it sounds like you somewhat agree. It's not necessarily.
I'm just specifying that there is still light there. So it's not an absence of light. It can be an absence of light.
Well, that's why I gave two different descriptions. I said a deprivation or the absence. It's either or it could be simultaneously both.
Okay, I'll accept that.
So, is there any example where you could show a shadow, encompassed by light? Because I guess we both agree, right, that a shadow is created when, light's being blocked along its pathway, so to speak.
Okay, so when you say encompassed, I mean my shadow is encompassed by light because my shadow only fills up where I'm directly interfering with it. Now, can I make a really long shadow where the light will, can I put a light 90 degrees to my object, and will that shadow go on forever? I don't know. There's so many other things. I keep on thinking the sky will eventually override the amount of shadow that's there. Because I don't know what you mean by encompassed by light. That's what you're talking about.
I guess like the cream in an Oreo cookie, maybe. I don't know any other way to put it.
When I'm standing there, the sun's at 45 degrees. My shadow is approximately 6 feet long, and it's completely encompassed by light. Is that what you're talking about?
Not necessarily, because in that situation, right, you've got the surface there, the ground. So, you can't necessarily say that there's light where the ground is, because it's only a reflection or illumination. So what I mean, I guess more accurately would be, what I'm getting at is, have you ever seen a supercell or a ferrocell?
Sure.
Now, what do you think about that when you look at that holography within that, and you see light and dark? Like, how do you
aligning
distinguish
crystals
that?
in the ferrofluid? I've never understood your fascination with this. I think it's neat. It looks cool, but I don't see anything magical about it or unique.
Well, you're looking at a shadow encompassed by light, and it's this interlacing of this shadow and light that creates these spiral looking effect, I guess, if you will, this geometric pattern. And it's made of light and darkness all in one.
Well, here's your shadow encompassed by light, Mr. Meyer.
You text one?
You text one.
Yeah, I'm trying to think. Like, if I was to take a flashlight and I take a 3-inch disc and I put that in front of the flashlight, some 10 feet away from it, and I keep going back from that situation. I'm wondering. I don't think I'd ever see that flashlight again, theoretically, if everything, the air remained relatively constant. So
you mean
always be in the shadow of that disc.
Kosho, what's the technicality you're demonstrating?
No, I was satisfying the request. Somebody asked for shadow encompassed by light.
So okay,
not
I
seeing
hear
that.
often, and I've been skeptical but interested in the phenomena of like a flame not having a shadow, and it appears that flame has a shadow. I wonder if that's a certain type of light, or if it's a certain type of flame, or if there's a technicality involved.
Brighter light.
What?
All you need is a brighter light.
That's
a brighter light. Okay, that makes sense. And also, I wonder if you know how like something really bright can look dark if it's next to something brighter, kind of a thing. I imagine it's something like that.
Yeah, that actually picture comes from an article about that. I posted an article.
But then there are also certain types of light, certain types of emission that don't necessarily play with the same rules that other things do. So that's why I was curious.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen this with the candle, with a flashlight. I'm pretty sure I've seen the shadow it casts on the flame. I don't know if that's mostly refraction or is it filtering the light that's in the yellow spectrum. Although I would expect then there to be a color shift on the wall if it was filtering. So
I don't know if you've ever taken like a lighter, like a handheld lighter, and tried to see if you can create a shadow with that, but you can actually see the fluids. Like there's like fluidity within the shadow. It's
right
kind
before you release the flame.
Yeah.
Particles and stuff.
Yeah, that's refraction.
Yeah, well, I'm saying as far as the shadow goes, being a projection.
Right, that's refraction. Like when you push the gas out of there, it's dense, much denser air, and the light that hits it bends and gives you those nice little shadows in the background where the light doesn't hit, or doesn't, and much of the light doesn't hit. Yeah, since the gas from a butane lighter does that and leaves a shadow like that, I'm betting that flame shadow is mostly caused by refraction of some kind.
By refraction.
Well, I would kind of expect it to have a brighter spot on it. I don't know. I'm just trying to guesstimate.
Hey, Lael, I'm going to unblock you. I don't know if you give a shit, but next time I see you make like statements that are actually kind of horrible about other people, I'm not going to hold back again.
Yeah, like I say, I had to go with like a refraction or even the soot in the air, but it's very clean burning, so I wouldn't think there'd be much soot. I'm very surprised that the color in the background isn't shaded with a filtered spectrum of light. Maybe it is; it's just too subtle to see.
Who's funnier, Lael or Jeremy? I vote Jeremy. By a lot, like a lot.
Definitely Jeremy when he gets going.
You hear that, Lael? You got to up your game, dude.
Now you got me interested. I gotta go find out what's happening with that.
With the flame?
Yeah.
Yeah. It's I think you're. Well, I don't know who said it, but I think they're right that it's a matter of just it's the contrast. So you need to have a brighter source.
Yeah. Oh no, that definitely. But I'm trying to think what actually is the cause of the darkening on the background. Is that
That's just soot.
is it a process of filtration or refraction?
No, it's just the soot. It's just stuff. It's whatever material.
So
if
fine.
The light's so bright. The light's so bright that it's able to that creates such a shadow.
That makes sense because the heat would keep going above it. It can't be refraction. The heat it would still show waves
The
above
heat's
it.
on top.
What is
The
the
flame
soot?
isn't hot.
And you got physical particles in the way.
Yep. Yeah, it's the soot, and it's just so the particles are so fine. You need to have a brighter light to show the disparity. That makes sense to me. Or I just bullshitted the answer pretty good.
No, I think since it doesn't have the wisps going off of it, I'm going to go with that. Although I have seen that also where heat will cause the wisps above it, but they're much finer than the actual flame.
And that would explain why some flames are more visible than others, because the soot has a different particle size depending on what it's burning.
Right, like a butane lighter might burn almost pure.
Compared to a candle, it's just a different output.
And no carbon release.
All right, guys, we solved the problem. We can go to space now.
Oh, that's been done. Getting passe.
Oh man. Just got off this fucking crazy orientation meeting for the union.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, so political.
No, I'm not going to make that joke. I was going to say that you're an electrician for the city.
No, I hate electricity.
Wouldn't that just, dude? I could see you arguing like all day.
Huh.
You're like, that's not how it works. The electricity comes from the ground, not the positive.
I
It's
don't like
coming from
electricity.
counter space. It's not the batteries, it's the wires. But you know, I agree with all that. I'm just saying it would be funny because, like, there's just a lot going on. There's just a lot going on that it's all kind of like very keenly fucking hidden in plain sight, which you know means that somebody like planned that shit. It's not like a misinterpretation. It was an intentional obfuscation.
Yeah,
I'll be here all
I
day.
get it. Oh, what's up, Reckoner? How you doing today? Is there anything you want to discuss or talk about or listen about?
Oh, is he in the chat?
Yeah, he popped in, but probably just listening, but just wondering what he wants to hear about today.
Yeah, I think he joined in at like 4 a.m. or something. It's a long time ago.
The other day was UFOs, so. Yeah, and I had the X-Files theme song playing in my head the other day in the shower for some weird reason. I wonder if that was something to do with it.
It's catchy.
Very catchy theme song.
I remember, you ever listen to Coast to Coast AM?
Oh,
radio
yeah.
show?
Art Bell.
Oh, yeah, I
they
go
used to
way
always,
back with George Norrie, man.
yeah, they would have all these like catchy like interlude songs that they played.
Yeah,
you guys
now
know
it's
that
like
all that
cheap.
stuff is mainstream propaganda, right?
Like yeah, for sure.
Gaia and George Norrie and all that radio show
Totally.
stuff.
Totally. But it's a nice, like, I think it's like the gateway.
Yeah.
Kind of like the gateway dope to fucking bigger things.
It's the first, I mean, that's what happens, right? You listen, it's kind of a dark room. Maybe you've got like one light on in the hallway and you're listening and you're relaxing. And then they kind of slowly put you in a hypnosis with his voice. It's like, oh, we're going to be studying UFOs today. We have an interview with someone who had a first-hand encounter. Blah, 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 blah.
Bob Lazar or whatever.
Yeah, right.
No, it's usually some like 90-year-old fucking person.
Or John Lear, right? Wasn't John Lear the famous guy? He always had on. Is that his name? Lear? Something Lear. The guy who invented the Learjet.
I'm still working.
He always had these rants. Like, yeah, they've got all these experimental crafts and aliens and Groom Lake and shit.
Yeah, Lear came out too. Yeah.
I'm sitting in the crib dreaming about Lear jets and rods, how Big got rocked, how Pac died.
Yeah, Pac's still alive. But anyways.
I'm still working on this question of the encapsulated by light, and I'm still not quite following what you're saying. I drew a picture at 3:25.
Encapsulated by light?
Yeah, somebody's been talking about can a shadow be encapsulated by light?
Where are they talking about this?
I don't know.
You only have a shadow.
Hypothetical, can light be encapsulated by light? Can a shadow be encapsulated by light?
You only get a shadow. You only get a shadow.
I was telling you, look up
Go ahead, Dad.
I was just trying to tell you to look up a ferrocell, Ferro.
I know what a ferrocell is. I don't see how
Hey,
that applies to light.
I got to ask about the ferrocell because it's shaped. I think it's kind of shaped biasly in a circle. Could they make a ferrocell that's like any shape and it would actually show itself to be the same with a magnetic field?
Well, I mean, it's just showing you the what you guys would call the domain lines. But so if like you were to take it and flip it up on its side, yeah, like the holography is going to be different. You know, it's going to be a different geometric expression.
Mm-hmm.
But
well,
so
also
sure,
I'd want to see one that's like really big, that it's not limited by the encasement itself, so it's not creating like these fake pressure patterns and stuff. I'd want to see like what is the field doing in an uncapsulated form, because those ferrocells are so small. I think it has an effect on like what we actually see.
What is? I'm still. Can you link me to a video that makes you think?
Mark, I
I don't
posted the
understand why
article.
ferrocells are exciting to you.
I posted the article that had the where the picture came from.
Right, but why are they so exciting? And they seem very mundane to me. Much like totally, what happens in them is totally expected. Nothing.
because
special.
you're getting a visible contrast of the magnetic field array that's, you know, invisible, you know, in any other way.
Okay, yeah, that's cool.
So like you're seeing these two fields mutually aligning with one another. They're yeah. So the light and the dark lines, man, like those are two separate fields that are interacting, creating this magnetic field, and then it goes down to this, you know, center point, which is this black spot in the middle, you know, which is a dielectric portal. And
where do you see it differing from, I mean, other than the fact that it's you know, it's a practical demonstration, from the field lines that are drawn around every magnet image we see? You know, they just sketch them in.
Wait, Mark, which one are you looking at?
I'm not looking at any, and I was also trying to see how he's linking this to shadow.
because it's literally right there in front of you. Like if you've ever looked at a ferrocell or supercell, you're seeing light and darkness interlacing between one another. So you have like you have darkness being encapsulated by light, and it's like this repetitious pattern.
That's the alignment of crystals inside of a fluid. It's nothing.
No, there's no crystals in the fluid. So when they make a ferrocell, it's literally just two optical pieces of glass sandwiched together. Is in between is just a couple drops of ferrosurfactant fluid, which is just like iron particulates, and
iron is crystals.
and it's so thin, like when those optical lenses smash together, it's like less than a human hair's thickness. I think it's like a few microns thick. And so you can imagine there's very, very a small amount of iron particulates in there, not nearly enough to create any kind of shadow on its own. But when you add this magnetic field in conjunction with that, you get this array showing you a contrast between light and dark. So it's undeniable before your eyes. You know, you're seeing dark sandwiched and encapsulated by light.
Well, I don't know the physical properties of what's happening in there, but I know iron is a crystal, and the magnetic fields are aligning the crystals. But you're saying that the glass plates come together in those places?
Yeah, it's just two optical lenses, like stacked on top of one another, and in between is just a couple drops.
Well,
like you could even use some blood.
By the drops, is it not? Like the field is forming the drops, blocking the light.
No,
yo, dude.
That's what he's trying to say.
I thought we went over this before because I saw you showed this before. But those isn't that the what's it called, the Helmholtz coil and the I forget what else. But yeah,
I don't know, bro.
I know that's what he's trying to say, but like that's what makes sense to me. So I'm trying to understand why it's not that way.
Because what you're trying to say, man, is a micron thickness right, of a fluid that contains very small microscopic particles of iron is enough to create this huge holography in front of you on its own.
Okay.
Like you think that those little particulates is enough to create that much of a shadow. Like that's just insane.
I will push back. And I guess the argument would be then how come we don't see that without the liquid?
I got a phone call coming in, man. I don't mean to
Okay.
be rude, but I got to duck
No,
out.
that's
I'll
cool,
be
man.
right back.
Yeah.
Is my argument sound, Moyak?
I don't know. I'm looking at the ferro cells right now to see if I
Okay.
can understand how they work better.
Kosho?
Yeah, well, I remember. Whenever he saw this a couple months ago, I was curious what you guys were looking at, but I just look it up. Yeah, you're right. It's exactly that. It's not It's
because it doesn't work without the fluid. So
yeah, exactly.
The field's there, but the obstruction is not.
What you're seeing is the light interacting with the fluid, and the fluid's interacting because of the the electromagnetic. Magnetic.
So if there's something else happening there, I would need to. Maybe there's an aspect to this demonstration I'm not privy to, but these are like, I don't know. It makes sense to me that it would be the fluid itself.
Right. Yeah. But now, what is the fluid exactly doing to the light? Is it refracting it? What's it doing, Joseph?
Well, in one respect, it's carrying the light. In the other, it's blocking it. So, like, it's like a
liquid
moving,
crystal.
Yeah, like like a fiber optic kind of a thing. But it's moving because the little droplets in there are obstructing in the form of the magnetic field.
Yeah, it's like fiber optics, and the black, or I think the dark spot is where there's supposed to be like the pole of the magnetic field.
So do all the ferro particles align in a, let's say, for lack of a better term, like at the edge of that at a 45-degree angle, so that they interact with the light at that point? I am trying to figure out what's exactly happening to the particle.
That's the light interacting. Yeah, I guess. I mean, it's probably like the fluid, that material itself is like a film kind of, and the light's refracting, and I guess creating that. I'm trying to see what you. I guess you're talking about like the geometric, like how it's like geometric and repeating patterns and stuff like that.
Right. I'm wondering that again. Do all these particles of iron? First off, is ferrofluid any kind of a unique particle? Do they have a unique shape, or is it just iron filings, really fine?
No, yeah, you can make ferrofluid out of so several different ways to make it. Yeah, I have ferrofluid here. Do I have I have this like I have this putty. I got magnetic putty.
Right, I've seen that.
Yeah, I
got some stuff in the carpet upstairs too.
There you go. Don't eat it, man. Yeah, but it says, I'm just seeing it says the lights are attempting to shine parallel with the surface of the film of fluid, which is why the fluid refracts the light like that. Here's a link. Hold on.
But now I definitely still don't see this as any way, shape, or form relating to the shadow cast by a stick in the ground.
It's not. Why would it? I don't understand.
Well, I don't either. It seems to be being brought up in terms of shadow, and I don't see this relating to a classic definition of a shadow.
Oh, well, no, it's not. It's like I said, the dark spots, I think, are like poles of the magnetic field.
Right. But I guess the argument is that it's creating an absence of light.
Oh,
so
yeah, but that's only because the light is
redirected.
It's moving through the fluid.
Right.
Yeah.
It's being channeled.
Like fiber, it's just like fiber optics, more or less. Fluid and magnetic nearby.
Every day I get somebody asking me if I'm a baller.
That's honestly, that's the creepy shit. Because there's people. I disagree with Don sometimes. I agree with Don. I disagree with Moyak a ton. He yells at me all the time. Disagree with people all the time, and then I agree with flat earthers left and right. And that's the way it should be. It's only when people get on me sometimes for agreeing with flat earthers, and people get on flat earthers sometimes for agreeing with Glovers or whatever. But that's the wrong way of thinking. That's like that's like
Well,
group.
I don't like to get on people. I like to just get on arguments. Like, I don't like to argue, but if I'm going to make a point or trying to figure something out, I'm going to try to figure it out. It doesn't matter what side. I'm not leaning towards a side. I'm just trying to figure it out.
I argue with Glovers more than anybody in gyms because especially being a mod over there, you just try to get a hold of somebody to, like, I want to give Moyak a chance to speak. You got to tell other fuckers to shut up and.
Kosho, you're such a good boy.
Yeah.
All right, I'm back. I don't know if you had a question still. Rick.
So, yeah. So, like, do you get the same effect without the fluid?
Good question.
So our argument is that the liquid shapes it channels itself with the field, so then it carries the light like a fiber optic.
Well, I don't think that's how fiber optic works. I mean, I get the analogy.
Yeah, it's just an analogy.
Okay.
Fiber optic essentially sends the light through like at a 45-degree angle, bouncing back and forth down through the fiber.
Sure, but the ferrocell's not necessarily a fiber optic effect. I mean, I didn't necessarily. I got the analogy, but I don't see the connection.
I want to know why it's different.
Because if you think about it, a fiber optic. If you think about especially those ones that trap those that light in those toys, like the toys that like have those tiny little cables in them, and they make look like a little bush with lights on them.
Yeah.
If you imagine the magnetic fields trapping, the ferro part of the ferrofluid into these different field lines, then the light is traveling basically following those field lines like those fiber optic cables.
It's possible. I do know that you can burn that image into the crystal or into the lens, the optical lens.
How do you do that?
If you leave it there for too long, yeah, it'll literally just kind of render itself onto the optic.
Interesting. I mean,
can it be degaussed?
Right. No, probably not. Because it's an LCD. It's not a.
Right. There's nothing to burn unless you have like an intense light. So I mean, it's got either a chemical process where the iron is bonding with other iron or ferro materials, or it's got to be just like getting a mechanical or magnetic bond to it. So I don't see any other way that could be permanently etched in there. Those would be kind of the mechanics of it. You have a link to one where you actually etch it, where you actually get it to stay permanent?
Hey, do you have one? Because I would imagine if anybody has one, you have one, Dice Low.
Yeah, I just got a bunch of magnets in the mail, man. I think my brother's got the key though.
Oh man, you can make one of them V gates and now like make free infinite energy.
Yep.
Well, let me ask you this, Kosho. Do you think that there's a way to create motion that is somewhat perpetual minus mechanical losses? That, like, maybe a bearing goes out after time or something.
Yeah, I do. There's my opinion and the opinion of probably most people in physics is a standard orbit is a pretty consistent perpetually
perpetual
moving.
enough compared to like what energy you put in.
Yeah, it's not going to go forever, but it's pretty close. It's
harvesting a natural process is what I mean. Yeah.
Well, not really. That's going back to Newton's laws. If it's moving, it's not going to stop moving until you tell it, or until you do something to stop it.
Well, no, there's forces lost though, in the like tidal forces and stuff like that.
Right. Yeah. We're also crashing into dust all day long.
Well, for example,
like a trillion years to slow down.
If you put a generator on a river, you're going to make electricity as long as that river's moving and as long as that generator doesn't wear out.
Right, but that's receiving energy from the sun in the form of rain.
Right, but that's what we're talking about, is that there are things that you can harvest that are essentially putting out more work than you put in because you're harvesting a natural process.
Right, they're renewable resources.
Yeah. I think just talking about energy, because there's a difference. There's a difference between free energy and free energy. The former being
I don't think
energy that doesn't cost money.
Energy.
I mean, it doesn't cost any money, but I think Mike and I disagreeing with what we thought maybe you were saying, which is energy that where you get more, where the total energy is more than what was put in.
Yeah, right. No, I just mean harvesting. The problem is, I think that there's if I believe in ether, then I believe that there's a way to harvest it. We can convert this invisible, persistent resource that has motion and make like an ether pinwheel or whatever you want to call it, right? There's a way to harvest that. So then you're getting more out, not because you can actually see more, but because there's something that's inherently there that you're not seeing.
Yeah, it's a wind resource is what you're
saying. Like a wind thing. Like, why wouldn't you harvest like the spin of the Earth, right, or something like that? You know,
I wouldn't know how to do that. Like,
I know.
Big Moyak, they're already doing it. But if you think about it, now this is kind of a stretch, but the turbines under the ocean, if the Earth is rotating, then it is what's causing the high and low tides every day, because the Earth's moving through those humps caused by the moon, and so technically those would be
the same thing I'm talking about. Yeah.
Yeah. Right. Yeah.
So sending out 2 spacecraft into space, have one big one and one small one spinning around it constantly and stealing a little bit of the energy of it. The only thing is that would be directly proportional to the masses in question. The amount of energy you can pull out of it.
What are you talking about doing?
I'm just saying, just for lack of a better term, find a meteor or something, big 500-meter meteor, and start something in orbit around it at 13 millimeters a second. That's going to have some tidal forces on it, but they'd be so minuscule as to be kind of irrelevant.
Well,
you couldn't use it in any practical sense, is what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Other than on planetary scale.
But you can make a movie.
Oh yeah, they're useful. Like I said, on Earth, it's useful because of the water that's here. So because the water's here and it can move back and forth, and that's kind of would be a way of using it. But yeah, you're right. But there's no mechanism like that. Then it's kind of not easy to capture.
And that's the reason that the moon supposedly is accelerating. So,
well, the tidal
it's causing the moon to go away.
Well, the tidal forces, if anything is not a perfect, if they're not 2 perfect spheres, then there's going to be some tidal forces, and the water moving, obviously, it's not a perfect sphere. Obviously, there's masses.
Hey, Laser. Did you want to say something? What's up?
I was just trying to say hi, actually.
Hello.
Because each time I join the conversation, I never know how and when to join.
I got you.
Just so Rig's looking out.
So if you have any questions about Globe Earth or anything like this, I'm here.
What's
the speed of light?
You're training him. See, I knew it.
What's up?
What do you mean by that?
What's the speed of light in a vacuum?
Oh, I meant the Kosho Jeremy. Sorry.
I was confused by it too because that was my name. But yeah. What's the speed of light in a vacuum, Laser? If you don't mind me asking.
I'm gonna say the coordinates of some area in the Earth.
Oh, did I tell you I met?
Speed of light change outside of laser, outside of vacuum.
It's not going to be consistent. It's not going to be the, you know, dude. Anyways, dude, I gave a ride to this dude last night, and I kept it on this channel, and I asked him about the flat Earth, and then he said that he says he doesn't make a claim either way because he doesn't know, like he doesn't believe, you know, either one. And anyways, and so yeah, I'm gonna show you how he spelt his name. Hold on, it's funny as hell.
Well, let's start here, Kosho. Tell me why light has a speed. Like, what's the argument that light has a speed?
Well, it's a misnomer actually because it's called the speed of light because there's the first thing that has a speed, but it's actually just the top speed. It's the speed at which everything.
I understand.
This is going to sound annoying, but it's the speed at which everything moves through space time.
I understand. It's all relative. Speed of light is the limit. But what is the argument that light actually has a speed?
Well, they have, you know, they shoot light back and forth, and then it comes back, and it doesn't come back instantly. It comes back at some speed.
No, they use a transform equation. So without that equation, they meet up at the same time.
Well, no, before the transform equation
changes.
I think before the transform equation was invented, they actually knew the speed of it because they'd already measured it. So actually, the transform is based on the known speed.
It was a consequence of Maxwell's equations too that going to be constant. So they should know exactly what it was.
Yeah, I haven't seen any concrete evidence that light has a speed.
I don't understand that. I mean, I shoot a laser out, it comes back X number of nanoseconds later, I get a distance, I measure my room. So it's time over distance. It's as simple as that. Or time and distance.
By the way, I have a question for flat earthers. So, what's, in your opinion, the biggest incoherence about the globe Earth model?
Incoherence.
Like something that's no logic, that contradicts itself, or no explanation, if you get what I mean.
Well, I mean,
just because they have. Go ahead, Rex.
Yeah, go. You can go with it, Jeremy. You've been waiting.
Just because they have an explanation doesn't mean it's not contradictory. It means they just made up some ad hoc explanation.
I mean. Contradictory explanation, for example.
All right, here you go. You want one?
Yeah.
They say that the galaxies are moving. There's certain galaxies that are moving away from each other faster than the speed of light, and they also say at the same time that nothing can move faster than the speed of light.
Yeah. Actually, it's not really the galaxies that move faster than the speed of light, but space itself that stretches.
Yeah, we know the excuse.
Actually moving. Like if you are on a balloon and you put air on it, it's going to get bigger and bigger. So the distance between 2 points are getting bigger, but the 2 points aren't really moving.
Bro. We know, dude. We've heard the balloon thing. So if you have 2 points on the balloon,
that's just a good analogy.
If you have 2 points, I know. I'm about to show you how your analogy sucks. Hold on a second. So if you have 2 points on the balloon, right? You draw 2 dots on a balloon, and they're moving away from each other, right? At faster than the speed of light. Are they moving away from each other faster than the speed of light?
Well, space stretches them to make them appear that they are moving
Focus
faster.
on the dots, bro. Focus on the dots. Are the dots getting further away from each other at a rate that's faster than the speed of light?
Yeah, but they are not moving themselves. It's space that stretches, but themselves they aren't moving.
I would like to jump in here for 1 second. Why, once again, did we go to the edge of the universe to determine the shape of the Earth?
Well, they're answering, they're answering each other's questions, man.
Yeah, just let them go through the motion.
And other flat earthers, what do you think is the biggest incoherence? Because I want to gather point of views because it's pretty useful.
Well, I mean, that's just one of them. We got, a whole list of shit. Stick around.
I'll be glad. I'll be happy to have that list, actually.
I mean, it's in my head, but...
Yeah, but like some important points, not all of it, but you get what I mean.
Well, there's not that much stuff up there, so, his head's going to get cold.
Could we be completely wrong about the edge of the universe being moving faster than the speed of light and the Earth still be a sphere?
Well, I think the Glovers even argue about the edge of the universe anyway, so it's kind of like...
Well, we don't really know if the universe doesn't have really an edge, but we don't really know if it's infinite or finite, but I don't know how to say that in English, but if you are on Earth, oh no, it's not a good analogy because you think Earth's flat, but if you are on the sphere and you go forever on the direction, you're not going to get out of the sphere, you're going to go back and forth. It's a finite place, but it doesn't have any edges, so you can go in and infinitely in a direction. You're not gonna go out of the sphere. Well, that's the same thing, but with one more dimension. So we don't know if that's the case or not. We don't know yet. So I'm not going to make assumptions because when we don't know, we don't know. That's valuable for flat earthers, globe earthers, on anything. If you don't know, you don't know.
Right. Back to my Jeremy. As far as you go, you said this was one of the things that you find most disturbing about the globe Earth model, and that has about zero to do with the globe Earth model.
I thought they said the heliocentric model.
Okay, it might have been, but I still don't. Heliocentric still seems to refer to...
It still applies, man.
Bro, this thing's in your story.
Stop
This
being
is
a
your
bio
story
right now.
Yeah, this is your story of reality and how everything's working in your reality model.
Yeah, either I'm wrong, either I'm right. Either there's something other than clever from globe Earth. I mean,
listen, you got a serious problem you need to rectify. You got a serious problem you need to rectify in your head. In one instance, you have two objects. They're getting farther apart from each other. Two galaxies. They're getting farther apart from each other at a rate faster than the speed of light.
Well,
that's
space
distance.
Is stretching.
That's distance, and you have time. So that's equals speed.
No,
you know the speed. Really do you know the speed time distance formulas?
It's not really speed, actually. As I said,
you know
it's through space.
Listen to me. Do you understand you have two objects moving away from each other faster at a rate faster than the speed of light?
Yeah, but they are not.
And you understand that they say that nothing can move faster than the speed of light. That means that statement that nothing can move faster than the speed of light means that two objects can't move away from each other at a rate faster than the speed of light.
They're not moving themselves, as I said. It's space that stretches. So they are not really moving.
So the distance between them isn't getting farther apart.
Yeah, the distance is inflating. Actually, the space itself.
Listen to me. If two objects get farther away from each other, okay, the distance in between them is increasing.
Yeah.
If that happens at a rate faster than if that happens at a rate faster than the speed of light, you got serious Einstein problems.
Well, the speed of light isn't that
what you mean, but you don't understand that they are not moving really. It's the space that stretches.
Okay,
space
why do they say they're moving away from each other if they're not moving?
What?
Why do they say
when two things are
increasing
in distance? When two things are increasing in distance, hold on, guys. Listen to me. When two things are increasing,
then you ask the question first.
I'm asking the question, yeah.
Yeah.
Why do they say they're moving away from each other if they're not moving?
I already told you. Space stretches.
Yeah, but the things in space move as it stretches, right?
No, they don't move. Yeah, they move, but they are faster than light movement. No, it's not. They don't move.
Stretch arbitrarily,
If
then you
space
can't
is
make
moving
measurements.
faster than light, and they're on space and they move.
I think the speed of light is kind of referenced to space, to a theoretical.
Yeah, because if you are moving, I don't know how to say that in English, but I mean, the galaxies when they stretch apart, when they get with more, when space stretches, the galaxies they move. Yeah, indeed. But the movement of getting farther from galaxies, it's from space itself. It's
So
not
you're
really
saying
the galaxies.
are not moving away from each other faster than light.
Yeah.
I think the balloon.
Andromeda with our
So why do they
galaxies
say that then?
getting closer and closer because the stretch of space-time it kind of works globally, but locally it doesn't really work, especially when two galaxies are pretty close and gravitationally they pull on each other.
Okay.
So in that case, with our galaxy and Andromeda, they're going to get closer. But globally, everything goes to inflate and etc. But locally, it doesn't.
So speed of light's only local.
Right?
Light speed's only local.
Jeremy, I want to see you after class, Jeremy.
Your mic is. I don't really hear you. Sorry.
Jeremy's hot for tea.
Did you say that light speed is only local?
No, I didn't say that. I just said that the stretch of space-time inflating, it really works on global scale, on very large scale, but on local scale, it doesn't really have an effect.
The point is, let me explain. The Jesuit scientists set a limit that they think light can't go past, and then their own model, expanding, debunks that limit.
No.
So you can only have one or the other, or you have to make up
Objects
a weird
aren't
stretch.
moving. Space
That doesn't
itself.
make sense. That's the
When we
point.
say that nothing can go faster than the speed of light, we're talking
Why
about
do
things.
they say galaxies are moving
Space isn't a
apart
thing,
faster than
technically.
that?
Space isn't
Why
a
are they
thing.
breaking their own rule? In headlines, science
You gonna
headlines.
let her answer?
Can you repeat, please, your question?
Why do they write science headlines
Stop
saying
talking together. Just
saying
let down
galaxies?
answer.
Listen if you want me to say it. Why do they write in science headlines galaxies are moving apart faster than the speed of light if they're not?
Because, as I said, space stretches. It's inflating.
Well, you need to choose whether it is moving away from the speed of light and the headline is right, or if they've just made a silly headline that's not true. Right? You have to choose one or the other.
I just said that it's space. It's not them actually moving.
Okay, yeah. So you're saying the headline's silly.
What?
If people say galaxies are moving apart faster than the speed of light, they're wrong. Is that what you're saying?
No, technically they are. Them which move. Listen, technically, the distance between us and very far galaxies, the distance is increasing. So we can say that they are going they are going faster than speed of light, but it's not really true. It's space that's going faster.
It's not really true. So you do agree they're wrong.
Wow, Dawn, you haven't let her finish one sentence yet.
It's not really true.
You don't understand the nuance. You don't really understand the subtlety when I say it because you scramble everything I say. The problem is that you scramble everything I say. It's the problem with ladderfers. They usually don't understand when I say something and they scramble everything I say and they don't really understand what I...
Sorry for that. Did you say it's not really true?
Well, the galaxies are moving apart because the distance between the two, between them, increase.
We're not worried about the
galaxies themselves don't.
Let's hear a full explanation from this. Let's express a full explanation.
Yeah. All right. Okay. Let me know when you're. I'm going next, guys. Let me know when you're. New person. What's your name? What's the new person's name?
Laser.
Hey, Laser, go ahead, finish up. I'm gonna go after you. Go ahead.
Yeah, as I said, so the galaxies aren't really moving. Yeah, they move in space, but the apparent faster than speed of light movement is actually space. It's traction. It's that movement. So you don't scramble space, the speed of space stretching, and the speed of the galaxies themselves. Don't scramble those two things down. Okay,
that's fine.
Don't scramble
That's fine. That's fine. We're not going to scramble them. Okay,
yeah, because
now
usually they scramble everything. So you talk.
that's fine.
So it's just apparent, right?
Hold on, Don. So we don't care about why they're moving away faster than the speed of light. The point is they are moving away from each other faster than the speed of light, right?
Yeah, technically.
Yeah. Okay, and
because the
okay.
distance
No, you've
increases
just gone
faster.
back on what you just said.
Okay,
Fuck.
yes.
I'm out.
Don, please. So they are moving away from each other at a rate faster than the speed of light. Now, if something can't move faster than the speed of light, that means nothing would ever get away from another thing at a rate faster than the speed of light. Do you understand that sentence I just said?
I get what you mean. You basically mean if nothing can go faster than the speed of light, why does space does? Is that what you're saying?
Hold on. Listen to the words I'm saying. This is going to be crucial to your understanding of this. If nothing can move faster than the speed of light, like that's a rule, then there would be no two objects ever getting farther apart from each other at a rate that was faster than the speed of light.
Yeah, if the objects themselves move away faster, but in that case, it's not the objects themselves which moves faster than the speed of light, but as I said, space stretching. It's
Go
not
ahead,
really
guys. Go ahead. There's nothing you could do with something like this.
Movement. It's their apparent movement towards space-time. I'm going to give you an example. If you have a maximum speed on the road, you just cannot go faster, like 100 kilometers per hour. But at the same time, the road itself is moving really fast. Technically, the apparent motion of your apparent speed is faster than 100 kilometers per hour, but it's because of space, technically. In that case,
that was perfect. That was perfect.
Yeah, the problem is though we don't care why it's happening. We don't care why two objects are moving way faster than the speed of light. Hold on, Laser. Hold on. We don't care the cause of it. It's irrelevant. In your model, it explicitly states that two objects can't get farther away from each other at a rate faster than the speed of light.
Does it?
Because that would mean they're moving away from each other at a rate faster than the speed of light, which is against Einstein.
Where's this explicitly stated?
Yeah,
Einstein said nothing can move faster than the speed of light.
And they're not. As I said, the road comparison is pretty good. If you get two cars running away, they are getting faster and faster in opposite directions. The distance between the two are going to increase, indeed. But if the road itself is helping the cars to get faster and to get even the distance between the two getting bigger and bigger, so their apparent speed, their apparent speed of they getting farther. I don't know how to say that in English, but I mean, you get what I meant. So this apparent motion is faster than the speed limit, but technically you're helped with the road moving. Technically,
in your analogy. Okay, listen. In your analogy, the road would be moving at faster than the speed of light. Okay, so now in your new thing that you're trying to say, you now have space moving faster than the speed of light. That's a direct violation of what Einstein said. Nothing can move faster than
nothing can go faster than the speed of light. We say that nothing on the road can go faster than the speed of light, which is true. But the road itself can stretch faster than the speed of light. So
can you demonstrate that space contracts and moves? Can you demonstrate it?
In the manner at which you're saying it does in the universe.
That's how we discovered that.
Any demonstration of it whatsoever?
I'm going to search how they discovered the inflation of the universe. I'm going to search because I always do that when I get asked the question. But I mean, to get faster than the speed of light, or even to approach it, you need an infinite amount of kinetic energy, which you can't gather. You just can't.
Is there any example of the contraction of space itself?
Inflation, not contraction, but we search. I already told you.
Inflation
We measure
or
that
contraction of
the
space.
universe stretches, and sometimes we measure that the universe, the distance between the galaxies stretches even faster than the speed of light. But we already know that nothing can really go faster than the speed of light. So I'm going to search. I'm going to search because I always do that to avoid misunderstanding of me.
Okay, so listen to
heart.
me. Listen to me. Space is this physical thing that's expanding now, right?
It's not really a physical thing.
It's not a physical thing that's expanding.
It's a thing that is expanding. We are in space-time.
How does something expand if it's not physical?
Well, it's not really matter or energy. It's another thing.
What is expanding? Or maybe our confusion is what do you think is expanding this space thing you keep saying? What is that?
It's the space. You know, the math of the theory, the interpretation of that math gives you that space-time is kind of an abstract concept, but with concrete consequences, like the delimitation of time. It's space-time is abstract, but the consequences of space-time is concrete. It's real.
Kosho, hold on. Don't try to. I see you lighting up, Kosho. Relax.
I'm making something in art, man. I just had to press my control button.
Oh,
I told you after class.
I thought you were about to cry.
I think Laser's doing pretty good. I don't want to run over.
For example, imaginary numbers in math.
Hold on, Laser. Hold on. So you have this thing. You can't just say it's this abstract conceptual thing because in reality, it's expanding, right?
Yeah, it is expanding.
In reality, it's expanding. So it has to be something. It can't just be an abstract conceptual thing expanding. Those things don't abstract conceptual things don't expand in reality.
Mm-hmm.
So what is it? I'm asking you, what's expanding?
I already told you it's space-time. That's how
then you went to tell me that that space-time is this abstract conceptual thing that's not physical, right?
It exists, but it's kind of complicated. Actually, it's the math tells us that, and when you interpret that, it's space-time. Gravity is a stretch of space-time. The geodesics of objects are always straight lines, because space is curved. In our perceptions, it's going towards objects with path. That's how we interpret that. Again, I don't have enough level to understand fully the equations behind the general relativity. I'm working on it.
Laser. It's fine. We're not worried about the math. We're not worried about the concepts or the abstracts. You have something moving, expanding, to be precise. It's expanding in reality. That needs to be something, right? This can't just be math. It can't be something. So what is expanding?
I already told you space-time, but I know what kind of
space-time is this physical.
It's the answer. I know what kind of question you're asking me, and I can ask that question to other things, and gonna see the problem with that kind of question. For example, what's actually matter? What's that? Or what's actually energy? Energy, for example, is kind of abstract. We agree, but it exists.
Bro, listen. If space-time is this thing, hold on,
it's a thing.
Relax, bro, relax.
It's a thing. Sorry, I don't relax.
It's okay. Just relax, bro. Relax. Now, space-time is this thing. If space-time is this thing, in reality,
it is a thing. It's a thing in reality, like energy, but it's pretty abstract.
I hear you. It's this thing in reality, right? And now this thing in reality, you have that moving faster than the speed of light. If it's expanding, it has to be stretching, expanding, whatever. I don't care what word you want to use. So it's stretching, and it's moving faster than the speed of light. Right?
You can't stretch faster than the speed of light.
the galaxies are moving apart at a ridiculous rate. It's not just doubles. Some of them are like thousands of a ridiculous rate faster than the speed of light. So you have to have the space being stretched faster than the speed of light. Otherwise, how do you get the galaxies moving away?
Sorry.
How do you get the galaxies moving away from each other at these insane rates if the space isn't moving, expanding or stretching at these crazy rates?
So wait, can you answer? Can you repeat, please? Because I haven't heard the beginning.
Okay, space is this thing, and if this thing is expanding or stretching or whatever word you want to use, it's stretching faster than the speed of light. You now have a problem about that, breaking Einstein's law, saying nothing can move faster than the speed of light.
No, when we say that nothing can go faster than the speed of light, we're talking about something with mass. Nothing with mass can go faster than the speed of light, but photons don't have mass, so they can.
So you think there is something? What's something without mass that goes faster than the speed of light?
Photons or space, actually, because space or.
So this one thing. Do you have anything besides space? Do you have anything besides space? Hold on a second. Do you have anything besides space that moves faster than the speed of light?
Well, wait. Let me just check something. 2 seconds. It's directly an answer to what you asked. So, wait. I know that I've written such a thing down.
This is pure nonsense.
No.
It is. This is crazy maniac. GR.
No, I didn't really wrote that, but I know that I wrote something that can give me the answer. Mass.
Bro, the whole thing's nonsensical.
Photons?
Laser.
Blue
Anyways,
ones.
go ahead. I don't want to
Also.
dominate the whole conversation. Go ahead, guys. Good luck with this.
Blue ones can go faster. Can go at the speed of light.
Yeah, we're talking about faster. Like this shit needs to be going a lot
faster. Faster is space, but moving at the speed of light, you can have gravitational waves, photons, gluons.
All that stuff you just mentioned goes faster than the speed of light.
No, I said that gluons can go at the speed of light, but faster. I said that space stretching.
Yeah, so there's just this one thing. That's it. Space stretching. This one thing that's conceptual and totally abstract, and isn't a thing in reality. Because if it was a thing in reality, that
technically energy is a very abstract thing, but it's a thing in reality.
Does energy go faster than the speed of light?
No.
Okay, dude, we're only looking for things that are going faster than the speed of light.
The energy, photons, is a kind of energy. So yeah, it goes to at the speed of light. It depends on what you're talking about. But I mean, yeah, some things can go to the speed of light. As I said, photons.
Okay, but nothing goes past the speed of light, right? Nothing in reality can move faster than the speed of light, right?
As I said, space stretching, but space creating waves. It's going at the speed of light. For example, if the sun disappears right now, well, the Earth will orbit the sun, even if it doesn't exist anymore, for 8 minutes, and after.
We know, the laser. We've heard all this crazy stuff. We've been in this a long time, and
yeah, but that's the equations, actually.
Dude, you keep wanting to bring the math up. That's not important. I don't even do math. I got a lot of math guys.
I do math in my free time, and sometimes I do crazy stuff with math. Like,
yeah, we know the crazy stuff. We know about all the crazy stuff you guys do with math.
It's like I just see my notes sometimes, dude. It's like random dumb stuff.
You know what's my current project in math?
What kind of crazy stuff you like to do?
I have a project to calculate the sine and cosine of E to the power of a matrix composed with quaternions vectors.
Bon, tu me laisses fermer, Pierre, parce que au lieu de parler anglais, tu devrais parler en espagnol, parce que je te rappelle que tu as un exposé. Donc au lieu de parler sur Discord à des gens, prépare ton exposé. Merci.
Oui.
I got Mayor C.
So either way, you guys are fucked on this one.
Hey, watch your mouth, man.
Now, Jeremy, we can get back to, since we're talking about stuff that's beyond, like, basically you and I, Jeremy. Why can't you go back to a point like that's not in the realm of theory and stuff, and come back?
Okay, that's fine. Let's go back. You want to take it down to earth with one of your contradictions? You got Foucault's pendulum that you need 2 reference frames to have the Coriolis effect. They say this is the Coriolis effect. You only have 1 reference frame.
You still using
There's
that?
another contradiction.
Hey, watch
That's
your
a huge
mouth,
contradiction.
All reference frames are always there.
Still using that, Jeremy?
Dude, you need 2 reference frames, bro. It's not my fault. What do you mean still using this thing that debunks the Foucault pendulum? Yes, I'm still debunking the Foucault pendulum.
We've gone through that, you joker.
All reference frames are always there. You can't get out of
2
one
reference frames.
into one. They are always there.
Well, it's not just
but
that.
You have Coriolis, you need 2 of them, and you don't have one always there. It's never there.
You need
Your
a
second one you're missing.
You need a rotating reference frame, and a rotating reference frame implies that there's a non-rotating reference frame, but that's not the non-rotating reference frame is not at all relevant. It's only the rotating reference frame that matters. So you don't need 2 reference frames, and it doesn't matter because if you have a rotating one, it implies the other one. So you by implication have 2 reference frames.
No, you don't. You have 2 reference frames if you have the Coriolis effect. Yes. If you don't have the Coriolis effect, you don't have 2 reference frames. In order to have 2 reference frames, you would need to be able to go to both of the reference frames and observe the motion and see if it's curving and deviating in one and not deviating in another. Can we do that with Foucault, Show?
It's not how you. That's not how a Coriolis is defined. That's how you're describing a way to test Coriolis.
Yeah, that's how you would. That's how you would know you had the Coriolis. That's how you would know you have the Coriolis effect. You would go to both the reference frames. You would be like, oh, aha, it is. It actually is Coriolis. Look at that.
Like I said, that may be an interesting way to test Coriolis, but that by no means.
Can we do that with the Foucault pendulum? Kosho, where would we go? Where would we go to view for the second reference frame?
If you want to test it, not if this doesn't define it existing, but if you wanted to test it the way you're describing, you could go to one of the L Lagrange points where Epic Discover is, or where the James Webb is going.
So the second reference frame for your inertial reference frame to see the Foucault pendulum not deviating, we go to a Lagrange point.
Oh, this is just for your test that you're.
That's how we prove. That's how we prove Foucault pendulums.
No. This is based on what you just asked for.
Yeah, Foucault pendulum. Focus, Kosho. Focus. We're trying to check the Foucault pendulum. Where do we stand? Where do we go to see the second reference frame? Your inertial reference frame.
You don't have to go to a second reference frame to test Foucault's pendulum. But if you want to test it some other way, that's fine. If you want to test it that specific way, Lagrange point.
You can't because there's no second reference frame to go observe it from.
Go to Lagrange point.
For Foucault pendulum?
If that's what you were requiring, if someone said, there's no other way, you need to verify it.
Yeah.
All right, well then go to Lagrange point.
But the Foucault pendulum is so if we go to what are we going to see on a giant Foucault pendulum from a Lagrange point? We're going to see the Foucault pendulum not deviating.
Yeah, get a really big telescope that can look all the way.
We're going to see it not knocking the pins over, deviating.
No, you're going to see it in one reference frame doing what we see it doing from our reference frame, which is what Coriolis is defined. And then,
in our reference frame, in our reference frame, it's knocking the pins over. That's the inertial reference frame, right? That's the non-inertial reference frame, right?
Yeah, that's right. No, that's the inertial one. Or the non-inertial one, yeah.
So we're in the non-inertial reference frame watching the pins get knocked over. We'd have to go to another reference frame where we're going to see the pins not get knocked over. Do you know how ridiculous this sounds?
No, we'd see the pins getting knocked over still. We just wouldn't. We would observe it being caused by a different phenomena.
Wouldn't you just observe the Foucault's pendulum moving straight back and forth and the Earth rotating around?
Not knocking the pins down. I know.
No.
We'd observe it moving
You
straight back and
interrupted me
forth.
before I finished, Jeremy.
Oh, sorry.
You will see the Foucault's pendulum moving in a straight line back and forth, and the Earth rotating around it, and the pins will get knocked down as the Earth rotates around the pins or around the Foucault's pendulum.
You'd see something similar to that. Yeah.
So the Lagrange point is your second reference frame. I've been asking you guys that for years. How'd you just?
I told this to you, dude, and you've
never said that before.
I promise you, I did. You complained about it last time.
Never said that.
I promise I did.
A Lagrange point. You've never said those words to me.
Dude. Yeah,
I've never even heard you say La or Grange.
Yeah, I said, dude, look at the Epic Discover. It's literally sitting there at a distance that allows it to look at the Earth rotating as if it were in a what do you call that? Inertial reference frame. Reference to the Earth.
I don't believe that's possible, but okay. So you still got the things moving faster than this. You've still got the speed moving faster, things moving faster than the speed of light contradiction going on. We'll think of some other
come
ones.
on, stay on Earth, man. Stay on Earth.
We'll come up with some other ones. Hold on.
It's not a contradiction, man, but I said after class we'll discuss this one. I hit you with the ruler and fucking poke your other eye.
I mean, I really love. I know you like to chunk it all up to optics and stuff, but I really love the reciprocal zenith angles and the short distance.
Hates that shit.
Nah, reciprocal zenith angles. You got a lot of weird. Then you're looking You're looking straight down, head on towards your shit. We need to eliminate that and look side on. That's not. You show me some shit curving side on, like what the thing with the lights I want to do. Then you really have something.
It's like the number one rule of flat Earth. You cannot do shit the normal or easy or definitive way. It has to be.
Yeah, you can't always take the easy way. No,
skip the definitive
this would
way.
be the definitive way. No, listen to me.
Whoa,
you can't always take the easy way out, Kosho.
You guys rely on this impossible, consistent looming process. You're telling us our shit's complicated?
No, we both have this problem with looming. We both actually see the sky, the lights in the sky bending up and down
if you look
every day without question. There's no question whether there's refraction. We also know a little bit further that light bends towards a denser medium, so we actually have a direction for the predominant direction of bend.
If you look at something side on, you don't have this looming problem anymore. Like you guys make it complicated by trying to. We don't have the looming. Talk to Kosho. Do we have the looming problem if we're looking side on?
Yeah, you still have that.
Why would you not have? Why would you not have looming? What are you talking
because
about?
Because all the lights are the same. In the test we're going to do, all the lights are the same distance from us, right?
Oh yeah.
Is
it a problem? Is looming a problem in that test?
No, space bends, Jeremy.
Oh,
yeah, I know, and they're getting farther away from us too with this.
Yeah, whatever the distance between you and the lights, is going to be refraction.
It'll make up the difference.
Refraction causes there.
Just because.
Yeah, but they're all loomed up. They're all the same distance.
Well,
right? So
assuming it's all the same optical corridor, they'd be doing the same sort of thing. But that's
pretty much
an assumption. Pretty much, that's an assumption.
Yeah.
Pretty much. There's a couple more miles on the ones on the end than there are on the ones.
No, we're doing it in a semicircle around you.
Yeah. Oh, circle around you.
A semicircle, like an arc. Like an arc. Yeah.
Doesn't matter. It's a piece of a circle. I haven't thought about that one much.
Looking at it straight on is what's going to give you a definitive answer, anyways. But
now, what? He wants it in a semicircle.
But the semicircle is to make it so it's equidistant at every point. But it eliminates the ability to check it straight on, which you're not going to be able to do anymore.
Well, theoretically, when you look at something, oh God,
we were never going to look at it head on. We know the effects that happen when you look at something head on. We already know that. Like you're always trying to do old shit.
No, I'm trying to do shit. New shit. Actually, in the semicircle, I'd expect them to form.
If you look at a circle side on,
I'd expect them to form a straight line on a. Shit, I can't do it.
Moyak, go get a circle, something circular object, a hula hoop or whatever, and look at it side on, straight up level with your eye. It's gonna look like a flat line, a straight line.
And what are you doing? You're taking object at mile 6 and putting it up, I don't know, 10 feet off the ground, and mile 7 you're going up 18 feet, and mile 8 you're going to 30 feet.
Yeah, we're reverse engineering the globe. Yep.
I'm not sure that's what I would expect to see with this semicircle.
No, Kosho's got it all figured out, bro. You guys got to have a meeting of the minds maybe after this. He'll see you after class.
Why are you throwing me under the bus?
No, I mean,
You said you had this shit all figured out. What are you talking about?
Everything on the horizon. If I have a ring of sailboats going around me at 3 or 4 miles, I'm seeing them all forming kind of a straight line.
That's what we're looking for. Yeah, we're looking to see on a flat Earth that line would be shooting up, curving crazy, but on a globe that would be a straight line. If we had them all, 8 inches after the first mile, 32 inches after the second mile, higher.
No, but they're all at the same hula hoop height.
No, listen, that was just an example to show you that when you look at a curved line straight on, it's still straight if it's curved on the XY axis.
This is essentially
that's all the hula hoop thing was for.
What you've done is essentially just zoomed in on a 3-mile area on the horizon, and you're going to see, because there's not going to be that much difference between any of those. They're all going to be essentially the same height at that field of view.
On a globe, they should be a straight line. On a globe, they would be a straight line, yeah. And a flat Earth, they're curving, yeah.
Only if it's a straight. If you make the line straight, then you'll get the effect that you're looking for.
We're doing it straight according to the globe math. According to the globe math, we're going to make it straight.
No, I don't think so. I mean, I'm no mathematician, but I'm seeing you having.
I'm telling you right now, Kosho's got it all worked out. Dude, Kosho's got this shit all worked out. It's all legit. Everyone in Gems co-signed it. Veach said this shit was phenomenal. Veach said he's going to make a movie. Veach said he's going to make a Netflix series documentary.
He takes every goddamn thing out of context.
Welcome to Flat Earth.
Every goddamn. He'll ask me a question and then I fucking answer one question before he. Oh, never mind, man.
That's not specific to any one flat earther. That seems to be all of
them. He's the hype man. He's a flat Earth hype man. Him and Percentage are the flat Earth hype man.
I'm still
Percentage
waiting for a
is sick with it.
demonstration of space contracting.
Tell him about LIGO, Kosho. That's bullshit.
Still waiting.
Kosho, tell him about LIGO expanding and contracting all over the place.
Maybe something also that doesn't have lie in the name. Good.
It doesn't.
Like lie, green, go.
See, they told us
all right,
go ahead.
You've already got this test done then. The horizon is this test that you're talking about.
No.
You're going to look
horizon
at
is not the test.
You're going to look at 3 miles of the horizon and you get the same result. A very minuscule.
No, you don't understand. You don't get it, bro.
I think they don't get it. Beaches don't.
On the listen, we're going to reverse engineer a straight line according to the globe math. Do you understand what that means?
The straight line would be all reference to the poles to themselves. So that would be going in a straight line one direction and you getting 90 degrees to that.
Listen, in 1 mile, we're going to have lights along the way, and in 1 mile they will progressively get higher. We're going to start at 1 foot height. 1 mile down the line of these lights, they're going to be at 1 foot, 8 inches height. The next mile, it'll be 1 foot, 32 inches height. Okay, and this will be a straight line when you look at it side on from the globe, as long as you're horizontal with it. So we're going to go where horizontal should be according to the globe, and we're going to fucking look at this thing.
Well, then I disagree with Scott Beach's agreement to you.
And Kosho and everyone else.
I did not agree with Scott or you, Jeremy.
Kosho co-signed this yesterday.
I did not co-sign shit, dude.
2 days ago, you co-signed it.
Specifically,
well, because I don't defer to authority.
Okay, why wouldn't this make a straight line? That's fine. I like constructive criticism. Why wouldn't this make a straight line?
How does it make a straight line? It's curved.
No, it's on a globe. Dude, on a globe, it's not curving. This is
you're talking about a straight line reference to the horizon. But it's going to do the exact same thing that the horizon does, except you're going to keep raising something up above it. Anything that you can correct. Essentially, what you have is a ring of sailboats 3 miles away from you or 6 miles away from you on the horizon. All their masts are going to stick up above the horizon the same amount. With equal height masts.
Yeah, so now you just have a horizon line. That's how we already know that's flat.
So you're going to end up with a horizon line doing what you're saying. That is a circle of view. Yes.
What I'm saying is,
no, but what you're going to do is you're going to double the size of the mast over several points. So what you're going to have is one will be way above the horizon and one will be at the horizon.
Dude, you're not getting it. This is legit. Kosho already co-signed it. We got all kinds of shit down. We're gonna make a horizontal line.
No.
We're gonna make a horizontal line according to the globe math. Okay, we're gonna get to a point. We have it all set up so that when we look at it from the side, 90 degrees from the center or the beginning of the line actually. Oh wait, we weren't even gonna do a horizontal line anymore, were we? That could be an issue.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
See me after class.
Well, that's what I've been telling you with all this shit this whole time. You don't listen to shit. Meanwhile, Moyak doesn't understand it because you haven't given him a legit test. There is no test anymore, dude. That's what I did yesterday. I debunked the whole test. Spent a lot of time doing that.
Is it failing for the same reason I was saying?
Yeah, I'm not sure what he said to you, Mr. Moyak, or what you said back to him, but the test, just so you're clear, Mr. Moyak, I don't know if you were there, but the test is just using. Here, I'll post a picture. Actually, it's it's just referencing. Basically, what he wants to do is he wants to draw lights. Like let's say he has a series of lights, and let's say the Earth is curved. He wants to make the series of lights. He's going to add them at 8 inches per mile squared upward, artificially, so that if it's a globe, it should create a straight line. And I'll post a picture so that you can see what I mean. So many dumb pictures.
Yeah, because where I left off, we were doing a straight line of towers.
This
so you put a curve in there, you fucked it all up.
This is a bad example of a picture, but I'm going to post it anyways. Anyways, this is
we can't do no math.
Not a good example of a picture, but yeah. So let's pretend there's 4 lights on the Earth. He's going to put one at the first one, 8 inches per mile squared. He's going to walk over to the second spot on the water and put it 32 inches. And the other one, the other one there. He's going to talk during the whole explanation. He's a fucking dweeb.
Right, but you got to now take that whole thing and do that with a hula hoop around one of the lines of latitude.
Yeah,
that's what Jeremy's describing.
No, exactly. Yeah, that's the only difference is that instead of being a straight line, it's like a curved line for some reason. None of that's going to make a difference though, because he doesn't realize that it's not far away. It's not going to discern any difference. That's what I showed you the other day, Jeremy, when I graphed it. Remember, there's 5 feet from the straight line between the outer two and the points in the inner two.
Yeah, wake up, bud. You can't do no naps.
What's the point?
Hey, we can't do any naps, bud. It's too late.
He doesn't have any kids. He just actually does this as a game.
I know, man. Just fucking around. Also, Jeremy, there's a problem with the hula hoop idea. You see, in order to do the hula hoop idea, you got to be perfectly level with the straight line. If you're not perfectly level with the straight line, it's not going to look like a straight line because it's curved. If you're above it or below it, problem.
Have you anyone? Yes, sir. Yes, sir. 3 bags.
All right, ban him.
What?
Ban him forever.
For
yeah.
For what?
Jeremy. I was just messing with him because he's hot like it.
Yeah, how dare we have children?
How dare we hot Mike? No, you can have children. And it's not that big a deal, but I'm just kidding.
Either more.
What are you saying? This light thing's not going to work, Kosha?
I don't see it working, man. To do with your doubling of height of these objects, if you look at Kosho's image, that requires you be 90 degrees to all those objects. Your distance to the objects has to
You
be
got it. So all you got to do is make the horizontal line go out. Get to a place where mathematically you should be horizontal to the line, and boom. What's the problem?
boom, you're still only 3 miles away or 6 miles away from all the objects.
Yeah, you're the same distance away from all the light. So what? Let's do the perspective, and we cut out perspective and refraction issues.
And you also cut out the validity of the test.
Why?
Because you're going back to seeing just the horizon. We have the same exact problems we had with the horizon.
Donna, what other contradictions you guys got for the globe model or heliocentric model here? I came up with
pressure container thing is still a problem.
Why is it a problem?
Yeah, it's mostly. I know you guys can think that like it can contain itself, but in the macro, it has to have some other medium to hold that pressure in its place. So like when you have the heavy gas in a fish tank or something, it's also the external gas that's holding it there. Right? Because if you pulled a vacuum and you got rid of the atmosphere, that heavy gas would suddenly have a problem, wouldn't it? So this is what's happening on the extremities of the Earth's atmosphere.
If I had a 10,000 foot tall tank of xenon gas and I started pulling a vacuum, I'm pretty confident that at the bottom it would have an increased pressure over zero.
So you're saying you pull a vacuum on xenon gas, it gets heavier?
Not xenon, sulfur hexafluoride, but yeah.
So you think sulfur hexafluoride gets heavier when you pull the air out?
Not heavier. It will still have molecules of it bouncing around at ground level to several hundred feet, but never leaving to the vacuum at the top.
Will it have more weight inside the vacuum?
Yes.
So
not more than the atmosphere.
What about W equals mg? How's it going to have more weight inside the vacuum?
Yeah, you've just taken out some of the weight, right?
Weight can't have a different. There's
You'll
no.
never be able to evacuate all of it.
There's no. Where's the formula for the math for what you're saying about the vacuum in W equals mg? Because if that's the case, that formula doesn't work anymore.
I'm sorry, I don't do the W equals mg thing, so I haven't played around with that in my head. Please describe.
Weight. The formula for weight.
Weight equals mass times gravity.
Yeah.
So where does it go away? Where does it go away?
So if it has more weight in the vacuum, did we change the mass?
No, it doesn't have more weight in the vacuum. It still has weight.
You just said that. Okay.
No, he said that. I did not say that. I said okay, hold on. I said there'll be more weight at the bottom or more mass at the bottom. It'll be tending towards the bottom.
So there'll be more of a downward force we're weighing at the bottom. It'll have more weight.
More of a downward force. There is a downward force acting on all the sulfur hexafluoride.
Right. So will that force be... Dude, are we going to... Never mind. It's his word games you guys play is crazy.
You'll never be able to pull a full vacuum sucking from the top of that tube.
I'm not saying you can. That's fine. I'm fine with that.
So you'll have a vacuum next to a pressure in a vacuum, in a container, but with no separation between them. Thereby proving that vacuum is not, if you include a force, there's no reason not to have vacuum next to a pressure.
What else you guys got? What other merry-go-round of nonsense, circle jerk can we go around now? We're going to be doing this forever. I just hope all you guys know this. Until we collaborate and get something done to prove it definitively in reality.
Laser Cyan left, so.
Well, you did the whole, you came up with a test, but then you made it not work with the hula hoop experiment. I don't see how anybody can say that would work.
See, you guys, they can't even act like it's a globe. Just pretend. They won't even pretend it is.
The distance between every one of the poles in your circle of poles around you will be no greater. Therefore, there won't be any drop between any of the poles individually.
Well, here's a good one. If these galaxies, never mind.
Yeah, stick close to home, man.
So we should notice the galaxies from left to right getting farther away from each other too, right? Like they shouldn't be just getting away from us, farther away from us at a distance. They should be getting farther away from each other from left to right, in our left to right field of view, right?
Yeah, I think that would be really hard to see, like in a period of a human lifetime.
Well, I mean, if we can see, dude, this should be easy to see. What are you talking about? If we can see something all the way on the left in one picture, say you got a 60-degree field camera, so you can see something all the way to the left and then all the way to the right. Those things got to be fucking zillions of miles apart, right? Those things got to be moving away from each other at faster than a light speed.
The worst way that we have of judging with our eyes speed is to watch two things running away from us in opposite directions at great distance. So if I ask you if two jets flying, away from me, and I'm starting looking at them about 10 miles an hour. About 500 miles an hour. They're flying away from me to the south and to the north. And I look at them, and now I tell them to accelerate to twice the speed. I won't notice a change in their speed.
Yeah, but you will notice a distance in between them.
No, I won't notice the distance in between. I won't be able to tell. I can't discern them.
Bro,
I would have to use radar or something and measure it.
Listen to me. I have a camera pointing at my table. Okay, I have two water bottles on it. They're getting away from each other. Yep. I take a picture one day, and then they're still moving away. The next day, I take a picture. We should be able to notice. Hey, look, they're farther away. There's more pixels in between them. Something? No.
No, not really. I mean, basically,
what the fuck?
What you're talking about? Like, remember how perspective works? That's one way we can tell if something's getting away from us. But every time you double the distance, it halves the size. Well, the first doubling, you're going to see a tremendous difference. But the 50th doubling of distance to the 60th double of distance, you won't notice. There'll be almost no change.
Dude, if I have two water bottles on my table and they're constantly getting farther away from each other apart, and one day I take a picture of them, and then a week later I take another picture of them, I'm not going to be able to tell in the picture that they're farther apart.
Not if they were already 100 miles apart and you're looking at them.
Okay, well, what if they were light years apart? What if they were light years apart, but they were moving away from each other faster than the speed of light?
They're still millions of light years away from us. So they've not increased their distance from us in any significant fashion. Not one that will be visible.
All right. You sound busy over there. I'll let you get to it. Your dogs are bugging. You good? You good?
I'm good.
All right. So So
of the percentage of the distance these things are away from us, how much did they increase in 100 years? Nothing.
I don't know if they're
Fractions
the
and
farther
fractions and
apart they
fractions.
are. The farther apart away they are, they're supposed to be moving at a crazy rate away from each other.
Right.
So I would expect to at least see something noticeable, in some at least the two farthest ones we could see or something.
Well, maybe in a million years you might see something.
I would think over a decade or a couple of years or something.
Okay, do the math on it, like rough math. Like think about it. It's 14 billion light years away from us.
Right.
It
How
has
far
now,
away are they?
it has now traveled at the speed of light.
Well, you got to figure out how far away. You got to figure out how far away the two galaxies are from each other, though. Too.
I'm saying they're 14 billion light years away from us. That's
from us, but what about from themselves? Are you saying it's like an equilateral triangle?
We're doing everything from our reference point.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter where we're viewing it from. We need to know how far away the two galaxies are from each other, so that way we know.
They're 28 million billion light years apart in opposite directions.
Jeremy, I was going to tell you this. I didn't want to ruin it when the girl was, or whatever that other person was talking to you. It's a basic answer, but there's bigger news, dude. I got a big investor, dude. Biggest investor in the world.
For what?
She wants to set up a meeting with you.
To do what?
It's his girlfriend.
My girlfriend, man. She wants to invest all her money.
Bro, I've already met your. Oh, I mean, yeah, I'd love to meet your girlfriend.
Oh, go fuck yourself, dude.
Hey, I'll meet her. He doesn't want to.
Yeah. Anyways, man. Yeah, so there's that. Yeah, but dude, listen. I've said this before, dude. Einstein's theory of special relativity describes things moving very fast.
Wake up.
You're not going to listen to it.
Wakey.
He does this
Hold on, Kosho, hold on, bro. I got mad.
No, he's got
mad stuff going on.
responsibilities.
Hey.
Be on the fucking background.
Wakey, wakey. Eggs and bakey. We don't do nap times anymore. All right, go ahead. I'll stop. I know I'm waking. Hold on.
Hey, the kid's trying to go to sleep and you're just waking him up just to fucking not listen to me?
It's fucking 5 p.m. Kids can't. Do you know what happens if a kid goes to sleep right now?
Yeah, I know. He's up all night. Yeah, whatever. Anyway, yeah. So Einstein's theory of special ed relativity is the one where he's describing things moving very, very fast. In which case, there is an upper limit to where things cannot get past. But you have to remember that's a special theory of relativity. The principle of relativity, which is the one that describes how things move relative to one another. Okay, so movement is only described relative to one another. That's important. That's important as well. So special relativity is things moving very fast relative to one another. They have an upper limit. Now, the general theory of relativity, which describes the warping of space-time and masses in space-time and expanding of space-time and yada yada yada, has no limits on speeds. It's not even it's not relevant in that theory, in that concept. Okay. However, if there were things locally moving in reference to one another, where the movements were, like I said, relative to one another across space-time, yes, the special theory of relativity would come into play. But when you're talking about things that, when even inside of a galaxy, the space is not moving fast enough, spreading fast enough for it to be any speed. Even outside several galaxies, it's not moving fast enough for you to notice any quick expansion speed. The speeds of things moving faster than the speed of light away from each other because of the space expanding are on the other sides of the galaxy, of the universe. Things that are so far apart that you're not going to see them anyways. So that's the things that are supposedly moving away from each other, but they're not referencing each other locally, so they're not violating Einstein's special theory of relativity. They're technically moving away from each other at that speed because of the spaces, but it's not it's not even the same way you describe movement, because like I said, they're not really referencing one another, and they're not moving further away from each other through space either. They're only moving further apart because the space is expanding. There's no violations, man.
So that
moving apart relative to one another because space is expanding, right? Space expanding would be the same as everything shrinking, right?
No.
So everything in space shrinking wouldn't be relative to space expanding?
No.
Okay, so what would be relative to that? What would be the equal and opposite effect of space expanding?
Equal and opposite effect? What are you talking about? Because there's a force expanding, the universe is expanding, ergo things are moving.
No, I'm
Space
just
is
asking the
expanding at such a little
consequence.
rate. It's not even
Like if
perceivable.
in that balloon, and let's say this, in the I maybe didn't explain it too good. So in the balloon that used as an example, if you had like a couple of little balls or little BBs to represent like supermassive giant stars or something, if they're inside of the balloon, as you blew the balloon up, relativity would state that you wouldn't know if it was space expanding or the BBs shrinking. Same thing with the arms of the Michael said Morley. There's no way to tell if it's the arm of the apparatus shrinking or or the vice versa.
Yeah. Well, the surface grows at a squared portion.
No. There's
wait.
There's ways, Coach. But
Yeah, so
as far as on the surface, right? Good. I meant to say so you can respond to the right point. Is yeah, there's ways to determine what's moving. I mean, I'm not saying I believe any of the relativity shit anyway, but I understand the consequences of it. And what I was saying is yeah, there's ways to determine what is moving. Like we could prove that we're not moving up at 9.8 meters per second relative to fucking somebody on your ball, a few thousand miles away. They'd have to be moving in the opposite direction. You bring in other things, you bring in other reference frames to see what's moving, but the balloon expanding would be the same as the BB shrinking. So if all you had was them two reference frames, if that's all you had, you wouldn't know if space was expanding or the BB was shrinking on a computer program. That's the only two reference frames you had. You would never know.
I heard what you said, and I disagreed with it vehemently. Okay. The space would expand. The squared area space of the surface's balloon would be a squared function, right? However, the volume of the BBs, the volume of the ball that the surface is on, also are growing at a cubic function. So there's not linear.
Okay, my bad. So you're saying that that matter also is expanding?
Oh, I'm saying that you would notice the difference between one thing happening over the other.
Wait a minute. Wait. Does matter? Listen, use the balloon example so we can so at least we could be on the same page at the same time.
Dude.
At the same time, if we're not.
I just did. I said the BBs are on the balloon, and you said that the balloon expanding and the BBs moving further apart would be the same effect as the BBs as the balloon not expanding, and the BBs getting smaller. No,
the BBs are in the balloon. Okay, so let's say this: the BBs ratio. I'm not saying we can measure ratio. I'm just saying, just being thorough with our example. We got a BB, we got a balloon. Whether you put the BB inside, outside, what the fuck ever. Okay, let's not get technical until we understand each other. Okay, now, if the BB's ratio to the area of that balloon, whether it be the surface area, the internal area, whatever, is fixed. If you expand the balloon, it will change unless the BB also is expanding with the space. So I was asking, does matter and space, does everything expand? Because, well, I don't want to give you the consequence yet before I get the answer.
Space is what's expanding, In your example, there would be a difference. As I said, as it grows, it's growing. The volume is growing at a cubic function, and the surface area is growing at a linear function. And so at different sizes, those two numbers would have different relationships. So you would notice the difference. But in reality, no, it's not the object. It's the space that's expanding. However, the space is expanding in the intermolecular range, like your atoms and stuff like that in your body, at such a slow rate that the forces in your electromagnetism is going to easily overcome them. And
okay,
that
good.
That
The matter is
scales,
expanding.
that fact
You
scales
answered my
up all the
question.
way to the galactic, meaning the gravity in a galactic scenario, or even a small
Yeah,
cluster
I'm not
of
trying to
galaxies.
change gravity, bro. I'm not trying to change gravity.
I'm telling you that the expansion doesn't. It's just the space expanding, and it's not expanding fast enough to overcome those forces and on those ranges.
I understand. That's a good explanation. So space. So that's the most intricate fucking way I've ever heard you say that everything's expanding. Everything. The BB's going to expand with the balloon. Okay. The atoms or whatever you wanted to say. So what makes up the fucking BB is also expanding. Yes or fucking no, bro. So we can get to
said no.
the point. Okay, no. So the atoms and molecules, whatever you said earlier, are not expanding.
The atoms are held together intermolecularly by electromagnetism, and that the space is expanding, and electromagnetism is easily overcoming the slow expansion in that small amount of space. It's a very small expansion.
Well, yeah, you're saying it's overcoming it. So does it have to overcome the expansion, or is there no expansion?
No, it's over. It's
you're not letting me even
overcoming
get to an argument yet, bro. You got me pinned in fucking in limbo.
That's what I'm telling you. It doesn't have to. It's not trying to get over it. It's easily overcoming it. The force of electromagnetism is easily overcoming the expansion.
The expansion of the BB, okay.
No, the expansion of the
expansion
space.
of the space, and what makes up the BB, the atoms. Okay, that's what makes up the BB.
Not what makes it up, but the space. Even
what do you mean? Not what makes it up?
Yeah,
what are fucking
space doesn't make it up. Space is the realm in which things exist in.
No, atoms make it up, Kosher, please, man.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying to you.
For no reason, you had a good point for us to go back and forth on, and you're fucking.
Okay, well, listen very clearly, because it's very, very important. Because you're asking me a question. No, it's not expanding the actual material. It's expanding the space.
Okay, so it doesn't need to overcome shit. Then. It's not expanding. Got you. That's all you had to say, dude.
I said it several times.
No, you didn't. You said the molecules, the space inside the fucking molecules. You said the electromagnetism could overcome the fact that it is expanding.
I said no, the material is not expanding, but the space in between the material is what is expanding. Just the space.
So to finalize, before we continue, so the balloon is expanding, the BB is not.
That's correct.
Okay, God dog it, dude. All right, so that's why we get the blue shift. That's the explanation for why we get the red shift is because the balloon's expanding and the matter is not.
Okay. In this example, though, those BBs, those are galaxy clusters, not people or.
Would you know the difference? This is what I was trying to get to. I wasn't trying to got you, dude. You're
fine.
no. Here's the point. This is interesting. This is very interesting. So the balloon's expanding, the BB is not. So if we only had two reference frames, the balloon and the BB, would you know if the BB was shrinking or the balloon was expanding? Would you be able to tell with just them two reference frames?
I feel like I already answered this question, man, 5 times.
What was the answer?
I told you the BB would expand or contract in a cubic function. The balloon, the volume, would expand and contract in a cubic function. Yet the surface on the balloon would grow in a square function. So they would not be growing and shrinking in a linear rate. So there'd be an easy difference between which one was happening over the other.
Please quit talking about the BB expanding, unless you want to go back to the drawing board and expand the fucking BB, bro.
Just ask me if it was contracting.
I'm trying to tell you that I'm just trying to use something simple. We could use any number of examples. If there's only 2 reference frames, then you can never be certain what's happening. Okay? And without another reference frame, you can never be certain. Now, with other reference frames, we can make determinations or whatnot. But without it, you'd never know. If the BB was shrinking, it would look exactly the same from within the 2 reference frames as the balloon expanding. It would be identical.
That isn't true.
Okay. So if the BB was shrinking, and we're either so we're just inside the balloon, the BB's inside the balloon. Okay. I'd have to be shrinking too. Okay. If I'm matter and space is expanding, I would never know if the BB was shrinking, bro, because I too would be shrinking. I'm not expanding, am I? Well, before you fucking go on your look. So from what I've got so far, matter is not expanding, and atoms are not expanding, and therefore BBs and people are not expanding. Just the space in whatever, outer space, whatever you want to call it. So the space inside the balloon. Okay, now if we're inside the balloon and me and the BB weren't expanding, but the balloon was, and it'd be the same as me and the BB shrinking, because the space inside the balloon would grow in ratio. The empty space inside of the balloon would have a bigger ratio if me and the BB were shrinking, and the ratio would also increase if me and the BB stayed the same size and the space inside the balloon expanded. There'd be no way to, within just them 2 reference frames, there would be no way to discern which one is moving. Dan, was I on mute the whole time, or did y'all hear me about the BB and the person shrinking?
No, I heard you, but I already responded to that several times, man.
Okay, am I good on that though?
No.
Okay, so I'm not good on that. I'm not good on that.
No.
So,
The
what exactly? Don't talk about both. Talk about one at a time, and tell me exactly where I'm wrong, because I want to know, dude. I want to know. This is not a topic that I really give a shit about enough to. I want to fucking really know the mainstream explanation, but I need it crystal fucking clear to save time.
Okay. When you're talking about the volume of a balloon growing, the volume, it grows in a function that has a cubic relationship with the radius. So the radius cubed times the rest of the function. Okay. That's how you get the volume. So as it grows in a cubic rate. The surface area of the inside or outside of the balloon.
Why would you be growing it by the radius cube, dude?
That's how you can measure the volume.
Okay. So space is flat, right? Okay. That makes sense if space is flat.
No, it's just you said a balloon. We're using BBs and balloons, man, but it doesn't matter.
Okay. So what? All right. What? Well, I was just wondering if you're using the radius, if you're using radians, you're not going to get an accurate circumference, are you?
What?
Unless you convert it, or else you left something out, or else I'm being anal. Listen, look, so the BB didn't shrink. So the BB shrinking by radius cubed would be wouldn't give me the same. Pretty much, you could prove that it wasn't the BB shrinking.
Yeah, you can. There be a distinction for both things happening. One thing, the same thing wouldn't be happening in both cases. You'd be able to tell the difference.
Okay, so that BB, remember, is a giant star. You remember that, right? We just used a BB because the balloon is fucking interstellar.
It's not. Well, it's a cluster of galaxies. What it is.
Well, the BB is yeah, whatever. So okay, so if space is expanding, but the BB, I don't know, man. I feel like I don't see how you'd be able to tell the difference if there's only two reference frames. The space, if we're either, you know, the BB's reference frame or the balloon's reference frame, or both, really relative. It'd have to be relative. If it was just space and there was nothing in it, then there'd be no way to prove that space is expanding. I mean, not trying to be talking about not having an observer. Let's just say you're an observer, and whatever space does, you know, you're a stick figure painted by marker, like you're a Sharpie stick person on the side of that balloon. So as the balloon expands, you're going to expand with it. So you never know. Just between you're the exact same reference frame as the balloon. You need another reference frame to start, you know, just to start determining anything. So if we had the BB, okay, and I'm in the reference frame as the balloon now, and you expand the balloon, I'm going to see the BB shrinking. Because me and the balloon are expanding and the BB's not. So I'm going to be expanding, the BB's going to be shrinking. Now put me in the reference frame of the BB and expand the balloon, and I'm going to still be shrinking. I mean, it's going to be the same, basically. I'm not going to say I'm shrinking, but it would appear that I'm shrinking because the ratio would drop. Either way, the ratio would drop. So, am I still wrong?
Yep. Still wrong.
Okay, so the BB is not expanding. The balloon is expanding. Correct?
Yeah.
All right. Well, then, yeah, it'd be relative. The balloon would be definitely not expanding relative to itself if there was no way, if there was nothing else to measure it with. If you didn't have a tape measure, you know, the tape measure would even be another reference frame. But try one more time. I'll be quiet. Try one more time to explain
Give me
why.
1 second. Give me 1 second. So I'm going to try to make sure. Give me 1 second.
Can you at least appreciate my common sense approach?
Sure, yeah. It's
okay.
It's not. It's not. Let's give me a second.
I know what you're saying. You don't got to respond. It's not. It's a complicated answer, basically. And the only thing I can come up with, in your behalf, I could come up with the math would be different for the BB than it would be for the balloon. That's your only out. And you know, it's possible that that's an explanation. I'd need an explanation. I'd need it explained to me. So I'll wait. Yeah, go ahead and look it up. I'll wait.
So
They don't.
Give me a second.
They don't have an explanation, and that's because it takes like this master of multiple interdisciplinary fields of study to even scratch the surface of topics that were supposedly presented, you know, over 100 years ago.
So yeah, you turn Japanese.
Yeah, these guys don't have even basic levels of education to even
I'll be honest. Is this crit?
Yeah.
I'll be honest, man. I really could get, it's not really part of my argument, but I just wanted to be clear on what they're claiming, because when he started saying that the electromagnetic force could easily maintain, or use the great scale negator to show why you'd never witnessed the BB expanding, although it was, when he started talking about the space in between the molecules and shit, then I just wanted to clarify.
There's a better way of
I
understanding what's happening. It's not. You have to imagine all these forces. Okay, imagine there's an electromagnetic force, and there's a strong force, and there's a gravitational force. You have to pretend that's real. Imagine those things are real, and imagine this thing called dark energy is also a force, and the acceleration that dark energy is.
Hey, do me a favor. Just call it ether.
Sure, I'll call it ether for the sake of
Fred.
the ether.
Tyson said Fred or Wilma. It doesn't matter. It sounds like we know something.
Right.
He says
So the
we
ether,
don't. Dumb, stupid. He said dumb, stupid universe.
The ether, which we're describing as the force of the expanding universe, is expanding the universe at such a rate. It's something like 70 kilometers per second per megaparsec or something like that, which is like a million. Maybe it's no. It's like megaparsec is like 3.2 something million light years or something like that. So
I understand that. I wasn't trying to get. I just wanted to make sure I was clear of the argument.
That's the speed at which it's expanding that amount of space. Okay, that means that on the local scale, the scale of the things inside your body, the rate is so slow that by the time any space is expanded, anywhere near you, your body is already doing the forces of the electromagnetism and gravity are much, much, much more accelerating the matter. So to the point where even as the space expands, galaxies are not like our galaxy. The stars are not going to expand away from each other. We're gonna see our galaxy for a very long time.
Oh, the space is expanding. Well, how could they expand away from each other? The space is expanding, so they'd be basically shrinking, right?
Because they're in space, and the space it's only on a massive scale is the space gonna is gonna be able to have an effect of moving objects in different directions, because locally there's forces that are compelling them close together, like gravity.
Yeah,
this is space happens instantaneously at a distance, right? I mean, expansion happens instantaneously at a distance, right?
It doesn't happen instantaneously. I just gave you the rate at which it happens. But hold on.
So, wait. But the sector on one side of the universe, and sector on the other side of the universe are expanding at the same rate.
So I'll give it to you. I'll give you right here. Hold on.
Because if that's the case, then it's exponential, just like I thought. If everything's expanding at the same rate, it's exponential.
The thing too that they tell you, I've seen videos on YouTube. They say gravity is not a force, according to Einstein. But they'll tell you,
you can treat it as one.
Well, if you want to just reinvent words.
No. It's quite well defined, just like centrifugal force.
Yeah, not a force.
Right.
Okay, wait. You said the same as centrifugal force. So, and this is how I would say, yeah, you're right. What would cause the centrifugal force is, okay, if I walk outside and nothing's fucking moving, there's nothing really happening, we're going to start our conversation right there. So if I take a jump rope and a ball and I spin it, okay, then that's going to cause, or else I jump in a car, whatever I do, I cause the force that's creating the fictitious force of freaking what do you call it again? Centrifugal. Yeah, centrifugal. So same thing as if I go out and I lift up the car, or if I lift up the jump rope and the ball, then
I didn't follow any of that.
Gravity's a fictitious force. It's I'm the force. Without me, everything's going to be in equilibrium without some other force. Is that fair to say, at least before we?
I don't know. I mean, that's in that case, yes. You could also, like, if you wanted to try and go to larger scales, like the solar system or Earth-Moon system, the motion imparted into everything by the Big Bang is the impetus that started the centrifugal force.
That's quite a jump, but so my point would be, just to make this interesting, you might dig this. It might fucking give you a headache one way or another. So basically, the point is, in my case, so gravity is not necessary unless, this is my opinion, unless we can reach some place without a medium. If we could dig down so far that we reach a void, or if we could travel up so high that we reach a void. If there's no void, there's no, in my opinion, there's no necessity for gravity. And here's a good way of explaining that. Okay, so if you want to try and compare gravity, you can call it the acceleration we measure solids falling at 9.8 meters per second toward the ground squared. Yeah, but that's a consequence of a force being applied to it, pulling it out of equilibrium. So if you want to compare that acceleration to like being in a G force, like a car where you're taking off, and if you accelerate fast enough, then you're putting 1 G on your body. Okay, is what it's called. But you got to keep accelerating to maintain that force. So if that force pushes me 200 pounds of pressure on the back of that seat, I have to keep accelerating at that rate to maintain that pressure against the seat. So with that comes to mind, like artificial gravity. And they,
well, artificial gravity is something that definitely could be done.
Right, but that's in your head. In your head, this is actually the interesting part. I should have got right to the point, because this is the interesting part. I know in your head artificial gravity works with centrifugal, but this is my whole point. This is what I said, interesting or headache. Okay, so if I took a giant rat wheel, and dropped you out of an airplane, and I started spinning you, or I just gave you a good spin on the inside of that rat wheel when I threw you out the plane, okay, I would have no force, weight against that cage. I would just be free falling, unless I was connected to something in the middle of that rat wheel.
No, actually, once I touch the outside of that rat wheel and I start moving along with the rat wheel, I'm going to start to get motion imparted in me, and I will start spinning around that rat wheel, and I will feel 1 G, and I won't have any idea which direction is up. Even though I'm falling in free fall, I will think that gravity is pointing towards my feet in that rat
wheel. If I wasn't connected to the center, if I didn't have centripetal force, I would have no artificial gravity. I could not get artificial gravity just from a rat wheel, because you could try and spin me. Me and the rat wheel jump out the plane. I try and jump out and give it my own spin or whatever. We're both going to be free falling, and there's nothing to give me centripetal. In other words, whatever way I'm going, the rat wheel's just going to come with me if I'm free falling.
Right, until I touch the side and start to go at the same rate of rotation as the rat wheel, I will just float in the center of that rat wheel. But if I do go to the side and I grab a handle on the side and I start spinning at the outside speed, then I will come up to the speed of the rat wheel and I will feel gravity towards my feet, or centrifugal force.
If I had something to grab onto and I pushed it to try and spin, I would just push it sideways. There'd be nothing keeping it centered. The rat wheel is falling along with me. Think for 1 second. If there's nothing to keep that rat wheel centered, then whatever force I apply, okay, initially, is the direction. You can't just initially apply.
Well, you're talking about like a Barry, like in gravitational terms, you're talking like about a Barry center, where it will spin, but it'll spin in a wobbly direction because my mass is now attached to the outside on one side. it'll still spin around one point, or my barycenter, or the combined barycenter of this. I don't know if barycenter is right to use with centrifugal forces, but
allow me to clarify. The rat wheel itself will have a force. In other words, you could spin something. You could spin the shit out of something in free fall and spin it so fast it explodes or tears apart.
Right.
But something not attached. Okay, something just inside of that rat wheel without connection. And now, if you put me on the outside, if you connected me to the outside of that rat wheel, no, it still wouldn't do anything. I have to be connected. You could spin an object, but as far as if me and the rat wheel fell out of the airplane spinning, we're just going to be falling, man. There's going to be no other force.
Oh yeah, if you're spinning, there's a force.
How? I'm not connected. There's no centripetal to keep me in lockstep. I'm gonna whatever force there is.
Are you touching the rat wheel?
In other words, let's say if I kick off the plane, just to clarify, so if I kick off the plane, I got the rat wheel sitting, sideways outside the plane, and I'm at the door, and I kick off the fucking plane to try and give myself a spin, or I use a fucking rocket attached to my back, okay, and to try and give myself a spin. It's not gonna spin in a circle. Whatever direction that force is going is which way me and the rat wheel are just gonna fly. We're gonna fly away from the plane. See what I'm saying?
Holding on to the rat wheel? You're touching it?
I'm holding let's say the middle of it. There's spokes, just 5 spokes or something. So I'm holding the middle of it, and I'm standing in the plane, and I have it, outside the plane, and I just try to get a good kick or a boost from a rocket, whichever direction. You got to have centripetal. Without the centripetal, then me and the rat wheel. I couldn't push myself in a circle. Whatever direction I push myself is which way me and the rat wheel would go. So typically away from the plane. We'd be free falling away from the plane, traveling together. I might be able to get a quarter turn or something like that, but the acceleration could never continue unless.
Even if you didn't have the rat wheel, once you got a rotation going, the rotation alone would be providing you a force.
Basically, I've already thought this through. That's why they haven't tried it, because it can't work for like a ISS or anything in orbit. Yeah, it was a great idea. Same thing as like all the other good ideas that you first think are good. Like star trails proving a globe. You think at first that's great, or cloud shadows at the bottom of clouds. You think that artificial gravity, yeah, it's perfect. Just spin the station, but no, it don't work.
That doesn't create gravity though.
Creates artificial gravity.
Centripetal force. Yeah. If it were actually spinning, with you in it, but you spinning yourself, you're gonna have a force. It's not gonna be a centripetal force now.
Even a rocket, bro. Even a rocket. If it lasted 10 seconds, it's just gonna blast me and the rat wheel off in whatever direction.
Something could be holding the rat wheel. Something could be holding the rat wheel while you spin it, and then it'll let go of the rat wheel after you let after.
No. It can't let go. It'll fizzle out. If you keep it centered, something to keep it centered and stationary, and spin me in the rat wheel, then I'll have artificial. I'll have weight.
If you have like a hook attached to the center. And it's attached to the plane, and then you spin the wheel around, and then after you get an initial spin, and then it lets go of the center of the rat wheel, whatever. Then you'll have a spin going that would have started out. But I think you gotta go pretty fast to do artificial gravity, though, huh?
It depends on how big the radius is.
We can use any size. That's why they claim that centripetal is a real force, and centrifugal is not. because of this very reason. Without the centripetal, something to keep me moving in a circle, then I cannot maintain an acceleration without something altering my course or speeding me up. If there's nothing speeding me up or keeping me changing course, then I'm not accelerating. So whatever weight I initially pushed on that rat wheel will quickly dissipate without the acceleration.
No, you don't need to accelerate.
Gravity idea will never work.
You don't need to accelerate. It'll be spinning around on its own.
Yeah, assume that the sphere that we're being dropped is infinite in mass, and it's spinning at 21 feet per second squared. I will feel
use
1
something
G.
big. Don't use infinite. Just use something big that we can relate to. Something
that's what I'm saying.
real world, but huge.
Yeah, I forget what the speed they said. Like a 100-meter sphere or radius would take, but I think it was something like one rotation every 2 or 3 minutes would give you 1 G.
Yeah, something. It has to be moving me 9.8 meters per second, right?
Right, whatever that works out to.
So we could use one of the gravity, that little ride at NASA that has for the pilots in training, they have them in a circle. They're just in a little seat, and they try and pass them out by spinning them, giving them 8 Gs and shit.
Here, Mr. Leak, I just posted an image. Here's my airplane. It's flying along, and it drops a spinning cylinder out of it, and I'm spinning with it at this moment, and I'm on the outside edge of it. I feel 1 G pointing down at this moment, and then as it turns a little bit more to the right, I will feel it pointing out, 45 degrees, and it turns a little bit more, I'll be pointing out 90 degrees. I will feel it towards my feet no matter where I am in that circle. I will think down is towards my feet at all times. And
so until that spin, I agree. If you have something huge, until that spin fizzles out,
right,
then you'd feel a little something. But
right, now there would be no fizzling out in space.
Sure, there would.
What? Okay, where's the energy going?
I don't know. Where's the heat going? Where's the heat going?
Real force. There's no friction. My rotation is going to remain rotating until something slows it down. What's slowing it down?
You can put they put a levitating gyro in a vacuum, and it spun for exactly 0 more seconds than outside the chamber. I know it's a good concept, but when you try and demonstrate this, as far as with rotation, doesn't hold up to experimentation.
Right, but that thing, it has poles in it. That levitating field that it's in has poles in it that are going to act as a braking force.
Right. But my point is the air makes 0 difference, not even 1 second after like 3.5 minutes.
There's no poles in space, or at least nothing that's significant. You're not going to be changing magnetic poles in moments as you rotate around and hitting a high spot and a low spot in the magnetic field that's really strong enough to hold me up there. I'm not going to be hitting those poles all the time, slowing my ass down.
So there'll be no energy transfer with me spinning in space at all.
There's next to none, if not none.
So I couldn't spin myself to the point of just exploding.
Oh, you could spin that thing so fast you become a thin smear on the outside of it.
Right, exactly, because there are consequences to what you're saying.
It's funny. I just did it. Fuck my eye. Fuck, my eye's itchy. Anyways, if you do a radius of 32 feet, and it's got a tangential velocity of 32 feet per second, then bada bing, bada boom, you're good to go.
Then you gotta go about 1 RPM?
Well, I mean, yeah, exactly. That's 1 RPM, yeah. Or no, that's 1 radian per second. 1 radian per second.
Right.
But regardless, yeah, so 32 feet per second. Bada boom, bada bing.
You talking about a quarter circle radian, or a
radian is about a
7/8 circle radian?
Yeah, radian radian goes into a circle 2 pi times, right?
Yeah. Well, it's not quite that's what I was asking because 1 radian's also 57.3528 degrees. Well, I mean the decimals keep going. That's why I was specifying whether you're talking about a full.
It'd be about radius. 9.5 RPMs.
Radians per minute. No, I'm just kidding.
Radians per second was 1. Rotations per minute about 9.5.
I love that event. Like there was another server I'm on with Snack. He said he would go into chat, just everyone's having a good time, just talking, just explode. I go, dude, you need to find someone else to talk to, like that's going to talk to you at your level. And I know just the place. Science versus pseudoscience, debate, flat earth, And he got there that argument with QE about radians per second and everything. He's still spiraling about it. That was like 4 months ago.
QE's a bit of an idiot, though.
Yeah, Snack is even more, right? Do you know who Snack is, right?
Yeah, I know who Snack is.
Okay.
Don't really care for him.
I mean, I do, because he doesn't know this, but we knew each other before. Like, we used to be on another server called the Round Table, and there's another, I can't remember, another debate server, and then the Chatterbox. And we were, like, in chat all the time together. And then he just, like, I think he ended up...
He's a bit of an asshole, man.
Yeah. Yeah, Bean, but that's a lot of people, though, right?
Yeah, but the way when she's an asshole is like... Go ahead, man. He's an asshole to strangers, even. He acts like he's better than everybody,
But if you call QE an asshole, I mean, you could maybe, you use your opinion, call him an asshole, but to say he's not smart is
not smart.
Not honest. To say he's not intelligent. He uses arguments, whether if you agree or disagree, he's very concise and he has short tolerance for deviating off topic. Like he wants, in any conversation you have with him, he wants to first define terms.
Because he wants to make sure he can trap you in some place quickly, so that it doesn't get to the point where you can show him he's wrong. But he does, and that's his tactics, and that's why it looks like he's so good, is because his tactics are successful when he's got control of the the moderation and all that kind of stuff.
Well, look at it like this, Coach. If you've been through the same fucking rigmarole a million times, you got people coming in who try and change the definition of words. Now, a lot of times, Coach, the argument never progresses past the definition, but that's an honest debate. An honest debate is first defining the terms. Okay, if you can come to agreement on the terms, then you can progress. Okay.
But whenever I said dark energy, the expansion of the universe, you said no, let's call it the ether. I said fine, we'll call it the ether. But did that make a difference to me? Would that make it harder for me to explain what I was explaining to you? It didn't make it harder, because my explanation was separate from the definition. You can agree on what's being meant by what you're saying without having to agree what the word means itself. You know what I mean? So, but that's another story.
But if I cared about the topic, though, let me respond. If I cared about the topic, I would have really said so. I was just kind of joking because here's what all the sciences have their different names for ether. Okay, the astronomers and the astrophysicists call it dark energy. Okay, the quantum physicists call it quantum foam. Now the theoretical the theoretical physicists, what?
The same thing.
Yeah. The theoretical physicists call it space time. Space time. They all have the same word, but it's all the same math. It's ether math, man. Look into it.
These are 3-4 different things, man. These are not even close to the same thing.
I'm talking about the math, dude.
Even the math. The math is not describing the same thing.
It's a reference frame. It's all a fucking. It's all what do you call it? Not a fucking graph, but not a foundation. Not kind of a field,
construct.
But yeah, it's like field. Use field. You got to have a fucking a mold, not a mold, but a basis, not a basis.
They're not the same thing. Space time is describing the positions in space in reference to relativity. Okay, but that's different than the quantum fields. Which
same math, Kusha.
It's not the same math at all.
Yeah, it is. You just apply the transform.
Transforms.
Yeah, you apply the mass transform, the fucking the transform, three of them. The fucking and the
quantum foam is also different than both of those.
Okay, quantum foam doesn't apply to the canvas, basically the medium.
Oh, it's the fluctuations in space time, like the random fluctuations, kind of like the.
No, it's not, man. It's the medium in which them fluctuations occur.
Like virtual particles moving in and out of existence. This kind of thing. Yes, it has nothing to do with space time. It's not the same thing as space time, and it's not the same thing as the ether.
You call it what you want, bro. You got to have a fucking reference frame, a medium, to make sense of this shit. We call it the Higgs field. You call it space time. You call it dark
Higgs field
energy.
and space time are two different things. Is what I'm saying to you, man.
You could call it anything you want. You got to have a fucking medium. You got to have.
You want call it things that don't already exist, but those things already exist as other things.
I wish I had Gleam here to pull up them articles, man, to show you the math. It's fucking identical. There's no. I mean, it's not really like that's butchering it a little bit, saying that the math. It's not really the math. It's the lack of the extra math is more, concisely put. So just having the background, basically, without the background dictate, there's consequences to that. So like I said, they've come up with different shit for different reference frames. It's basically just a reference frame. Without a reference frame, shit changes. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, I agree.
Thanks, man. And that doesn't mean, that we need to argue the consequences of this shit, because I don't have any proof of that. I'm just trying to just bring it down to earth and shit. And I've got a lot of agreement.
Something that Gleam says sometimes is he claims that space-time and the quantum fields can be equated. Although I'll just say that space-time, you can describe the quantum fields in space-time. You wouldn't describe them together, but you can describe. Actually, you can describe them together, but not in the sense of warping of space-time. Just in space-time itself as a 4D construct, and then also quantum fields and the ether. You can say that the ether was encompassed by quantum fields. This is also true, but that's about all. That's the only connections I'll make between all that stuff.
So how you doing, Culture? You all right?
Yeah, I'm always good. It's just something I say. Every time somebody asks me how I'm doing, I just say I'm always good.
No, I mean that's good, because it's always like it could be worse, right? Or the new normal type of thing, or there's like
It could be worse,
It
man.
could be bad, yeah. It could always be worse, right?
Yeah, and my girlfriend's gonna give me an Oculus Rift for Christmas, and on top of that, I got her excited about the metaverse, dude. Same shit we were talking about earlier. She's gonna fucking go balls in, dude. And she's got a bunch of real estate money. She spends it on whatever. So time to spend it on the metaverse, dude. Let her buy some property.
Make such a good surf.
You seen the movie Under the Skin? You there, Kosho?
What?
You seen the movie Under the Skin?
Is that with Scarlett Johansson?
Yeah.
Maybe I might have.
It's like super good. It's like it's so powerful on like so many different levels. It's like
How new is it?
I think 2013.
I'll watch it
Yeah.
tonight. I'll see if my girlfriend wants to watch it tonight. Watch it.
Yeah, you can see it Canopy for free.
Hey,
Or, sorry,
rotation was the other transform I was trying to think of, besides the dilation, rotation. It's got its own transform as far as you know.
It did.
Wait, what happened to Jose JG?
Looks like his channel got hacked. His Google account got hacked. So therefore, so his YouTube channel as well.
He'll be all right.
Let me read this real quick. And reflection's like the easiest example that everybody can relate to. But let me read this real fast. So
Read it. Chat is getting really toxic, and something needs to be done about it because this is not the way this place is supposed to be.
Say what? What happened? Dressy there?
Try reading the chat and figure it out for yourself.
I was
Well,
trying to
I'm not
trying to
reading the chat
understand
right
this
now.
shit. To be honest,
I just heard you talk, and you're just saying that something went toxic.
The text chat is rather toxic, and something needs to be done about it.
Oh, okay. I gotcha. But you don't want to talk to me about it. Something other than that. With maybe a ticket? I'd like to hear your point of view, but if you don't want to share it, I'm okay with that too.
In life, you don't always get what you want.
No, I said I got both. Either to do what you want to do, and you could pick, and either one is what I want. What I wouldn't want to do is try to force you or bully you into talking when you didn't want to, then blaming me and then leaving. That's what I'd say what I wouldn't want to have happen. I want you to have full personal agency while you're here. That's what you want too, right? So we're on the same sheet or the same page of music, if you will.
Some people can't take a hint, can they?
Yeah, so spell it out. I'm right here. I mean, just don't beat around the bush. What do you want? Because you raised an issue and then made it seem like it was a microaggression I asked you about.
Like a total lack of social skills.
Okay, so if you're just going to spiral, have at it, Haas. If you're just looking for a reason.
about earlier with the rat wheel, it's like if you take something instead of using the airplane example, I'll use like another example of like spinning something in like some kind of chamber, getting like a disc or something, spinning real fast, and then when you release it, it's gonna react accordingly, but it's gonna instantly start losing acceleration.
Yeah. Conservation of momentum until another force acts upon it. Hot micing.
That's better than how I said it.
Oh, sorry.
I'm not hot micing, but I will turn it down. My son's just loud.
I suspect we could probably take the drag factors of that and the frictional forces acting upon it and come up with a reasonable estimation of how long it will take and how quickly it will lose its momentum.
See, a lot of that too is like people not being safe on the internet. I read over everything. If you're going to make yourself a target, and piss people off and call people. Oh, go ahead.
I was gonna say it probably depends, obviously, on the friction, but I think the friction would the more friction, the faster it would lose its rotation. Whether I'm wrong or not, this is the way my mind thinks about it. I mean, I could give you an opposite scientific answer of in space with no resistance and spin forever. I could give you that answer, but in my mind, if it was not even, if it wasn't even, it would have a consequence of drift. You know, like a gyro. If it wasn't, you know, the weight wasn't centered and equal, it would
A
drift.
gyro will maintain its position unless another force acts upon it. So that's where you
If
get
you put a
torque
piece of
comes from.
if it's heavier on one side, it'll drift as a consequence and slow down faster.
It'll slow down faster
due to the drift.
But torque a certain, depending on the weight distribution, then you get
Are you claiming that it
torque
can
coming into effect.
Are you claiming it could drift without energy?
No.
Yeah, so just the unequal proportion of a disc would it would dissipate its energy faster with drift.
Yeah.
Even in space.
Well, again, you're talking about frictional forces, aren't you? Or are you talking about torque now?
Wait a minute. That brings up a good topic. So, would a gyro work in space?
Yeah.
So it would work, you know, it's not gravity dependent.
No.
It's gravity influenced.
Yes.
Or can be.
No, it's not. It's rigid in space.
Perfect. Yeah. Perfect. If it was perfectly aligned, it would be. But what you'll find is that because it's rigid in space, it's interesting how a gyro will process.
Yeah, so that's what the whole argument boils down to, man. Is you could make
a gyroscope's not going to work in outer space, bro.
Why not?
Because there's no up or down, is there?
So if you were free falling, if a gyro was free falling, it wouldn't work.
Not in their so-called outer space. It's not going to work. Nah.
So free falling in a vacuum.
Vacuum's not outer space.
I don't think nothing would work in a fucking vacuum, dude. In my opinion, no such thing as a vacuum, a perfect vacuum. There's always a medium, in my opinion, to get right down to it. But for entertaining the argument's sake, you know,
I don't believe
they're claimed to
anything
work
can
in
work
space.
in their outer space. I don't believe light can exist. I don't believe frequencies can travel. I don't believe astronauts would be able to talk to each other with their little frequencies.
Yeah, but your opinions are cool, and you've got every right to hold them, but they're not evidentially
Yeah, well,
based, are they?
if you're in a so-called outer space, which is not just a vacuum, it's void of fucking everything. How can anything
not.
propagate?
Where on earth did you get that idea from?
Don't try to use the one or two particles. I mean, at least use deep space example. And when we argue, let's skip the fucking minutia and use deep
We'll
space.
take the least occupied space possible, is what you're saying.
I'm saying that if a gyroscope wouldn't work in deep outer space, then nothing will.
Yeah, I wouldn't say, I don't know if nothing will, but if a gyro doesn't work in deep outer space, whatever your definition of that is,
Well,
and I don't know and to be fair, just to really steel man your point, I don't know that we've ever tested that, because I don't think we've ever sent anything into potentially whatever you mean by deep outer space.
Yeah, because that really supposes, like, that leads on to, like, if a gyroscope doesn't work in outer space, that kind of lets you know there's absolutely no medium for any frequencies or light to travel through in a
how does that follow?
vector.
How does that follow?
So,
Well,
so
if you don't have
Voyager
a
didn't have
medium, if you don't have a medium,
dampening.
how does it straight line in outer space?
Like, again, I don't see how that follows. I don't see your logical, I don't see even the logical justification sitting behind that.
Yeah, well, I'm saying that if a gyroscope doesn't work, then you can't have anything. You can't have a.
I know what you're saying. I'm trying to find out why.
Well, if there's no up or down, how does light travel in one direction when there's nothing for it to travel through?
Well, now you're invoking the fact that light needs some form of medium to travel through.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
What's your evidence for that?
That's physics. That's the laws of physics right there.
Well, what does up or down have to do with the travel of light?
Well, just a medium. You need a medium for physics.
What does up or down have to do with the travel of light?
Well, light won't know what to click onto next because it's following a path of like a chain reaction, and if there's nothing to grab onto, there's nothing to grab onto.
Point of origin.
That's what I'm saying.
Are you saying light has an intention?
I'm saying you need a medium for light to travel through, for light to exist.
Well, you were saying up or down. I think those. Are we done with that?
Yeah, we're done with that. Now we're on to, because we've already said that that's not possible for a gyroscope to work in outer space. So therefore,
you made the claim, not that
I have
we've
a
agreed on
quirky
it.
argument about the gyroscope in space, and I
Go
think
for it,
people would
Rex.
hate me for it. But wouldn't it just orient to the closest large mass?
No, the starting position is what it would orient to.
Well, it's
Every
positioned towards
motion after the
the
start. After the start would be the position 0.
but it wouldn't orient to like according to the closest largest mass.
No,
from its position.
It stays rigid in space. That's the whole point of a
rigid in a
gyro.
medium. Yeah, it stays rigid in a medium.
So minuscule forces that you're going to get like out by Voyager, I don't think would have much of an impact at all on like frictional on bearings and stuff.
That's the trait of the gyro that makes it handy is just rigidity in space. Without that, it'd be fucking worthless. But here, this is really a delicate topic if you're going to debate it properly, because light being that's pretty much, to me, in my opinion, one of the reasons everything Einstein did had purpose behind it. And to me, in my opinion, they made light a particle. It could have been either way, man. They had with Maxwell's fucking equations were fine before relativity, all that bullshit. But look, for light to be a particle, then Airy's failure would, without a doubt, prove the Earth is stationary. Because you could try and argue the ether, but if you want to then make light a particle, then you couldn't. You'd be trapped with Airy's failure. You couldn't even use the ether excuse. Same thing with Michelson-Morley. Like you could try and use relativity and the speed limit of light, but if light is particles, then they could have just, even with the speed limit of light, he could have just aimed his arm directly opposite of the travel, the assumed 30 miles a second travel through space, and just subtracted the time difference. Before they did the SAGAC, before Michelson's actually one who did the with Gale, like over 30 years later, to finally prove the ether. He got 6/6, 98% of the ether using the same device, just adding a couple arms to it basically and reorientating it. But basically, to break it all down, to summarize, they he never accepted the ether. He wasn't about all that. He's set to prove out the Earth's absolute motion in space, period. And to his satisfaction, achieved it before he died with the Michelson Gale. And he claimed, he wrote, it's hard to find, but I found it. He achieved 6/6 of the necessary ether. And, he's the one who invented that shit. He didn't need fucking Morley. All them are the ones doing all the paperwork and all that shit. He was from Germany. He's the one who invented the interferometer. And that's the same thing with like Bob's ring laser gyro. There's no moving parts. So there's got to be a reference frame. If there's 0 moving parts, think about it. If
the reference again is it can be very simply 0. Start wherever you started. And it's rigid from the moment that you start it until the moment you shut it off.
Yeah, my point is it's not like a gyro compass. It's a different art. There's no moving parts. It's just light,
right?
Traveling around, traveling around its circuit. And
there is supposedly, if I'm not mistaken, there's some kind of vibration device in it that keeps some kind of quantum thing from happening in the gyro compass. But it's just something I like passed through. I didn't really read up on it. But I was under the impression, looking at the
experiment, there's moving parts there. They're spinning the apparatus. But in a fiber optic gyro and a ring laser gyro, now they're like gyro compasses, they have spinning parts.
Right. No, this is in a ring laser. There's some kind of a in the schematic for it. It shows a motor or something with an offset weight.
God, I just deleted my fucking picture. I had a big picture that covered the whole screen of a clear ring laser gyro, so you could see the guts and everything. And there's no moving parts.
There's a little motor in there, as far as I understand. But it doesn't have to do with like where it essentially adds a tiny vibration into it, an oscillation. But that, like I said, that's only something I've seen in passing in the schematic.
Yeah, you can't vibrate the things, man. They're so fucking sensitive, dude. If you vibrated it, you'd fucking I don't think you understand the sensitivity.
A vibration in a circle will not change its reading.
Yeah, frequency, like a steady frequency.
It's an It's an oscillation, not a rotation.
Then you're basically just introducing fucking variables, and then you can make it do whatever you want. You can, if you start introducing outside forces, you can make it do whatever you want, bro.
Well, that may be the case, but that's what they do, and there's a reason they do it.
Anyway, so the common sense outcome should have been, look, we've measured a little bit of motion, and that's what he finally determined too, was the fact that we're not moving around space. I mean, the fact that we're not moving in space around the sun was the reason he detected the 1/6, because it was detecting a rotation.
I'm sorry. I don't think that Michelson Morley believed in any way, shape, or form that this Earth was not moving. Neither of them.
No, Michelson didn't.
Morley didn't either.
I don't know about Morley. Morley's the one who introduced ether and all that shit. That was never.
Nobody in that group of people thought that the Earth was flat and stationary. They thought that the Earth was moving through an ether.
Michelson was a geocentrist, man. Michelson invented the device.
Does not mean flat earther.
He was a fucking geocentrist, bro.
Not a flat earther.
Science was split.
Not a flat earther.
I didn't say he was a sphere. I never said he was a flat earther. I said he was a geocentrist.
Right, a sphere. Right.
Have you got any references?
I'm not sure. Wait. I'm not 100% sure that he believed in the sphere. I just don't have proof for that. I do have quotes that he was a geocentrist. He doesn't say I'm a geocentrist. He says he don't accept the results, and he built different instruments, and he kept doing the experiment. He kept doing the experiment even after they gave him the fucking Nobel Prize, and he finally, like I said, and it was like over 30 years later before his death. He and this is very hard to find, bro, but I found it and I put it in a video on my channel. I'll post it, but where he quoted that he found the necessary ether, and it's he got 6/6 of the ether at 98%. He explained why in his paper. He explained that because the reason they only got 1/6 was because they were detecting a rotation. just not the Earth moving around the sun. And so he proved that it was the ether rotating. See, and the Michelson-Morley, there was never a factor for the Earth being stationary. It was not even a factor. It wasn't even a variable. It was automatically considered to be moving, and that's how they fucking pencil whip the shit.
I'd like to see the geocentrist argument because I'm pretty sure that's wrong, but I can't say that I know for sure.
No, he's right on the geocentrism.
Really? So there was somebody who still believed it was geocentric. Wow.
Yeah.
Dude, physics
So he believed
was torn in half.
He believed it was a globe, and he talked about sort of global problems and so forth in some of his writings. But he did use it to try and defend a geocentric stationary Earth. The Earth still rotated, but it didn't move around the sun.
So he didn't believe
Dude,
that Mars
used
itself and
Maxwell's
Venus were
equation.
planets?
Yeah, but he
Wow,
held
that's
a
late for
Ptolemaic. He held to like a Ptolemaic model.
He's a late bloomer.
Yeah, very.
No, dude, physics was torn in half. Do you really think all of physics, the thousand physician petition, you think 1,000 motherfuckers cared about the ether? They still to this day use Maxwell's equations. Nothing fucking changed, except for the fucking deep space bullshit. And as far as
James Clerk
here on Earth,
Maxwell
here on Earth, they still use
heliocentrist.
hold on, they still use Newtonian. They still use Maxwell. Nothing fucking
Newton
changed,
was
man.
a heliocentrist. Maxwell was a heliocentrist.
Let's be honest, okay?
Yeah, let's be honest.
That whole thing was about the fucking Earth being the center of the universe, and that's what it boiled down to. Okay, they didn't give a fuck about no ether.
Isaac Newton was not a geocentrist; he was a heliocentrist, as was James Clerk Maxwell.
Where's the source for this geocentrist claim? I
found I can give you one.
He doesn't straight up say. He don't say I'm a geocentrist. He just says.
No, he literally does say that actually in one of his writings. I'll go and dig it up for you. Hold on, it'll take me a sec.
Wow.
I'm gonna post a video.
It's so amazing with all the evidence.
I'm gonna post a video from Michelson's point of view because he invented the fucking apparatus and to prove the Earth or disprove the Earth's absolute motion in space. That does not. There's no word ether. That's like saying, "Hey man, I'm gonna prove whether I'm fucking moving. Blindfold me. I'm gonna see if I'm moving in this dark room." And then you write down the experiment is Brian moving in the dark room relative to fucking ether? That's bullshit. He built the device. He says specifically he built the device to detect or not the Earth's absolute motion in space. So that does not involve an ether. The ether could be stationary, moving, whatever you want to do to complicate it.
Well, I understand I understand the correlation there. I just want to know the specific, like him saying it, kind of a thing.
Yeah, it's so unbelievable. Like, wow,
that's not unbelievable at all. Don't impress.
Really, for that time period, to think that somebody actually thought it was still.
Dude, a lot of people thought it was flat, man. People were getting arrested for teaching in school, like the globe, like the whole heliocentric model of the motion and stuff. So, like, clearly, not every area was on board with this idea. I mean, do you think that everybody that has access to a ring laser gyro is going to believe in flat Earth? No, but most people didn't have one, right? So the belief system is going to vary.
Right, but I thought that the Copernican stuff, the simplest answer being that we don't have things in the sky switching back on each other. We know that the moon is a physical object. So the Mars, we had already seen by the mid 1800s, we'd already seen the canals of Mars and stuff. So it was a physical object. So you have a physical object switching back on itself and somebody believing that. Wow, that's impressive.
Well, it's just because they're physical. Okay, I'll play your game, right? Just because they're physical doesn't mean that the Earth is one of those things. Size, scale, mediums. I mean, there's so many leaps in logic.
No, but the fact that the easiest answer to that is that we're circling around the sun, not that the heavens are doing switchbacks. You got to have like Mars go into a actual U-turn.
Yeah.
And
exactly.
that is really hard to come up with a physical, tangible answer to. And how does a physical thing, a mass, go? I'm going this way. Oh, I'm changing my mind. I'm going back this way.
Well, it's just like I said. It's the medium. It's interactions. Like everything makes a so when something is in retrograde, it's spinning backwards and coming back again. It's like hitting a swirl in a wind pattern.
It's not a U-turn over flat Earth anyway. It's perspective.
Oh, things change direction backwards because of perspective.
Well, I was actually talking about retrograde yesterday. So on a planar stationary type Earth where you've got the wandering stars all moving above us.
Do you have the spirograph image, Gio?
Posted Michelson's photos.
But what I was going to say is that retrograde is not actually, nothing's actually moving backwards. Meaning what you have is you have the fixed stars that are making 23 hours and 56 minutes to make their full rotation. And then imagine like all the other quote unquote planets like Mercury, Venus, and all that. They're like race cars. So they're all moving around the Earth in, circular, And so when they're not in retrograde, they're actually moving slightly slower than the fixed stars. So that's why they're actually moving through the zodiac. They're going slightly slower.
Real quick,
and then when they go retrograde, they're actually all they do is they pick up speed and they go faster than the fixed stars. So they're not actually moving backwards. They're just literally changing speed.
It's a perceived
they slow down first. They slow down. But let me correct you.
It.
It's the stars that move 24 hours a day, and the sun claim to move 23 hours and 56 minutes. Is that not correct, or am I wrong?
No, the stars are 20. The stars are 2356, which is called the stellar day, and then the solar day is 24.
I thought it was a sidereal day for the sun to fall behind the stars just a smidge every day. But thanks for correcting me if that's the case.
Yeah, no, the sun does move. Yeah, it moves behind the stars. Yeah, so the stars are moving slightly faster than the sun. Yeah.
Is it model dependent? Like on a globe, it'd be a sidereal day, and on a flat Earth, it would be. Just curious.
Well, that is a sidereal day. Yeah, the 23 hours 56 minutes. No, it's the same on both, technically. Well, because they had to reverse
a little bit slower than the sun, right?
Well, if the sun moved 24 hours a day, 6 months later, it would be facing an opposite direction, right? So that's why they had to invent the sidereal day. Not invent, but explain why we're facing opposite, because there's in fact it's an extra. So you're right. So basically it's relative to the stars. So basically they added so it's the stars that are doing the 23 minutes and 56 seconds, and the fact, or else wait a minute, because the Earth is supposedly spinning 361 degrees, correct? So that 4 minutes equates to 1 degree out of 360, which is their explanation to to why it's facing opposite the sun 6 months later. But in my opinion, there's still a big, giant, massive problem with that, because we can still see Orion for like almost 10 months out of the year. And it's over the equator, right in the middle of the ecliptic. And if we're facing the exact opposite space, you can make this argument with a polar star, stars near the poles or near the North Pole. But as far as an equatorial star, a constellation, one that's right over the equator, it should be seen, even giving them the extra 23.4 degree tilt and even an extra daylight, whatever, I'll give them 35 degrees. It should be just about opposite, almost exactly opposite in their universe 6 months later. So it should, no matter what, 6.5 months, but no, be seen way longer than that. And also, man, while we're on the subject, Travis has found something to me. I don't think he's even, maybe he has, but I don't know if he's thought this through. This is huge in my opinion. He's if anybody hadn't seen the Plain Truth he's using his 2 cameras with the same focal length, like I think 60 millimeters, and he's doing star trails just like I think a 6-hour star trail session, and he's facing them the exact same way, lining them up with the trees, and they're given different angles. When he overlaps them perfectly, then he can get them to move together. But then the tree don't match up. His reference frame doesn't match up, and I think they line up if he
So you're
twists
saying that the cameras are literally right next to each other on the same tripod?
I think he's done it 3 or 4 different ways. He's right in the middle of doing it, but I think the implications is absolute definitive proof that the stars are totally viewer dependent. If
Yeah,
Sandra
that's what I was
won,
thinking. Like an optical.
it's a hell of a deviation, bro. You got to see it. I'll post it.
Yeah. That's interesting.
Isn't
Which
that
would make
what we
sense.
see with the moon? And we see that with all distant objects, if I'm understanding what's being said. The moon seems to follow you. But that's what would happen to any distant object, like a mountain in the distance. If I move 10 feet, it looks like it moved with me.
No, that ain't the subject. Subject
That's
is.
not what it's on. Okay.
Hold on a minute. Okay, this is because he's got 2 cameras, Sandra 1 and Sandra 2, same focal length, same direction. Exactly. And they're off by a long shot. Like,
Right.
I mean,
if I move 1 degree from that tree in the foreground, the sky and everything will move by 1 degree in reference to that tree.
Let me find a better way of putting this. Okay.
I'll show the video. I mean, we'll look at the video and see what that is. It's probably.
Yeah, and he's just now doing it to make sure that it wasn't human error, and he lined it up perfect. He lined up the trees, same focal length. It's spinning. I mean, it's rotating at big time different angles. So I mean, you got to call it refraction no matter what. But there's nothing in refraction, in a globe model refraction that says that the entire sky, above 45 degrees, whatever, is gonna change direction in the star's rotation. That's huge implication, dude.
You got to say one thing. We know that he's wrong, absolutely, because we use these things for navigation and we know what direction they are. So having these things right next to each other, if he's doing something, he's doing it wrong. It's as simple as that. They are fixities. Those are known exactly.
That is the most arrogant shit I've ever fucking heard in my life. You couldn't even say
you
that.
Should listen to yourself.
You could at least out of respect. You could at least pointed toward maybe the cameras or something, dude. You just automatically just targeting him for being wrong no matter what.
I said he's
no matter
doing
what,
something wrong. The simple deduction there is that we know how to use stars for navigation. The angle is known, where it will be, what angle it will be at any 2 points on Earth. No questions asked. It's not even the slightest shred of a question.
Have you ever used a sextant?
Nope. Seen it done.
Well, I've been me neither, but I've been researching, and I see some old mateys, old motherfuckers who've been never even used GPS, saying that you can use the sextants outside of like 30, 40 degrees, but it's, he says that within like 45 degrees, he said, you're lucky if you get within 20 miles. He said it theoretically claims, all of them say, they all have their different versions of graciously showing how they're wrong, how they don't get you right where you're supposed to be. But theoretically, they're supposed to be able to get you within like half of a, real close. But in reality, that don't happen, man. It's generalization, pretty much.
No, but you see the difference between 20 or 30 miles is like fractions of, or is like less than half a degree. What we're talking about with what you're describing, Plain Truth doing, he's seeing an appreciable difference in the angle of these things. If there is an appreciable angle with only moving 10 feet, then 20 or 30 miles would be like looking way off.
That's fair enough, but if you have one camera right above the other one, and you line up the trees in your view and your view in your screen, you line up your trees, you put them both on 60 millimeters, and you line the trees up, and you know, how could one? Now let me tell you this, man. This will back him up, and it just went over my head at the time. But when I filmed not the last rocket, but the rocket before that came up in front of my house, up the coast, we had a phone, and I had my wife grab my camera real quick, my P1000 and shit, and we're filming it with the phone pointed right at it. But when I went to point at it with the P1000, I had to aim away from it to get it in my viewfinder. So I had to physically change angles. I know that's not a star, but that's still kind of affiliated, you know, for an example.
That we can't navigate.
I'm not making that claim.
I mean,
I'm just
I'd like
saying.
to see the video and see what he's talking
Listen,
about.
just hold on. Just because the rotations are rotating at different angles, when you take a reading from the sextant, the stars are stationary and they're still relative. So, you know, I don't think it's going to be that bad of a.
I think I know what's happening here.
They all move together. I failed to say that.
What's the camera he's using? Is it P1000?
No, I don't think he's got a P1000. I think it's a Canon. Or I'm gonna post it, but I failed to mention that they still all move in sync, and when he turns it, when he gets the angle right, they seem to move pretty consistent together, but they're just offering a different angle, but they're still the same, you know, relative to each other. So I don't think it would affect. I don't think his measurement would affect sextant very much.
Is he looking at the outer perimeters of the vision, like the most outer edges of the image, to find this deviation?
I'm gonna post it and let you see it yourself, man, so you could make fair, you know.
Okay. I'm on the road now, so I'm probably not gonna be able to look at it soon. If you could DM it to me, I'd appreciate it. If not, I'll hunt for you.
What's your name again?
Moyak.
Oh, Moyak man. Okay, Geo, we can't play videos without sound, or is it a pain in the ass or something?
For what? What's that?
Is it possible to play videos without sound, or is it too much of a hassle? Or
you mean share to go live, share your screen, or what do you mean? You want it to be played on the YouTube stream? I'm just not sure what you mean.
Well, this is Travis. He's a mod here. I mean, isn't he willing to share here? I'm not even questioning you. I'm just asking, wouldn't he be okay with it based on who you know he is?
You're talking about somebody sharing their screen and then playing a video? I'm just not.
I think he wants to share the video that Pine Truth did. Travis.
Yeah, you can do that. I mean, like you can. Is that what you're talking about? Just sharing your screen or sharing a video?
Ryan?
Yeah. I'm gonna post it and then I'll pull it up and share it.
Yeah, I mean, if you share your screen here, then anybody can join your video and watch it. You know, who's in here. If you want that shared to the actual YouTube stream, I would have to do that on my end. I imagine it wouldn't be a copyright thing if it's just Travis's video, but that would be the only way to share it on the YouTube. Would be for me to do it because I have to go to the server and then share and then watch that stream, and then it'll go up on there.
Yeah, I ain't worried about the YouTube. I just for us in here to see it. I'm gonna wait just for future reference. So in other words, if we're gonna try and share something for YouTube, we need to at least make sure it's pretty fucking important. Something worth worth the trouble, and make sure there's no music and shit, right?
Yeah. Otherwise there could be a copyright thing. So I just I'm seeing this. So something happened to Jose's channel. It got taken down, or it got hacked, I guess.
Somebody got in.
What was that?
That's a bummer. So he lost his whole channel then, or his whole YouTube?
I don't know. It's all new to me.
Yeah, all I heard was Witsit making a ripped video.
Okay, I just looked it up on YouTube, and yeah, it looks like his Jose JG channel is gone.
Damn. Yeah, I guess if you're not a shill, you get taken down. Waka waka.
So the guy who
I don't see any video on Witsit's channel. You're saying Witsit made a video about it, or?
I saw it posted. I thought it was in here a few minutes, like an hour ago or so.
Well, maybe he took it down. I don't see it on his channel, but. Yeah, I'm not into sort of hacking drama stuff, but because apparently there was that stuff with Mr. 42 or whatever with David Weiss's app or something, and then now this.
Dude, this is like some 70s porn music or something.
It really does sound like that, the music.
Hey, I've got the same Bluetooth.
Soundcore?
Yeah, I've got the Soundcore P2 something.
No comment on his video, but that was shit on my phone. I couldn't see anything.
I mean, it's off by so much. He switched tripods, and it's just you know what though, if you think about it, oh my God, he's took so much footage with both them cameras, and the implications, he's gonna have to go back, and any claim every claim that he made, off of observation, as far as angular size, as far as, I mean, this could possibly give him a completely different outlook on refraction itself if he's getting different field of views, much less angles to things. Now, as far as the obstruction, that I believe would remain fairly consistent, but he bases a lot of his he's very, very concise, and his explanations, they're well thought out, and he doesn't make, in my opinion, crazy wild claims. He doesn't make a lot of claims at all. He just calls it how he sees it. I mean, he obviously makes the claim that boats aren't going behind Earth curve, but as far as what he get past that, and he calls it how he sees it, as far as like the inferior mirage being a function of distance, not two dimensions. He's anyway. It just he might have to rethink a lot of his observations. Was my only point. Waffled on.
Let me ask you this, though. I mean, like, thinking about surveying per se, or any kind of stellar observation. Do you think if I lift my phone up 6 inches